Chapter 001 System Awakening. This damn charming brain depository. Once deposited, it cannot be withdrawn. In the elevator, Chen Hao met her once again. Today, she was wearing a snug tight dress, the dress wrapped tightly around her bumpy body, displaying the beauty of that mature woman's curves to the fullest. She stepped into the elevator, her slender waist twirling, exuding endless flavor, her swaying figure looking particularly alluring, making people's eyes unconsciously attracted. Her body is very fragrant. As soon as she walked into the elevator, the entire elevator was filled with the fragrance emanating from her body. Truly a siren. Chen Hao couldn't help but lament in his heart. This woman and Chen Hao both rented in this district, and the two were still neighbors on the left and right, although the two had never spoken. But Chen Hao had long since noticed her. Nonsense! Could one not notice? If you had a young woman who wore such sexy clothes every day walking around in front of you, would you not pay attention? After she walked into the elevator, she just swept Chen Hao with an indifferent glance and turned around. That indifferent look made Chen Hao extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Mard, is this a dog's eye view? If I were a rich man, I would definitely want you to kneel in front of me and sing conquest. Chen Hao was clear. Such a woman, wanting to conquer her? Talk about feelings? Don't be silly. To the kind of young girls who are not deep in the world can still talk about feelings. And this is already experienced. The social grind of the young woman is the most effective and the most effective method. That is, one word, money. When you dump a stack of money in front of her, you take a look at whether she is still so cold, absolutely docile like a little flower cat. Of course, there is another possibility. That is if you are handsome enough. Sadly, both of these, Chen Hao had neither. Ding, detected that the host has a strong desire to become a rich man. The Super Divine Hero system is officially activated. Activated successfully. Binding with host in progress. Binding successful. Newbie gift packs are automatically issued. Gift pack 1, face value plus 20. Body plus 20, charm plus 20. Gift pack 2, a set of commercial house. Gift pack 3, 100% ownership of Star Dream Edge Company. Ding, the newbie gift pack was issued successfully. The sudden appearance of these voices in his head startled Chen Hao. Was this a hallucination? It's not right. Why do I feel like my pants are shorter? The clothes are shorter as well? It can't be that it's gotten taller, right? Chen Hao immediately took out his cell phone. The camera pointed at himself. Looking at the cell phone screen has been a big change in their own. It was really a big shock. 1 word, handsome. 2 words, thief handsome. 5 words, thief handsome. Chen Hao's face value could only be regarded as moderate, and handsome words were not relevant. If one were to say that 100 points in face value was the top of the scale, his face value would only be 70-something. But now, with his face value increasing by 20, it jumped from 70 points to 90 points. Even Chen Hao himself couldn't help but marvel. If I were a woman, I wouldn't be able to help but fall in love with you. So, the voice that appeared in my head just now, it's true, I'm awakening the divine hero system? Wah. This time, get rich. After determining that it was true, Chen Hao's mood was incomparably excited. Was this going to be a bird in the hand? And from now on, he would be on his way to the pinnacle of life? Reminder, the real estate license has been placed in the host's backpack. The host can move in at any time. The system's voice came once again. Chen Hao immediately took down his backpack, and sure enough, he saw a red book in the middle of the backpack. Chen Hao wanted to take a look at what kind of commercial house was being rewarded. The house book opened. At this time, it was not known what happened to the elevator, but it actually shook a little. Chen Hao subconsciously grabbed the handrail on the side. So close, fortunately did not fall. However, the real estate license fell to the ground. Men do know. 1. Real estate? The black silk young woman's eyes searched the real estate certificate on the ground, and her eyes instantly glared round and incomparable. Surprised, this was the Min Do Know. 1 neighborhood real estate certificate? He actually had real estate in Min Do Know. 1. Min Do Know. 1 was one of the most upscale neighborhoods in all of Min Do. Let's put it this way, the status of Min Do Know. 1 in Min Do is equivalent to the status of Thompson's Know. 1 in Magic City. 1 word, expensive. It is said that the houses there start at 200,000 square meters, and they are all large suites starting at 400 square meters. That is to say, the cheapest house are close to 100 million. This is the Min Do. Really rich people can only live in the place. Being able to have a suite there was definitely a status symbol. When the young woman looked at the words Min Do Know, 1 written on the real estate certificate spread out on the ground, she was shocked to the point of no return. Could it be that this big boy who lives next door to himself is a rich second generation who came out to experience life? And next, something even more surprising to the young woman happened. When she placed her eyes on Chen Hao, she was once again shaken to the core. So handsome. Even the young woman who was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women could not help but be convinced by Chen Hao's face value. More importantly, there was also an aura, if any, on his body that deeply attracted her. Was this the charm of male hormones? Damn it, before, why didn't I notice that he was so handsome? At this time, the black silk young woman had an idea. Ouch! When the elevator shook just now, I twisted my foot. It hurts. Can't walk. Can you hold me up? The young woman let out a scream and immediately held onto the handrail of the elevator, her expression looking somewhat painful. The pitiful eyes looked towards Chun Hao. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, so it was natural to help if there were difficulties. Alright, I'll help you home. Chun Hao picked up the real estate license and then grabbed her right arm to help her. Under the close proximity, the scent of this woman's body was even stronger. Soon, the elevator arrived. Chun Hao helped her out of the elevator. She lived right next to the elevator. The young woman's fingerprints unlocked it. Chun Hao helped her into the living room and placed her on top of the sofa. Was planning to leave. At this time, the situation suddenly changed. The young woman's hand suddenly hooked onto Chun Hao's neck. Chun Hao glared. This woman has feet or not? Good being cheated. What to do? Wait online. Urgent. Chapter 002, Becoming the Rich Man I Used to Hate the Most. The next day, early in the morning, Chun Hao was pushed awake by the young woman. Wake up! Wake up! Chun Hao opened his eyes in a daze, and saw the young woman with a tense face. Last night had really been too crazy. The two had explored life until the latter part of the night. Chun Hao could be tired. Now his waist is still a bit sore. I worked so hard last night. Can't you let me sleep a little longer this morning? What's wrong? Chun Hao said in a daze. You'd better go. My godfather is coming. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao instantly lost his sleepiness and immediately came to his senses. Staring at her. This woman. Liar. Big liar. What about the promise of not being married? What about saying you're single? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. I've never lied to you. I am indeed single and indeed not married. I just forgot to tell you that I have a godfather. Chun Hao. Count on you to be ruthless. A gentleman does not take away a person's favor. Then excuse me, I won't keep you company. An hour later, Chun Hao appeared on the top floor of Min Do No. 1. Standing in the center of the living room, he looked at the layout of the place and was so surprised that his eyes stared straight up. This decoration was too luxurious, right? And there was everything in terms of furniture and whatnot. I can't be dreaming, right? Chun Hao was still somewhat in disbelief. He pinched his thigh. Oh yeah, it hurts like hell. It's not a dream. It's really not a dream. From today onwards, I'm also a family with a house, and I own a luxurious retested large flat that most people can't have even if they struggle for their entire lives. Afterward, Chun Hao carefully observed the suite. It was duplex, divided into 2 floors, upper and lower. One layer was 800 square meters. In total, it was 1600 square meters. The decoration here was ridiculously luxurious, and any piece of furniture was a famous international brand. For example, the sofa in the living room is from Poltrona Frau, which is known as the Rolls-Royce of leather sofas, and this sofa is at least $1 million to start with. Another example is the overhead chandelier, which is from Swarovski. It's hard to imagine that there's even a sky swimming pool that's more than 300 square meters. If you find a few chicks to have a party here, wouldn't it be a blast? Chun Hao took off the clothes on his body. With a plop, he jumped into the pool and swam for a full hour before coming ashore. Ding dong, ding dong. Chun Hao had just gone ashore when the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, Chun Hao immediately put on his clothes. Hello, Mr. Chen, may I ask if you are at home? A voice came from the doorway. It was a woman's voice. Chun Hao walked over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, it was a nice perfume smell that hit him. At the doorway stood a beautiful woman in black silk. The upper body was a beige shirt. The shirt had some waist reduction, and while it set off her tiny waist, it also made her figure look even more plump. Underneath was a black hip-hugging short skirt. Standing in the doorway, Luo Qingyan wore a professional-like smile. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the property manager of Min Do No. 1. My name is Luo Qingyan. You can call me Xiao Luo. It's not good to call Xiao Luo Sister Luo. Chun Hao laughed. Chun Hao wasn't sure exactly how old Luo Qingyan was. However, it could be seen that it was definitely more than 25. Chun Hao was currently in his 4th year of college. The last half year was already free of classes, and he came out for an internship, which was still an internship period, and he had to go back to school in a few days to get his diploma. This year, 22 years old. Call her a sister is not too much. One sentence Luo sister made Luo Qingyan's good feeling towards Chun Hao increase greatly. This super tycoon is quite approachable, and he was really handsome. In terms of Chun Hao's face value, Luo Qingyan couldn't help but marvel. This Min Do No. 1 didn't just have rich businessmen living in it. There were also some celebrities living in it. But even these big stars who had millions of fans and thought they were so handsome that they were bubbling compared to Chun Hao in front of them, it was simply one heaven and one earth. Mr. Chen. You're welcome. Luo Qingyan wore a smile. Mr. Chen is like this. What about coming to you this time? Mainly because it's Mr. Chen's first time to move in. It's because I want to ask you if there are any requirements for our property. I would like to ask, how much is this suite of mine worth? These words put Luo Qingyan in a bit of a daze with the question. Yesterday you bought a house. Today you ask me how much it's worth? You don't know how much your own house is worth? Could it be that his family bought it for him? Yes, he's so young. It's impossible for him to be able to earn so much money at such a young age. He didn't know the price of a house that his family bought for him in full. Which family's son was this? Whose family was so generous that they were able to buy the king of the building here with full payment? Luo Qingyan became more and more curious about Chen Hao's life. Patiently, she said, Mr. Chen, this set of house is our king of the building here. 1 square meter is 250,000. The total area is 1,600 square meters. The total price is 400 million. Hearing 400 million, Chen Hao's heart instantly became a bit overwhelmed. Adrenaline spiking wildly. Surprise! I have assets over $100 million here? Luo Qingyan with a sweet smile. Mr. Chen, can I add your WeChat to facilitate future communication? In the future you have any needs can directly contact me. Hearing this, Chen Hao's heart cannot help but feel emotional. Before this, never any girl initiative to find him to ask for WeChat, let alone having the luxury of expecting an extreme woman like Luo Qingyan. Come in and chat. Chen Hao took the initiative to invite. Luo Qingyan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she walked in. Only after half an hour did Luo Qingyan leave. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was lying comfortably on top of the sofa, looking at the large room. His heart was filled with emotions. This time yesterday was still worrying about next month's rent. After working hard for a few months of internship, the result was that he was fired last month, and now he doesn't even have a job. Being so despondent. Will definitely be laughed at when I go back to school in a few days to get my diploma. And now in the blink of an eye, he owns a big house worth $400 million. In the past, Luo Qingyan, a woman like him who earns $1 million a year and wants to have a face and a body, wouldn't even look at him more than once. Just like the young woman who lived next door to him that he met inside the elevator. He didn't even give a damn before. And now, active dedication. And the property manager such as a super white-collar Luo Qingyan who earns $1 million a year, takes the initiative to ask for WeChat? Himself invited her into the room. The lone man and woman she only slightly hesitated to come in. It is clear that she also has the idea of wanting to develop further. A popular saying on the internet, being handsome doesn't necessarily mean you can do whatever you want. However, long handsome and rich that can really do whatever you want. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Chen Hao picked it up, and a soft to whiny voice came over. Hello, Chairman Chen. May I ask when you are free to come to the company? Chairman Chen? Come to the company? I'll go. I forgot that the rookie gift pack also rewarded 100% stake in a company called Star Dream Edge Company. Hello, may I ask who you are? Introduce myself. I'm your secretary. My surname is Su. My name is Mo Dai. You can call me Little Su. Hearing her voice, Chen Hao unconsciously thought of a star, Sister Chiliang. Whiny. It was tingly. Just hearing this voice made Chen Hao somewhat unbearable. Although he has not yet seen his person, only heard his voice. I know that it must be a leprechaun undoubtedly. No wonder it was able to become the chairman's secretary. Chen Dong. It's like this. Originally I shouldn't disturb you, but today the company has two more important things that need your decision. May I ask if you are free to come to the company? Chen Hao nodded. Free. Secretary Su's voice. Then may I ask which location you are at? I can come and pick you up. Chen Hao still didn't know where the exact location of the company was, and what the main business was, so it was naturally best for someone to come and pick him up. I'm at Min Do No. 1. Hearing that it was Min Do No. 1. Su Majin froze slightly. Where is the place to live? The new boss really is rich and generous. With a sweet smile, her voice was still very whiny. I'm not too far away from Min Do No. 1 right now. About 15 minutes and I'll be able to get there, so I'll wait for you at the entrance of Min Do No. 1. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao was so excited that he was about to fly. He had only been dismissed by his old employer last month and was worried about finding a job, but now he had a company of his own. It was simply awesome. I just don't know what this company actually does, as well as this female secretary whose voice is so fluffy as to make one's heart itch. Just how does she look? Chapter 003, This Damn Exaggerated Curve. I smiled proudly, and smiled proudly. I smiled at the red dust people don't age. I smiled proudly, and smiled proudly. 20 minutes later, Chen Hao walked into the elevator while humming a little song. When the elevator went down to the 12th floor, up came a beautiful woman with sunglasses and an extremely wide body. She was accompanied by a small assistant who carried bags. After the beauty entered the elevator, She symbolically nodded to Chen Hao before turning her back to Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked at her and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. So familiar. How is it like he had seen her somewhere? Soon the elevator came to the first floor. Chen Hao walked out of the elevator, while that beauty and her assistant, they continued down to the underground parking lot. Why do I feel like she looks like, although she's given birth to a baby and divorced, she still can't stop becoming the super goddess Big Mimi in the hearts of thousands of young men? Is that her? Isn't she in Magic City? When did she come to Mindu? Did she come here to shoot a movie and stay here temporarily? Forget it, whatever. Chen Hao was too lazy to think about it. This was Mindu, no. One where every inch of land was gold, and it wasn't strange to have a star living here. When Chen Hao arrived at the door, the two security guards inside the security room immediately trotted out. Attention! Salute! This was the king of the building, or the most honored customer that manager Luo had specially explained, so he had to be served well. This action of theirs made Chen Hao a little uncomfortable, but the feeling? One word. Cool. Chen Dong? Chen Hao had just stepped out of the front door when he saw the red BMW that was parked on the side of the road. The window was lowered a bit and the woman poked her head out. Then, the car door was pushed open. A pair of long, well-proportioned legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings stepped on white high-heeled shoes and stretched down from the car. From the length of this pair of long legs, one could feel it, definitely belonging to a tall figure. When she stepped out of the car, she instantly became the absolute center of attention within a 100-meter radius, and countless pairs of eyes were projected over. There were even some pedestrians who slowed down their steps just to be able to look at her a few more times. There was no way out. This woman was simply too attractive. She had long silky hair. Her fair skin was like sheep's fat jade, delicate and smooth. Along with her delicate and picturesque face, she was a proper super goddess level character. It was absolutely impossible for such a character to appear on the road without attracting attention. Good guy. This woman is hot. Ha! The figure is quite explosive. These legs are long and well proportioned. If she were my girlfriend, I would be willing to break my ribs to make soup for her. Too many people were paying attention to Su Majin. Countless eyes were sweeping back and forth on her body. And at this time, a thud sound came from Su Majin's side position. A young man was too absorbed in watching Su Majin, and didn't notice that there was a utility pole in front of him. He just crashed into it. A large bag instantly appeared on his forehead, drawing a burst of laughter from the surroundings. What is even more tragic is that his wife is still around. This is the end of the calf. Weighing 180 pounds of his wife directly on the fury. Look and see. What is good to see? Ah, I'm by your side. You are like this. If I'm not there, you still do not turn the sky. Ah, wife, listen to my explanation. Wife directly grabbed his ear. Explain. Explain. Ah, you think, old lady, I am blind? Ah, go back to see how my mother to clean up you. Go back with me. Wife, light, light. I never dare again. Although the mouth said so, but the eyes are not honest at all. The corner of the eye of the residual light are skimming to Su Majin, so wow goddess cannot not look at a few eyes. Even if you go back to kneeling durian, and how can it? Su Majin, for these hot eyes, has long been accustomed to. She completely ignored them. Her attention was all on Chen Hao's body. So young, and so handsome? The moment she saw Chen Hao, even Su Majin, who was accustomed to seeing handsome men and beautiful women, had a feeling that her eyes lit up. Out of professional sensitivity, her mind immediately conjured up, with this body, this face value of his, if he is willing to go on the runway, in less than a year, he will definitely be on fire in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Not true. What is the status of my family's chairman? How could he condescend to go on the runway? Su Majin accelerated her steps and walked over. Arriving in front of Chen Hao, he politely smiled and said, "Hello Chen Dong, I'm Suemo Dai. I'm very happy to see you." Su Majin looked at Chen Hao with a feeling of brightening up. And why wouldn't Chen Hao be the same? Su Majin's face value was quite a bit higher than even the elevator young woman that she had gotten to know better yesterday, and coupled with her sweet smile at this moment, it was absolutely sweet. Tall figure, concave and convex delicate curves, as well as that smile that can sweeten people to death, and that whiny to the point of being able to make people's bones crispy imperial sister voice. This kind of superb woman, is she really my secretary? My goodness, you're my little honey? Chen Hao was surprised. If she really was, then it would be fun in the future. Su Majin did not expect Chen Hao to speak so bluntly. Little honey? Pejorative, okay? Her face, embarrassed, turned red, shyly said, Chen Dong, you're bad, which has such a name for people. See, angry complaining voice are so good. Being so reminded, Chen Hao immediately realized that he said the wrong thing. Good thing just now the sound is not too loud. There is no one around to hear. Chen Dong, a lot of people in the company are waiting for you. Let's go. Your side please. Su Majin drove a red BMW M3. As soon as Chen Hao sat in the passenger seat, he smelled a faint fragrance. It was the same as the one on Suemo Dai. Su Majiang saw that Chen Hao was actually sitting on the passenger side, and was obviously a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, the boss was sitting in the back row. This was the only way to highlight the identity of the boss. Previously, Su Majiang had also driven the previous boss, and every time he had sat in the back row. It seems that this new boss, who didn't treat himself as a driver, is quite approachable. Su Dai sat in the driver's seat and pulled the seatbelt on her side and fastened it. This time she tied. I don't know if the seatbelt was too tight or she did it on purpose. The seatbelt just happened to pass through in front of her. This damn exaggerated curve. Looking at Chen Hao is passionate. Chapter 004, My Choice? This is interesting. Su Dai gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her upper body standing upright. Although her eyes were on the front, the rest of the corner of her eyes still noticed Chen Hao's eyes, and smiled as she started the car. Chen Dong, if you look at people like this, they'll be shy as well. Where is this a rejection? This is clearly being pampered. Speech that whined to the bone sour voice. Listen to all let a person heart itchy. In the past, I have always heard people say that the voice alone can make a man excited. Chen Hao did not believe in the past, but now is really believe. The woman in front of him, not to mention the voice, is to look at a few more eyes will let a person rise up the most primitive ideas. In the past, Chen Hao was really envious of those rich second generation. Many times he had seen those rich second generation who drove luxury cars, and they had long-legged beauties sitting on the passenger side, and when they drove, their left hand gripped the steering wheel, while their right hand was placed on their female companion's long legs. This kind of life was what Chen Hao had always longed for, but only dared to think about it in his dreams, and now it was different. With the system, the identity had changed drastically. Since Su Majiang wasn't angry, wasn't it possible to try to take it a step further? At this point, Chen Hao made a bold decision and tentatively put his left hand over. Into his hand was a silky smoothness. This feel? Simply wow. Su Majiang does not belong to the kind of bony type of beauty. Her body belongs to the type of undressing meat dress thin. Such a woman is most welcomed by men. Chen Hao originally just tentative so a bit, already ready to be complained by her, and even be smacked in the face of the preparation. However, to Chen Hao's surprise, Su Majiang did not look like she was evading. Instead, she laughed lightly. Chen Dong, your hands are not honest. Aren't you afraid that your wife will be unhappy if she knows? I'm not married. Where is my wife? Not married? Then there's always a girlfriend. If she knows, she'll be upset too. Girlfriend? Dumped me last month. Now I'm all alone. Alone. Chen Hao did have a girlfriend before. Su Majiang giggled. Chen Dong, you really know how to joke. You're so good. What woman is willing to dump you? It's you who dumped her, right? Su Majiang was really feeling Chen Hao's excellence. Putting aside the fact that he was the boss of the company, just based on his face value, his figure and temperament, he already exceeded 9,999% of men. To have the honor of being the girlfriend of such an overwhelmingly good man, and to kick it off without holding it firmly in your hands? Was there something wrong with this woman? Oh? Chen Hao shook his head inside. His heart couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At that time, she disliked me for being poor. Put. Su Majiang couldn't help but spray out with laughter. You're poor? Leaving aside the company, just because you live in the Min Do No one mansion, who dares to dislike you for being poor? Can it be that her family has more money than you? Chen Hao shook his head. Her family doesn't have any money. She comes from the countryside and earns a monthly salary of 7,000 or so. Impossible, right? This kind of condition still dislikes you for being poor? Oh, I know. She must have cheated on someone richer than you. Su Majiang had seen this kind of thing a lot. Disliking the poor and loving the rich. The commonality of most women. Chen Hao smiled bitterly. She's actually a nice person. And she's not someone who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. She just can't see our future. Su Majiang was even more confused when she heard this. Not seeing the future? How can that be? Your future is to live out your life in great wealth. Now you are already at a level that most people can't reach even after a lifetime of struggle. What more do you want from the future? That woman is not really sick. Chen Hao was too lazy to go through the explanation. Changing the topic. By the way, inside the phone call earlier, he said that he was looking for me for something. What exactly? Su Majiang smiled, her voice always so pleasant. There are two things in total. The first one is that the representative of Fujian Company has already arrived at our company. They are here to sign a cooperation agreement, because the amount involved is relatively large. Your signature is required. Hearing Fortune Strong Company, Chen Hao was startled. What company are you talking about? Fujian Company, the Fortune Strong Company on Industrial Road, the one that does advertising planning? Su Majiang nodded. Right then, that's the one. Chen Dong, you know this company? Chen Hao smiled bitterly. Of course I know. Old me used to intern at that one company. Then I failed the internship and was fired. What does our company do? What kind of project is it cooperating with Fujian Company? Chen Hao's sudden question made Su Majin surprised once again.
Looking at Chen Hao with an unbelievable face, you bought the company yesterday.
You don't know what the company does? I'll go. Before you buy a company, don't you have to research the background of the company and evaluate the price before you buy it? Did you buy it with your eyes closed?
It's also possible that his family bought the company for him so that he can practice first. Su Majing had seen some of this kind of thing.
Some plutocratic families had bought some small businesses for their juniors to practice in order to train them.
Su Majing felt that Chen Hao should belong to this category of super rich second generation. Su Majing patiently explained.
It's like this, Chen Dong. What about our Star Dream Edge company?
It mainly specializes in ladies' products,
and is divided into two major parts. One part is the ladies' clothing department, and one part is the cosmetics department.
The ladies' wear department accounts for 30% of sales,
and the cosmetics department accounts for 70%. What about our cooperation with Fuqiang Advertising Company?
The previous chairman had originally negotiated with them to give their company the advertisements for the coming year, but now the chairman has changed,
so we need you to finalize it. Chen Hao sniffed. Happy. Wasn't this a coincidence? Who is their representative who came over to sign the contract? It's their company's business department head, Ai Ichian. Hearing Ai Ichian's name, Chen Hao smiled. Sister Ichian is here? Su Majin's soft voice said. There's one more thing, that is, the company is recruiting people and needs you to keep a check. Chen Hao was a bit depressed. The company recruiting such a big thing, also want me to come? What is the personnel department for? Chen Dong, you are not willing to go? Su Majing mysteriously laughed. Since Chen Dong you are not interested, then I will tell Director Li of the personnel department that she will be solely responsible for this concubine selection activity. Saying that, Su Majing was about to call Director Li and tell her that she didn't need to wait for Chen Hao. Chen Hao was instantly energized. Wait, what's the situation with the princess selection you mentioned? Su Majing laughed. Recruiting models. Ah, we all internally call it a princess selection event. Recruiting models? Selecting concubines? Chen Hao immediately brightened up. Each body wow. Skin white beautiful big beautiful girl standing in front of you. At your disposal. How can you miss such a good thing? Then of course you have to go and take a look. Chapter 005 Running Away After Molesting. True Stimulation.
Star Dream Edge Company's main business was female products. Both the clothing department and beauty products needed to have models to display them. Therefore, every so often the company would recruit a new batch of models. And this recruitment process, previously the original chairman of the board of directors personally grasped. Those who were picked by the chairman of the board of directors into the fetching. Finally in the chairman of the board of directors under the powerful ability of money. None of them are lying in the original chairman of the board of directors of the bed. Over time, this modeling recruitment has been privately known as the selection of activities. Ding. Task release. Participate in the princess selection activity. Recruit at least one model or more. After completing the task, you will receive a reward luxury supercar. The voice that suddenly appeared in his brain caused Chen Hao to be instantly delighted. The supercar had come? I just don't know which one of these luxury supercars is it? Ferrari, Porsche, or a Lamborghini? Looking forward to it. Look forward to it. Soon. The car stopped at the entrance of a building. After stopping, Su Majing first undid her seatbelt, and then looked at Chen Hao with a smile. Chen Dong, it's here. I'm getting off. Aha, get off. But, how can I get off the car if you don't take this hand away? Sumoy pointed to her right thigh. Only then did Chen Hao realize that this hand of his was actually still on her thigh. How could he have touched it all the way? Retracted. Get off. Get off. Chen Hao smiled sarcastically, then quickly got off the car. After getting off the car, Su Majin began to introduce. Dong Chen. This is our company's headquarters. The production plant is in the factory in the suburbs. If you are interested, I can take you around the factory sometime. I'll take you on a tour of the headquarters first. The headquarters is on the 6th and 7th floors of this building. Su Mo Yen introduced as she walked. Afterwards the two took the elevator and arrived at the 6th floor location. As soon as they exited the elevator, Chen Hao was shocked by the scene in front of him. Outside the elevator 2 rows of beautiful women greeted him. All of them were wearing OL outfits. Short skirts with stockings, either flesh silk or black silk. Good guy. It was the first time to see so many beautiful women at once. If it wasn't for the fact that they all had work tags hanging around their necks, Chen Hao would have thought that this was the scene of a princess selection. Not an old man? So young? And so handsome? The body is great too. Love it. Love it. With such a big handsome man by my side, I won't be bored at work in the future. I just don't know if he will come to the company often. Oh. Su Majing began to introduce. Chen Dong. These are the employees of the headquarters. This is Shi Huilan, the director of the legal department. And this is Wang Jinyan, the director of the design department. Chen Hao shook their hands one by one and greeted them politely.
The easygoing attitude immediately won them favor. After the simple welcoming ceremony,
Su Mahjong and Shi Huilan partnered up to show Chen Hao around the environment of the headquarters. Then they brought Chen Hao to the chairman's office.
In the middle of the conference room,
in order to negotiate Star Dream Edge's advertising business,
Ai Xian had been busy for a month. With treats, dinners, and gifts,
she had finally taken down Star Dream Edge's business.
Promised to sign the contract today. Once the contract is signed, then her position as head of the business department is secure. Not to mention that, but also be able to get a substantial commission. With this commission, then Grandma's illness will have money to treat.
Thinking about signing the contract soon, her mood was excited.
At the same time, she was also apprehensive,
because she had learned the news that Star Dream Edge had been sold yesterday and replaced with a new owner. Her business was negotiated with the original boss.
I do not know whether the new boss will change his mind. What if he changed his mind and didn't sign the contract? Disturbed, uneasy, waiting for an hour.
The other side of the new boss has not yet appeared.
Ai Qian more and more anxious, but anxious she cannot help. This is in the other company. They are the father of the first party. She also can only wait. At this time,
there was a commotion coming from the corridor outside the door.
Ai Qian was curious and opened the door to look over.
She saw 20 to 30 flamboyant beauties walk out from inside the elevator,
and then entered the room that was not far away. These beautiful women, visual inspection of the past, are basically more than 1 meter 6.5.
The proportion of their bodies was even more, needless to say.
Quite explosive, quite a wow. Each and every one of them was a beauty. Is this the legendary Star Dream Edge Company's princess selection site? To be the boss of this company, what a blessing. Ai Qian had already heard about the Star Dream Edge Company's consort selection,
but after really seeing this scene, she was still shocked.
This scene, wasn't it exactly what any man would aspire to? Sister Ai, long time no see. At this time, a voice came, and Ai Qian turned to look over. This look, you're Xiao Hao. Ai Qian's eyes widened as she quickly walked over, carefully sizing up Chen Hao. You're taller, and you've become more handsome as well. Geez, it's only been a month since I've seen you. Why have you changed so much? Chen Hao nodded his head and nodded. I also feel that I have become handsome. Ai Qian snorted a laugh.
Your skill of being a stinky beauty hasn't changed at all.
In the past, when they were in the company, Chen Hao and Ai Qian were in a superior/subordinate relationship. Ai Qian was very caring towards Chen Hao.
When Chen Hao was fired,
Ai Qian even fought for the company to keep Chen Hao, but as a result, the top didn't agree. Chen Hao before leaving, Ai Qian no Chen Hao cash-strapped,
also stuffed $500 of red envelopes to Chen Hao. It could be said that Chen Hao was benevolent and righteous.
Sister Qian, you are also getting prettier and prettier,
Chen Hao said heartily.
Sweet little mouth.
Although I know you are complimenting me, but this is something sis loves to hear.
Oh, why are you here? Are you working here?
I have heard that this company headquarters only recruits women. Even the security guards and cleaners are all women.
How did you get in?
Chen Hao smiled indifferently.
I'm handsome, so they recruited me in. Come on Les. This company. I also know some people.
The chairman's secretary. I am also able to say a few words.
In the future, if there are any people bullying you, and I say, I will find Secretary Su to help you out. The person Ai Qian had dealt with the most during this period of time for the sake of business was Su Mahjong. The two had gone from not knowing each other initially to being friends now. Hearing this,
Chen Hao was touched in his heart. You took care of me in the original company.
And you're still taking care of me now? Chen Hao opened his arms and gently wrapped Ai Qian into his arms. Sister Qian, thank you. This cry of thanks,
Chen Hao was from the bottom of his heart.
In the beginning, if it was not for the time of leaving, she gave herself $500. I'm afraid that I can't even last this month. Brat, why are you still so polite to me? Ai Qian just froze with Chen Hao so hold. However, you listen to me well. This company has a high wage. The prospect is also good. You can have a good job. Do not be in the confusion of the blind mixing of the day. Understand it? Sister Qian, how do I feel your tone? More and more like my mom? No, like a future wife. Chen Hao suddenly a joke. Ai Qian are teasing the blush. Come on, how am I your future wife? Don't spit out the ivory in the dog's mouth. I'm 6 years older than you. Chen Hao he smile, flirting. Female big 3 hold gold brick. Female big 6 hold 2 gold bricks well. Sister Qian, your body really smells good.
Chen Hao also heavily inhaled his nose, a light orchid flavor.
This time completely teased Ai Qian uncomfortable. Bold and fat even I dare to molest. Just as Ai Qian pushed Chen Hao away, intending to give him 2 hammers, Chen Hao was already letting go of her and turned to run. Stabbing and slipping, he entered the room in front of him. Run after molesting. Really exciting. Qian. Su Mahjong walked over, still holding the contract in his hand, and handed it to Ai Qian.
According to the new chairman's request, the contract content has been slightly changed,
and the legal department has signed it. As long as you sign on your side, this contract will come into effect.
As soon as she heard that the content of the contract had been changed,
Ai Ichian immediately became nervous.
Changed what?
It won't be what overbearing clauses have been added, right? Immediately opened the contract to watch carefully. Result:
most of the content remained unchanged. Only the annual advertising cost was increased from the originally negotiated 6 million to 20 million.
Ai Ichian's eyes widened and her lips trembled. $20 million? Chapter 006, Am I in the Land of Daughters? When Ai Ichian saw that the contract said $20 million, she was dumbfounded on the spot. Originally, she was still worried about the new chairman of the board. The cooperation of things may be null and void.
But how did she not expect that instead of terminating the cooperation,
the amount of cooperation had changed from 6 million to 20 million? I'm going to be rich. Ai Ichian was very excited. Her company, Fuqiang Advertising's recent benefits were not good.
It had all started laying off employees.
Shenhao was one of the ones being laid off.
If there was still no business,
within half a year, the company would most likely have to close down.
Under such circumstances, the company had introduced a series of remedial measures.
For example,
the salesman's draw was raised from the original 1% to 3%.
The purpose is to improve the enthusiasm of the salesman. Ai Ichian estimated 3% of $20 million. That's not $600,000. Ai Ichian is not married. There is no pressure to raise children. But then, her grandmother, on the other hand, had a disease. The cost of treatment, at least $300,000. Enough money for the treatment? 300,000 more?
Ai Ichian immediately took out a signing pen and signed the contract on the spot.
Mo Dai, what's going on here? How did the contract become $20 million? Was it you who helped with the favor? Ai Ichian asked curiously.
Some time ago, Ai Ichian came to this company to run business, and the one who received her was Su Majin.
After talking to her,
she realized that the two of them are still alumni. With this layer of relationship, coupled with the two people are really chatty,
is from the business relationship developed into a friend relationship. Ai Ichian does not think that the company will increase the amount of cooperation for no reason.
It should be Su Majin who helped to say it,
right? I'm not that capable. This is the new chairman's decision. Exactly why he increased it, I'm not sure. Ai Ichian became even more curious. Then who is your new chairman? Can I meet him? The new chairman is busy right now.
I don't expect it to be over without 2 hours.
Ai Ichian glanced at the conference room where the princess was chosen. How about this? You go back first. After the chairman is free, I'll make an appointment for you guys to meet.
Hearing that it would take at least 2 hours,
Ai Ichian wasn't willing to wait. There were other works as well. Alright then, I'll treat you to dinner at night. You can't refuse. Okay, I'll definitely be there at night. I'll eat you poorly at night. I'll see you at night then. Wait, there's one more thing I have to ask you for. Where's Chen Hao? He's my former colleague. He's now working in your company. Help take care of him.
Su Majin instantly widened her eyes.
Your co-worker? Really? The chairman of my family used to work in that small company of yours? What's going on? Could it be that he was in that one company, experiencing life? Right, that must be it.
Su Majin was able to be the chairman's secretary. Her ability to read people's words is very strong.
Since Chen Hao hadn't even revealed his identity,
she naturally wouldn't try to uncover it either.
Don't worry, in this one company, he'll have a better life than anyone else. Su Majin laughed.
She now finally did understand why Chen Hao would suddenly raise 6 million to 20 million. It seemed that he had a great relationship with Ichian.
Thank you then. I'm leaving. See you tonight. At the same time, in the middle of the lounge next to the conference room, under the arrangement of a company clerk, more than 20 beauties gathered here, waiting for the next interview. Everyone, just now I heard that the company's newly appointed chairman is going to personally interview. A beauty suddenly said, the new chairman? Male or female? Old or young? Male. I heard it's very young and handsome. Where did you get that information? Is it accurate? The front desk clerk is my sister. She told me, said the company's new boss. Today's first day to the company, long can be handsome.
A stone stirred up 1,000 waves.
Young and handsome, or a big boss? Isn't this the legendary rich and handsome? Here's your chance. Make up. Make sure to face the new boss in the best possible light. If he looks at, the
chairman's wife will have a chance. I don't know if the chairman likes black silk or meat silk,
or if he likes bare feet. Each and every beauty had their own little thoughts. Originally, they only regarded this as an ordinary job. Even if they didn't get the interview, it's fine. Where is it hard to find a job? But now it's different. The chairman of the board is going to personally come. To say so, won't there be a good opportunity to show themselves? You guys, Will the new chairman be strict? I wonder how her vision is. Will it be fierce? Some people also got nervous. Not fierce, not fierce, treating beautiful women. The newly appointed chairman has always been very polite. At this time, a voice came from behind them. The crowd of beauties all turned their heads to look. This look, young, handsome. There was also a special charm on his body. Only, what was worn was quite shabby. The jeans were washed in white. This t-shirt on his body knew at a glance that it was cheap, and it had been worn for too long that it had balled up. Who are you? Do you know the newly appointed chairman? How do you know the newly appointed chairman? The way he treats beautiful women? The crowd of beauties asked curiously. They did not associate Chen Hao with the new chairman. This was a large corporation with hundreds of millions of assets. And which big boss would dress so shabbily? But next, each one was dumbfounded. When Su Majin walked in, hospitably saying to Chen Hao, "Chairman, please come inside. The interview is in the conference room inside." All were stunned. He's the chairman of the company? Really young. Simply handsome. Cool. Ooh. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Chen Hao smiled as he looked at these beauties. Approachable. You guys have to perform well later. Come on, don't let me down. Then, Chen Hao turned around and entered the conference room inside with Su Majin. This was the real interview site. The director of the personnel department immediately stood up when she saw Chen Hao arrive, specially pulling open the stool next to her. Chen Hao sat down. How many beauties are there in total to choose a consort today? Oh, no, come on. Interview. Li Yanfang, the director of the personnel department, covered her mouth and snickered. LOL. Su Majin directly laughed out loud. It seems that this new chairman really treats this interview as a concubine selection event. Li Yanfang handed over a folder. Respectfully said, "Chairman, there are a total of 24 who have gone through our preliminary selection. There is a list of them in here, as well as their personal information. Please take a look." Chen Hao waved his hand. "There is no need to look. Come directly." Chen Hao was already a bit impatient. Chapter 007, Schoolgirl, please start your performance. Li Yanfang, the director of the personnel department, nodded. Then we'll follow the order on the list one by one. Little Coco, call the first one in. The personnel little sister who was in charge of the service at the side, immediately walked to the position at the door and shouted. The first one, Wang Yixue, is Wang Yixue there? I'm in the crowd. A young girl with long hair draped over her shoulders walked over. A short black wraparound skirt was paired with flesh-colored stockings, and on her feet was a pair of high-heeled shoes that were more than 10 centimeters long, shapely and graceful. She had only just walked through the door. Suddenly, ouch, she was seen letting out a miserable cry, and her entire body fell to the ground. This scene of hers scared the little personnel sister on the side. This ground wasn't slippery. How did she fall? If there's an accident at the scene, I'll have to take responsibility for it, and I'll be the one who gets scolded. Immediately went over to help her. Under the assistance of the personnel little sister, Wang Yixue stood up. She walked to the front of the crowd, looking at Chen Hao with an apologetic expression. She said, I'm really sorry, I was too nervous just now, and I fell without paying attention. So we can start now. I see that you didn't fall lightly just now. Why don't we do this? The company will arrange for someone to take you to the hospital first. Chen Hao looked at her with a smile and said. Wang Yixue was dumbfounded. Am I being eliminated here? Of course she knew that sending you to the hospital was just a cover. Elimination was the real thing. Chairman, actually, I still have many talents. Wang Yixue still wanted to fight for it, but Chen Hao waved his hand. Next, Chairman, please. The little personnel girl immediately walked over. Wang Yixue could only leave. After she left, Secretary Su curiously asked, Dong Chen, how did it get eliminated? Chen Hao smiled. Can't you see? Just now she was faking a fall. Chen Hao had seen a lot of things like fake falls. Have you ever heard of incidents where some celebrities always fall down for various reasons when they walk the red carpet? Do you really think that they fell by accident? Don't be silly. This is a trick. Wang Yixue intentionally fell down to get Chen Hao's attention. How could this little thought of hers escape Chen Hao's eyes? Secretary Su was puzzled. Even if it's a fake fall, that only proves that she wanted to get your attention. There's no need to eliminate her based on this, right? Chen Hao took a sip of coffee. It was a bit bitter. Still not used to drinking this foreign stuff. He asked the personnel girl to bring a bottle of mineral water and drank a few mouthfuls before saying, eliminating her is not because of fake wrestling. It's normal to play tricks in order to achieve your goal. Secretary Su was even more puzzled. Then why eliminate her? Chen Hao patiently explained. Did you notice her face? The nose is padded. The double eyelids are pulled. The facial muscles are stiff. The smile isn't even that natural. The whole face is full of technology and hard work. Such an artificial beauty is not suitable for our company. As he spoke, Chen Hao sized up Secretary Su. Secretary Su, who noticed Chen Hao's eyes, immediately explained, Chen Dong. I haven't had any plastic surgery. My entire body is purely natural. Chen Hao laughed. Of course I can see that. Otherwise, you would have already been fired by me. On the other hand, Li Yanfang, the director of the personnel department on the side, was a bit nervous. Having been straightened out, you have to be fired? How much this hates people who have had a facelift. So she buttoned up the second button of her shirt. It was through her clothes. He shouldn't be able to tell that he's had it done, right? The next interview. Everything went smoothly. There was no more fake wrestling, this kind of trickery. But a dozen or so in a row. Chen Hao was not too satisfied. Most of them are more or less whole, even if they have not been straightened. But the shape was rather stiff. The recruitment was for models. Models not only had to have outstanding face value, but their body shape was also quite important. After looking at 12 models, Chen Hao wasn't too satisfied, until her appearance. It gave Chen Hao an immediate feeling of brightness. She was like a bright pearl that shone brightly. The dark red short skirt aptly outlined her delicate curves with a concave and convex shape, and her slender waist was in a firm grip. Long hair like seaweed was casually spread out, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding a charming luster. Exquisite face on a pair of large eyes as if able to speak, looking at the light with a hint of unintentional charm. With light steps, she walked in front of the crowd. Isn't this Xiang Si from the art department? Chen Hao recognized her at a glance. The very same schoolgirl who was in the same school as him. Chen Hao was from the finance department, a senior, while she was from the art department, a junior schoolgirl. Boy, the school flower is here. Interesting. Chen Hao subconsciously glanced at the devilishly fit Su Majin who was sitting beside him. Noticing Chen Hao's eyes, Su Majin immediately asked, "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm comparing your body and hers. Who is better?" Chen Hao laughed. "Of course it's me." Su Majin deliberately sat up straight, tightened her abdomen, straightened her chest. "Chen Dong, how is it?" Su Mohan's body slightly tilted, close to Chen Hao's side, whispering in a whiny voice, "This time you know who has a better body, right? Really is a demonic spirit." Chen Hao held back the itchy feeling in his heart and turned his head to look at Xiang Si in front of him. "Introduce yourself." Chen Hao knew Xiang Si, but Xiang Si didn't know Chen Hao's, and first bowed to show her respect. "Chairman of the board of directors. Hello leaders, my name is Xiang Si, a junior in the art department of Mindu University." The director of the personnel department, Li Yanfang, was a little upset when she heard that she was a junior in college. "What are the people below doing? We are recruiting full-time. How did a junior in college pass the preliminary round?" Xiang Si was shocked in her heart. "Finished? Is this the rhythm of being eliminated?" Somewhat flustered, immediately said, "Although I am a junior in college, I attend classes during the day. I do have time at night, and I have time on Saturdays and weekends." Li Yanfang showed no mercy. "I'm sorry, we are hiring full-time this time, not part-time. You can go." Xiang Si was on the verge of tears in her anxiety. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Hao called out to her, "Wait a moment." Then, Chen Hao looked at Li Yanfang. "Director Li, it's great that you're following the rules, but you show me the requirements of the recruitment conditions first." Li Yanfang immediately handed over a recruitment advertisement. Chen Hao looked at it. It did say recruitment for full-time. Chen Hao asked for a pen again and added a sentence after full-time. Secretary Su and Li Yanfang took it over to have a look. "Part-time jobs are also available." "Director Li, this is in line with the rules, right?" Chen Hao looked at Li Yanfang with a smile. Li Yanfang was speechless. "Okay, you are the boss. You have the final say." Chen Hao looked at Xiang Si. "Don't take what happened just now to heart. Let's continue. Can you spin in place first to show me?" "Yes." Xiang Si slowly turned in a circle. After that, Chen Hao had her do the catwalk a few more times. Not to mention, this Xiang Si was not only good-looking with a powerful body, the flexibility and coordination of her body was also extremely good, especially when she walked the catwalk. When that little waist twisted up, Chen Hao was emotionally excited to watch. "You've studied dance?" After Xiang Si finished her catwalk, Chen Hao asked. Xiang Si nodded. "I've learned it, mainly folk dance. Of course, some modern dances are also known." Of course Chen Hao knew that Xiang Si could dance. She had once been seen dancing solo at the school celebration party, and when she appeared on stage, she directly lit up the entire venue. But it was a pity that Chen Hao was sitting relatively far back at the time. It was a pity that Chen Hao was sitting at the back of the room and couldn't see her clearly. Chen Hao looked at her with a smile. "Since you've learned to dance, can you do one?" Dancing was Xiang Si's strong point, and she thought that this was a good opportunity for her to perform. Nodding her head in agreement, "Chairman, may I ask if you want me to do a folk dance? Ethnic dances look good only with the appropriate costumes. You are not suitable for ethnic dances dressed like this," Chen Hao said in a serious manner. "Just a simpler one. Su Wei can dance." "Right, Put." Secretary Su, who was at the side,
the coffee in her mouth that she hadn't swallowed yet directly spewed out. Su Wei, chairman, what are you trying to do? Chapter 008 Reward in Hand. Chen Hao encounters a beautiful hostess on the road. Li Yanfang, the director of the personnel department, looked at Chen Hao with a surprised expression. Boss, this is picking models, not dancers? Su Wei, how can you look a bit immodest? However, although they felt that Chen Hao's request was a bit beyond the interview syllabus, they didn't dare to say anything. But they didn't dare to say anything. Who asked the other party to be the boss? When Xiang Si initially heard that Chen Hao did not allow her to dance the folk dance, she was relieved in her heart. Dancing the folk dance does need to be accompanied by the appropriate clothing to look good? But, turn your eyes, let yourself dance. Su Wei, Xiang Si wait a little after, finally nodded. Face has a little shy. Su Wei, I will. To be honest, Chen Hao originally just held the mentality of trying. Result? I go? Promised? So obedient? Money is really good. Chen Hao can't help but lament. Yesterday at this time, and which one of such a beautiful beauty will take care of their own? In the past in the school, she will not look at their own eyes, not to mention let her Su Wei. This is the life of a rich man? Cool. Chen Hao made an inviting gesture. Then, please start your performance. Aha. Xiang Si nodded her head obediently. She first squatted down and slowly took off her high heels, neatly placing them aside, then took out her cell phone. Found a video inside Jane and put out the music of Su Wei, and as the music played, Xiang Si also began to dance. That twisting little waist, that exaggerated amplitude of the swing, watching Chen Hao was pleasing to the eyes. I'm going to go, eye candy, soon. A dance finished, Chen Hao could not get enough of it. Very good, that's it. Xiang Si immediately revealed a look of delight. Chairman, do you need me to perform anything else? No need, the days to come are long, there's no rush for this moment. Xiang Si revealed a smile once more. Then, am I passed? Wait for the notice. Chen Hao laughed. This was the company's recruitment process. None of them would announce whether they passed or failed on the spot. However, as Xiang Si was leaving, Chen Hao put a big check mark behind her name. Next, there were 10 more interviewees. Although they were all good, but they were still some distance away from Chen Hao's standards. None of them were as good as Xiang Si either. Chen Hao only symbolically recruited 2 people. Recruitment ended. Chen Hao stretched comfortably. Ding! The host has been detected completing the princess selection task, rewarding the host with a super sports car Bugatti Veyron, as well as god-level driving skills. The sports car is parked in the Greenland Plaza open-air parking lot. The car is parked in the Greenland Plaza open-air parking lot. Please ask the host to pick it up by himself. Ding! The task is released. Please complete the task of picking up the car within 24 hours. And after completing the task, receive a reward of 5 underground garages of Min Do No. 1. Hearing that the reward was actually a Bugatti Veyron, Chen Hao was so excited that he stood up. Tang stood up. Bugatti? My goodness! It must be worth tens of millions of dollars, right? Chen Hao. This startled the Su secretary by his side. Chen Dong. What is it? So happy? Any interest? Go for a ride with me? Chen Hao issued an invitation. Secretary Su thought about it, but ultimately shook her head. Oh, I'm so busy. There are so many things to do next. I won't accompany you for a ride. Something secretary to do. Nothing. Chen Hao subconsciously blurted out. However, said half and a half to stop. Su secretary immediately rolled a blank stare. Shindong. You bad dead. I ignore you. See, being angry is so soulful. Really big demon. Leaving the company, Chen Hao went downstairs to the curb and casually stopped a cab. After sitting in the car, Chen Hao said, Master, go to Greenland Plaza. The driver was a middle-aged man. He glanced at Chen Hao from inside the rearview mirror, and being the same man, he couldn't help but be surprised at Chen Hao's face value. If my son is this handsome, why worry about finding a girlfriend? Reminding, you sit tight. Just as he was about to depart. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sharp knock on the car window. The driver lowered the window. Little girl, what's wrong? Outside the car window stood a young girl with a selfie stick in her hand. Bending down, she said to the driver, Master, I can't hail a car. There's an emergency. Can you give me a ride? The driver's face showed a difficult look. But, I already have a customer here? I really have urgent business. The driver looked back at Chen Hao. If Chen Hao didn't agree, he couldn't agree. The cab company had a rule that one could not take 2 sets of guests at the same time, unless the consent of the first guest was sought. Master, she has an emergency, so take her first. I'm not in a hurry. The system had given Chen Hao 24 hours to receive the Bugatti. Chen Hao had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. The young girl sniffed, immediately rejoiced, pulled open the car door and sat in. So handsome? When the young girl saw Chen Hao,
she clearly had a feeling of lightening up. While Chen Hao looked at her, he similarly had a feeling of amazement.
It was said that net stars were all piled up by beauty filters, but this net read in front of her.
In reality, her face value was heaven-defying. Her face and body were on par with Su Mazheng. Of course, she and Su Mazheng belonged to two different styles. Su Mazheng belongs to the sexy and alluring type. She is a young girl type. Age-wise, she should be a bit younger, around her early 20s. Girl, where are you going? The driver's voice came over. I'm going to Greenland Square, the young girl said. The driver let out a cry. You're also going to Greenland Plaza. What a coincidence. This little brother is also going to Greenland Plaza. The young girl looked at Chen Hao in surprise. He's also going to Greenland Plaza? Is the news traveling that fast? The driver uncle curiously said. What news? Can't it be that something big has happened at Greenland Plaza? Chapter 009 Driver. Slow down. I'm scared. A supercar has appeared amongst the parking lot of Greenland Plaza. Chen Mingqi's emotions were a bit agitated. She was holding a selfie stick in her hand and was still in a state of live broadcasting. She had some fans on Jitterbug, but not many. There were currently less than 100 people online. This had something to do with the fact that it was daytime when the fans were all at work. If it was a live broadcast at night, the number of people online would still be able to break through 100. In fact, based on Chen Mingqi's face value, it's not so bad. But on the contrary, the network is a place where it is difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. As long as the beauty filters and other functions are turned on, everyone becomes a beauty. Even if Chen Mingqi really looks so good, no need to turn on the beauty filter can also kill the vast majority of women. But what? Who would believe that? Who believes that you did not turn on the beauty filter? In this way, Chen Mingqi did not have the advantage of high face value. Therefore, even though she started live broadcasting when she was a sophomore in college, and had already been live broadcasting for 2 years, and was about to graduate, she still couldn't catch fire. The number of fans was very few. The good thing was that every month when she was live streaming, she could only barely earn some living expenses. But it is very strange. Although her income is not high, but she wears a whole body as a famous brand. The clothes were from Prada, and the pleated skirt came from Louis Vuitton. These two items alone had a market price of at least tens of thousands of dollars. Even the handbag is Dior's. The specific price is not clear, but at least several tens of thousands of it. Could it be that she was still a rich second generation? Chen Mingqi noticed that Chen Hao's line of sight was actually placed on her handbag, and her expression suddenly became a bit unnatural. It won't be seen as an A-goods, right? Chen Mingqi was a bit vain, wearing clothes and skirts on her body. These famous brands, including the handbag, all of them are fake goods, not worth much money. If this is seen out, then this face will lose big. Just when Chen Mingqi was embarrassed and did not know what to do, the voice of the driver uncle in the front row came out. Did a supercar appear in Greenland Plaza? Ha ha, isn't it just a supercar? I've been a driver for more than 20 years. What supercars haven't I seen? Little girl, there's no need to make such a fuss. The driver uncle was unimpressed. Although Mindu was still some distance away from the Magic City, Kyoto and other super first-tier cities, but at least it was the capital city of a coastal province. There were still a lot of rich people. Supercars are naturally not uncommon. Driver uncle ran on the road every day to be able to see all kinds of colors, all kinds of supercars. He had long been accustomed to it and did not make a fuss about it. Chen Mingqi said, Uncle driver, this supercar I am talking about is not an ordinary supercar. Have you heard of Bugatti? My fans told me that there is a Bugatti Veyron parked in the middle of the open-air parking lot of Greenland Plaza, or the latest model of 2024. These days, supercars are not rare, not to mention these big cities. Even some of the 4th and 5th line of small cities have a lot. However, there are 3, 6, 9 classes of supercars. $1 or $2 million, 5 or 6 million also have. Over 10 million also have. Can you say that these supercars are all of the same grade? As an anchor, Chen Mingqi knew very well how many fans a $10 million supercar could bring to her live broadcast. What's more, this Bugatti Veyron 2024 model has a landed price of over $50 million. It was the only one of its kind in the entire Mindu. Therefore, after learning that there was a supercar like this parked on Greenland Square, Chen Mingqi was afraid that if she went over late, the owner would drive the car away. Boo! Bugatti Veyron? And when the driver uncle heard that it was a Bugatti Veyron, his expression gave way. The old man had been driving for more than 20 years. I've only heard its name, but never seen its body, right? Just now pretend big although the heart is shocked, but the driver's big brother on the surface still maintains a face of indifference. However, the right foot is quietly stepped on the gas pedal. Old man also want to see the elegance of the Bugatti Veyron. This little anchor is rushing to her own Bugatti? Chen Hao looked at Chen Mingqi. Should I tell her that this Bugatti is mine? At this time, Chen Hao was the one who realized that the cab car's speed was rapidly increasing. straightening his body. He glanced at the speedometer at the steering wheel position. Good guy. The car's speed had soared to 90 yards. This speed is nothing if it is on the highway, but this is in the city. Driving so fast in a crowded place? Didn't he say he was used to seeing supercars? Master, it's just a Bugatti. There's no need to be so excited, right? Chen Hao's meaning was, you can drive slower. Little master, I'm a little bit scared. The moment Chen Hao's words came out, Chen Mengqi on the side immediately gazed over. What do you mean it's not just a Bugatti? Such a big mouth? Or does it mean that he's ignorant and doesn't know the meaning of the word Bugatti in the supercar world? Chen Mengqi was now on a live broadcast. The fans in the live broadcast naturally heard what Chen Hao had just said. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The originally peaceful and quiet live broadcast room immediately became lively. Who was talking just now? Why is his breath so big? I don't think it's a big mouth, but it's ignorance. I swear with my friend who's been single for 100 years. He definitely doesn't know the influence of Bugatti. I give 0 points for this. Be pretending. Mengqi, I want to see, sitting in a cab, but is able to defy the Bugatti's people. Exactly where is the god? Upstairs is right. I'm also curious about who this pretender is. Mengqi, turn the camera around. Curious +1. Chen Mengqi looked at Chen Hao. The fans in my livestream said that they want to meet you. Do you agree? If said Chen Hao didn't agree, Chen Mengqi wouldn't be able to livestream Chen Hao. Agreed. Chen Hao smiled. Anyway, there was still some time left before the destination, and it was boring to sit dry. Just think of it as passing the time. Only then did Chen Mengqi dare to point the camera at Chen Hao. Hello, you guys. Chen Hao fell to greeting the people in the live broadcast room. Good guy. So handsome? Oh my god. Is he the pretender from just now? How can he be so handsome? Still young. Love it. Love it. Little brother. I'm Mei Mei. Add a WeChat. Little brother. Do you have a girlfriend? Little brother. I'm also from Mindu. I want to know you. Where are you? I want to know you. Where are you located? Looking at the content on the screen, Chen Mengqi was dumbfounded. How did the picture style change all of a sudden? Wasn't the group still excited to denounce this pretender earlier? But what? How come the little brother called so affectionately? What's more, they all started to ask for the phone. If you are handsome, can you really do whatever you want? Chen Mengqi also found a problem with Chen Hao's appearance. The heat of the live broadcast room unexpectedly also rose a little. Originally, the number of people online was less than 100, and now it had already broken through 100. It seemed that these girls in the live broadcast room, the Amazons, still liked to see the little brother, then to stay with him for a while longer. It might even be able to raise the heat. Thus, the interview with Chen Hao began. Little brother, how are you? My name is Chen Mengqi. I'm in my senior year at Mindu University. I'm a student and an anchor. Chen Mengqi wore a sweet smile. May I ask, did you also get the news about the Bugatti and specially went to Greenland Plaza to observe it? Chen Hao waved his hand. Observation? Observing is not so bad. I went there because I parked my car there and went to drive it back. Chapter 010, Married to his father. Let him call out to my mom every day. Chen Mengqi didn't associate Chen Hao with Bugatti, and the fans in the live broadcast room likewise didn't. To know, how could a tycoon who could afford tens of millions of supercars be so shabby as to take a cab? Yo, little brother is also a car owner. Everyone, come on, guess what car little brother owns? Me first, I guess it's a Mercedes. Why Mercedes and not BMW? A Cadillac could be possible. Volkswagen, bid, Honda, rock, Phoenix sign. When the Phoenix sign came out, Chen Mengqi couldn't help but burst out laughing. This fan was also too amusing. It's a bicycle, okay? All along the way, Chen Hao was interacting with Chen Mengqi and the fans in the live broadcast. Time passed quickly. The taxi cab stopped at the periphery of Greenland Plaza. Chen Mengqi, who was holding a selfie stick, couldn't wait to get out of the car, jogging all the way into the parking lot. As soon as she entered the parking lot, she saw a lot of people gathered in the central area of the parking lot. There were 3 circles of people inside and 3 circles outside. The aisle was already small, so the road was blocked. Chen Mengqi squeezed into the crowd. To her eyes, there was a cool supercar, lying there quietly like a sleeping beast. There were quite a few anchors like Chen Mengqi around. There were at least a dozen of them. Compared to the anchors, there were more pedestrians who stopped to watch. Little sisters were in the majority. Snort, is this the legendary Bugatti? Mengqi really didn't lie to us. It's really a Bugatti Veyron? I've heard of Bugatti for a long time. It's still the first time I've seen a video of Bugatti. Mengqi honestly didn't lie to me. Little star +10. Meaning, to be able to let me see Bugatti's style. Mengqi, thank you. Small gift please accept. Above the screen, a rocket shot up into the sky. Chen Mengyao was stunned. A rocket? That was 1,000 oceans. Mengqi, we want to see more of the Bugatti. Can you come closer?
Start shooting from the front of the car first.
Turn around. With this little request from the fans, Chen Mengqi naturally had to agree. However, she didn't dare to get too close to the Bugatti.
With tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, she couldn't afford to pay for it once she bumped or touched it. So, it could only be more than half a meter away from the car. According to the request of all the babies, I'll start shooting from the front of the car first.
Everyone see, this is the car logo. Hey, wait a minute, we're taking pictures? Chen Mengqi was shooting with vigor.
Just heard a very discordant sound coming from the location of the car door. It was a pair of young lovers who had stopped Chen Hao.
Originally,
this pair of young lovers were taking pictures, the female leaning against the car door position. Even the modeling had already been posed.
Inexplicably came over a person. The lens are blocked. The young couple was instantly upset. Buddy, we will soon be ready. You wait a moment, I finished shooting. You are shooting, can it? The male among the young couple was quite polite. Obviously, they treated Chen Hao as if he was here to take pictures just like them. You guys shoot yourselves. Don't mind me. I'll just go to the car and put something in it. Chen Hao looked at them with a smile, then walked straight over. At the same time, he pulled out the car key inside his pocket and gently pressed it. Beep, the car was successfully unlocked. At the same time, the headlights around them lit up. The two young couples, at once, were dumbfounded, and the people around them were similarly dumbfounded. The car owner is here? Is this one little brother the owner? My goodness, the car is handsome, as well as the person. Chen Mengqi, who was filming, was even more stunned. He is the owner of the Bugatti? Ooh, he told me earlier that he came here to pick up his car. Why didn't I make the connection? The inside of her live broadcast room was also boiling over. I lost it. This handsome little brother is actually the Bugatti owner? I actually defied him earlier to look down on Bugatti, and I thought he was pretending? So the real clown is himself? Mengqi is so lucky to know a super tycoon. Mengqi, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. There won't be this store after this village. Quick, pick him up. Such a handsome little brother. Why don't you hurry up and do it? You're stupid. Chen Hao had already placed his backpack on the passenger side, but he himself did not sit on the car. Instead, he looked at the young couple from earlier. I've put my things away. I won't bother you guys anymore. You can continue shooting. The pair of young lovers waved their hands repeatedly. Sorry, I didn't know that this car is yours. We're done filming. No more. Chen Hao wore a smile on his face. Really not filming anymore? The young couple nodded their heads and nodded. Alright, I'll see you later then. Only then did Chen Hao board the car and sat in the driver's seat, starting the car to slowly leave. The young couple smiled at each other. Just now, after learning that Chen Hao was the owner of the car, the two of them were shocked. Did I offend the super rich? Good thing. There was no danger of a scare. Instead of the other party getting into trouble with themselves, they greeted them with a smile. Rich people, really flat billion close to people. The young couple could not help but lament. On the other hand, facing the fans' encouragement inside the live broadcast room, Chen Mengqi hesitated. Should she go over and strike up a conversation? Should she go and pick him up? Having such a handsome, rich boyfriend should not be bad, right? However, if she went over to talk to him, would she be considered by him to be vain and vain? Disliking the poor and loving the rich, and liking rich people? Chen Mengqi was conflicted in her heart, but then she thought, I went to him to hit on him. It's not like I really want to pick him up. I just want to take a close-up shot of the Bugatti to show my fans. Thinking of this, Chen Mengqi no longer hesitated. At this time, boom boom, the low growling engine sound like that of a wild beast came over. Then, under Chen Mengqi's gaze, the Bugatti Veyron was long gone. Gone? He just left? Didn't even say goodbye. Just left? Chen Mengqi was disappointed and hurt. I didn't even have time to pick you up. Why did you just leave? This scene fell in the eyes of the fans in the live broadcast room. Collectively, they were happy. Uproarious. Ha ha ha. Funny. Toheo just left. This is not giving you a chance at all. Mengqi, the tycoon is not looking at you. Told you not to hesitate. To strike before it's too late. Now it's okay. The tycoon ran away. Regret it? Oi. Mengqi, you won't be able to sleep tonight. After this village, there won't be this store anymore. Mengqi, your intestines are all green with remorse. Right? Poor. Mengqi, sister as a passerby, also ate this aspect of the loss. Once, there is a handsome and gold young man in front of me. I did not properly cherish. Let me full regret for a whole year. A year later I and he met again. Would like to renew the previous relationship with him, but unfortunately it is already a change of time. He has been a husband, and in a fit of anger, I married his father. Let him call me mom every day. Sister said so much. Just want to tell you, when the opportunity comes, you must seize it in time, or regret for life. Chapter 011 Big Star, Nini Yang, Ding,
checking that the host has completed the task of picking up the car,
obtaining a reward of 5 min do know.
1 underground garages. This mission triggered a special reward,
gaining a physique plus 5. Just as Chun Hao drove the Bugatti out of the green parking lot,
the system voice that rang in his head caused Chen Hao to fly with excitement.
5 underground garages in Min Do know. 1 in a place like Min Do know.
1 where land was so expensive. A garage was worth at least $1 million. The total price of the 5 garages exceeded $5 million. Beautiful. Worried that there is no place to park it.
It's really what you want. There's also this physique plus 5.
Chen Hao found that his strength seemed to have increased.
But it wasn't very obvious. System, you come out. Let me ask, what is the normal human physique? The system returned in seconds. The average human physique is 50. The lower the value, the weaker the physique. And vice versa. Chen Hao asked again. Then how much do I have now? The system replied. You can open the system interface and see for yourself. Just meditate on the system interface in your mind and you can open it. Chen Hao tried to meditate on it. Sure enough, an interface appeared in his mind. Host, Chen Hao. Gender, male. Age, 22. Physique, 65. Possessed skill, divine driving technique. Chen Hao was delighted. 65. Isn't that above average?
Chen Hao had another question. It hadn't occurred to him that there would be special rewards.
But why wasn't there one after completing the mission last time? Asked the system.
The system informed Chen Hao that this special reward was randomized.
Sometimes there is. Sometimes there wasn't. Chen Hao was a bit speechless. Can I understand that you give it when you are happy and not when you are not? System, it can be understood that way. Chen Hao, count on you. Ding, task released.
Please host within 24 hours.
Park the Bugatti Veyron in the underground garage of Min Do know. 1. Upon completion of the task, you will receive a reward of 1,000,000 foothold dollars. Chen Hao was happy. Just parking a car could also be rewarded?
And this $1 million reward, it came really timely. The current Chen Hao was poorly thought. Although driving tens of millions of luxury cars and living in hundreds of millions of mansions, the cash inside the bank card was less than 4 digits, and could not afford to refuel.
Min Do know. 1. Underground garage. Sorry, you can't park here now. Please park elsewhere. An Alpha drove over. As per usual, it was parked in the middle of a parking space. This parking space originally had no owner, and anyone could park, but now that it had been sold out, it was naturally impossible for anyone else to park, and the security guards came over and blocked this Alpha from parking in the parking space. Where else is there a parking space? -2. -3 floor is there? The driver asked. The security guard shook his head. There are no more free parking spaces. What kind of place was Min Do know? 1. The people who lived there were all rich people. Who of these people would not have a few cars at home? This also led to the fact that the parking spaces in this Min Do know 1 were particularly tense. It was almost sold out long ago. There are no parking spaces. What should we do now? Where do you want us to park the car? The driver was a bit unhappy. You are tenants here. There was no parking space prepared for you in the first place. The other day you were allowed to park here because the space was temporarily empty. And now that the space has been bought out, you can't park. The security guard said. So, please leave now and don't get in the way of my work. The driver was in a hurry and was about to say something. It was stopped by someone. The rear door of the car was pushed open, and a woman with sunglasses and an explosive figure walked down. Brother security guard. Hello, aren't there 5 parking spaces here that are all empty? You just let my car park for a while. I won't be parking for long. Just 2 hours. I'll just come back for a nap, and I'll be rushing off to shoot a movie later. It won't take up too much time. If the owner of the car blames it, you can just say that I parked it. I'm Nini Young.
As she spoke, the woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that was pouring out of the city. Don't look at the fact that this woman was already in her 30s, but the years hadn't been able to leave many traces on her face. On the contrary, after the precipitation of the years, her body exudes a mature flavor that makes people want to stop. Who wouldn't recognize young Mimi as the top of the industry? The big brother of the security guard naturally also recognizes. His attitude eased a bit. So it's a big star. I'm sorry, this is already a private parking space. I can't make the decision. Please leave. Yang Mimi? I banana you barao. I've made my identity clear, but you won't even give me this little bit of face? I, Yang Mimi, am also a person who wants to save face. At this time, a low growling voice like that of a wild beast came from far and near. Everyone's line of sight looked over, and they saw a wildly cool and dazzling super sports car, driving over with the wind and lightning. Mom, what kind of car is this? Looks like the legendary Bugatti? The 2 security guards were stunned. There were countless luxury cars in this garage, and there were many supercars, but this is the first Bugatti. Even Yang Mimi was surprised for a moment. This brand of car, even she, are rarely seen.
and with a click, the Bugatti stopped in front of the parking space. "Hello, please make way. I want to park." Chen Hao lowered the window and poked his head out, and the two security guards immediately stepped aside after seeing that it was Chen Hao. Just a moment ago, they had gotten a call from their top boss, the property manager Luo Qingyan, telling them that these 5 parking spaces had been bought by Chen Hao, who had purchased the king of the building. Chen Hao smiled. "These 5 parking spaces are all mine, right?" The big brother of the security guard accompanied with a smile. "Yes, Manager Luo has delivered. It's these 5 parking spaces." Chen Hao looked at the 5 parking spaces, which were still connected. Not bad, not bad. Very spacious. Parking horizontally and vertically was not a problem. Then the parking space was placed horizontally in the center of the parking space. After getting out of the car, Chen Hao casually threw 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes to the security guard. "Take it to the brothers to smoke." The security guard smiled when he saw that it was Chinese. He was even more attentive. Patting his chest, he assured Chen Hao that he would definitely keep an eye on his car and wouldn't let anyone scratch it. "Hello, sir." Chen Hao was about to leave when Yang Mimi walked over quickly and called out to Chen Hao. "It's you, big star Yang Mimi?" Chen Hao looked at her in surprise. When he went out in the morning, Chen Hao and her met inside the elevator. At that time, it seemed like it was her and it seemed like it wasn't her. Uncertainty. Chen Hao looked at Yang Mimi. Whether it was her figure or her face, it really couldn't be seen that this was someone who was born in 1986 and was already close to 40 years old. "It's you, Auntie Yang." Chen Hao smiled in surprise. Chen Hao, Post Zero. Although it was only the beginning of Post Zero, it was still Post Zero Ah, and Mimi Yang, Post 80s Ah. The difference between the two was a dozen years. It's not too much to ask for a Post Zero to be called Auntie Post 80, right? But this sentence, Auntie Yang, directly made Yang Mimi break her defense. "Auntie? Does this person know how to talk? She should be called sister. Understand? Right, Auntie Yang. What are you looking for me for?" Chen Hao asked again. Yang Mimi felt like she had been stabbed by the other party again, and had the urge to spurt blood. "Hold back. Endure it. Can't get angry. Anger will grow wrinkles. It's like this. I came to Mindu to shoot a movie, and I'm temporarily living in Mindu No. 1 neighborhood. Originally my car was parked in this parking space." Yang Mimi pointed at Chen Hao's several parking spaces. "But then, this parking space has now become yours, and there are no other parking spaces in the parking lot." Hearing this, Chen Hao understood. "Oh, I see. You want to park in these spaces of mine?" Yang Mimi nodded her head and nodded. Chen Hao grinned. "A small matter. Park it." Helping people is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Not to mention that Chen Hao had 5 parking spaces and couldn't use them all. Receiving Chen Hao's affirmative answer, Yang Mimi was instantly relieved. This was if Chen Hao didn't agree. Then her car could only be parked outside on the road. Getting in and out was just too inconvenient. P.S. To clarify, this article is not a pure entertainment article, but it will involve some entertainment characters. Chapter 012 Auntie Yang, do your feet really stink? After the driver parked the car, Nini Yang and Chen Hao stepped into the elevator together. They were living in the same building. Yang Mimi lived on the 12th floor and Chen Hao lived on the top floor. And when Yang Mimi saw that Chen Hao had pressed down on the 30th floor, she was once again shocked. Although she was not the owner of this place, the housing of Mindu No. 1 was also because she was filming here, and the crew had temporarily rented it to her. But how did she not know the status of this Mindu No. 1 in Mindu? This is comparable to the Magic City No. 1 Ah, and the top floor of this building is the king of the building here. To be able to buy the king of the building in Mindu No. 1 is definitely a symbol of status. The car is even the Magic City in Kyoto is rarely seen Bugatti. Live in the house is worth hundreds of millions of dollars of the king of the building. Although the dress is simple and low-key, but it can't hide the aristocratic air. Which family's son is this? No matter which family's son he is, if you can make friends with him, there's no harm in doing so. Do you know how Yang Mimi became top stream? And how she became Boss Yang? It has to do with her hard work. It also has to do with her preference for making friends. Of course the so-called friends here were not ordinary people. She couldn't spend her time on ordinary people for no reason. The people she made friends with were all rich and powerful people. And these people were commonly known as connections. And as far as Chen Hao's current display of financial power was concerned, it had far exceeded the standard for Yang Mimi to befriend. Such a tycoon character is already worth befriending. Maybe one day it will be useful. After that, Yang Mimi took the initiative to ask for Chen Hao's WeChat and cell phone number. After chatting for a while, the elevator reached the 12th floor. Chen Hao smiled and waved goodbye. Auntie Yang, goodbye. Yang Mimi, who had just stepped out of the elevator, stumbled on the soles of her feet and almost didn't fall. Auntie Yang, am I really that old? Yang Mimi went back to her room. The nanny at home had already prepared lunch. Tick-tock tick-tock. There was the alert sound of an incoming message from WeChat. Yang Mimi took out her cell phone from inside her handbag, and after seeing the person who sent the message, she was directly happy. You've only just separated, and you're so impatient to send me a message? So indolent? Yang Mimi had some small smugness in her heart, tapping on it. The specific content of the message sent by Chen Hao was, Auntie Yang, in fact, I've been following you for a long time, and my favorite actress is you. When I was in college, my cell phone screen was full of your pictures. Seeing this, Yang Mimi's heart became even more proud. Is this to confess to herself? Little brat, even if you confess, there's no way I'll say yes to you. Don't think you're handsome. The second message, I've always had a question that I wanted to ask you. I hope you can answer? Yang Mimi smiled, thinking, what kind of doubt? Is it to ask me what my impression of you is? Yang Mimi returned a message. Tell me, what's the query? I'll know everything. Chen Hao first sent a shy emoji. The latter read, this question has not only plagued me for many years, but also my college roommates for many years, and I believe that your countless fans also want to know the answer, so I hope you can solve it. Yang Mimi thought to herself, plagued for years? Then surely it's not a question about my impression of him. What could it be then? She became even more curious. Chen Hao continued to send a message. This question is known on the internet as the difficult question and the mystery of the ages. That is, do your feet really stink? Yang Mimi had a nickname, Yang Stinky Feet. This nickname couldn't possibly be an empty claim, could it? And did this superficially glamorous woman really have smelly feet? Chen Hao was really curious. Looking at this message in the cell phone screen, Yang Mimi was directly staring with wide eyes. Asking this kind of question? I banana you a barao. The furious Yang Mimi directly sent a word, roll. Chen Hao watched this one disappear with some disappointment. Just now it was a good chat. How come she got angry? Chen Hao summarized an experience. This woman has a bad temper and is not suitable to be a wife. It didn't take long for lunchtime to arrive. Go downstairs and eat first. Next to Min Do No. One is the business district. There is a Yida Plaza. There is quite a lot of food there. And there are quite a few brand specialty stores. Just now the system reward of $1 million has arrived. Chen Hao is carrying 1 million cash. These rags on his body should be changed. Because it was not far. Chen Hao walked over. Xiang Si was talking on her cell phone with her best friend while getting down from a drop car. You asked me if the interview was successful? I don't know. They told me to wait for the notification. I don't know if I'll be accepted either. But, I tell you today you didn't come, but ate a big loss. The new chairman of Star Dream Edge. Long can be handsome, but also young. He. If you see him, certainly the road can't even walk. Just, a bit colorful, yeah. He even told me to do the one horse in front of my face. Of course I did as I was told, or else I'd definitely be eliminated from the interview. Alright, well, I'm at Yida Plaza. I'll talk to you in detail when we meet some other day. Hang up. After hanging up her cell phone, Xiang Si hadn't taken 2 steps before she saw a BMW X3 parked on the curb in front of her. The window of the driver's seat was lowered. Phew! A can of Red Bull was thrown out. Immediately followed by a garbage bag was thrown out again. Throwing garbage anywhere? Does this person have any sense of public morality? Xiang Si quickly walked over and picked up the garbage bag on the ground as well as the Red Bull can and threw it into the car. Nima. The person inside the car was directly annoyed. Opened the door and was planning to get out of the car. But who knows? Just when he opened the door, there was a bang. The car door was kicked back and the door was closed again. Chen Hao walked over and glared through the car window eyes. Warning, what? You still want to hit someone? Chairman, it's you? Xiang Si looked at Chen Hao with a surprised expression, thinking, why is he here? I live nearby and just happened to pass by. Chen Hao smiled. Xiang Si was still dressed the same way she was earlier during the interview. Short skirt and high heels, flesh-colored stockings, super sexy. As soon as Chen Hao saw her, his mind unconsciously conjured up a scene of her dancing suwei. Boy, that scene. Inside the car window was a bare-chested middle-aged man. Seeing his favorite car was kicked became even more furious. Directly as pushing the door to get out of the car. Male gobies, you kid kicked my car. Do you want to? The last word of death is too late to speak. The bare-chested youth behind the words directly is swallowed. Behind Chen Hao, followed by 2 strong men with tiger backs. The height was at least 1 meter 9. Fierce eyes glared over, and the youth immediately wimped out. Going out with bodyguards? Which family is this young master out to pick up girls? Can't afford to mess with him. I can't. The young man weighed up the situation. If he fought, he would still be beaten out of by the other party. He didn't dare to be reckless. Immediately got into the car and quickly fled. Brother Wang. Thanks. The 2 burly men behind Chen Hao were the security guards of Min Do No. 1. They were the same 2 that were in the underground parking lot earlier. They were off work at noon and had come to Yida Plaza to eat. Chen Hao had also come here to eat, so since they were on their way, they went together. Boss Chen. You're welcome, we didn't help much either. If you need anything in the future, just order our brothers. We won't bother you anymore. We're leaving. After saying, the two security guards turned around and left, and before leaving, they deliberately looked towards Xiang Ce for a few eyes, and thought, it is good to have money, and the chicks are all beautiful. I really envy him.
Chapter 013, the only criterion to judge whether a man is good or not.
Brother Wang, Brother Li, you guys wait for me. Chen Hao called out to the two security guards who were planning to leave and asked them to wait for a while, then personally went to the cigarette and wine shop not far away. These two had done such a great favor, they had to show it, and Xiang Ce took advantage of the time when Chen Hao went to buy cigarettes, and immediately sent a message to her best friend. Photos. These two were the photos of Chen Hao that she had just secretly taken. As soon as the photos were sent out, her bestie replied in seconds, I'll go. Is he really that handsome? Ce, are you sure you didn't turn on the beauty filter to the top frame when you took the photos? Xiang Ce, no beauty filter on, and he's still purely vegan. I'm not lying to you. Right, this is the newly appointed chairman of Star Dream Edge Company that I mentioned earlier. I met him again on the road. Xiang Ce felt that typing was too slow. Simply send voice. Briefly recounting what just happened, she finally asked, Shall we? What do you think? What should I do now? Shall we also sent voice. Are you stupid? Do you still need to ask this kind of question? These days, those who are handsome have no money at home. Those who have money at home are ugly. Like your boss. This kind of handsome, and money. The focus is also so rich sense of justice is rarer than the national treasure pandas. Okay? It's not easy to run into. Don't grasp it properly. Are you stupid? Xiang Ce, but he is very colorful. Just the first time we met. Let me sue. Shall we, then tell me, is there any man under the sky who is not horny? Do you know how I determine what kind of men are horny and what kind of men are not? Xiang Ce, how would I know? Shall we? My only criterion for determining whether a man is horny or not is to see if he has broken his breath. As long as he still has breath, all are horny. Xiang Ce bared her teeth and burst out laughing. The Xiao Hui's imagination is also too extreme, right? Is it hard to believe that there are really no decent people in this world? What are you laughing at? So happy? At this time, Chen Hao walked over. Hearing the voice, Xiang Ce, who was a thief, immediately put her cell phone behind her and said repeatedly, Oh, nothing, my friend sent me a joke only. Chen Hao did not say anything else. He gave the 2 Chinese cigarettes he bought to Brother Wang and Brother Li, as well as 2 bottles of Mao Tai, 1 for each. Mr. Chen, you're being too polite, aren't you? Brother Wang and Brother Li were stunned. 2 thin-branched Chinese were almost $1,050. 2 bottles of Mao Tai were even more expensive, 7,000 at the bottom. In other words, Chen Hao's one shot was a small 10,000. You're welcome, we're all friends. A friend really made the 2 people flattered. They are running into a nobleman? Then they patted their chests and assured Chen Hao that they would do whatever they were told to do in the future. Moreover, also do not call Mr. Chen anymore, directly change his name to Brother Hao. Xiang Ce came to this Yida Plaza and originally had an appointment with a few friends to have dinner together, but after talking with Xiao Hui, I changed my mind. Friends can get together at any time, but I'm afraid that the opportunity to spend time alone with Chen Hao will be difficult to have in the future. Have to seize the opportunity. So, at that moment, Chen Hao just helped her on the grounds that she wanted to invite him to dinner. Chen Hao readily agreed. Anyway, he was also out to eat, and would definitely eat more flavorfully with a beautiful woman accompanying him. The lunch was authentic menu snacks. Chen Hao ordered flat meat swallow of Eastern Fujian flavor, oyster omelette of Southern Fujian flavor, and ball magnet of Shaowu of Northern Fujian. Xiang Ce, on the other hand, ordered taro dumplings in Western Fujian flavor, fried potato balls, and fish balls in Mindu flavor. Phew, eating so full. Chen Dong, normally, you rarely eat this kind of snack, right? I can't afford to treat you to a big meal, so I can only treat you to some of these types of snacks. You must not be used to eating, right? Coming out of the store, Xiang Ce went to buy 2 more cups of milk tea, one of which she handed to Chen Hao. Who said I'm not used to eating it? Chen Hao smiled lightly. For the previous me, a meal like today's is definitely considered a luxury. What Chen Hao said was not a lie. Having just come out for an internship, the salary was very little. The guaranteed salary was 2,000. The monthly draw was only 2 or 3,000. In total, it's only 4 to 5,000 in salary. After deducting the rent of 1,500 a month, how much is left? A month ago, Chen Hao still had a girlfriend. Most of the money still had to be spent on his girlfriend. And the meal today, although all snacks, but all down, it would be 70 to 80. For the previous Chen Hao, it was definitely an extravagant meal. This was something that Xiang Ce didn't believe. Extravagant? How dare you? You're a big boss. And a few dozen dollars for a meal. You call that extravagant? He is giving me a leg up, isn't he? Xiang Ce was about to say something.
Her expression suddenly became unnatural.
In the direction of the stairway, a young man with flowers in his hand, dressed in a suit,
and wearing a pair of glasses with a very educated look walked over.
After recognizing him, Xiang Ce immediately hid behind Chen Hao, praying in her heart, didn't see me. Unfortunately, Xiang Ce wanted to hide it this time was already too late. The man walked straight over. See, finally found you. This flower is for you.
The youth handed over the roses in his hand.
Xiang Ce was speechless. It's true that what you fear comes to you. How can this guy be so insidious? And how did he know I was here?
Xiang Ce's gaze subconsciously looked towards Chen Hao for a few moments. He wouldn't misunderstand that he and Jiang Wangjun had something,
right? And Chen Hao's expression didn't change much. He just had a mindset of watching the fun.
Xiang Ce didn't go to pick up his roses.
Jiang Wangjun, what are you doing sending me flowers for a good reason? See, I like you. Marry me. At this moment, Jiang Wangjun suddenly went down on one knee. Ce, I love you. See, this is the key to my new BMW. This is the house book. I bought a house with a down payment of $2 million. Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Wangjun was like a magic trick, pulling out the house book from his pocket, as well as a string of BMW car keys that most people envy when they see them. Chapter 014, Are you as handsome as him? Are you as rich as him?
Jiang Wangjun kneeled like this, making Xiang Ce whole on the spot. There was some hand-wringing.
Once again, she looked at Chen Hao.
Heart, I have nothing with him.
You must not misunderstand Then, immediately said to Jiang Wangjun, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Ce, marry me. I officially propose to you.
Jiang Wangjun first placed the flowers and the housebook on the ground, and then took out a small exquisite gift box from inside the pocket of his suit pants.
The box opened.
Inside was a shiny diamond ring.
Kneeling down on one knee, Jiang Wangjun held the diamond ring up in front of her. Ce,
this ring was bought by spending a month's salary.
$100,000. I hope you can like it.
His voice just fell. At his side at an unknown time two young ladies appeared,
holding the gift flowers. With two bangs, the gift flowers shot up into the sky, then floated down. The romantic atmosphere was pulled full circle. Marry him. Marry him.
After these two young ladies finished setting off the ceremonial flowers, they began to raise a ruckus.
Zhang Qian, Xiao Wei,
you guys. These two young ladies who started to coax.
Xiang Ce not only knew them, but they were also on good terms.
She came here because she was invited by the two of them to have lunch.
Now she understood. The lunch was just a front. It was mainly to create an opportunity for Jiang Wangjun to propose.
Xiang Ce was still skeptical earlier.
Why would Jiang Wangjun know that she had come to Yida Plaza? It turned out that they had betrayed themselves? Someone proposed? Proposing in public. Isn't this a scene that only appears on TV? It's a bit interesting. Go over and take a look. Soon, quite a few people gathered around.
The young man who proposed looks very nice.
He's so gentle with his glasses, with a house and a car. Not a cheap car. Not everyone can afford to drive a BMW. Just now you did not hear him say, his monthly salary of 100,000? Good guy. A monthly salary of $100,000 to be able to get such a high salary. Not to mention men do. Even in Magic City or Kyoto, it's not common. A proper social elite. This little girl's luck is so good that she met such a good young man. If my daughter had such a good young man to propose to her, I would be able to wake up from my dreams with a smile on my face. This little girl is also not bad. Good looking and good figure. This eyeglasses proposal man's vision is still very good. But, how do I feel that this little girl is not attracted to the man with the glasses who proposed to her? Instead, she favors the little brother next to her even more? The words of this one older woman immediately caught the attention of these onlookers. Only then did everyone focus on Chen Hao. Good lord, this young man is so handsome? You're shallow. What's the use of being handsome these days? Can it be used as food? Can it be exchanged for firewood, rice, oil and salt? These days, it's all about money. Look at what this young man is wearing, and take a look at what the young man who knelt down to propose is wearing. The difference will be immediately judged, right? This little girl will not really choose the handsome young man, not choose to propose to the man with glasses, right? What do you guys think? What will this little girl choose? If it were me, I would definitely choose the proposal guy. I don't want to follow that guy and suffer. I think the same as you. At this time, what everyone did not expect was that Xiang Ce did something that made everyone fall into a state of shock. She suddenly hugged Chen Hao's arm, and her entire body was plastered over. Chen Hao was startled by this action of hers, and instinctively wanted to retract his arm. On second thought, this woman must have taken herself as a shield, and so he let her hug him. Xiang Ce looked at Jiang Wangjun solemnly. Jiang Wangjun, get up. I won't agree to your marriage proposal. And I'm telling you, This is my boyfriend, so don't bother me in the future. With one sentence, Jang Won-jun almost didn't vomit blood. Boyfriend? Why hadn't I heard of this before? Seeing Xiang-si hugging Chen Hao's arm again, so intimate, he became even more angry. "Ce, are you mistaken? What's so good about him? A poor boy only. What happiness can he bring you? Didn't you say you want to live the life of a rich wife? I'm not even 30 years old yet, and my annual salary after tax is already over $1 million. If you marry me, I'll be able to give you the happiness you want. If you follow him, you'll only be able to make a rough living for the rest of your life." Xiang-si immediately rolled her eyes. "He is a poor boy? You are not aware that he is the boss of Star Dream Edge Company? Oh, want me to choose you? Do you think I, Xiang-si, am stupid? Are you as handsome as him? Are you as tall as him? Are you as young as him? Are you as handsome as he is? Are you as rich as he is? How are you better than him? I choose you as really stupid." Oh, of course, Xiang-si didn't say this out loud. No longer pay attention to him, brother Chen Hao. Ignore him, let's go. Look at that. All changed his name to brother. Although he knew it was an act, Chen Hao still enjoyed her calling her this. Jang Won-jun was even more upset. He didn't kneel anymore. Standing up, he reached out to block Chen Hao and Xiang-si. Jang Won-jun glared at Chen Hao, almost spitting fire within his eyes. Any other man would find it hard to accept that the woman of his choice, whom he had been pursuing for 3 years, had thrown herself into someone else's arms. He just couldn't figure it out. Why did Xiang-si just choose him? Isn't he just a little more handsome and taller than himself? What's so great about it? Have their own achievements so high? I only graduated 2 years ago, and my annual salary is $1 million. Is this something you can compare? Chen Dong. Hello? Unexpectedly, at this time, a voice came from the side. The crowd turned their heads to look, and saw a beautiful to the heart trembling black silk little young woman walked over. The hem of her white shirt was inserted amongst her short skirt, and the shirt was somewhat shrunken, setting off her tiny waist that was in full swing. If she were my girlfriend, I would be willing to break my ribs to make soup for her. Someone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in their heart. Even Xiang-si's attention was drawn to her. The first time she saw her, she had a feeling of lightening up. What a pretty sister. Ha! And at that moment, Xiang-si noticed Chen Hao's gaze was actually on the little young woman's legs, and that demeanor seemed to be quite interested. Could it be that what Chen Hao liked more was black silk? Chapter 015, My goddess is about to be impure. Xiang-si had a feeling of lightening up when she saw Luo Qingyan, and when Luo Qingyan saw Xiang-si, why wouldn't she be like that? Such a tall figure, just slightly powdered to pour the beauty of the country. Even she was extremely rare. Already walking in front of Chen Hao with a sweet smile. Mr. Chen, I was just about to go find you. Chen Hao looked at her with a smile. Looking for me for something? Luo Qingyan nodded her head and nodded. When I went to your house yesterday, there was one thing I forgot to mention to you. It was about the property fee. Of course I know that you are definitely not lacking such a small property fee. But then, it's better to talk about it beforehand. It's that the property fee for your home is $20 per square meter, and your house totals 1,600 square feet. So the monthly property fee is $32,000. On the first of every month, we will come to your door to collect it. Of course, if you don't mind that door-to-door collection will disturb you, you can also transfer it into our designated account. If you trust me, you can also transfer it to me directly, as the property manager of Min Do Know. 1. It was necessary for Luo Qingyan to make something clear to Chen Hao about the property fee, and as soon as she said this, the people around her instantly clamored. What kind of house requires $20 per square meter in property fees alone? $32,000 a month? Are you kidding me? Under normal circumstances, some ordinary neighborhoods, property fees are within $2. The high-end ones are only $3 to $5 per square meter. Looking at the entire Mindu, more than $10 per square meter property fee, only a handful of districts, not to mention $20 per square meter. Next door to the Mindu No, one neighborhood, isn't it only $15 per square meter? Ha ha ha. Funny, really funny. Jiang Wangjun suddenly laughed out loud. Chen Hao, right? The actor you found can't act. Ha, you go and ask around. Do we have any neighborhoods in Mindu with a property fee of $20 a square meter? Even the next door Mindu No, one has a property fee of only $15 a square meter. If you're acting in the future, please figure out the script first. Luo Qingyan's delicate brows wrinkled. Uncultured. It's scary. Indifferently, she said, you're half right. Most of the houses in Min Do Know, one have a property fee of $15 a square foot. The only exception is the king of the building. With the phrase king of the building, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This kid bought the king of the building? In the eyes of these ordinary people, the real estate of Min Do Know, one is an unattainable existence. Not to mention the king of the building inside. No way.
This little brother who wears such ordinary clothes is actually the owner of Min Do No.
1. And what's even more scary is that the one who bought it is still the king of the building inside? Did we all look away before? We thought he was poor, but we didn't realize that he was so rich that we could only look up to him? Can it be that the rich second generation nowadays like to travel in such a low-profile manner? The owner of Min Do No. 1.
Or the existence of buying the king of the building.
This identity is absolutely extraordinary.
I now know why this little girl will choose this handsome little brother instead of choosing the proposal man.
In my place, I also do not hesitate to choose the little brother. Earlier also thought that the proposal man had an advantage. Now it seems that there is no comparison. There is no comparison. As long as it's not a little cutie, none of them will choose the proposal man, right?
Facing the rising and falling murmurs around him, Chen Hao was somewhat helpless.
I just came out for lunch. Is it so hard to want to keep a low profile? Then,
Chen Hao took out his cell phone and transferred $320,000 to Luo Qingyan, already transferred 10 months of property fees over.
Check and receive. Luo Qingyan had already received the incoming bank text message. Mr. Chen,
then I won't bother you shopping with your girlfriend.
Bye. After Luo Qingyan left, Xiang Si couldn't wait to ask, Dong Chen, you live in Min Dui Pin and bought the king of the building there? Chen Hao nodded. Yes. Why? Xiang Si's eyes instantly brightened.
I heard that the houses there are expensive as hell.
Curious how much does a house there cost per square meter? Chen Hao truthfully told.
The one just now is the property manager of Min Do No.
1. Yesterday she told me that my set of house, $250,000 a square meter. Xiang Si's eyes widened. What? 250,000 a square meter? 250,000 per square meter.
A total of 1,600 square meters.
How much is that in total? Xiang Si immediately broke her fingers and calculated. Not counting does not know. Once calculated, it was a big shock. $400 million? 400 million to buy a suite? Simply unrivaled. This is higher than the total market value of Stardream Edge, right? Xiang Si was shocked. It seems that I underestimated his financial strength before. Rich, golden, and handsome. Isn't this exactly the type that Xiang Si, like? Thinking of this, she hugged Chen Hao's arm and hugged it even tighter. Chen Hao glanced back at Xiang Si. At this moment, she was like a little birdie hugging Chen Hao's arm. Interesting, Chen Hao smiled. She had some blushing when Chen Hao looked over. But then, blushing was blushing, but there was no hard thought of letting go of Chen Hao's hand. 400 million? I won't be able to earn this much money in my entire life. It's just that I don't know what a house worth $400 million looks like. Is it as glorious as the legend says? Chen Hao laughed. Brilliant is not so much, because my house is not gold-plated. However, there is a sky pool in the house. Is there any interest in going for a swim with me? It's not far. It's only a street away from here. Just a few steps away. After Jiang Wangjun on the side heard this, his eyes instantly widened. Inviting my goddess home? And go swimming? Wouldn't that mean wearing a swimsuit with simple fabrics to the point of being quite a bit less? That's funny. Do you think she'll say yes? My goddess is a very self-loving person. Okay. Jiang Wangjun has no idea to steal with Chen Hao. He really does not have the confidence and strength to dare to steal women with the owner of the Min Do One. However, with his understanding of Xiang Si, it was impossible for her to just casually go home with someone. They are all adults. Who doesn't know what the real purpose of the invitation home is? Xiang Si wasn't that stupid. But, Xiang Si didn't even consider it before she readily accepted. Wow, a sky pool? I've never swum in a sky pool before. I want to experience what it's like to swim in a sky pool. Jiang Wangjun's eyes instantly widened. Nanny, Xiang Si agreed to go home with him? Don't you know that going home with him is a very dangerous thing? It's over. My goddess is about to be impure. Chapter 016, Double Happiness. Ding, mission released. Please spend an amount more than $500,000 on Xiang Si within 24 hours. After completing the mission, obtain 1 billion Chinese coins. What? 1 billion? My goodness. Hearing this number, Chen Hao was truly shocked. 1 billion? It's still cash. Just ask, what is the experience of having a company full of beautiful women, driving a supercar worth $50 million, living in a $400 million mansion, and having $1 billion lying in your card? This life, it can already be completely laid flat, right? After leaving Jiang Wangjun's field of vision, Xiang Si then let go of Chen Hao's hand. Mr. Chen, I'm really thankful to you just now. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known how to reject him. He and I actually don't have anything. He's my senior. He pestered me when I was just a freshman and kept pestering me for 2 years. Then he graduated and I thought I would finally be able to get rid of him. And what happened? Instead of getting rid of him, it got worse. Either blocking me at the school gate, or bribing those friends of mine to provide him with my whereabouts. It's annoying as hell. Brother Chen Hao, You mustn't misunderstand, I have nothing with him. Chen Hao hemmed and hawed in his heart. This woman is so afraid of me misunderstanding? It's the rhythm of wanting to pick up However, thinking about it was also right. Whether it's face value, wealth, how many others could be rivaled? The focus is that damn charm. In the newbie pack when he obtained the system, charisma was added 20 points. That was what possessed the greatest attraction to the opposite sex. However, Chen Hao was clear. Wanting to take her down, the fire wasn't enough right now, and there was still a need to add more fire. Chen Hao didn't move, then pointed to a specialty store in front of him. Seeing as you invited me for lunch at noon, I'll send you a gift as well. Give me what? Xiang Si followed Chen Hao's finger and looked over. Louis Vuitton. Vuitton. LV? Oh my god, he's giving me LV? Xiang Si's eyes lit up when she saw this. In this world, very few girls can resist the temptation of LV. No, I only treated you to a few $dozen of snacks at noon and you're giving me LV. No way. Xiang Si finally refused. A random bag is tens of thousands of dollars. It was too expensive. She couldn't have it. Chen Hao thought to himself, you refuse? How can I spend $500,000 on you if you refuse? For $1 billion, you have to buy it. It's not worth a few dollars. Go away. Don't ink it. Xiang Si, not worth a few dollars? It's also for a tycoon like you whose house is a few $100 million. A few LV bags aren't really worth a few dollars. Okay. Xiang Si nodded. At the same time, she once again hugged Chen Hao's arm. Because of the vigorous hug, the pair of proud headlights were completely squashed on Chen Hao's arm. Soft in the midst of softness. Incomparable elasticity. This makes Chen Hao ruthlessly enjoy the amazing elasticity from the one-horse young lady at the same time. The heart cannot help but sigh. Rich really can do whatever they want. Miss, how are you? Welcome to LV. Chen Hao and Xiang Si walked in. On the face is walking over a short skirt wearing meat silk waiter. Been favorable bow. Chen Hao said to Xiang Si, pick whatever you want in this store. If you fancy it, say something to me. The waiter was stunned. Pick whatever you want? Is he so rich and generous? What kind of young master is this? What kind of young man is this? Then her smile became even brighter. Brother Chen Hao, you are too good to me. Xiang Si was in an excited mood. Brother Chen Hao, I'll go pick then. Chen Hao laughed. Go ahead. Xiang Si followed the counter girl to the counter to pick, while Chen Hao casually browsed. The shelves were labeled with these bags. It ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Of course, LV's products could be capped at more than just a few 100,000. There were millions and millions of them. Only, that kind of value of the product simply will not be put on display. Those are only open for qualified regular customers. Tick-tock tick-tock. Chen Hao's phone rang. It was found to be Secretary Sue calling. Picking up the phone, Secretary Sue's whiny voice came out. Boss, are you free tonight? As soon as he heard her voice, Chen Hao couldn't help but be reminded of Sister Chiliang. Truly a siren. Is it free? That depends on what you're looking for from me. If you want to ask me out alone, then you're definitely free. Chen Hao flirted. Su Majin giggled. This time it's really not me asking you out alone. Chen Hao, is there really a light bulb present? Then I have little interest. Su Majin, Mr. Chen, are you really not interested? With me is a little young woman. Not only body explosive, face value is also against the sky. Not lose to my. You really do not come? Young woman, prancing clouds. Chen Hao immediately became interested. Doesn't that mean, two beauties? Double the pleasure? This has to go. Chen Hao, that's the case. There's just time in the evening. You tell me the time and place. Su Majing immediately rolled her eyes. Sure enough, when she heard that there was a beautiful woman, this guy would definitely be there. 6 o'clock at night. Mindu Grand Hotel. Don't see you there. After saying that, Su Moyen hung up the phone. Double happiness? Chen Hao laughed and hung up the phone to see Xiang Si holding a handbag with a loving look. It was very much liked. Miss, your vision is really good. What about this one? It's the latest model in our store. It's still a limited edition. Our store, each month only sells 10. If you come a little later, certainly no goods. Look at this bag. It matches your temperament. The eloquence of the counterkeeper is not a cover. Blah 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 endless. In fact, even if the salesgirl didn't introduce it, Xiang Si would still want to buy this one. Xiang Si also wanted to buy this one. However, when she saw the price on the tag, she was immediately startled. 300,000? My goodness. Frightened, she immediately returned the bag to the counter lady. It was too expensive. Counter sister, this is the one. Help me wrap it up. Chen Hao walked over and looked at the price on the tag and realized it was only 300,000. It was still 200,000 short. Then, pointing to a bag next to it, he said, wrap that one up for me as well. Chen Hao had previously seen that Xiang Si had stayed in front of this bag for a long time before finally giving up because of the price.
She liked both of these bags. One was $300,000 and one was $150,000.
Selling 2 bags in one go, the counter attendant was happy.
Immediately picked up these 2 bags.
Xiang Ce was shocked. Brother Chen Hao, these 2 bags are really too expensive. I can't take them.
Xiang Ce thought in her heart,
if I want it, will he misunderstand me as a vain gold-digging woman? If really misunderstood,
it is not conducive to future development. While Chen Hao was a bit depressed, the 2 bags added up to only 450,000.
Still short of 50,000 ah? Chapter 017 Take it down. However,
it's only $50,000.
It's enough for such a big shopping mall to buy just about anything. Chen Dong, it's really too expensive. I can't have it. Xiang Ce said once again.
Although her heart loved it to death, she knew that she had to reject it at this time.
How could there be a reason to accept such an expensive gift from the other party for the first time? Being misunderstood by him as a gold-digging woman would be the end of the story.
And Chen Hao is not to be divided. Cabinet sister,
help me wrap up. Joke, if you don't want it, how can I spend money on you? Counterkeeper smiling. The man is handsome.
And his hand is also wide and wrong.
I love this kind of customer. I'm so happy to be her girlfriend.
I'd also like to have a boyfriend who is so generous and bold.
Chen Hao settled the bill, spending 450,000 yuan. It's still 50,000 short of 500,000 yuan. Walking out of the LV store,
Xiang Ce could hardly suppress the joy in her heart.
Brother Chen Hao, you are so nice. Xiang Ce very actively hugged Chen Hao's arm. A very intimate look.
There was also a special delivery of some benefits to Chen Hao, and that pair of Q bounces pressed on top of Chen Hao's arm.
So bouncy?
Chen Hao enjoyed this feeling.
The 2 men walked side by side. The male was handsome and tall. The female was pretty, with white skin.
Wherever they passed, they attracted many envious gazes. Afterwards, Chen Hao took her to Prada's specialty store and bought 2 sets of clothes in one breath. A total of $67,000 was spent. Right after Chen Hao and the payment was completed, the system voice in his head rang out.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a cash reward of $1 billion. At those words, Chen Hao's face was delighted.
$1 billion ah? This time, one could completely lie down. Excited. 20 minutes later, Min Do know. 1. As soon as Xiang Ce entered Chen Hao's home, she was shocked by the room's luxurious decoration as well as its extravagant layout. 800 square meters on the first floor, 1,600 square meters on the second floor. Can you imagine how big this house is?
There were 2 living rooms alone.
A main living room, 300 square meters. A secondary living room, 100 square meters. There are even more rooms. And the furniture inside,
none of them are the world's luxury brands. And I'm afraid that the curtains would cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Right? Is there really a sky pool?
When Chen Hao brought Xiang Ce to the second floor, he instantly revealed a look of excitement when he saw the pool in the air.
It's over 200 square meters, right?
Chen Hao smiled and said, it should be more than 300 square meters.
This water is sterilized and very clean. Xiang Ce nodded her head and nodded. Looking at the quality of this water, one would be able to tell. Previously, she would rather swim in the sea than ever go to a public pool. Why? Because it was dirty. You read it right. It's dirty. At one time,
a specialized research institute collected water samples from 31 swimming pools for analysis.
The result was that on average, each pool of 25 meters in size contained urine from 180 people. Think about it. Is it still clean or not? Here's a question for you. Anyone who has gone swimming in a public pool, which one of you has not peed inside the pool? So, Xiang Ce never goes swimming in public pools. But what about here?
There would be no such troubled ones.
I want to go in the water. I want to swim.
I want to swim painfully and then take some videos and envy them to death.
Xiang Ce was already a little impatient to get into the water.
But at this time, she remembered a very serious problem.
There was no swimsuit. When she was at the mall,
Chen Hao had told her that there was a pool at home.
And at that time,
Xiang Ce had planned to go and buy a set of swimsuits.
Result, after buying the LV bag and then the clothes, she forgot about buying a swimsuit. Without a swimsuit, how can you swim? At this time,
a bang suddenly came from beside him. Countless water splashes were made.
It was Chen Hao who jumped into the water. Didn't you say you wanted to swim? Why don't you come down?
Chen Hao's body was placed in the water, revealing a head as he looked at Xiang Ce on the shore.
I also want to go down and swim, but I forgot to buy a swimsuit? Xiang Ce looked a little anxious. I thought it was something big? Chen Hao laughed. It's not just a swimsuit. Look, don't I have one too?
Said Chen Hao as he walked up from the water.
Ah, you, rascal,
immediately blushed.
The little heart fluttered about. Shyness, quickly turning away, not daring to look at Chen Hao.
Walking up from the water, Chen Hao gently hugged her from behind.
Whispering in her ear, he said, "Do you want to experience what it's like to swim without a bathing suit like I'm doing now?" Xiang Ziyi's shell teeth bit her red lips. A quick choice was made in her mind. She knew very well what would happen next, but after considering it for a while, Xiang Ziyi still dropped all her defenses. Both were adults. How could she not be clear about Chen Hao's intentions of spending so much money on her? The point was, one even accepted it, and so nodded her head. Think. Her voice was small, like a mosquito's cry, but Chen Hao still heard it. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Done. Chen Hao immediately picked her up in a princess hug. Brother Hao, where to go? Isn't it swimming? Let's put swimming aside for now. 2 hours later, Chen Hao sat up, leaning against the side of the bed, with the crimson-cheeked Xiang Ziyi lying beside him. Seeing Chen Hao sit up, she also followed suit and sat up, snuggling against Chen Hao's chest, looking at the lovely person in his arms, as well as the splash of scarlet left behind on the bedsheets. Chen Hao picked up a pack of Chinese cigarettes from the bedside, and had just pulled one out and held it in his mouth. Xiang Ziyi immediately took the lighter on the nightstand and lit it for Chen Hao. Yo, so understanding? If Chen Hao remembered well, this was still the first time such a beautiful woman had lit a cigarette for her since he grew up. This feeling was really cool. Thinking of himself a few days ago, he was still penniless, still at the lowest level of society, his girlfriend disliked the cleavage, and his work was not good. But now, luxury house, luxury car, savings are all there. To see such a school flower level beauty, before, will not even look at their own eyes. Now, lying obediently in his own bed, Chen Hao is clear that this is the charm that money brings. Someone had said that 99% of the things in this world could be solved with money. The remaining 1% would have to use more money. That was a bit extreme though. Chen Hao did not fully believe it either. However, there was still some truth to it. Otherwise, how could a superb beauty of Xiang Ziyi's caliber be taken down in a day? Chapter 018 Big chest, no brain, long hair, short sense. Are you still swimming now? Chen Hao first put out his cigarette, then hooked Xiang Ziyi's chin with his right hand. To this day, her face was still incredibly flushed, white and red, flirtatious in her innocence. Xiang Ziyi shook her head with great effort. Swimming? Where would I have the strength to swim right now? Chen Hao smiled indifferently. That's why you don't have the strength? Xiang Ziyi smiled bitterly. It's not because you tossed me around. Then she grabbed the cell phone on the bedside table, looked at the time, and said, "It's been 2 hours yet. You don't know how to be merciful at all. It still hurts now. I can't even walk. How can I still swim?" Xiang Ziyi's petulant appearance was really too endearing. If you can't walk, then don't go. Stay tonight. Xiang Ziyi once again shook her head. Tonight can't be done. There is a teacher who is sick and hospitalized. I have long said to my classmates that I will go visit her tonight. If I am absent, my classmates will poke my backbone behind my back. If it was something else, Xiang Ziyi would have pushed it off if she could. But something like visiting a sick teacher, if she pushed it off, it would not be easy to explain to her classmates. Then what time will you guys meet at night? 5:30 the school gate collection it, then set off to the hospital. Why? Ask this. You. Chen Hao laughed badly. Then there is still time. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon. Chen Hao was also going to go to Secretary Su's appointment at 6 o'clock. Double pleasure. How could one not go? However, it was still early. Chen Hao wrapped his arms around Xiang Ziyi. Her body smelled good. Soft, soft, such a lovely person in his arms. Xiang Ziyi understood Chen Hao's meaning in seconds. No, I can't. Some other day I'll come to you. Saying that, Xiang Ziyi deliberately leaned over Chen Hao's ear and said mysteriously, "Next time, I'll come wearing black silk." At those words, Chen Hao's eyes widened. Black silk? This one could be had. At 5:15, Chen Hao and Xiang Ziyi came down from upstairs, planning to drop her off at school first before going to the double happy appointment. Arriving at the parking lot. Is this your car? Oh my god. This one car, is it even yours? When Xiang Ziyi saw Chen Hao's Bugatti, her eyes immediately lit up and she quickly ran over to caress the body. This wild and cool look. No girl would not like it. What's wrong? Have you seen this one car? Xiang Ziyi looked excited and nodded. I've seen it on a short video made by a classmate in our school. You don't know. Once that video came out, how hot this one car was in our school. Everyone is guessing. What kind of person is the person who can own this level of supercar? Everyone is very curious about your identity. Chen Hao wrapped his arms around her waist, sniffing the fresh fragrance emanating from her body. Before, weren't you also curious? Xiang Ziyi nodded her head and nodded. Of course I'm curious. Right, just how much did you buy this car? This one car was a gift from the system. The exact amount of money, Chen Hao could not really figure out. Asking the system informed that according to the current price, taxes, insurance and whatnot,
The landed price was more than $50 million if all taxes,
insurance and whatnot were counted in.
When Chen Hao told Xiang Si the figure of $50 million, Xiang Si was so surprised that her lips trembled.
$50 million? $50 million for one car? Wouldn't a single tire cost more than $1 million?
A significant portion of people who work hard for their entire lives won't even be able to afford to buy a single tire.
Simply inhuman. Chen Hao wrapped his arm around her waist. Don't lament. Go, sit up and try. I'll let you feel the Bugatti. Aha!
Xiang Si nodded her head excitedly. This was a red supercar.
Ferrari 488.
The selling price was as high as $3.5 million.
In the co-pilot's seat
sat the beauty with extremely good posture, her slender legs intertwined under the flesh-colored stockings.
In the driver's seat was a youth.
The youth had one hand on the car window, driving a luxury car of more than $3 million,
with a long-legged beauty sitting in the passenger seat. This was the life of a human being. Cozy, soothing, traffic light ahead.
The Ferrari 488 stopped,
and at that moment, with a boom, a low sound like a beast's roar came from behind.
Then with a click it stopped beside the Ferrari, side by side with the Ferrari in front of the sidewalk.
Can't you see that my Ferrari is here? Don't you know how to keep a low profile? You think my Ferrari doesn't exist? Do you want to compete with my Ferrari?
The Ferrari man had a feeling of being provoked, and wanted to see who was making such a loud roar. And when he turned his head to look over and recognized the other party's car model, his eyes instantly glared round.
His lips trembled. Boo, boo, boo. Gotti? My good boy. Surprisingly, it was Bugatti.
The Ferrari man instantly lost his temper, and at this time,
he noticed Xiang Si sitting on the passenger side of the Bugatti. My Nima. Superb ah.
Then he turned his head to look at the long-legged beauty sitting on his passenger seat. This beauty is also considered to be the existence of 1 in 100.
But compared to Xiang Si, simply a day a land.
The Ferrari man suddenly felt that the beauty on the passenger seat did not smell good anymore.
And at this time, the red light turned green. The Bugatti has driven out,
but the Ferrari is restored to the ground.
The beautiful woman in the passenger seat didn't understand. Why don't you drive yet? What are you waiting for?
The Ferrari man gave the beauty of the passenger side a glance. I'm afraid of crashing or scratching.
Can't afford to pay. Do you know what kind of car is the one that just passed?
The beautiful woman said with disgust.
Look at this shape, should be a sports car. But the car label I have not even seen. It must be a miscellaneous brand, which has your Ferrari window.
I still like to sit on the passenger side of the Ferrari and cry, but also do not want to sit in his car and laugh. Ferrari man has a kind of want to kick her off the impulse. Chest really brainless hair long knowledge short.
No culture really terrible. Cursed, you insulted the god car in my mind? You know how much this one car?
Tell you the landing price of no less than 50 million. This a Ferrari 488 to his shoes are not worthy. The deputy driver beauty heard.
Suddenly a shock. Good guy, $50 million?
Then I'm still willing to sit on his passenger seat and laugh. Ferrari man at this time remembered a thing. Yesterday Rue de Xiao said in the group,
if anyone saw this Bugatti, the first time to notify him. Taking out his cell phone, he called, hey, Rue de Xiao, I saw that one Bugatti, heading in the direction of the university town in the south of the city.
The other party excitedly said, *******.
The university city is so big. Exactly which location?
The Ferrari man smiled bitterly.
How do I know where he drove to? I just saw him on the road. Rue Dazhao, Mard. You give me to follow him?
I also want to see the guy who drives a car in Mindu than the car that I drive.
What kind of god is it? Don't give me to follow and lose. I'll be there right away. Chapter 019, sit tight.
I'm going to start the car. The place where the Bugatti finally stopped was in front of a neighborhood that was still 200 meters away from Mindu University. This neighborhood was mainly used for rent,
and most of the tenants were students from the university town.
Xiang Si was renting here. She was a model,
also a student. Is this the place?
Chen Hao parked the car on the side of the road. Xiang Si unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out of the car when Chen Hao's voice came out.
What's the matter? Just leaving?
Xiang Si understood Chen Hao's meaning in a second and immediately hugged Chen Hao and gave him a fragrant kiss. It was impossible for the Bugatti to appear and for its dazzling styling to not attract the attention of the people around it.
What kind of car is this? Very cool looking? I'll go. Isn't this the Bugatti that was in the video of the senior's sister yesterday? How did it appear in our place? Take a picture. Take pictures. Most of the people living here are students from the university town.
Since it was the closest to Mindu University, it was mostly students from Mindu University. Just when they were busy taking pictures and videotaping,
ka-ching,
the passenger door of the car opened. A beautiful woman wearing flesh-colored stockings and a short skirt with high heels walked down from the passenger side. The LV characters on the gift bag in her hand as well as the Prada characters were conspicuous. Someone quickly recognized her.
Isn't this Xiang Si, a junior in the art department? The school flower Xiang Si? Doesn't she not have a boyfriend? How did she get down from the supercar? You don't have to ask. The one driving the supercar must be her boyfriend? I didn't expect her to find such a rich boyfriend. Sure enough, the ultimate belonging of the school beauty is still the rich second generation. Xiang Si completely ignored these rising and falling arguments and accelerated her steps back to the rental house. It was almost time for the appointment with her classmates. She needed to put the things she bought into the dormitory as soon as possible, and then go to meet up with them. And after Xiang Si left, Chen Hao slowly started the car, then accelerated and quickly disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. Chen Hao's Bugatti left with its front foot, and two supercar roars sounded one after another. Then with 2 clicks, it stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. Good lord, 2 more supercars have come? This one red one I recognize. It's a Ferrari 488. It costs more than 3 million. The other one is awesome. It's a Ferrari Rafa, selling for as much as 30 million. Nima, $30 million? I can't afford it even if I don't eat or drink for the rest of my life. This Rafa although powerful, but and just that one Bugatti still have some gap. Just that one is Bugatti Veyron 2024 models, landing price at least 50 million. Once $50 million came out, the surrounding people instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. The same were all first-timers. Why was he able to be so trenchant? At this time, a youth came down from the Lafa, wearing a plaid-colored shirt, with the buttons on his chest intentionally unbuttoned to the third, revealing a bit of his chest, which he thought would be a bit cooler. Where's the car? Where's the Bugatti? Rue de Xiao looked around, also did not see the figure of Bugatti, asked the people around. Hey, classmate, have you seen a Bugatti? Drove away. In that direction, there is an intersection in front of me. I do not know where to drive, the passerby said, pointing to the right side of the road. Mad, let him get away again. Rue de Xiao spat a mouthful of saliva, very unwilling. Yesterday he heard that a 2024 Bugatti Veyron appeared in Greenland Plaza, so he immediately rushed over. The result, by the time he arrived, the Bugatti had already driven away. Today, mad, late again. Chen Hao did not know that he had been targeted. Looked at the time, it was only 5:30 now. There was still some time left before the agreed 6 o'clock. Simply slowed down the speed of the car, and while passing by Happiness Road, a familiar face was seen on the road. Ai Ichian, isn't this Sister Ichian? Good fellow, dressed up so beautifully tonight? Today, she was wearing a tight black dress, which completely set off her bumpy figure. Her slender waist was full and her curves were mesmerizing, swaying with every step, radiating a fatal attraction. Dressing up so sexy, is this a boyfriend? Going on a date? With a click, the Bugatti stopped in front of Ai Ichian. Lowering the window, Chen Hao poked his head out. Hello, Sister Ichian, dressed so sexy. Is this going on a date with a boyfriend? Ai Ichian looked at Chen Hao in the car with a surprised face. Xiao Hao, why are you driving this kind of car? Although Ai Ichian was not sure what kind of car it was, but looking at the shape of the car, she knew that it must be extremely expensive. And with Ai Ichian's understanding of Chen Hao, he definitely didn't have the financial resources to buy such an expensive car. That was why she was so surprised to see Chen Hao driving a car. Chen Hao truthfully told, I bought it, recently got rich, so I bought one of these cars to play around. This was something that Ai Ichian didn't believe. A month ago, he was still worried about his living expenses, and this was only a month later and he had the money to buy a supercar? It's a lie. Oh, I see. You are now working as a driver for your boss at Stardream Edge, right? This car is your boss, right? Chen Hao was speechless. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? Don't believe me. Chen Hao didn't bother to explain and issued an invitation. How about it? Do you want to experience what it's like to sit in the passenger side of a $50 million supercar? Ai Ichian was stunned. $50 million? My goodness. I guessed that this car was expensive, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. The new boss of Stardream Edge is so rich. However, I don't know what he looks like. I don't know if he's an old man or a handsome young man. Ai Ichian is going to the appointment. The time was 6 o'clock. Considering that it is now the peak of the off-work period, it is difficult to wait for a cab. In case you are late, it is not easy to ask Secretary Su to ask about the boss of the Stardream Edge. If you let him wait for himself, I'm afraid that the contract is all going to be in vain. Ai Ichian also did not dilly-dally, sat on the passenger seat. It was only when she got in the car that she remembered a question. Xiao Hao, this is your boss's car. I sat in the passenger seat without your boss's consent. If he knows about it, will he be upset? Will he blame you? Some big bosses have a cleanliness fetish. Without permission, the passenger seat is not allowed for any stranger to sit. If his boss had such a cleanliness fetish, Ai Ichian still decided to get out of the car and take a taxi there, not to cause trouble for Chen Hao. Chen Hao grinned. Whatever if he's high or not, You and I are happy. Sit tight. Fasten your seatbelt. Handsome to the point of explosion. I'm going to send the car. Chapter 020 Double Happiness. Are you one of them? Put. A sentence. AI Ichian was amused. A month did not see. How did this guy's face skin become so thick? Where is the reason to praise yourself? But then, truth be told, this kid has now become more handsome than those movie stars. Sister Ixian, you look really good when you smile. Chen Hao said sincerely. In terms of face value alone, AI Ixian had the highest face value amongst all the women Chen Hao knew. Xiang Si was even 1 point weaker than her. If Xiang Si's face value was 95 points, then she was at least 97 points. However, Chen Hao did not feel that she was able to reach 97 points before. It was mainly because she belonged to the traditional type of woman, dressing on the conservative side. Chen Hao felt that her figure should be very good, but it was just a feeling, because he had not seen it with his own eyes. He did not dare to draw any conclusions, but this tight dress that she wore today completely set off her figure. The damn exaggerated curves, coupled with the lightly matured little young woman style, it was simply luring people to commit crimes. She used to be so conservative. Why is she wearing such a bold outfit today? Must be going to meet her boyfriend, right? For her boyfriend, Chen Hao was also quite curious. Less with your mouth. Drive your car properly. AI Ichian whitened Chen Hao. When did this kid become so oily? Even my sister I dare to molest. Chen Hao but he smile. By the way, today dress up so sexy and beautiful. Must be to see the boyfriend it. Before I have not heard of you have a boyfriend when to find? Who told you I am going to meet my boyfriend? Your sister I'm still single okay. AI Ichian from the handbag inside took out the makeup mirror. Take a look at the face of the makeup there is no flower. See the lipstick is a little light. And makeup for the lipstick. This kind of solemn appearance. If not to see a boyfriend. And will be to what people? No boyfriend yet? Is that to go on a blind date? That's right. Sister Ichian, you're also old. If you don't go on a blind date you're going to become an older leftover woman. AI Ichian got angry right away and disliked. What do you mean by a big age? Your sister I'm not even 30 now. Okay, how is it that I'm older? How is it that I'm an older leftover woman? Oof. Chen Hao knew that AI Ichian wasn't really angry, not to see a boyfriend, not to see a blind date. I really can't think of anyone who deserves you to dress up so sexy, so beautiful. I'm going to meet your boss, AI Ichian said. Isn't there a new boss in your company? In the morning he raised the advertisement fee from 6 million to 20 million. I've been wanting to thank him for a long time, but I couldn't even see him in person. I contacted Secretary Su. Secretary Su helped me make an appointment with your company's boss to have dinner together tonight. Chen Hao's eyes widened. Huh? Double happiness. So the other person is you? The little young woman that Secretary Su said was no weaker than her was you? But even if you're going to meet our boss, you don't have to dress so sexy? Normal business dealings, just dress a little more formally. That's what I thought before. AI Ichian sighed. Secretary Su told me, the new boss is not only young and handsome, everything is good, but just a little horny. So he told me to wear a little bit sexy, so that it's better to talk about work. Surname Su, you say that about me behind my back? Am I horny? This question, it is worth Chen Hao's deep thought. It seems that she is right. But, knowing that the new boss is horny, you still dress like this. Isn't that the same as a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? AI Ichian shook her head. Not afraid. Secretary Su even said, that guy has a colorful heart but no courage. In case he wants to plot against me, I have this. Saying that, AI Ichian pulled out something from inside her handbag. Chen Hao took a look. Anti-wolf spray. Right. It was still a large dose. If this was sprayed, one's eyes wouldn't go blind. Xiao Hao, after all, you're driving for the new boss. You won't have less time to come into contact with him. Right. So how much do you know about him? Tell me about it. You're asking the right person for this question. There's no one in the whole world who knows him better than me. AI Ichian once again spewed out in laughter. This brat, not only has he become oily, but he's also so shameless? Then I'll briefly talk about him. Firstly, you say he's horny. Right, that's not entirely true. I can tell you very responsibly. As long as it's a living man, there's no one who's not horny. As the old saying goes, men become bad only when they have money. This is pure bull ****** words. It's not that it's only when you have money that you become bad. It's that when you don't have money, you're also bad. Just because of various reasons, such as low self-esteem, such as considering the cost of cheating can't afford it, and you don't dare to pay for the action. Secondly, he's not colorful but not bold. Color courage, this thing varies from person to person. As long as it's not you and I willing, he will never use forced means. Thirdly, he is handsome, handsome to the anger of the people, handsome to shock the world and cry to the gods, handsome to have no friends of that kind. On the contrary, he is still young, but also comes with some humor. The fourth, he is now old rich. Driving a car is tens of millions of supercars, live in several hundred million luxury mansions. The card is still lying $1 billion. There is also a beautiful woman like a cloud of companies. Once Chen Hao talked, there was no end to it. AI Ichian immediately stopped him. If not stopped, may not want to praise him to what time it. Stop. I told you to talk about your boss. I didn't tell you to whitewash him. There's no need to talk to me about whether he's good looking or not. And even more so, there's no need to talk to me about whether he's colorful or not. As for whether he's handsome or not, I don't care. I'm just asking you, how much did he pay you in salary for you to praise him so much? Chen Hao said in a serious manner. I'm not exaggerating. What I'm saying can be the truth, because I know him best under the sky. AI Ichian didn't believe it. He only bought your company a few days ago. Even if you're his driver, you've only been in contact with him a few times. What the hell do you know? Okay, it's useless to ask you. Anyway, we're going to meet with him soon. I'll slowly understand it myself later. Interesting. Chen Hao happy. Just don't know later when you know it is me as the new boss. What will be the reaction? Expecting. At this time, AI Ichian's cell phone rang. The caller ID was her dad. On the phone, her dad told her that the hospital side has found a suitable bone marrow for her grandmother. As long as she pays the $300,000, she will be able to have a bone marrow transplant immediately. Dad, don't worry, the money is already there. I just signed a big order. There is $600,000 in commission. I will let the company advance the money to me first. Ichian, you have to move faster. The hospital said that if you don't see the money tomorrow, the bone marrow will have to be given to someone else. This is your grandmother's last chance. AI Ichian nodded. She is clear. The bone marrow is not waiting for people who need it too much. After hanging up the phone, AI Ichian immediately called the company's finance, hoping that she can first advance the draw to herself. According to the company's regulations, the draw is sent along with the salary in the next month. If it is a small amount of money, on the basis of the relationship between AI Ichian and the treasurer will also give her to turn over. But this draw is 600,000. The treasurer cannot do the main. Ichian, you don't worry. The general manager is out of the country. Now it is the vice president in charge. As long as he nods, I will immediately transfer the money to you. Okay, I'll go find the vice president. AI Ichian immediately put the phone to the vice general manager again. However, when she explained the intention of using money, the vice general manager's side is to tell her How cannot accept the news. Chapter 021. I am the new boss of Star Dream Edge. Xiao Hao, put me down at the intersection in front. I need to go back to the company. After hanging up the phone, AI Ichian's face was out of place. The color of her face was iron blue. Angry to the extreme. Thousand Dagger Zou Vice President. How dare he hack his own money? Just a moment ago, AI Ichian had called Vice President Zou, hoping to get an advance on that amount of drawback money. The result? Vice President Zou came directly. Negotiate the business of Star Dream Edge Company. Not you alone. The implication is that this draw cannot be divided only to you a person. AI Ichian on the spot on fire. They are tired of public relations for a month. Finally took the order of the Star Dream Edge down. But then, you want to share a piece of the pie? To put 30% of the commission to the Americana? Because the initial and Starry Nightmare Edge talk is the Americana. Zou Vice President said, if not the Americana before the padding, AI Ichian you even Starry Nightmare Edge cannot enter. Auntie my hard-earned money. Why should I share it with her? Padding? I'm laying down the poop. The company that you couldn't handle was handled by me. And you're coming to share 30% of my money? Dream on. Auntie's money can't be taken away just because anyone wants it. When Auntie I'm easy to bully. The more AI Ichian thought about it, the angrier she got. She didn't eat dinner. Immediately made a phone call to Secretary Sue, telling her that she had something temporary to do and couldn't go at night. What kind of temper is your boss? Will he be angry if I miss my appointment? AI Ichian also had this worry. She was the one who made the appointment today, and as a result, she ran away? Anyone else would be very angry, right? He won't be angry. Chen Hao, on the other hand, grinned. Don't look at him as handsome and still young. You would think that his temperament is low. His temperament can be big. The saying that a prime minister's belly can support a boat means that he is so generous. So, stop. AI Ichian immediately stopped Chen Hao. If not stopped, it is not possible to guarantee that he will boast for how long? AI Ichian had discovered a problem. That is, as long as Chen Hao complimented the new boss of Star Dream Edge, he was always gushing, itching to put all the praises on him. Was there such adoration for him? Stop the car in front and let me down. I'll drive you there. That's not good. Aren't you going to pick up your boss? Will he get mad if you're late? Don't mind him. Your business is more important. Half an hour later, Chen Hao and AI Ichian arrived at Fuchang Advertising Company. The car was parked on the side of the road. Xiao Hao. Thank you. Hurry up and drive the car back. Don't make your boss wait too long. There's no rush. I'll wait for you. You go in. I'll wait for you here. Well, Ai Ichian left. She left after about 15 minutes and came out. It was seen that her eyes were red and swollen. Drooping face. Lend me your shoulder for sister me to rely on. Sister, I wanna cry. Before Chen Hao could react to what was going on, Ai Ichian, who was walking over, jumped into Chen Hao's arms, hugging Chen Hao, resting her head on his shoulder. Whoops, Ai Ichian had really cried out. Sister Ichian, what's going on? What just happened? Was she bullied by surname Zhou? Ai Ichian cried like this. No need to guess that she must have been bullied as well. This made Chen Hao quite upset. Chen Hao did not have many friends. This Ai Ichian counted as one. How could one see her being bullied and not care about it? That Zhou guy just won't give me any money. He even told me to get lost, and said he'd fire me. Oh, my grandmother is still in the hospital. Bone marrow have been matched, just waiting to pay the money and have the operation. As a result, this Zhou's deliberately messed with me like this. Hearing this, Chen Hao was really angry. Life-saving money should also be deducted? Sister Ixian, don't be anxious. I'll get this money back for you. Chen Hao gently hugged Ai Ixian back, patted her back. You can ask for it back? Ai Ixian stopped crying and looked up at Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. This is of course a small matter. If you can't get it back, do whatever you want. If it was another company, Chen Hao still had no way. This Fuqiang advertising? At the time when I signed the contract, buddy, I had kept my hand in. Of course, if I want it back, then what? Promise me one thing. Ai Ichian thought in her heart, if she can ask for the money back, not to mention one thing, it's 10 also promised. Nodded his head and nodded. Can. What thing did you say? Keep it a secret for now. When things are settled, I will naturally tell you. You wait for a while. I'll make a call first. Chen Hao made a call out. It was to call Secretary Su. After the call was connected, Chen Hao stepped aside for a small chat. Soon, the phone call ended. Chen Hao walked back. Ai Ichian looked at Chen Hao with skepticism. Is this done? Chen Hao smiled. Pretty much. Just wait. Ai Ichian glared. A phone call can be fixed? Why am I so unbelieving? After less than 5 minutes, 2 people ran out from the company in a hurry. A man and a woman. The male was bald, 1 meter 6 in height, and over 200 pounds in weight. White and clean, like a pig. He is the vice president of Fuqiang Company. Running out with him is a small young woman of about 30, wearing black silk and a short wraparound skirt. Sexy is really sexy. She is a salesperson of the company. Also the mistress of Vice President Zhou. Ai Ichian's draw was intended to be divided among her. Ichian, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Everything that happened just now was a misunderstanding. You mustn't take it to heart. That's $600,000 of drawback. I've already notified the finance and am handling it for you, and will soon be able to arrive at the account. Vice President Zhou's head was covered in sweat. His posture was low, and he was still compensating with a smiling face. And 10 minutes ago is completely different. Ai Ichian was immediately confused. What's wrong with him? Conscience discovered? Impossible. This guy's conscience was eaten by a dog long ago. Where is there a conscience? Ding dong. This was the beep of a cell phone with a text message. Ai Ichian took out his cell phone and took a look. Immediately stared wide-eyed into the money 65 million yuan hole. Good guy. To the account, but also more than 50,000. Ai Ichian, this extra 50,000 is to give you a bonus? You helped the company to negotiate such a big business. The company to give you a reward. Vice President Zhou's smile was simply worse than crying. Ai Ichian was completely dumbfounded. Who can tell me? What is going on here? Why was the arrogant and domineering Vice President Zhou earlier turning to be like a grandson? Why? Ai Ichian looked towards Chen Hao, who had just made a phone call. Who did you just call? How on earth did you do that? Chen Hao grinned. I told Secretary Su that in the future, the company that buttresses us must be you, or else all business with Fuqiang Company will be suspended immediately. You say, this Vice President Zhou still doesn't provide for you? Still dare to fire you? Ai Ichian was surprised. Why does Secretary Su listen to you so much? Why is it that whatever you say is what you say? Chen Hao looked at Ai Ichian. By now Chen Hao didn't intend to hide it. To be honest with you, in fact, I am the newly appointed boss of Star Dream Edge. Chapter 022 Bet. Help me overcome my fear of the darkness in my heart. Chen Hao had thought that after he told the truth, Ai Ichian would definitely be shocked and then look adoring. But then, bull asterisk surprise. The worship of the fart. This woman simply do not believe. Xian Jade hand also pointed at Chen Hao's brow. Educational tone. Chen Hao, how is it that this is only a month's time gone? How did you become like this? Although bragging is not taxable, it's not like this. Is it so honorable to put gold on one's face?
Chen Hao was anxious. How did I put gold on my own face? What I said was the truth. AI Ichian immediately rolled her eyes. Facts my ass. You are not a rich second generation. Where did you get the money to buy the Star Dream Edge? Do you know how much the Star Dream Edge is worth? Your family grows fruits. Even if you sold the entire mountain, you wouldn't be able to exchange it for a fraction of Star Dream Edge, right? Chen Hao was speechless. How could she not believe it when she was telling the truth herself? Forget it. Too lazy to explain. And at this time, AI Ishian suddenly approached Chen Hao and mysteriously whispered, "Actually, I've already guessed that you're in love with Secretary Su, right? Otherwise, I really can't imagine why she listens to you so much." Chen Hao said breathlessly, You say you're in a relationship with him? Your imagination is really rich. Then why don't you say that I was adopted by him?" AI Ichian slapped her thighs and said in shock, "Yes, that's possible. You're so handsome now. I want to adopt you, but it's a pity that my sister doesn't have that strength. There's a hell of a possibility for you." Chen Hao was helpless. "Alright, things are settled. You can go." "Who said things are settled? Wait a minute." AI Ichian turned around and looked at Vice President Zhou. "Vice President, thank you for taking care of these years. Regret indefinitely. By the way, when the general manager comes back some other day, say goodbye to her for me." After saying this, AI Ichian then turned around with the intention of leaving. When Vice President Zhou heard this, he was directly anxious. What is the situation with AI Ichian? Is this to give up and quit? How can this work? If you quit, the business of Starry Nightmare Edge will be yellow. Starry Night's business is yellow. The company's operation is a problem. If you let the general manager know, then his position as vice president also sat at the end. Ichian, is not all the drawback to you? Why do you still want to go? Vice President Zhou stopped AI Ichian. AI Ichian looked at him with interest. "Vice President Zhou, you are a nobleman who has forgotten many things. Earlier, you said that you dismissed me, and I have been dismissed by you. Well, see you later, bye." After saying that, AI Ichian pulled over Chen Hao, and in the midst of Vice President Zhou's extreme depression as well as the sexy, just now silent mistress beside him, amidst the dumbfounded eyes, got into the Bugatti. "Hey, Shu Tan." After the car started, AI Ichian felt much more comfortable. In the past, she was bullied by this person every day. Today, she finally made him suffer. The mood was not to mention how refreshing it was. After buckling the seatbelt, she stretched her waist comfortably. It doesn't matter if she stretches her back, but Chen Hao instantly became passionate. She wore today would have been tighter. It was a tight one-piece dress, and on the contrary, at this time she also stretched a lazy waist. This time? Well, this damn exaggerated curve. Finally out of breath. Cool. After AI Ichian finished stretching, she saw Chen Hao unbuckle the seatbelt he had just fastened again. What was even stranger was that it also pushed the door to get out of the car. What was even more strange was that when walking, he also clamped his legs and bowed his body, somewhat similar to a shrimp. "Xiao Hao, where are you going?" AI Ichian said from behind. She was very curious. What was wrong with Chen Hao? Looking at the direction Chen Hao went, it seemed like he was going to the toilet. Could it be a pissing emergency? When Chen Hao returned to the car, AI Ichian was answering the phone. "General Manager Ouyang, yes, there's him but not me. There's me but not him. I'll give you a word from the bottom of my heart. I don't see him as a bad person for more than a day or two. You should also be clear about his character. Today, he so blatantly deducted my drawback. Fortunately, Star Dream Edge's side helped me out, and only then did he suffer a loss. What about next time? As long as he is given the opportunity to catch me, he will definitely screw me to death. So, it's okay to want me back in the company. Fire him. As long as there's a day he's in the company, I, AI Ichian, will definitely not set foot in Fujian Company. Alright, General Manager Ouyang, that's it, I still have things to do." After saying that, AI Ichian hung up the phone. Chen Hao said as he started the car, "You're threatening General Manager Ouyang to fire Vice President Zhou?" AI Ichian said unconcerned. Indeed there is a threat within the meaning. But, what can be done? That surname Zhou is completely a villain. This time not to put him to death. Next time I will be him to death. The workplace is so. Do not make a grudge everyone peace and quiet. Well water does not offend the river water. But once the enemy, that is immortal. AI Ichian and Zhou Vice President made such a mess. She is very clear. If Zhou Vice President is still in the company, she will definitely not have a good ending in the future. So, he had to be gotten rid of. Then you're not worried that General Manager Ouyang will leave the Vice President behind and fire you? AI Ichian turned her head to look out the window and faintly said, "I'm now holding your company's $20 million order. The company has long since had a funding gap, counting on this $20 million to renew its life. As long as General Manager Ouyang's head isn't caught in the door, it's impossible to fire me. By the way, speaking of this matter, I still have to thank you.
If it wasn't for you helping me, not to mention the $600,000 draw, I'm afraid I would have lost my job. Chen Hao lowered the window of the car, allowing the outside air to blow in. Compared to air conditioning, Chen Hao still preferred the natural breeze. Spare me the words of thanks. Do you still remember the one condition you promised me earlier? Ai Yixian nodded her head and nodded. I, Ai Yixian, am not a villain who crosses the river and breaks the bridge. Of course I remember. You tell me. What condition? Before, the two had a bet. Now Chen Hao had one. Chen Hao parked the car on the side of the road with a click. Actually, I've always had a wish. Ever since the first moment I saw you, Sister Yixian, I've had an idea. Ai Yixian immediately asked vigilantly. You kid wouldn't have been secretly in love with me all along. Are you going to confess to me now? Chen Hao, don't interrupt. Let me finish my sentence. Ai Yixian immediately covered her mouth and then stopped talking. If he really is confessing to himself, then what should I do? It's like this. As for me, I've been afraid of the dark since I was a child. So what? I hope that Sister Yixian you can wear black silk to help me overcome my heart of fear of the dark. Chapter 023 Ai Yixian willing to gamble and lose. Overcome the fear? Overcome the hell. You big pervert. Chen Hao's little mind. How can Ai Yixian not see it? Good. You've got hardened your wings. You even dare to molest me. Eat sister my fist. Ai Yixian's tightly clenched fist whacked over at Chen Hao. Chen Hao's head was hammered. Ouch. What's wrong? You want to change your mind? Chen Hao rubbed his somewhat sore head. This woman was really hitting ah? Who said I want to change my mind? Ai Yixian, do what I say. Ai Yixian thought about it and said, to wear black silk for you to see is not a no-no. Unfortunately, is really sorry sister I cannot carry black silk habit. Ai Yixian's implication is, it's not that I don't fulfill my promise, it's really that I don't have that condition now. There is no black silk. How to wear to you see? Ai Yixian was secretly pleased, but soon she couldn't laugh anymore. She saw Chen Hao as if he was doing a magic trick, picking up a small bag from the bottom of his feet. When Chen Hao spread out the bag inside the things exposed in Ai Yixian's sight, Ai Yixian was directly dumbfounded. Black silk? Gray silk? There were also letters. All kinds of models were available. When did you buy it? Ai Yixian was surprised. Next to Fujian Company, isn't there a Parisian family? When I went to the restroom just now, I went to buy a few by the way. When Chen Hao came back just now, Ai Yixian was on the phone. It did not notice that Chen Hao was carrying a bag in his hand. Ai Yixian asked again, is that when you bowed and ran out earlier? Chen Hao smiled and nodded. With premeditation? Cut the crap. Please start your performance. Ai Yixian was silent for a moment. Fine. Just wear it. What's the big deal? Isn't it just black silk? Ai Yixian carried the bag containing black silk, then got out of the car, headed to a large shopping mall nearby. Chen Hao saw that Ai Yixian had really gone to wear it, and his mood was instantly excited. To be honest, Chen Hao was just holding the mindset of trying it on, didn't think that she would wear it. The result? This woman is still really trustworthy. After that, Chen Hao began to wait. This waiting is half an hour. Ai Yixian came back, re-sitting back in the passenger seat. Where's the black silk? Not wearing it? Chen Hao wondered. What was this woman like when she went out? And what was she like when she came back? Just between Chen Hao's doubts, Ai Yixian slowly pulled the hem of her skirt. She was wearing a tight long skirt today. The hem of the skirt almost reached the position of his heels. When she pulled the hem of the skirt up a bit to the point where it instantly revealed her calf area. How is it? Does it look good? Ai Yixian stifled her laughter. Silken pants? I go. All wear inside. Still see a hairline Looking at Chen Hao's deflated appearance, Ai Yixian could no longer hold back her laughter and spewed out. Ha ha ha, I have kept my promise. You didn't say that you can't pants silk. Chen Hao, I circle you a forko? Liar. Big liar. But, it seems that before indeed did not say cannot pants and silk Ai Yixian is laughing in front of the anon horse flip. Stomach is painful to laugh. Little like, with sister I play mind? You are still tender. At this time, the low sound of the car engine violently from far and near came. Then, with a click, the car stopped next to Chen Hao's Bugatti. Finally caught you. Bugatti? A 2024 model Bugatti? It was a sports car. The styling was also wildly cool and gripping. The supercar had just stopped, and a youth rushed out from the driver's side. Cool. Really cool. This is the legendary Bugatti Veyron, or the 2024 model. Much cooler than my Ferrari Monza SP. For sports car enthusiasts, Bugatti is definitely their favorite. It's a car that you can't buy just because you have the money. Because the production is so small, demand exceeds supply. You have to queue up to buy it. Mr. Rouet has always dreamed of buying a Bugatti. It's a pity. It's always been out of stock. he even thought of buying a used one, but as a result, no one is willing to sell it. As far as he knows, the entire Chinese Bugatti model retention of not more than 5. Not Bugatti Veyron, this one car. Rather, the entire Bugatti models are less than 5. My goodness, Bugatti is Bugatti. Dude, get acquainted. I'm Situ Rue. After observing the Bugatti carefully, Situ Rue came to the driver's seat, bending down, looking at Chen Hao in the driver's seat. This look? Good fellow. Is this kid so handsome? In this aspect of handsome, Situ Rue, who has never obeyed anyone, could not help but be surprised when he saw Chen Hao again. Car handsome. People also handsome, ah? More importantly, when he noticed Ai Ichian on the co-pilot. I have a good boy? Little young woman? This woman is positive, ah. On Situ Rue's passenger side, there was also a beautiful woman. Mature woman in her 30s. This Situ Rue has a hobby. Pick up girls? Absolutely not, pick up those under 30. What little girl, ah? Miss, ah. They're not his cup of tea. This guy favors older women between 30 and 40. The woman in his passenger seat is about 35. In his words, women at this age not only knew more, but also had a special flavor. Hello, my name is Chen Hao. Something wrong? Chen Hao glanced at his car. The car label Chen Hao recognized. It was a Ferrari. As for which model it was, Chen Hao had no idea. However, looking at the styling of the car, it should be over $10 million. That's right. Is there any interest in racing it, so that I can feel the elegance of a Bugatti? Situ Rue issued an invitation. Chen Hao originally wanted to decline. He still had to send Ai Ichian to the hospital, so how would he have the time to race with you? What Chen Hao didn't expect was that at this time, the system's voice came over. Ding! Mission released. Agree to Situ Rue's request to race and win. After completing the task, you will receive a reward, a supercar. Remarks, leading 0 to 10 seconds Situ Rue wins. Rewarded with a supercar. Leading by 10 to 20 seconds Situ Rue wins. Rewarding 2 supercars. Leading by 21 to 30 seconds Stuart Rue wins. Rewarding 3 supercars. And so on. For every additional 10 seconds, 1 more supercar will be rewarded. Chapter 024 Rue Dajiao's heart is pleased. How can there be such a powerful character in Mindu? Good guy. This system is getting more and more powerful. Although the system didn't say clearly what supercar was being rewarded, Chen Hao was clear that it definitely wouldn't be a level like $1 or $2 million. Cars were definitely more than enough for men. Drag racing? Brother hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. How do you compare? When Chen Hao obtained the Bugatti Veyron, the system also gave him god-level driving skills. Racing? He really wasn't afraid of anyone. Yo, not a small mouth. I just don't know if your strength can match a sports car of this level. You know the 9 Peaks mountain, right? Starting from the foot of the mountain, whoever is the first to go over this one-ring road will win. How about it? Chen Hao nodded. No problem. Situ Rue returned to his car again. After that, his car led the way in front, and Chen Hao followed. About 10 minutes later, it arrived at the foot of 9 Peaks mountain. At this time, on the passenger seat of the Ferrari, the window slowly lowered. A stunning woman with sunglasses was revealed. Don't look at the fact that this woman was already 35 years old, but the years hadn't left any traces on her body. Instead, because of the precipitation of the years, her body exuded a ripe aura that was to die for. This Situ Rue has a good eye. This beauty held a white tissue in her right hand, which was extended out of the window. After that, it was raised fiercely. The white tissue paper was thrown into the air at the same time. Boom boom. These 2 supercars, one of them was over $10 million, one as high as $50 million. The 2 supercars rushed out almost simultaneously. Yo, nice starto? Inside the Ferrari, Situ Rue had a relaxed face. As the vice president of the supercar club, looking at the entire Mindu, there weren't many who could beat him in drag racing. The point is, this road was built by their club. Almost every week, he would come here to run a few laps. The road conditions here couldn't be more familiar. So, even if he knew that his Ferrari was weaker than the Bugatti in terms of performance, and in terms of starting, it was also a bit slower than the Bugatti, although still behind, but did not feel that he would lose. Now it's a straight line. Ferrari can't beat Bugatti in a straight line. Later turn, see how I overtake your car. A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Situ Rue's mouth, and soon arrived at the first turn. This turn had 90 degrees. When approaching this corner, Situ Rue slowed down some. From a speed of 220, it was lowered to 120. A 90-degree curve, even he wouldn't dare to cross it with a speed of more than 120 yards. But then, in the next second, Situ Rue directly stared with wide eyes. Just see in front of him about 3 bodies of Bugatti. Not the slightest bit of slowing down the appearance of a masterclass tail. Swish sound. The car perfectly passed the curve and disappeared in his line of sight. How is it possible? Situ Rue's entire body was dumbfounded. Just now, his car speed was at least 150 or more. 90-degree bend 150 yards of speed over. This is comparable to a quasi-professional racer?
Among the Mindu luxury car club that Sitarue was in, there were many experts.
Among them there is no lack of some retired drivers from the professional racetrack.
But even they do not dare to easily challenge 150 yards over a 90-degree turn. Sitarue immediately realized the gap between him and Chen Hao. But Sitarue did not give in. It was only the first curve, and the road conditions behind were getting worse and worse.
He is not familiar with the terrain. He still has a chance. Just car skills. Sitarue has already sighed to himself.
But he thought that with the advantage of terrain familiarity,
he might still be able to get back. But then, the idea is good. The reality was quite cruel.
He didn't see Chen Hao's taillights for the entire race.
Until he came to the finish line,
he did not see Chen Hao's car.
No need to guess to know.
It must be that he arrived at the finish line and did not wait for himself,
but went first. Sitarue stopped the car, lowered the window and lit a cigarette.
His mood was incomparably complicated.
The car is better than mine? The chick on the passenger side is also prettier than mine? And better looking than me? Even the car skills are better than mine? Where did this monster come from? How come I've never heard of this character before? Sitarue was a little less confident,
then took out his cell phone and silently sent a message in the group.
Raced with Bugatti in Nine Peaks Mountain. Was completely abused, at least 20 seconds behind.
As soon as he sent this message, the Supercar Club group immediately boiled over.
Asterisk 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 20 seconds behind? The Nine Peaks ring road that you run every day is 20 seconds behind? Young Mr. Rue, what kind of car are you driving?
There are also people who think that what Sitarue drove today must be a garbage car.
Otherwise with his skills, it's impossible to be 20 seconds behind so exaggerated. Sitarue, Ferrari Monza SP.
The group was briefly immersed,
then exploded. My Nima, Monza SP lost 20 seconds to Bugatti? How is this possible? Tion, are you sure you didn't let go? Everyone was shocked. Sitarue didn't send any more messages and smoked a cigarette.
His mood at this moment was unprecedentedly complicated.
Sitarue, how did I lose to him so much? It's a big blow. The taste of failure is really not good.
And at this time, his cell phone rang. It was a friend of his calling.
Sitarue thought that he was coming to understand the exact situation he was in just now. But as soon as the phone was connected, the other party said rather excitedly, Rue de Xiao,
the Pagani Son of the Wind,
Lamborghini Poison,
and Koenigsegg 1 have appeared in Nida Plaza.
Sitarue directly scolded. You haven't woken up yet, right? These three kinds of cars are too rare. Unless it is a car show,
the probability of appearing together is almost zero.
The other party said, Rue Dajo.
I also heard it from someone, the authenticity has to be studied.
I plan to go over to take a look. Do you go? Sitarue hesitated. Could it be true? He finally decided to go over and take a look, even though the credibility of the news was not high. Because, these three cars,
they were all supercars.
All of them were more powerful than Chen Hao's Bugatti Veyron.
Especially that one Koenigsegg, which cost up to $100 million.
Normally, these three cars, is a car that is hard to see?
The probability of three cars appearing at the same time is small and small.
Three cars appear together? The authenticity is really not high. But as a sports car enthusiast, even if the credibility is not high, still intends to go over to take a look. In case it is true, Chapter 025, Chen Hao meeting a beautiful netizen. Fate. On the other side,
Chen Hao left directly after crossing the finish line without waiting for Sitarue.
Chen Hao, I'm going to kill you. Ai Yixian on the co-pilot was furious.
It was seen that her face was pale and she was furious to the extreme. The pale color of her face was from being scared.
This is a mountain road.
The turns were all 150 yards or more.
Every turn has the feeling of going off the road. If it goes off the road, it will be dead. Ai Yixian has never been in such a crazy car before.
Her legs went soft, almost scared to pee.
She gripped the handrail the entire time,
not daring to breathe a single breath until she passed the end of the line and the speed of the car slowed down, and only then did she let go of her hand.
Chen Hao, on the other hand, grinned. Isn't it exciting? Do you want to do it again? Crazy. You're really crazy. Joking with your lives.
You guys are a bunch of lunatics.
Ai Yixian blanked Chen Hao. Although it was indeed exciting, she really didn't want to come a second time. This is playing with life. Xiao Hao, listen to my advice. Don't drive like this in the future. Chen Hao just smiled and didn't say anything. Was it dangerous?
For others, it was indeed dangerous.
But for Chen Hao, who possessed god-level driving skills, it was child's play. About 10 minutes later, Ai Yixian got off the car at the city hospital. She was going to see her grandmother.
Chen Hao had planned to invite her to see the elegance of the three supercars that the system had just rewarded her with.
However,
When he heard her say that she wanted to go to the hospital, it was not good enough to invite her anymore.
After that, Chen Hao returned to Min Do No. 1. The Bugatti was parked.
The 3 supercars that had just been rewarded by the system were placed on the parking lot of Yida Plaza, which was 1 street away from Min Do No.
1.
Chen Hao did not go directly to pick up the car.
He didn't eat dinner, and his stomach is still hungry. Let's eat and get full first. On the first floor of Yida Plaza, there was a self-service barbecue restaurant with a relatively affordable price of 99 yuan a head. Chen Hao brought her girlfriend here once before. The flavor was good. After that, they broke up, and Chen Hao had wanted to come over to eat. But, pockets are tight. Do not spare to come to eat. Now,
with $1 billion lying on his card,
he could eat whatever he wanted. The last time Chen Mingqi live streamed the Bugatti Veyron,
it made her gain more than 1,000 fans overnight.
Tasting the sweetness,
she felt that live broadcasting supercars was like a traffic code.
It's just a pity. A supercar of this level like the Bugatti Veyron is unattainable. Originally, she was in the Yida Plaza live broadcast. Fiercely heard people say,
in the outside above the square parked 3 prices are tens of millions of dollars of supercars.
Chen Mingqi immediately went to the parking lot. I go, is this true? There are really 3 supercars? All the babies in the live broadcast. These 3 cars, did you see them? My current location is at Yida Plaza. Babies of Min City, you can come over and watch. As Chen Mingqi spoke,
the camera had been pointed at the 3 supercars.
The live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Good guy. One is a Pagani Son of the Wind. There's also a Lamborghini Poison.
And the most exaggerated thing is that there's even the legendary Koenigsegg one.
Nima, even the Koenigsegg one? Chen Mingqi didn't know too much about these supercars.
Seeing how shocked the fans in the live broadcast room were now,
she asked, is this Koenigsegg as powerful as the Bugatti Veyron?
Among the live broadcast room, fans, I'm crazy about cars. The Bugatti Veyron landed at $50 million. The Koenigsegg one bare car price of 100 million.
Seeing 100 million, Chen Mingqi's eyes widened.
The naked car is $100 million.
What about the landed price? It's still not $123 million Chen Mingqi incomparable shock. Simply which tycoon so trenchless
After the other 2 cars were introduced by the fans,
Chen Mingqi was similarly shocked to an incomparable degree.
A $70 million. A $50 million.
This is also the price of the naked car. Which super rich second generation heavenly group came here?
Chen Mingqi was envious in her heart.
When I get hot and make money, I will also buy a luxury car like this to come out and blow up the streets.
Chen Mingqi was broadcasting live and videotaping at the same time. These videos she planned to go back and edit into a video release.
About 10 minutes later, the number of people who heard the news came more and more. These 3 cars were already surrounded.
The parking lot was worried about the cars being scratched and had specially arranged for 5 security guards to watch over them.
Babies, there are too many people now. It's so crowded. I can't broadcast live. Whoa, I haven't had dinner yet.
I passed by a barbecue restaurant earlier.
Although I haven't eaten it, it looks clean and the environment is good. Let's go, eat barbecue meat.
Chen Mingqi was still thankful in her heart.
Luckily she came earlier and there weren't many people at that time. If it was to come now, there were people in 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside.
There was no way to broadcast live.
Looking at the number of people online, it broke through 300 people.
Before there was a live broadcast of the supercar,
the number of people online was only 100 or so. In only 10 minutes, more than 200 people had come in. This made Chen Mingqi's heart happy. It felt like the path to stardom was bright. Chen Mingqi arrived at the barbecue restaurant and was led by the waitress to a window seat. Isn't this brother to Hao? Chen Mingqi said in surprise. Brother to Hao. Hello?
The people inside the live broadcast room also recognized that it was Chen Hao.
*******, and it's really the owner of the explosively handsome Bugatti?
I who have never obeyed anyone in this aspect of handsome,
only obey brother to Hao. Where's brother to Hao's Bugatti? The last time I saw it, I still can't get enough of it, so let me admire the Bugatti's elegance. Chen Hao,
who was roasting meat, raised his head,
revealing a handsome face that was enough to mesmerize thousands of women. Hello. Then, he graciously greeted the fans in the live broadcast room. Hello everyone. Fan A, handsome, young, and so approachable, gentlemanly, polite. My sister would love to have a godson like this. Fan B, love, little brother has no girlfriend. Fan C, if only my boyfriend was this handsome. Fan D, I want to fall in love. Little brother, about it? Fan E, little brother, is there any interest in a one-night love? I'm not greedy for your money anymore. The point is that I want to sit on the passenger side of the Bugatti and cry. Looking at these messages from the fans in the live broadcast, Chen Mingqi had a very speechless feeling. Are these the legendary women who can't move when they see a super handsome guy?
When Chen Mingqi was about to say something, A sentence suddenly appeared inside the live broadcast room,
causing the entire room to instantly fall silent.
I'm crazy about cars, everyone. Have you ever thought that those 3 super sports cars on the parking lot, could they also belong to the tycoon brother?
Chapter 026, Showing Off Your Wealth in Front of Chen Hao?
There are $10 billion lying in the card, understand? A sentence that instantly silenced the live broadcast. If those 3 cars outside were also brother to Hao's, then his identity was truly frightening.
What kind of family background did this have to be able to buy 4 supercars of this level at the same time?
Even Chen Mengqi was shocked for a moment.
However, very quickly, this unrealistic idea was rejected by Chen Mengqi. Have you ever seen a person go out and drive 3 cars? Everyone, don't guess blindly. Let me just ask you guys, have you ever seen anyone go out alone and drive 3 cars? So everyone, don't guess blindly.
After speaking to her fans, Chen Mengqi looked at Chen Hao with a smile.
Brother to Hao, can I share a table with you? Yes, eating alone was boring anyway,
so having a beautiful woman as a companion was not bad.
Seeing Chen Hao agree, Chen Mengqi then sat down.
She sat across from Chen Hao.
For a formal introduction, my name is Chen Mengqi. I'm very happy to meet you.
Such a coincidence.
My surname is Chen as well. Then in that case, we were still a family 500 years ago? Chen Mengqi suddenly felt that she was much closer to Chen Hao, continuing to find a topic. Little brother Chen, did you often come here to eat before?
As soon as this question was asked,
Chen Mengqi regretted it. How could such a super tycoon often come to this cheap restaurant to eat? This question was really stupid to the extreme.
Chen Hao shook his head and shook his head.
No, seldom come, just once, because this place is too expensive. It was simply unaffordable before, and I didn't dare to come back after eating it once. One sentence not only amused Chen Mengqi, even the people in the live broadcast room were equally amused. A super tycoon driving a Bugatti wouldn't be able to afford a $99 barbecue buffet? Funny, right? The two people chatted for a while and became somewhat familiar. Chen Mengqi took the initiative to ask Chen Hao for contact information. Live streaming room. Oh.
I knew that Mengqi taking the initiative to sit with brother Tua Hao definitely had impure motives.
Hey, want WeChat? Last time I told you to take the initiative, you still twisted and turned, and as a result, you only reacted when the person ran away. And today, you finally got the hang of it. Mengqi, can you send me to Hao brother's WeChat privately? My sister also wants to add him. I'll give you a rocket brush. How? Why do I have the feeling that brother Tua Hao is going to be abducted by Mengqi?
Just as Chen Mengqi and Chen Hao had just finished adding each other's contact information,
a familiar yet annoying voice rang out from behind them. Isn't this big school girl Chen?
From the doorway came a woman with a simple yet sexy halter top.
Under the heavy makeup,
it was impossible to tell her exact age,
and in her hand, she was carrying the LV bag that emphasized the air of a tycoon. This one bag,
Chen Hao accompanied Tianxi in the LV store to buy a bag when seen.
Need more than 70,000. The average person couldn't really afford it. Her name was Lu Yanyan. Like Chen Mengqi,
she was from the Mengdu Film and Television Academy.
A senior student. It's her again? How come there's her everywhere? Chen Mengqi instantly rolled her eyes. This nemesis, how could she be such a ghost? How could she be encountered everywhere?
If Chen Mengqi remembered correctly, this was already the 4th time she had run into her this month.
Right? What a bummer. Just now, my boyfriend and I finished eating island cuisine not far away and were planning to take a stroll, but I didn't expect to meet you.
Chen Mengqi and Chen Hao happened to be sitting next to the window.
It was a glass floor-to-ceiling window, and it was possible to see inside from the outside. By the way, dear, how much did we eat at the island cuisine restaurant just now? Yan Lu deliberately asked. His boyfriend was not very old, just a young lad in his 20s, said, $4,700. Honey, next time, I'll take you to a more upscale place, said. The young man deliberately embraced Lu Yanyan's waist. Really don't say. This woman's face is not too outstanding, but this body, but not generally good. By the way, our big schoolgirl, why don't you go eat island cuisine? That flavor can be much better than here. Oh, I know, it's not that you don't want to go eat, but you can't afford it. Spending a few $1,000s on a meal is not something you commoners can afford. This is your boyfriend, right? Handsome is quite handsome. What? He can only afford you to eat this dozens of dollars of crap? Unlike my boyfriend, who casually takes me to eat for thousands. As soon as Lu Yanyan opened her mouth, Chen Hao knew that she had a beef with Chen Mengqi. Originally, Chen Hao hadn't wanted to intervene. Only, this woman. What was the point of dragging herself into this for a good reason? Who said that island cuisine is better than my Chinese barbecue?
Chen Hao smiled coldly.
Are you deaf? Was it me who said that just now? Lu Yanyan had a condescending face.
Island cuisine is just better than Chinese barbecue meat.
Just look at this price. In front of island cuisine, Chinese barbecue meat is not even worthy of the qualification of lifting his shoes. Chen Hao secretly shook his head. This woman has pandered to foreigners to the bone. It was hopeless. The fans in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, had witnessed everything that had just happened throughout. Everyone was furious. Nima, licking like this, what is this woman's origin? Foreign pandering garbage thing, don't know how many people have driven it. Give it to lousy. Lousy is too dirty. Malagobis, eat a meal of island cuisine is not a big deal?
I don't know how many shots I had to get in exchange for this meal.
One look and you know you're not a good bird. Everyone, hold your horses. There's brother Taheo here. You guys are in a hurry. Wait to see this stupid woman get hit in the face. Right. Sit and wait for brother Taheo to hit the face. This stinking, still doesn't know what she's facing, right? Let the storms come hard. Ding, mission released. Punch the face of the submissive Yen Yen Lu. After completing the mission, receive a reward of 500 million stock funds. Upon hearing that it was this reward, Chen Hao was directly delighted. Get 500 million funds for hitting your face? This was a good deal. Chen Hao no longer spoiled her and directly disliked her. Foreign fawning contraption. Eat island cuisine once and your ass is up in the air. What kind of thing are you? Chapter 027 takes you to feel what it means to be the world's top sports car. What kind of thing do you think I am? Then you, the poor guy who takes his girlfriend out and can only eat this cheap buffet. What kind of thing are you? Lu Yanyan disliked it without any hesitation. Don't think that I won't scold you if you look handsome. Dare to mock auntie and grandmommy. What kind of thing are you? Chen Mingqi stifled her laughter. You say Chen Hao is poor? You are not aware that the cars he drives are more than 50 million Bugatti. How dare you mess with him? If you piss this guy off, I'm afraid Jesus won't be able to protect you. Hold it. Don't laugh. But she couldn't hold it in. It directly spewed out in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Laughing me to death. Really laughed me to death. To say that he is a poor man? It's really a laugh. Chen Mengqi laughed her head off. But Lu Yanyan was confused. Where did I say something wrong? Is it that funny? And at this time, Lu Yanyan violently realized an extremely unusual thing. Cradling her boyfriend. His gaze was actually on Chen Mengqi's body. Li Da-sun, 23 years old. When he was small, his family was very poor, but his family's luck was relatively good and he encountered a demolition. Grandparents' house, plus dad and mom's house were all demolished. A total of 7 suites were lost, plus more than $4 million in cash. Then his father relied on the $4 million in cash. Sold 3 suites, $7 million in capital investment in the aquatic business. Currently, the family's assets exceeded $100 million. Li Da-sun is the only child of the family. From now on, lived a life of rich second generation of food and clothing. He is the only child of his family, and since then he has been living the life of the second generation of rich people with no food and clothing. From the moment he entered, he noticed Chen Mengqi. 1 word, beautiful. 2 words, thief pretty. When compared to Chen Mengyao like this, it instantly felt like Yen Yan Lu didn't smell good anymore. Seducing my man? Bitch. Lu Yanyan didn't dare to continue staying here. Not because she was afraid of losing face, but she felt that if she stayed, she was afraid that her boyfriend would be seduced away by Chen Mengyao. This kind of thing was not the first time it happened. The reason why Lu Yanyan had a grudge against Chen Mengyao, it was mainly during sophomore year. Lu Yanyan talked about her boyfriend for half a year, suddenly told her that the person he liked Chen Mengqi. Break up. You now tell me that you like another woman and then want to break up with me? I go Nima. Since then, Lu Yanyan hated Chen Mengqi, always feeling that she was the one who seduced away her boyfriend. Honey, I'm a bit uncomfortable. You send me back to the dormitory. Lu Yanyan affectionately hugged Li Dashuan's arm, intentionally using a clip sound, whispering, I still want to experience the elegance of your Porsche 911. Right, Chen Mengqi, how are you guys going back? I'm going back to the school dormitory now. Do I need to give you a ride? But, I'm sorry, my boyfriend's Porsche 911 only has 2 seats. It can't fit you. Lu Yanyan was obviously taunting Chen Mengqi. Porsche 911 is also taken out to show off? Chen Hao shook his head breathlessly. In the real sports car world, a Porsche 911 isn't even considered entry-level. What's there to show off? In the eyes of ordinary people, the Porsche 911 was definitely a ceiling-level existence. But in Chen Hao's eyes, a car that was just over $1 million, it really didn't count as entry-level. There was no way around it. The few supercars he owned were simply too awesome. Not even considered entry-level? What a big mouth. Da Sunli felt that Chen Hao was holding himself in abject contempt and was very unhappy. Who are you? Do you know how much a Porsche 911 costs? Chen Hao was too lazy to bother with Da Sunli. Wiping the grease stains at the corners of his mouth with a paper towel, he looked at Chen Mengqi across the seat. I'm full. What about you? Chen Mengqi touched her bulging belly. I'm also full. Haven't eaten this much in a long time. Chen Hao stood up. I'll take you to a place, Chen Mingqi asked back. Where to? Chen Hao smiled. To the parking lot. I'll take you there to feel what it means to be a true world-class sports car. Chen Mingqi, who heard these words, instantly became excited. So, won't I be able to photograph the interior of the Bugatti? Hee. If I really want to photograph the interior, I'll definitely be able to raise a lot of fans. At this time, Yan Lu sneered out. The elegance of a top supercar? Really laughs me to death. A poor man who can't even afford to eat island cuisine still fantasizes about being able to drive a top supercar? This is not the way to pretend. Honey, let's go. Ignore them. Lu Yan and Li Dasun left in pairs, and when the two came to the parking lot, they saw a lot of people surrounding the front. It was only when they walked over that they realized that they were actually surrounding the luxury cars. Me Nima? Poison? Son of the Wind? Koenigsegg 1? I am not hallucinating, am I? When Li Dasun recognized the three supercars, he was not calm on the spot. Sparing him, it was still the first time he had seen these three cars in reality. On the other hand, Lu Yan asked curiously, Honey, what kind of cars are these? They feel very cool. Are they more powerful than your Porsche 911? Li Dasun immediately covered her mouth. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The surrounding people had already projected over a different look. Some people even sneered out, really big breasts, long hair, short knowledge. How dare you compare the 911 with these three godly cars? Ignorant. Lu Yan has never received this kind of anger. Originally wanted to dislike back. Li Dasun stopped her. Auntie, if you don't understand, just say less. It's very embarrassing. Do you know how much these three cars cost? Lu Yan shook her head. How would I know? Li Dasun pointed at the Son of the Wind. This car, Bugatti Son of the Wind, is known as the legend of the sports car world, priced at up to $50 million. What? $50 million? Lu Yan was really shocked. She grew up so big. She had seen a lot of luxury cars, but it was really the first time she had seen a $50 million supercar. This one car, Lamborghini Poison, is priced at $70 million. Scared, right? There are even more scary ones. The one in the middle, the Koenigsegg one, priced at more than $100 million. That is, I sold all the houses in my family, and sold my dad's company, and only barely enough to buy this one car. How about it? Now still not to take my Porsche 911 and these three cars then? Lu Yan shook her head heavily, still comparing the Porsche 911 in front of them, even give them the qualification to lift their shoes or not. However, I just don't know what kind of person owns such an awesome car. It must be a super rich kid who is countless times more powerful than Dasunli, right? He. I'll just wait here for the owner of the car to show up. Maybe I'll be able to hook up with one. And at that moment, Chen Hao and Chen Mingqi walked over talking and laughing. Chapter 028, the three great young men gathered together. Now there's a good show to watch. Still so many people. It's also fortunate that the parking lot has arranged for security guards to watch over it. Otherwise it's definitely going to be scratched. Chen Mingqi was originally thinking that if there were fewer onlookers now, then there would be a few more minutes of live streaming of the luxury cars. Only, she had underestimated the influence of these three luxury cars. There were even more people surrounding the front of the limousines now than before. By the way, where's your Bugatti? How come I haven't seen your supercar? Chen Mingqi looked around. In the entire parking lot, in addition to these three supercars, there was a Porsche 911 not far away. There were no other supercars. I didn't say that I drove a Bugatti out today. Chen Hao smiled. Didn't drive a Bugatti? That's not the end of the story. Won't they laugh at me to death? Didn't you still say to me earlier that you'd let me come and experience the top supercar? You big liar. No. Thinking of this, Chen Mingqi suddenly realized something. Wide-eyed in disbelief, she looked at Chen Hao. Could it be that one of these three supercars is his? Yes. To be able to own a Bugatti, in owning another supercar, is also a normal thing. Which rich second generation doesn't own several cars? What kind of person is this Chen Hao? And what kind of family was he born into? Chen Mingqi became more and more curious about Chen Hao. On the other side, Lu Yan's eyes looked around expectantly. It was different from those who were busy taking pictures and videos. She had only symbolically taken a few pictures. Compared to the supercar, she was more interested in the owner of this luxury car. The owner of this kind of luxury car must be the rich second generation of the rich second generation, right? 3 cars, that's 3 owners. Then there were 3 chances. As long as one of them is taken care of, it's a real step into the rich family. As for Dasunli, just kick it. She's just playing with Dasunli. She had planned to kick him after she was drained. Dasun, what kind of person in Mindu can afford this kind of car? Lu Yan asked. I can't afford it anyway, Li Dasun said. Among our supercar club, there are not many who can afford to buy it, but those who can buy it are very rare. because it's not just money that buys these cars. Yan Yan Lu then didn't understand. To buy a car, isn't it just a matter of having enough money? You think too simple. To buy this kind of luxury car, not only to money, but also to assess the identity first. All can buy this kind of car, such as the head of a piece of cloth, the world my richest Middle East prince, top ball players, top stars, royalty, and so on. Ordinary tycoons. You can't even take your turn if you want to buy one. There aren't many of us who can afford to buy in Mindu, but there are only a few who are qualified to buy. Who on earth will it be? Will it be that mysterious tycoon? Hearing this, Lu Yanyan immediately asked, Mysterious tycoon? What mysterious tycoon? Dasan Li explained. Just over an hour ago, a big event happened in our Mindu supercar world, and Big Rue lost in a drag race on the Nine Peaks Pan Mountain Highway. Actually, losing a race is normal. There are people outside of people. There are days outside of days. The scary thing is, Rue Deschao predicted that he would be at least 20 seconds behind the other party. You have to know that Rue Deschao was driving a multi-million-dollar Ferrari at the time. Lu Yanyan was shocked. A multi-million-dollar Ferrari still loses to the other party by more than 20 seconds? Then what kind of car was the other party driving? Li Dashuan's eyes were thick with envy. Bugatti Veyron. Lu Yanyan was confused. Bugatti Veyron? What kind of car? I've never heard of it. Li Dasan patiently explained. Let me tell you this. That one car bought him $50 million. What? $50 million? As soon as she heard $50 million, Lu Yanyan was shocked. This car called Bugatti, sold so expensive? Then you tell me, who exactly is that one mysterious tycoon? Li Dasan blared at her. How do I know who he is? However, no matter who he is, he will be my idol from now on anyway. When Dasan Li was still fantasizing that one day if she met with her idol, she must hug his thighs tightly, she saw Chen Hao walking towards the Pagani Windjammer. Immediately, he shouted, Brat, what do you want? Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Chen Hao gave him a look. Idiot. Press simply didn't bother with him. Sorry, you can't go near the car. The security guards in charge of guarding the car stopped Chen Hao. They didn't know whose car it was. However, they were clear that since this car was parked in the middle of their parking lot, they were obligated to protect it. Chen Hao was not angry. Instead, he gave a thumbs up to their dutiful attitude. This car is mine. I'm here to pick it up now. Can I pass? The surrounding people were all stunned. Barely. It's his car? The godly man who has been waiting for a long time is finally appearing? This little brother is really handsome. Handsome person and handsome car. My favorite type. Take pictures. Take pictures. Send a friend circle. Chen Mingqi guessed that one of the three cars was Chen Hao's. So at this moment, she didn't feel much surprise. He. The guess was right. There's really one that's his car. Ha ha ha. Laughing me to death. Really laughing me to death. A guy who can't even afford to eat island cuisine. But he even said out loud that this supercar is his? Why are you so thick-skinned? Security guard. Don't listen to him. He's just a poor guy. There's no way he can afford such an expensive supercar. If you let him through and bump it, you'll still have to get laid off. Once the security guard heard this, he was even more unable to let Chen Hao pass. And at this time, who said my brother Hao is poor? Stand out for me. A rather angry voice came from outside the crowd. The crowd turned their heads to look over, and they saw three youths walking over with quick steps. The one in front was wearing a plaid-colored shirt. The buttons on his chest were unbuttoned to the third, revealing a bit of his chest, which he felt would be a bit cooler. Young Rue, Dusty Jr., Young Zay. Li Dasan instantly recognized the identities of these three. All of them were members of the Ultra Racing Club. He thought to himself, why are these three big brothers appearing here? Could it be? Oh, I understand. These three supercars must belong to the three of them. Li Dasan walked over quickly, licking his face, greeting with a smile, extremely fawning. Rue Deschao, Dusty Xiao, Zay Xiao, you guys came just in time. Just now, someone wanted to get close to your car, and I helped you stop him. Li Dasan was also a member of the Ultra Car Club, but then, the identity of the same member inside was also vastly different. This Rue Deschao was considered the tip of the pyramid in the Ultra Car Club, and Li Dasan can only be at the bottom, barely qualify to enter the Supercar Club. Situ Rue had seen Dasan Li, but he couldn't recall what his name was. Coldly said, you are the kid who said that my Ho is poor? Chapter 029, this brother Hao is soothing to the ear. Situ Rue's questioning tone and ice-cold attitude made Li Dashuan's heart instantly wow cold. What's going on? Also, what was the brother Hao in his mouth just now? Could it be? Realizing something, he was instantly terrified. Even Rue Deschao called him Brother Hua? What kind of person was this person? Young Master Rue, it's me. I'm Little Shunzi. Ha, last month, we met at the Nine Peaks Mountain Racing Circuit. Li Dasan accompanied with a smiling face. Extremely flattering. Situ-Rue was too lazy to bother with him. This kind of small person, pinching him to death is as simple as pinching an ant. I'll clean you up later. Then, he quickly walked towards Chen Hao. Without the previous indifference, he revealed a smile. Brother Hao, good to see you again. Behind him, Dusty Young, Zay Young, also called out in unison. Brother Hao, Situ-Rue, Fu Hn, Su Rui's are his best friends. Situ-Rue called Brother Hao. These two naturally called him the same. Fu Chen and Su Rui's were meeting Chen Hao for the first time. Under the introduction of Situ-Rue before, Chen Hao not only has first-class car skills, but is also exceptionally handsome. The two of them were very curious about what the existence that could make Situ-Rue, who had never defied anyone in the aspect of handsome, sigh in admiration, actually looked like. Now a C. Good guy. It was indeed more handsome than Situ-Rue, who was known as the #1 beauty of the Ultra Racing Club. However, as supercar enthusiasts, what they admired even more was Chen Hao's driving skills. The existence of someone who was able to crush Situ-Rue on the Nine Peaks Highway was enough to make them respect him. Therefore, this Brother Hao was from the bottom of their hearts. There were already quite a few people around. Right away, there were people who recognized them. My goodness, isn't this the son of the Long Ding Group and the vice president of the Mindu Supercar Club? Situ-Rue? I know the other two as well. The one on the left is called Fu Chen, the youngest son of the Batu Pilot Group, the patriarch of the Ultra Racing Club. The one on the right is called Su Rui's, also a marvelous bull. It's said that his family holds 2 listed companies, a rich oil flow of existence. The 3 of them are usually hard to see. How could they appear here all of a sudden? Oh, I know. The 3 of them correspond to these 3 supercars. It turns out that these 3 top supercars are their However, what I'm even more curious about now is why all 3 of them call little brother as brother. Is it hard to believe that this little brother, who is so handsome that he is a mess, has a more honorable status than these 3? The other party called brother, stretching his hand does not hit the face of a smiling man. Chen Hao politely greeted them. Hello guys. Situ-Rue began to introduce. Brother Hao. These 2 are my brothers, Fu Chen and Su Rui's. Fu Chen and Su Rui's immediately extended their hands. Brother Hao. Brother Hao. The normally unrivaled 2 people had their posture lowered at this time. Chen Hao shook their hands. Chen Hao's easygoing attitude also caused Situ-Rue and the others to feel much better about Chen Hao. Brother Hao, you're also here to admire this supercar? It seems that Brother Hao is also a true car lover. Situ-Rue said with a smile. It wasn't that he couldn't afford these 3 cars, there was really no place to buy them. He had thought that Chen Hao had come to see the cars just like them. Looking at cars? Chen Hao smiled. Then he fished out a set of car keys from his pocket and gently pressed it. Chirp! The Pagani Windjammer, which was parked on the far left, suddenly had headlights all around it that lit up. Unlocking was successful. My car is parked here. I'm here to pick it up. Chen Hao had a harmless smile. The entire scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone's gazes were unblinking as they stared daggers at Chen Hao. Oh my god, is he really the owner of this luxury car? Da-san Li was stunned. Boy, this car is really his? Earlier I even taunted him to come? Lu Yanyan was even more dumbfounded, so surprised that her mouth almost opened into an O shape. This car is $50 million. It's his? Isn't he a poor man who can't even afford to eat island cuisine? Then, she began to be jealous of Chen Mingqi. Why is she able to find such a rich boyfriend, while I can only finally Da-san this kind of goods? The more Lu Yanyan thought about it, the more unbalanced her heart became, and the more she thought about it, the more jealous she became. Then, it feels that Li Da-san does not smell good at all. Looking at the deflated Lu Yanyan, Chen Mingqi finally felt that she was raising her eyebrows. This felt cool, and when Lu Yanyan's jealous eyes looked over, Chen Mingqi even deliberately moved her feet in Chen Hao's direction. She got a little bit closer. Seeing Lu Yanyan became even more jealous. Humph, what's the big deal? There are 3 luxury cars here. Your boyfriend's one is the trashiest of the 3. And there are 2 more cars, so there are 2 more owners. I have 2 more chances. Take any of them and it won't be worse than your boyfriend. Lu Yanyan had already started to calculate in her heart. If the other 2 car owners showed up later, what method should she use to take them down quickly? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Hao, this car is yours. You were able to get a Bugatti Veyron. I have already admired the 5 bodies, and now a win, son of a. Brother, I cannot use words to describe. Admire, admire. When Da-san Li on the side heard this, he was instantly nonplussed. He was the owner of a Bugatti Veyron? My goodness. The matter of Situ-Rue losing to the Bugatti had long spread. Da-san Li finally realized why Situ-Rue had placed his posture so low towards Chen Hao. Anyone who knows Situ-Rue knows. This person has 2 major hobbies. First, cooked women. Not cooked, not absolutely do not, because not enough flavor. Second, supercar. This is a person who can use his life to defend the dignity of the supercar. He lost to Bugatti. If you say, just lost a few seconds. If you train hard, you may be able to catch up with him. But, it was more than 20 seconds. Sitarue knew very well that he would not be able to reach this height in his lifetime. He lost, defeated heartily. From that time onwards, he worshipped Chen Hao. Calling Chen Hao his brother Hao was worshipping him from the bottom of his heart. By the way, brother Hao, whose are those other 2 cars? They must be your friends. Right, I'm curious whose men are they? I wonder if I recognize them. Inside Siturue's cognizance, the supercar club was already the pinnacle of the Mindu supercar world. Now it seemed that he was really out of the loop. He remembered what his dad had once said to him: there are people outside of people, and there are mountains outside of mountains. It was only now that he truly realized the meaning of this sentence. Those truly immovable super tycoons were all greatly hidden from the world. I wonder, do I have the qualifications to melt into Brother Hao's circle? As Sitarue thought this in his heart, something that made him dumbfounded once again happened. He saw Chen Hao take out a car key from his pocket again. He gently pressed it. Beep, originally parked quietly. The sound of unlocking suddenly rang out. Then, the headlights around them lit up. Sitarue froze. Fuichen and Suruai's eyes widened. Li Dasun was so surprised that his mouth was able to stuff an ostrich egg. Yen Lu was so surprised that she couldn't even speak. Even Chen Mengqi was in disbelief. This one car, was it even his? Chapter 030 Luxury Cars 3 in a row. Rui Dishao's heart is pleased and convinced. Chen Hao looked at Sitarue with a harmless smile. This car is also mine. What? This car is also yours? At this moment, Sitarue has been shocked beyond words. With a Bugatti Veyron and a Pagani Windjammer, even the poison was his? This is in the end from where to come out of the bola. Mindu, how can there be such a powerful character? How come I have never heard of his big name before? And at this time, Sitarue thought of an even more horrible thing, pointing to the only remaining one Koenigsegg one. Won't tell me that that one car is also. That's right, this one is also mine. As Chen Hao spoke, he pulled out another car key and gently pressed it. Beep, it was successfully unlocked. Brother, you are truly my idol. Sitarue was completely and utterly shocked. Even the president of the club couldn't get a supercar of this level, right? Originally, he thought that these 3 cars belonged to 3 people. How could he not think that it was actually one person's? Then what means did he use to buy so many top-class sports cars? This level of sports car, Sitarue was not able to get one. The main reason was that this car was just too few. It was already booked before it was even produced. Sitarue instantly decided that Chen Hao's identity background was absolutely, positively very uncomplicated. It was highly likely that it was even more powerful than the president's background. Otherwise, how could he get so many cars? This is Koenigsegg 1. The price is as high as 100 million. Ah, great my brother. Sitarue appeared unusually exuberant. Brother Hao, can you add a WeChat? Convenient for future contact. Chen Hao didn't refuse, took out his cell phone, and exchanged WeChat and phone calls with him. Seeing this, Fuidwan and Su Rui's, this was definitely a good opportunity to climb up to the big brother, and shamelessly asked for Chen Hao's contact information as well. This scene fell in the eyes of the surrounding people, when it was really dumbfounded. In the past it was others who licked their share, but today it was them who went to lick others. What exactly is this Chen Hao? After adding WeChat, Sitarue sent out an invitation. Such a brother. It's like this. I also love sports cars. There are more than a dozen supercars at home, but I just can't get a car as awesome as you, brother. Sitarue's eyes burned as he looked at the 3 supercars. He originally wanted to say could he feel the car elegance. To put it bluntly, he was just itching to drive, but considering that so bluntly said, lend me to drive a little. Suspect that Chen Hao certainly do not give. Immediately changed his words. Brother Hao, you have to drive this car back to the right. You just one person cannot open 3 or brother I help you open. Fuichen and Su Rui's reacted at this time. They are also supercar enthusiasts. Encountered this kind of luxury car, there is no reason not to want to feel. Brother Hao, I'll also help you drive one. And me, I'll have one too. Chen Hao was still worried that he would have to make 3 more trips to get the car back, but now that they had come to help, wasn't this just right? Throwing the car keys to them, received the car keys of the 3 people are very excited. Sitarue chose the Koenigsegg one. Fuichen and Su Rui's is poison in the wind. Now do you guys still think that island cuisine is better than my Chinese barbecue? When Chen Hao's gaze looked at Dasun Li was so frightened that he was on the verge of crying. You, a big man with such an honorable status, why do you still bring your girlfriend to eat cheap barbecue meat when you pick up girls? If I didn't eat barbecue meat, I wouldn't have misunderstood you. Misunderstanding. Cold sweat broke out on Li Dashuan's forehead. Misunderstanding you Mara Awal. Seeing this, Sitarue kicked him over, and Dasun Li was directly kicked over on the ground. After kicking, Sitarue realized that he still didn't know what had happened between them. pointing at Li Dashuan's nose and roaring, "Ma da, say, how did you offend my ho?" Li Dasun was about to cry. "Rue Dasun, you don't even have a clear understanding of what is going on, just kick me ah, can we be reasonable?" Dasun Li dared not say anything. He believed that if he said one more word, he would still be beaten up. Sitarue saw Li Dasun half a day did not speak, lazy to ask again, and kicked him 2 feet, warding over, "You give me a good listen. From this moment on, you are removed from the supercar club. Mad, give me a roll." Li Dasun feels that he is really aggrieved, but he does not dare to say anything. The other party is Rue Dajo. He dares not have the slightest retaliation mentality. Where he dares to stay, gray head and face ran away. Lu Yanyan immediately chased after, pulled the car door. Result, pulled the car door several times but did not open. "Honey, open the door." "Open the door? Stinking, if it wasn't for your demonic act, would I have offended Chen Hao? If I didn't offend Chen Hao, would Rue Dishao hold a grudge against me? Ma da, still want to get into my car? Go to hell you." After saying that, Dasun Li simply didn't care what Lu Yanyan's reaction was. The roaring engine sounded and quickly disappeared, leaving Lu Yanyan in the wind. Chapter 031, The Most Beautiful Teacher Lingyu. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of punching Yanyan Lu in the face and obtaining 500 million in stock funds. 500 million oh? A billion lying in the card and now 500 million? 500 million is stock though, but it's cashable, and if you sell it, it's cash. Ding, mission issued. Please ask the host to earn 10 million in stocks within a month, and after completing the mission, obtain 100% stake in Hualong Capital. Seeing that it was actually Hualong Capital, Chen Hao instantly became excited. Chen Hao had majored in finance in college. Naturally, he had heard of Hualong Capital. This was a capital operation company that ranked in the top 3 in Ningdu, with hundreds of billions of dollars of capital under its control. It was definitely a giant enterprise. 500 million to make 10 million? Within a month? That means a 2% profit. For Chen Hao, this was difficult, because he studied finance. He had opened through a stock account when he was in college, also live traded, but it was all small manipulation. The largest capital is not more than $30,000, and 500 million investment is already super large amount of money. Chen Hao simply cannot manipulate. But, the system didn't say that it couldn't hire someone. Chen Hao thought of someone. His college teacher Lingyu. Lingyu was Chen Hao's instructor for the first half of his freshman and sophomore semesters, and when Chen Hao was in the second half of his sophomore year, she left the school and went to a capital operation company. I don't know how she is doing now. Chen Hao flipped out his cell phone address book and found her cell phone number. I don't know if she changed her cell phone. Make a call first. Hualong Capital. It was now more than 9 o'clock in the evening, and Lingyu was still working overtime. Only last week, she was just promoted and became the youngest investment manager ever at Hualong Capital. Because of her good looks, she was promoted quickly. There was a lot of gossip about her. Some people said that she was the daughter of a certain shareholder of Hualong Capital. There were also legends that she had an affair with the director. In short, there were many different opinions. Regarding these gossips, Lingyu didn't pay any attention to them, because only she herself knew clearly that they were all nonsense. She didn't rely on her family, and even more so, she didn't rely on being a mistress to get to the top. To be able to achieve what she did today, it was all due to her hard work. She worked harder than anyone else. Getting off work at 10 in the evening was the norm. Lingyu stretched her waist comfortably and looked at the profit status summarized in the screen. The corner of her mouth finally revealed a light smile. Today's profit was in line with expectations. This month's performance was completed 10 days early. Beautiful. Lingyu gave herself a compliment. And at this time, the cell phone on the side rang, and Lingyu realized that it was actually Chen Hao calling in. Although Chen Hao did not stand out in school, because Chen Hao was an orphan. As the class guide, she took very good care of him, and all of Chen Hao's part-time jobs during his freshman year were still found by Lingyu for him. Therefore, Lingyu's impression of Chen Hao was also very deep. Picking up the phone, Chen Hao, long time no see, why are you calling me at this time? Right, you guys should be out for internship now. How's the internship job? Not a great job. Originally worked as a planner in an advertising agency, but as a result, I was fired last month. You're a finance student going to an ad agency? The door is not right, and the specialty is not right. It's normal that you didn't pass the internship assessment. Right, you called me. Do you want me to help you find a job? With Lingyu's current status and popularity in the financial circle, it was still very simple to introduce a job in the financial industry to Chen Hao. She knew that Chen Hao was an orphan, fatherless and motherless, and sympathized with him from the bottom of her heart, pitying him, if she could help him herself. Lingyu's enthusiasm warmed Chen Hao's heart. Her favorable feelings towards her rose a notch. If it was anyone else, they hadn't seen each other for a few years, not to mention taking the initiative to find you a job. They couldn't even hide from you. I'm not looking for you to introduce jobs to me, Chen Hao said. Aren't you working in a financial company? It's like this. I have some funds in my stock account, and I want to find someone to steer it, so I came to find you. Ling Yu was going to say, aren't you studying finance yourself? A student of finance can't even manage his own stock account? Did you study for nothing in these 4 years of college? But she didn't say this. Afraid of hurting Chen Hao's self-esteem, Chen Hao could even come to her for help, so he must have encountered difficulties. Maybe, before this, he manipulated the plate by himself. Has already lost a bottom to the sky? He had no choice but to come to himself? Not every student of finance stocks are able to make a profit. Okay, you are looking for the right person. I am doing this. Ling Yu smiled. How about this? Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let's meet and talk face to face. Chen Hao nodded and said, 3 p.m.? I'm free. Time? Place? Then you come to my company. My company is at No. 88, Financial Street, Hualong Capital Limited. I will arrange for my assistant to pick you up downstairs. When he heard that it was Hualong Capital, the mineral water in Chen Hao's mouth was directly sprayed out. Boy, such a coincidence? When Hualong Capital arrives, won't you become my employee? What's wrong with you? Ling Yu heard something wrong inside the phone. No, nothing. Chen Hao didn't bother to explain. See you tomorrow then. Ling Yu then hung up the phone. She didn't care too much about this account of Chen Hao's, thinking that it was the same as those relatives and friends. It was all small amounts of money. A few tens of thousands, a few 100,000 tops. Then she started working again. And after Chen Hao hung up the phone on this side, Chen Hao sighed. This world is really small. Who could have thought that the once most beautiful teacher is about to become my employee? Then, Chen Hao began to calculate the meeting with Ling Yu tomorrow. It was impossible to dress so shabbily to meet the former most beautiful teacher, right? Chen Hao rummaged through the closet and found a few sets of clothes. These were not only old, but also quite cheap. They were all worn by Chen Hao when he was in school. He didn't have any money during his student days, so the clothes he bought were naturally cheap stall goods. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror, gotta go buy some clothes. Chen Hao thought of Xiang Ce and Su Mazheng. In the end, he still felt that Su Mazheng was more suitable, and sent a message to her about it. Very short, just 2 words. Chapter 032 Su Mazheng, boss, are you bullying me again? Downtown, Imperial Palace District. Although the house price here is not comparable to Min Do No. 1, but the price is not cheap, and those who are able to live here are the real elite class of the society, except for those who are the bosses. And at the entrance of the neighborhood, with the appearance of this one long-legged beauty, the gazes of the pedestrians passing by were attracted. She was over 1.75 meters in height, and the more than 10 centimeters high heels, the more her tall body was set off. No stockings were worn, the long white legs under the short skirt were exposed in the air, and the snow-like white skin could definitely light up the eyes. She just to the neighborhood door so one stop, immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Men's eyes are glowing. Women's eyes do not lack the color of envy. A lot of people want to go over to talk to, but really do not dare. This kind of disaster and extremely confident woman, and not they can tease up. Of course, there are also some bold people. A BMW X7 drove over and stopped in front of her. Hello, Ms. Sue, not driving? Where are you going? I can give you a ride. After the car window was lowered, the youth poked his head out of the window. This BMW 7 landed at over $1 million. Driving a $1 million luxury car, the youth had a lot of nerve. Yo, brother Lin, not bad. When did you buy a new car? Or a BMW X7? This car isn't cheap, right? Being asked by Su Mazheng, the youth was even more complacent in his heart. But the face is still immovable, casually bought to play. Not worth a few dollars. The landing price is just over $1 million only. Su Mazheng laughed in her heart. How could she not hear the pretentious component in this guy's words? No need. My friend is here. I'll still sit in my friend's car. Su Mazheng refused with a smile. Lin's heart was immediately unbalanced. Your friend's car? Your friend's car I have, okay? He wanted to see what kind of car this friend was driving. However, when he saw the car Su Mo Dai got into in the rearview mirror, his eyes instantly became round. Nima, what kind of car is this? Then he immediately turned his head to look over. It was to see a wild and cool exploding supercar parked behind his car. This is a Lamborghini? Although I don't know which one of the Lamborghinis this is, but look at its shape, definitely more than 10 million, right? The youth instantly became unconfident. No wonder Su Mazheng kept rejecting himself. It turned out to be that his level wasn't enough. Inside the car, Chen Hao saw Su Mazheng walk over and immediately unlocked the car door. Su Mazheng pulled open the car door. The moment she stepped in, her right leg stepped in first. Chen Hao's car was shorter, plus she was wearing a hip-hugging super short skirt.
Just at the moment when her right leg stepped in first, immediately retracted his gaze. Sumo Zhang did not realize that it was already light. After getting on the car, took off the high heels, revealing the snow-white feet, looking at Chen Hao with straight shaking eyes.
This woman's skin is really good. Do not know how to maintain.
Sumo Zhang surveyed the interior of the car. Even though she was used to sitting in luxury cars, she couldn't help but be shocked by the level of luxury inside this car. Surprised, she said, "Boss, is this one car the legendary Lamborghini Poison?" After starting the car, Chen Hao focused his attention on the front.
"Yo, you still know about Lamborghini Poison?" Sumo Zhang smiled.
"I studied some sports cars a few years ago,
and I have some knowledge of most of them." Chen Hao was surprised. "What are you doing researching sports cars for a good reason?"
Sumo Zhang bluntly said.
"Of course it's to find a boyfriend.
The one who drives a Rolls-Royce is not necessarily rich,
but the one who drives a Lamborghini Poison, that must be a super rich second generation."
Chen Hao smiled. What she said did have some truth to it. It was possible that the one who drove a Rolls-Royce was a chauffeur, and it was also possible that it was rented.
But driving a Lamborghini Poison?
There was no place to rent a supercar of this level,
and it can't be the driver. Have you ever seen? Which one driving a supercar hired a chauffeur to drive it? And what if it's borrowed? Funny, can an ordinary person borrow a Lamborghini Poison? Right, Dong Chen, you still haven't told me what the purpose of finding me out today is? Chen Hao said. It's like this, in the afternoon, I'm going to meet someone, and I plan to buy a few sets of clothes, so I'd like to ask you to come and help advise me, without having to ask.
Sumo Zhang knew that what Chen Hao was going to meet was definitely to meet a certain woman.
Nonsense, who would deliberately dress up if they were meeting a man? Chen Dong, you're going to go on a date with another woman and then ask me to help you counsel on buying clothes? I'll be sad if you're like this.
Sumo Dai muttered her sultry red lips. That petulant look, coupled with that whiny to crispy deaf voice.
As long as it's a normal man, it's hard to resist. Chen Dong, are you bullying me again? Sumo Zhang looked at Chen Hao in a very unhappy manner, but did not slap Chen Hao's hand away.
Chen Hao hemmed and hawed in his heart. There was a scene. However, the timing was not ripe yet. Chen Hao could sense that this woman was not as simple as she appeared. Otherwise, it had long been taken down by the previous boss. From the previous owner's activity of choosing a concubine,
Chen Hao knew that he was definitely an old sex maniac.
A woman of Sumo Zhang's caliber.
It was impossible for the previous boss not to have coveted her, but why did the previous boss fail to take Sumo Zhang?
Therefore, Chen Hao was very clear that this woman was definitely not as simple as she appeared.
Giving you a touch on the leg and a hug, you think you've taken her? Don't be silly. A woman of a high segment.
Her tactics were quite clever.
About 20 minutes later, Chen Hao Sumo Dai appeared on Commerce Street. This is one of the most prosperous streets in Mindu. Domestic, foreign, all kinds of brands of specialty stores are available. After getting off the car, Sumo Zhang put on sunglasses. This damn summer, the day is too hot, but also blinding.
Then pointed to the intersection in front.
Chen Dong, what about this street? All kinds of big brands have everything. What brand do you like? I will take you there. In front of the intersection is the Armani specialty store. Armani's style is elegant, simple, and pays more attention to tailoring and details. And on the right is Prada, which specializes in sophistication and fashion. On the left is Versace, which focuses on gorgeous and personalized design.
Sumo Zhang talked about these brands, simply like a family favorite. It can be seen that this woman cannot be less shopping. Looking for this woman to give herself as a counselor.
It seems to be the right thing to look for. Chapter 033, Meeting After 2 Years. In the Versace boutique, when Chen Hao came out of the changing room, Sumo Zhang had a feeling that she was brightening up. This guy really did look good in everything he wore. Chen Dong, I would like to ask, the person you are meeting is like this.
The style of clothes to wear is different for different occasions.
If it's to meet your girlfriend, then you can wear something casual. If it's a blind date, then wear something formal. But of course, it can't be too formal.
Chen Hao stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror.
Going to talk about business.
It just so happens to be another teacher from my college days.
Chen Dong, you have other business? Sumo Zhang's eyes lit up.
It seems that this new boss of his has a stronger background than he expected.
Since we are going to talk about business, it's time to dress more formally. But then again, she's your teacher, so dressing too formally will make you look rusty. Waiter, bring this set over and try it on.
Sumo pointed to the set on the shelf and said. The waiter immediately took down the set that Sumo Yan said.
And when Chen Hao changed into it, Sumo Yan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This new boss really wasn't generally handsome, and the waitresses here were all dumbfounded. Wearing anything is handsome, a living clothes rack. One morning down, Chen Hao bought 7 sets of clothes, and of course, he also bought 2 sets for Sumo Zhang. Cluck, Chen Dong, in the future when there is such a good thing, don't forget to keep calling me O.
The corner of Suemo Dai's mouth carried a smile. The 2 sets Chen Hao bought for her were not cheap,
totaling $120,000.
After lunch, Chen Hao sent Su Majin back to the company, and Chen Hao was too lazy to return to Min Dui Pin, so he simply napped for a while in the chairman's office.
The agreed time with Ling Yu was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2:30, Chen Hao set off. Within the office, Ling Yu brewed herself a cup of coffee, looking at the stock's trend all the way up comfortably, the corners of her mouth overflowing with the joy of victory. Ling Yu's assistant knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Ling, Mr.
Wu from Zhongmao Securities has asked you to meet him at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Put it off for me,
Ling Yu said without hesitation.
It wasn't once or twice that Zhongmao's Mr.
Wu had asked her out.
Ling Yu was not interested in joining Zhongmao,
although she wasn't very comfortable in this company, often being suppressed and ostracized by her colleagues, and had thoughts of jumping ship.
She wouldn't consider Zhongmao, because Zhongmao was too small. It could only be considered a bottom of the barrel securities company. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you have a meeting, mainly to discuss with Chuanyu Capital. This meeting will be pushed back a bit. At 3 o'clock, I've made an appointment with someone. I have something to talk about. He'll come to me later. You bring him to my office directly.
Ling Yu looked at the time. It was already 2:58.
The appointment with Chen Hao to meet at 3 o'clock was something she hadn't forgotten. After Chen Hao parked his car, he came into the lobby. Hello, I'm here to find Ling Yu.
The young lady at the front desk immediately raised her head at the words. She saw a handsome to explosive little brother holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hands.
Ling Yu was Chen Hao's teacher, and after not seeing her for many years, it wasn't too much to bring flowers to visit her teacher. But these front desk ladies didn't think so. Another suitor? This is already the 8th one to send flowers today, right? However, this little brother is really handsome. You are Chen Hao, Mr. Chen, right? At this time, a girl in an OL outfit walked over. With short hair, not very outstanding in terms of looks, but she looked very competent.
Right,
Chen Hao nodded.
The little assistant smiled and said, Manager Ling asked me to wait for you here.
Follow me and I will take you to her office. Chen Hao was truly not expecting that Ling Yu would even become a manager.
A manager was the head of a department.
It was second only to the department director. The point was, Hualong Capital was not an ordinary capital company. Its scale was so large that it was able to rank in the top 3 in Min. After only 2 years or so, sitting in the position of manager, Chen Hao couldn't help but admire Ling Yu. This work ability was too strong. Right? Manager Ling is inside.
Arriving at the door of the office, the little assistant stopped in her tracks.
You go in, she's waiting for you.
Chen Hao pushed the door and entered.
Ling Yu sensed someone coming in, and she,
who was looking at her computer, immediately raised her head. She saw a handsome to the point of explosion youngster walk in.
Directly, she was frozen. Was he Chen Hao?
Ling Yu didn't even dare to recognize him at once. Chen Hao walked over with flowers in his hands.
Hello, Mr. Ling. At the same time,
the flowers in his hand were handed over. It was only when she heard the voice that Ling Yu came back to her senses from her trance.
Are you really Chen Hao? I don't remember you used to be this tall, nor this handsome?
Ling Yu exclaimed in shock, after not seeing him for more than 2 years. Coupled with the fact that Chen Hao's face value had increased by 20% when he obtained the system, the change was so drastic that it was normal for Ling Yu to not dare to recognize him. Ling Yu flipped out a photo on her cell phone. It was a group photo of her and her classmates when she left school.
Chen Hao was also in it.
The picture was enlarged and Chen Hao was found. Looking at Chen Hao in the photo, she looked at Chen Hao in reality. There was a bit of a resemblance, but not all alike. I really didn't think that after not seeing you for more than 2 years.
You've changed so much. Don't stand. Please sit.
Ling Yu took the flowers, and it was then that Chen Hao realized that there were quite a few flowers placed by the corner of the office.
Understood. It seemed like a mess.
Ling had quite a few suitors.
However, it was normal to think about it.
The title of the most beautiful teacher at Min University back then was not an empty claim.
You didn't see the scene after Ling Yu left the school.
How many boys shed tears over it?
And now, she's the manager of a financial company.
She has a huge amount of money in her hands. Such a woman with a face,
a body and a career. Which man would not be moved by seeing her?
The people who are pursuing her now are either social elites or big bosses.
Ordinary people really don't have the guts to pursue her.
Chen Hao had thought that his flowers would also end up being discarded by the foot of the wall.
Unexpectedly,
Ling Yu called her little assistant in, having her go and find a flower pot. Then, she personally stuck the flowers in it. This action of hers caused Chen Hao to instantly rise several notches in favor of her. Afterward, Ling Yu inquired about what had happened at the school after she left.
And Chen Hao knew everything. Let's get down to business. I have an important matter to talk about later, so I won't be able to chat with you much longer.
Ling Yu took out a commission contract from inside the drawer.
This is the commission contract I prepared. Just write your fund account and password in this place. Chen Hao didn't even look at it and wrote it directly. Don't you take a closer look. Aren't you afraid that I'll put my hands inside the contract? Chen Hao grinned. It's fine. It's just a small amount of money. What's more, I trust you. Since you're busy, teacher, I won't bother you. By the way, just 2% of the profit will do. Chen Hao had done the math. The system requirement was to make $10 million. There were $500 million in there, and 2% was exactly $10 million. Ling Yu smiled. Such a low requirement? Don't worry. According to the current market, 2% is still not a problem. After that, Chen Hao left. Ling Yu then put the contract inside the drawer. She didn't care how much money was in Chen Hao's account, but she expected it to be a few $100,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It wouldn't attract her interest at all. Then she cleaned up a little bit and went downstairs with her assistant. He was going to meet with the people from Chuanyu Capital. The little assistant drove the car. Ling Yu sat in the passenger seat. Their car had just started, when suddenly, the low roar of a beast came from the side, and the assistant immediately slammed on the brakes. Then a cool supercar passed in front of them. Ling Yu's eyes widened. This is Chapter 034, discovering that Chen Hao had $500 million lying in his account. Ling Yu was stunned. That was close. If this hits, I'm afraid I'll be working for nothing for a whole year. The little assistant's face went white with fear. As Ling Yu's assistant, her salary wasn't low. Her annual salary was over $300,000. However, she felt that if she had crashed into it just now, I'm afraid that $300,000 would not be enough to pay for it. Fortunately, she stepped on the brakes in time just now. Scared the baby to death. You underestimated that one car just now. If it crashed into it, it would still have to take a ride on my yearly income before I could barely afford to pay for it. Ling Yu also said with palpitations. The little assistant's eyes widened. She saw the car label of the one just now, and she recognized it. It was a Lamborghini. With her understanding of Lamborghini, it was worth a few million, right? Last year, I attended a financial summit in Asia, and the organizer was a prince from the Middle East. When he attended, he drove this very car. This one car, called Lamborghini Poison. There are only 3 of them in the world, selling for as much as $70 to $80 million. Right. The little assistant was once again shocked. $70 to $80 million? If I crashed it just now, I wouldn't be able to pay for it even if I sold it. Ling Yu patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's not that you didn't hit it. When you see this kind of luxury car in the future, just avoid it. Ling Yu was also curious in her heart. When did Min Du have such a powerful character? The business talks in the afternoon were not very smooth, and it was talked about more than 8 o'clock in the evening. After returning to the office, Ling Yu took out the authorization contract that she had signed with Chen Hao. She planned to find a subordinate to operate Chen Hao's account. With a few $100,000, the average trader would be able to handle it. Opened the trading software, entering the fund's account number and password. She wanted to take a look at what Chen Hao's account loss had become. However, when the funds page was displayed in front of her, Put originally did not care about her. The coffee in her mouth is directly sprayed out. The entire computer screen, dumbfounded, looking at the screen on the string of numbers, lips are shivering. 500 million? It can't be a computer problem, right? Ling Yu was incredulous. If she remembered well, Chen Hao was originally an orphan, adopted by the orphanage. He wasn't a rich second generation at all. There was no one to give him support, and he hadn't even officially graduated from university. So where did he get so much money? Ling Yu immediately called Chen Hao. Min Du Yi Pin. Chen Hao came up from the pool, his body wrapped in a towel. Ling Yu's call came in. MS. Ling, hello? Chen Hao picked up the phone. Chen Hao, inside your stock fund account, there are $500 million? Ling Yu was surprised. Chen Hao nodded his head and nodded. Yeah, 500 million. What's wrong, teacher? How did you get this money? Ling Yu originally wanted to ask, where did you get this money from? But in the end, she did not ask. For their industry, it is not good to ask customers the source of money. Ling Yu changed her words. I really didn't expect you to be doing so well now. The teacher is proud of you. Chen Hao grinned. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. Ling Yu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She had struggled for so long and was still his teacher, but her fortune hadn't even reached 100 million. And this guy had 500 million lying on his books? Still don't know how many family members. This guy exactly how to do. Ling Yu smiled and said, when did he start his business? Then wouldn't he already be the man of the hour in school now? What man of the hour? Chen Hao smiled indifferently. No one in the school knows that I have money. Ling Yu was even more surprised. She thought that this money Chen Hao had accumulated over several years. It was hard to hide it from the class for such a long time, right? This kid was really able to hide it. Or was it that he liked to keep a low profile? I just don't know.
When those classmates of his knew about Chen Hao's current achievements, what would they think? It must be quite shocking, right? After chatting with Chen Hao for a while, Ling Yu told him that she would personally take care of his account. Only just hanging up the phone, another call came in. Principal Wang. Hello, why are you free to contact me at this time? Want to invite me to this year's student graduation ceremony? I haven't been back to my alma mater for a long time to visit either, so I'll try my best to arrange a time. According to Mindu University's usual practice, for every graduation ceremony, the school would invite some outstanding alumni to participate. With Ling Yu's current achievements, she was already qualified to be among the invitees. Then, Ling Yu sent a message to Chen Hao. Chen Hao, pull me into the class group. Chen Hao invites Ling Yu to join the 21st Economics class group. A message popped up, and the originally quiet class group suddenly came alive. Wow, it's Teacher Ling? Teacher Ling has finally entered the group. Hello, Teacher Ling. It's been over 2 years since we've seen each other. Mr. Ling, we miss you so much. Then, there was a row of I love yous brushing the screen. Ling Yu looked at these messages and thought of these lovely students. After more than 2 years, they still remembered themselves. Ling Yu, hello classmates, I love you too. Many times I want to go to school to visit you, but I've been busy. Now I have a chance. I will attend your graduation ceremony tomorrow. We will be able to meet at that time. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The class group boiled. Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome Mr. Ling's presence. Oi, Mr. Ling is coming? Finally I'll be able to see Teacher Ling again. Teacher Ling must be even more beautiful now. This goes without saying. The throne of the #1 beautiful teacher in Mindu University is not something to be ashamed of. Ling Yu sent a shy emoji. Don't be modest, Ms. Ling, you are the most beautiful teacher in our hearts. Teacher Ling will always be No.1. At this time, Zhang Guangwei at Ling Yu. Teacher Ling, where do you live? Tomorrow morning, as the class president, I'll drive to pick you up on behalf of the whole class, and also on behalf of myself. Ling Yu at Zhang Guangwei, not bad. Oh, all bought a car? Zhang Guangwei laughed. Because of the need for work, I had to buy a car to get around. Saved up for a few months, and once I bit the bullet, I bought it, right away. Someone saw some clues in Zhang Guangwei's words. Saving up for a few months to be able to buy a car? Mr. Class Leader, you have a good income. It has to be 20,000 to 30,000 a month, right? If one were to calculate on a car of $100,000, save for 5 months, that would be an income of $20,000 a month. Of course, there's still food, clothing, and transportation. The income would definitely be higher than 20,000. I'll go. Lord Class President Can. Now still in the internship period, the income is 20,000 to 30,000. If this is in the mix for a few years, it's still not against the heavens. It's expected to become the second Mr. Ling. Haha, maybe the school will invite the class president to attend the next graduation ceremony as an outstanding alumnus. By the way, Lord Class President, what kind of car did you buy? What Zhang Guangwei wanted was this effect of being flattered in public, sending a few photos out. Photos, photo. The first two were pictures of Zhang Guangwei standing in front of the car. The last one was sitting inside the car. Good lord, this is an Audi Q5? This one car, it costs over $400,000, right? Earlier, I also guessed that Lord Class President should have bought a car around $100,000. But who would have thought that it would be an Audi Q5? Class President, you must drive it to school during the graduation ceremony, so that we can admire the Audi Q5's elegance. Many students were envious in their hearts. However, envy cannot be envied, not yet officially graduated. Many students are still worried about work, and he has already bought a luxury car? Cannot compare. Everyone, is not just Audi Q5? It's no big deal. I believe you guys can reach my achievements today even if you work hard. A very pretentious sentence. Ling Yu shook her head with a bitter smile as she watched. In fact, from the time Zhang Guangwei had just started saying that he would pick her up, she had sensed the component of him being pretentious. Otherwise, why would he deliberately say that he would drive to pick her up? Why say drive out loud? Wasn't it just showing off that he was a car owner? But then again, Ling Yu was genuinely happy for him at that time. There are not many students who can buy a car while still in the internship period. But gradually, Ling Yu felt more and more that something was wrong with him. Saving up for a few months to buy a car? Look at that. What is it if he is not showing off his good job and high income? How many people can afford to buy a car after saving for a few months? Very few. Zhang Guangwei thought that this kind of pretense was very clever, but a glance was seen through by Ling Yu. However, she didn't point it out. Who doesn't have some elements of vanity? She was still able to understand. However, that last sentence made Ling Yu a bit unbearable. What does it mean to say that you can reach my achievements even if you work hard?
Are you a high achiever? Ling Yu couldn't help but think of Chen Hao.
There were $500 million lying inside the stock's money card.
And in reality,
there was no telling how much money there was.
Look at him. Is he dazzling? Compared to him, you are too far away. Of course, as a former teacher, Ling Yu will not go to hit Zhang Guangwei.
Zhang Guangwei hadn't felt that his pretense had been seen through by Ling Yu, and was still immersed in the envy of his many classmates, and was about to send a message to Ling Yu to ask for her address, so that he could pick her up tomorrow morning. A message suddenly popped up on the screen, causing Zhang Guangwei's mind to instantly collapse.
Ling Yu at Chen Hao, go to school together tomorrow? Chapter 035 Yang Mimi's Late Night Visit. There was a reason why Ling Yu had asked Chen Hao to go to school with her.
The main reason was to talk to him about the investment matters regarding his capital account.
Chen Hao was Ling Yu's client, and before Ling Yu invested, she had to explain the direction of the investment to the client. This was the rule, but then, she was really too busy.
Recently her team's battle with their opponents in the stock market had reached the final stage, and she rarely had any free time next.
Moreover, after going to school tomorrow, she could not guarantee that she would be able to have a chance to be alone with Chen Hao, as there were too many people to meet. Therefore, she asked Chen Hao to go to school with her tomorrow. On the way,
she would be able to talk to him carefully, and this move of Ling Yu's made the students inside the group unsettled.
Teacher Ling took the initiative to invite Chen Hao to go to school together? What do you guys think? Why did Teacher Ling invite Chen Hao and not someone else? By the way, did you guys notice that Teacher Ling was invited inside the group by Chen Hao? I'll go. It's still true. So, Chen Hao was still in contact with Teacher Ling before. Chen Hao, come out and tell me, what's the situation? Chen Hao, Wang Xiaoli at Chen Hao, in, Li Feng at Chen Hao, old Chen, come out and say something.
Xiao Yu at Chen Hao, old tablemate,
not there?
Wang Fuguei at Chen Hao, old Chen,
come out for a breather if you're not dead. Many people were at Chen Hao.
The messages all brushed the screen.
However,
their messages all sank without a trace, failing to get a reply from Chen Hao.
At this moment, Chen Hao had an uninvited guest in his home. He didn't have time to pay attention to the messages in the group.
The person who came was no other than the big star Yang Mimi, who had met Chen Hao a few times and lived downstairs with him.
Mr. Chen, your home is really grand. Entering Chen Hao's home, even the well-informed Yang Mimi couldn't help but be shocked by the luxurious decorations of the home.
It was her own villa in Magic City that was far inferior to this place,
right?
Worthy of being the king of the building of men do know.
At this moment, she was wearing a set of simple yet stylish casual clothes. Loose white cotton t-shirt, gently fit on her body, although slightly loose, but also cannot hide her proud fullness. The face is not applied heavy makeup, only a light face makeup, but also cannot hide her natural beauty. Chen Hao sometimes really can't understand. In the face of such a scourge of the country and the level of women, her ex-husband surnamed Liu, how can she be willing to divorce her? You come to my home like this at night. Aren't you worried about being photographed by the paparazzi and spreading gossip? Not afraid. Yang Mimi walked to the innermost part of the living room, from where she was able to see the open-air swimming pool outside. Do you know why I don't live in a hotel and live here instead? Because this is Min Dui Pin. It's the property of the Anbang Group. The security guards here would never allow the paparazzi to come in. This Anbang Group was the first time Chen Hao had heard of it. It didn't matter too much either. He went to the living room and took 2 bottles of mineral water out, handed a bottle to Yang Mimi. Yang Mimi took the mineral water and didn't drink it, but pointed at the swimming pool outside. Yo, you even have such a big swimming pool here. I've never swam in an air pool before. Then do you want to give it a try? Feel what it's like to take a dip inside the air pool?
Yang Mimi pushed open the glass door and froze as the air from outside blew in.
How could she not know what Chen Hao was really thinking in his heart? Still not wanting to see me in a swimsuit? Yang Mimi smiled and said, naturally, I want to. Hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but get a little excited. Chen Hao had seen Yang Mimi's photo album. That hot body, snow-like skin, if one could watch it up close, thinking about it was exciting. Originally, Chen Hao did not have any hope. It was just a casual remark. Result, this woman agreed? I'm exhausted after shooting a whole day's worth of scenes. I don't have the strength to swim today. Yang Mimi stretched her waist, and as she raised her arms, the loose t-shirt slid down her arms, revealing 2 snow-like arms. How did this 30-something almost 40-year-old woman who had also given birth to a child maintain such a wow figure? Then what is it that you came to see me about? Chen Hao didn't believe that Yang Mimi would come to find herself for no reason. Chen Hao still knew the reasoning of not coming to the temple for nothing. This woman wouldn't be too bored living alone, lonely and cold without a man's company, right? If so, I can help. I'm looking for you. There's really something. Yang Mimi looked at Chen Hao with a smile. Here's the situation. The shooting of my new movie is nearing its end. Only a few scenes short of the finalization. One of the scenes requires the use of a supercar. The crew prepared 2 of them.
and I all felt that they were too cheap to set off the protagonist's identity.
So, Chen Hao interrupted. So, you want to find me to borrow a supercar? Yang Mimi nodded her head and nodded. Right then, Mr. Chen, don't worry, we will do everything we can to keep the car safe. It won't be damaged.
And of course I'll sign a short-term contract with you. Just in case, and I do mean just in case it gets bumped and touched.
No matter how much it costs, I, Yang Mimi, will repay it double.
Although the luxury car was expensive,
with Yang Mimi's current wealth, double repayment was still no problem. Chen Hao sat on the sofa,
crossed his legs and looked at Yang Mimi with interest.
Double or not, I don't care. The point is, why should I lend you the car? The concern between you and I is at best just neighbors, right? Yang Mimi immediately rolled her eyes.
She really wanted to fling her cell phone in front of his face and let him see the message sent to herself that day.
Who was it that said inside WeChat that he had powdered himself for 4 years in college? Who was it that said he was his favorite star?
And who was it that said he took his picture as his cell phone's screensaver?
I thought you were my real fan. What happened? Banana. What else?
I've come to your door to beg you.
And you're asking me why? Is my face that worthless? Chapter 036, Yang Mimi frantic. Remember, call sister. Yang Mimi's identity is not just a star.
As the major shareholder of Jiaxing Film and Media,
she has always been known as Boss Yang in the industry. If this is the Magic City or Kyoto,
with her network, she will be able to transfer $10 million of luxury cars in a minute.
But this was not Magic City or Kyoto after all. This was Mindu, which Yang Mimi was not familiar with. Water from afar cannot quench the thirst of the near. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to transfer cars from Magic City or Kyoto, making the whole crew wait 3 or 4 days? What would be the loss?
Of course, Yang Mimi can afford these losses.
The point is, the longer this kind of luxury car is transported here,
the greater the risk of being bumped.
Once it's bumped, the damage can easily start at $1 million. Yang Mimi also heartache. So, the best way was to find one locally. Tell me, what conditions? Yang Mimi simply sat across from Chen Hao.
If the conditions this guy offered were too much,
then it would be better to borrow a car from Kyoto or Magic City. Chen Hao stood up,
attached himself to Yang Mimi's ear,
and whispered something. Upon hearing this, Yang Mimi violently stood up. Her face was furious. Then without looking back, she directly walked towards the door. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wanting anti-me. What an abomination. To even mention such an excessive request? Yang Mimi slammed the door. Think I can't borrow a car? Do you think I have to come to you? When she returned to her home, Yang Mimi started making phone calls. Young Li, there's one thing I want to ask you for. Our theater group is short of a luxury car. Can you lend me your Ferrari Laffa for a few days? What? It was hit yesterday and is now sent back to the original factory for repairs? It will take at least 3 months to come back? The second call. Mr. Wu, it's been a long time. Can you lend me your Bugatti Veyron for filming? It was driven away by your daughter? Will it take more than a week to come back? The third call. Hey, Mr. Zhang, where are you busy? Your Bentley Dominator was borrowed by a friend. Ha, what a coincidence. The fourth phone call. Oh Dong, what are you busy with lately? It is like this, that bother. A series of 7 or 8 calls out. Have not been able to borrow the car. Yang Mimi is about to cry. Either it went for repair and maintenance, or it was borrowed by someone who got there first. Why am I so unlucky? Rent a car? But there's no place to rent a multi-million-dollar luxury car. There is no way out. Yang Mimi can only go to the top floor again, knocking on Chen Hao's door. When Chen Hao opened the door and saw Yang Mimi standing at the door, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Just now, she had left in a rage, very angry. It's only been a few minutes. Why did she come to the door again? I promise your conditions. Standing at the door, Yang Mimi looked at Chen Hao's eyes and said with some blushing, thinking about the conditions that Chen Hao had offered. What a little bastard. Chen Hao heard Yang Mimi say yes. The first reaction was not excitement, but, this woman is so fickle. Just now also left angrily, but also to their own face. This is only after a few minutes. The change of the fast so that Chen Hao smacked his tongue. Underground parking lot. Chen Hao, keep my promises. Since you agreed to my conditions, the car I will naturally lend to you. Chen Hao pointed at the row of luxury cars in front of him. Say, which one do you want to lend me? Yang Mimi looked at the 4 supercars in front of her. Even the well-informed one could not help but be stunned. This is Lamborghini Poison? This is the Pagani Son of the Wind? This is Koenigsegg one? Each of these cars couldn't be worse than a Bugatti Veyron? 4 supercars? Mimi Yang had only seen Chen Hao drive a Bugatti Veyron before this. Originally she had come to borrow the Bugatti Veyron, but now changed her mind. She took a glance at the Koenigsegg one. Why? Because it's the most expensive car. This one? Alright, take the car keys. When can you return the car to me?
Yang Mimi did not pick up the car keys that Chen Hao handed over.
Why don't I ask you for the car tomorrow afternoon? That was what Nini Yang was considering. The scene with the sports car would be filmed tomorrow afternoon, so if she borrowed the car now, she would need to keep it for a period of time from now until tomorrow afternoon. The longer the time, the greater the risk of bumping. This is $100 million luxury car. Really bumped, a few million is inevitable. She also promised to pay back double for the damage after the bump. Even if Yang Mimi is rich and powerful, it still hurts. The best thing is to borrow it when you are shooting and return it to him immediately after the shooting, so that the risk is minimized. We'll borrow it for tomorrow afternoon's shooting? Okay, just in time. Tomorrow morning's graduation ceremony will end at noon. If you're free in the afternoon, I'll send the car over to you. Hearing that Chen Hao even took the initiative to send the car, Yang Mimi's heart rejoiced. There were no words for this service attitude. After that, Yang Mimi sent Chen Hao a location locator of where the crew was filming. Right, Auntie Yang. A sentence of Auntie Yang instantly made Yang Mimi break her defenses. Auntie? Why are you still calling me Auntie? Can't you just call me a sister? Hold it in. Hold it in. Don't get angry. You'll get wrinkles if you're angry. Nini Yang left. She left in a huff. Am I that old? Am I really that old? Can't you change your tone? Yang Mimi was about to step into the elevator when Chen Hao's voice came again. Right, Auntie Yang. So tomorrow afternoon after I send the car over, will I go to your house or my house at night to fulfill your promise? At those words, Yang Mimi stumbled on the soles of her feet and almost didn't fall. Remember to call sister. After Chen Hao returned home, he realized that the messages inside the class group were already 99 plus. What was even stranger was that countless people were at ING themselves. Originally in the class group, Chen Hao was very inconspicuous. Medium grades, medium looks, standing at 1 meter 7 and 2 centimeters short, always in the category of being marginalized and unable to attract attention. He wondered, why did so many people at himself for good reason? Could it be that his identity as a rich man had been exposed? Chen Hao couldn't be bothered to read the message. He planned to reply a sentence first and read it slowly. Sorry everyone. Just now the downstairs Yang Mimi arrived home for a visit. Entertained her for a while, so I didn't have time to read the group message. Sorry everyone. Chen Hao's sentence Yang Mimi made the originally noisy class group instantly quiet down. Chapter 037, Old Chen. The cowhide has blown up. May I ask your excellency, how should we end this now? After a short immersion, countless messages popped up inside the group. Zhang Xiaoxiao at Chen Hao, Yang Mimi? I'm going to go. Top stream Yang Mimi came to your door to look for you? Are you sure it's top stream Yang Mimi, not the same name? Yang Xiaoguai at Chen Hao, you're pretending, right? How could Nini Yang come to you? You're too good at flattering yourself, aren't you? Cheng Hui at Chen Hao, Old Chen. I know you're joking. Zhang Guodong at Chen Hao, Old Chen. It's not your fault to be ugly, but it's your fault to come out and cheat people. Wu Xiaoyan at Chen Hao, Old classmate. Pretending to be a bully is not this kind of pretending. You're pretending to be a leak, do you know? Fei Fei at Chen Hao, I want to believe you, but I really can't imagine. Top stream Yang Mimi by what reason to go to you in the middle of the night? Wang Xiaoli at Chen Hao, are honest people starting to fool people too? Chen Hao, haven't seen you in half a year, you've changed? Wang Fuguei at Chen Hao, Old Chen. If what you say is true, Fuguei ni, upside down boo boo to you. No one believed Chen Hao's words, because they knew very well what kind of person Nini Yang was. This was the top stream of the industry. Putting aside her status as a top streamer, let's just say that her identity as Boss Yang was Chen Hao's unattainable existence. And what is Chen Hao's status? A poor student who hasn't officially graduated and hasn't even gotten his diploma yet. He has no figure, no face value, no family background. We're also mediocre people. Really let a person cannot understand. Yang Mimi how can have intercourse with him? Yang Mimi took the initiative to come to the door in the middle of the night. Is it possible? As a big star, you have to avoid suspicion. Even if you want to find you, you have to go to you in broad daylight. Otherwise if you are photographed by the dog team, then it will be rumored. There's no way Yang Mimi doesn't know this, and he took the initiative to look for you? It's too much of a stretch, isn't it? Chen Hao looked at the dozen or so messages that instantly popped up inside the group, and was truly not expecting that just saying a big truth would cause a unanimous crusade from the class. Zhang Guangwei also jumped out at this time. Originally, he had planned to invite Lingyu to go to school together tomorrow, and had thought that it was a sure thing. The result, a Chen Hao came out halfway? Lingyu even took the initiative to invite Chen Hao? She didn't give a damn about herself? This made Zhang Guangwei very upset. I have better grades than him. I'm class president, and I'm a member of the student council. Even my looks are better than his. How could the most beautiful teacher not give a damn about himself? Zhang Guangwei was very unbalanced in his heart. There was no reason for him to lose to Chen Hao. After Zhang Guangwei sympathetically said a polite sentence, Chen Hao, It's been a long time, how have you been this half year? Chen Hao, it's been great. The present day Chen Hao was indeed living well. He has a car, a house, and savings. He even managed to get a schoolgirl. The small life was quite moist. Chen Hao was telling the truth, but some people didn't believe him. Wang Fugui, old Chen, you can pull it down. Do not swell your face. You do not think I do not know. Last month you were dumped by Aya, right? Also last month you failed your internship and were fired by that company, right? Wu Xiaoyan and Wang Fugui, are you telling the truth? Yaya dumped Chen Hao? Wang Fugui, yes. They split up. The day Yaya left Mindu. I even went to see her off. Don't get me wrong. I went with my girlfriend to see her off. My girlfriend and Yaya are BFFs. Yang Xiaogui, I remember they talked for more than 2 years and thought they could be together, but it turned out. Lily, it seems no one can escape the spell of breakup after graduation. Fei, by the way, will Yaya attend the graduation ceremony this time? Chen Hao's ex-girlfriend, Yaya, was in the same class as Chen Hao, graduated together. No one answered, because no one knew, and those who knew didn't want to say anything. Wang Fugui at Chen Hao, first you were dumped by your girlfriend, then your job is gone. You can't afford to eat, and you kid still says you're doing well? Don't puff up your face, okay? Admit that it's not good. I won't laugh at you? How did Chen Hao feel that this Wang Fugui had been targeting himself? Alright, everyone cut the crap. Zhang Guangwei came out to save the day in a very timely manner. Old Chen is already having a miserable time, and you guys still want to fall on the well and embarrass him so much. Do you guys still have some classmate friendship? Besides, we're talking about Yang Nini's matter. Why are we bringing it back to Yaya? Then Zhang Guangwei deliberately at Chen Hao, by the way, what you said before about Yang Nini, is it true? Chen Hao, so what if it's true? So what if it's false? Zhang Guangwei laughed, that's being vain? Old Chen usually in school, you are honest. How come you have learned to lie after only half a year of absence? Even if you want to pretend, also make up a decent reason? Or maybe you can make up another star? But you made up a star like Yang Nini. How can Yang Nini be in Mindu? She lives in Magic City or Kyoto. Okay. As soon as Zhang Guangwei's words left his mouth, there were quite a few people inside the group who chimed in. Ha, it's solid. Chen Hao is lying. Right. How could Yang Nini be in Mindu? She should be in Magic City or Kyoto. He. Yang Nini has an alibi. Old Chen, the cow skin has blown up. May I ask your excellency, how should we end this now? Snicker. These people who spoke were those who were usually close to Zhang Guangwei, or those who had learned that he was now doing well and wanted to hug his thighs. More students stayed silent. Even if they knew that Chen Hao was pretending to be a pussy, they could just despise him in their hearts, but they wouldn't go so far as to say it? How embarrassing for him. And at this time, something unexpected happened. Pictures. 4 pictures were thrown out in a row. These 4 pictures were all of Yang Nini and a girl, and the background of the pictures. Everyone could easily tell that it was a scenic spot in Mindu, the Nine Peaks Cable Bridge. After the 4 pictures came out, they were accompanied by a text. Jolin et al., who told you guys that Yang Nini isn't in Mindu right now? Chapter 038, A Childhood Friend. Jolin appears on stage. Jolin, Chen Hao's sworn enemy. Speaking of his relationship with her, Chen Hao could only say that the two were very much meant for each other. Same class in middle school, same class in high school, even same class in college. It's rare, isn't it? Generally speaking, the same class in junior high school and then the same class in high school is not very rare, because they are all in the same city, the same area, and after college, not to mention the same class, is the same school are very rare. But Chen Hao and Jolin University is not only the same department, but also the same class. The two have known each other for 10 years. The moment they first met, Jolin liked to keep short hair, like a tomboy. She hangs out with Chen Hao every day. Chen Hao has been treating her as a buddy. But gradually, with the growth of age, Jolin is more and more long and elegant. Her height exceeds 1.75 meters. Also do not leave short hair. Long is more and more beautiful. Really should prove that sentence. Female big 18 changes. After the university, I do not know which idol guy organized a school flower selection. Jolin was even selected. Together with Xiang Si of the art department, she ranked among the 4 school flowers, and she was also the only school flower in the finance department. Yo, school flower Lin is here? School flower Lin, you are finally showing up. Where have you been these past half a year when you were nowhere to be found? Jolin, these pictures of you and Nini Yang together, when were they taken? Jolin gave him a direct dislike. When were they taken? Why should I explain it to you? Get lost. Jolin didn't spoil these people. These people are bullying Chen Hao. Did you ask me if I agree? Hit the snake with 7 inches. The culprit of everything was Zhang Guangwei. Jolin's spearhead pointed straight at Zhang Guangwei. Then at Zhang Guangwei, Mr. class president. Is the Audi still comfortable to drive? By the way, I heard that your new girlfriend is going to have a big birthday. Is the gift ready? When Zhang Guangwei saw the message sent by Zhou Lin, he was so scared that his face went white. Audi, new girlfriend, big birthday. What do these three phrases together remind you of? The group instantly boiled over. Big class president's new girlfriend is having a big birthday? I can't believe the word big birthday was used. Really or not? Big class president. Is this you don't want to struggle and choose to take shortcuts? Forgive me for laughing unkindly. Big class president. Ask your girlfriend who is going to have a big birthday. Do you have any girlfriends who are still single? I also want to struggle less for 20 years. Snicker, expression. I just want to know if it's true. Cheng Hui at Zhang Guangwei. Zhang Guodong at Zhang Guangwei. Wu Xiaoyan at Zhang Guangwei. Fei Fei at Zhang Guangwei. Wang Xiaoli at Zhang Guangwei. Wang Fugui at Zhang Guangwei. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This news is just too explosive. It was tantamount to a nuclear bomb explosion. Everyone was curious if the news was true. Zhang Guangwei was so scared that his chicken trembled. He was clear that if he didn't explain clearly, how could he hold his head up in front of his classmates in the future? Then at all, everyone, don't listen to Zhou Lin's nonsense. What girlfriend's birthday? No such thing. I don't have a girlfriend right now. Zhou Lin sneered. Whether or not you are talking nonsense, you know in your heart. Do you want me to take evidence out before you are willing to admit it? Zhang Guangwei's eyes were round. Was she really aware of it? During his internship, he found a large company to intern with. Don't look at the fact that he was the class president in school and the outstanding student council representative. He was able to mix well after leaving school. Those who competed with him for the internship were either 985 or 211. They were all elites from these schools. Zhang Guangwei did not have any advantages. In this group of interns can only be considered the existence of the bottom. Not surprisingly, as long as the internship period will certainly be eliminated in the category. And at this time, he met a female shareholder of the company in her 50s. This female shareholder has died her husband for 7 years. Very lonely and lonely. She noticed the still tall and handsome Zhang Guangwei. How can Zhang Guangwei not feel that her eyes looking at himself are not right? Struggled internally for 2 days. Then, taking advantage of a dark and windy night, he knocked on her door. The first words that came out of the door were, "Boss, I don't want to work hard anymore." After that night, Zhang Guangwei was finally on the high point of his life. Early transfer, a raise. He also bought an Audi plus a whole box of top-quality Ningxiu wolfberries. Zhang Guangwei do not know Zhou Lin hand is not really evidence. It is possible that Zhou Lin is scared of their own, but Zhang Guangwei do not dare to bet. Once the bet is lost, Zhou Lin hand really have evidence. Was exposed. He was a rich woman package that is not a real hammer? How can I get a foothold in the class in the future? Let my face where to put. Zhang Guangwei immediately private message Zhou Lin. Do not care about typing. Direct voice. Furious. Zhou Lin, what do you mean? You cannot make something out of nothing. Now immediately to the group and everyone to explain clearly. But also my innocence. Otherwise, Zhou Lin was too lazy to listen to him babble on. Interrupting him. Otherwise, what do you want? Zhang Guangwei pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, to tell you clearly, I have an old fellow in the taekwondo club at school who doesn't have a good temper. This was already a threat. Zhou Lin sneered. Nor did she continue her language with him, casually throwing 4 pictures over. Pictures, 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 pictures. The first picture was a taekwondo black belt certificate. The second picture is the NCAA Wushu competition champion. The third picture is the trophy for the women's division of the province's Sanshou competition. The fourth picture was the National Wushu Competition finalist certificate. Seeing these certificates and trophies, Zhang Guangwei directly Yame butterfly. Who could have thought that this body good to explosion? Beautiful to rank one of the 4 major school flowers Zhou Lin. Actually so fierce? 4 years in the same class do not know you so able to fight off? Zhang Guangwei was directly goaded. Chen Hao looked at the message inside the group. He was happy. Zhang Guangwei was even adopted? Originally, he planned to play King Bomb. Wasn't it simple to prove that Mimi Yang had come to him? Chen Hao's living room is equipped with a number of surveillance. The video of Yang Mimi to intercept the section out can be well. However, I never thought that Zhou Lin would come out to solve the problem. But I didn't expect that Zhou Lin would come out to solve the problem. And she also broke out such a big melon as Zhang Guangwei. From now on, Zhang Guangwei is going to die a complete social death. Ding dong. There was a WeChat message beep. Chen Hao exited the class group, and then realized that it was a message sent by Zhou Lin. Pictures, picture, pictures, 3 in a row. All of them were pictures of Zhou Lin's beautiful legs and stockings, the close-up selfie kind. She was wearing Chen Hao's favorite black silk. Good looking is really good looking. Sexy is really sexy. After the picture, there is also a short paragraph. Just 4 words, out to drink. Chen Hao glared, martyr. This woman is seducing herself again? Drink on drink. Who is afraid of Hua? Chapter 039. This woman is quite violent. The next day, early in the morning,
after more than 2 years, Ling Yu did not return to her alma mater. Thinking that she would soon be able to meet her classmates, her heart could not help but feel a little excited.
Chen Hao, why hasn't this kid come to pick himself up? Yesterday, she had made an appointment with Chen Hao to go to school together. The phone call went through. It was picked up after a few rings. Hey, who is it? On the phone was a woman's lazy, sleepless voice. Ling Yu froze for a moment. Why is it a woman's voice? This brat, with money, is his private life so chaotic? Hello, I'm Ling Yu, Chen Hao's teacher. I'm looking for Chen Hao for something. Ling Yu said politely. Yeah, it's MS. Ling? The other party was excited. Teacher Ling, can't you hear my voice? You're. Ling Yu thought for a while before remembering. You're Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin nodded her head and nodded. Right then, Teacher Ling, Chen Hao is still sleeping. I'll tell him to get up. Zhou Lin glanced at the guy sleeping like a dead pig and gave him a kick. Chen Hao was directly kicked from the bed to the bottom of the bed. Then he woke up. As soon as he woke up, he realized that he was actually in Zhou Lin's house again. Yes, again. It wasn't the first time. Every time, Chen Hao and Zhou Lin went out drinking. God knows how this woman can drink so well. The unconscious one is definitely Chen Hao. Then, it was carried home by her. Can you be a little gentler in the future and be a little womanly, please? Chen Hao climbed up from under the bed and sat on the bed. You're so violent. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Zhou Lin was good at everything. There was just one thing that Chen Hao couldn't stand. This woman was quite violent, just like telling someone to get up. Which gentle woman would kick with her feet? Otherwise, you marry me. Zhou Lin suddenly changed her earlier violent appearance and became tender, then rolled over and sat on Chen Hao's lap. The index finger of her right hand hooked Chen Hao's chin, and the two people's gazes were level. You said, we've known each other for 18 years. 10 years. Chen Hao looked at her righteously. How many times have I said to you, we've known each other for 10 years. Only 10 years, but how come you say 18 years every time? Is your memory that bad? Roar what roar? Auntie, I say 18 years on 18 years. Once Zhou Lin's womanly and tough breath erupted, Chen Hao straightened up and wimped out in seconds. Can't afford to mess with her. Can't beat her Cluck. Don't be afraid. I'm very gentle. Zhou Lin giggled straight. You say, we have known each other for 18 years. It's considered a childhood friend. And we have slept together. Or else, Auntie and Grandma, I'll eat a little loss and take you in. Right? How about it? Come on. Give sister me a smile. Chen Hao directly reached out and slapped her hand away. Get lost. Spoil sport. Zhou Lin got off Chen Hao's lap and casually threw her cell phone over. Teacher Ling is looking for you. Zhou Lin then fetched a clean set of clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Hey, Teacher Ling. Chen Hao picked up the phone. Chen Hao, you're good. You've gotten all of the Lin Big School flour? Just now. Ling Yu heard it all clearly on the phone. Teacher, don't misunderstand. I have nothing with Zhou Lin. Chen Hao, this teacher is going to say that you all slept together, and still say that there's nothing. You don't want to lift your pants and deny it, right? Chen Hao was speechless. Although he had slept with her, he had only slept on the same bed. Nothing substantial happened, much less crossed a step of the thunder pool. Not to say that Chen Hao did not have non-thinking about her. Such a big beautiful woman in front of herself. Chen Hao cannot have non-thinking about it. But then, just when Chen Hao was planning to give action to her, Chen Hao discovered a big secret about her. This woman didn't like men. Hang up the phone. Get dressed. Inside the bathroom, Zhou Lin had already prepared a new set of toiletries for Chen Hao. Even more thoughtfully, she had already squeezed the toothpaste. Later, go to school together. I'll drive you? Chen Hao said as he brushed his teeth. Zhou Lin, who was washing her face, shook her head and shook her head. I have something to do. I won't participate in the graduation ceremony. Where are you going? What's more important than the graduation ceremony? To the Kunlun Mountains. What's the point of traveling so far? This immortal ant has been observing the heavens night and day in recent days, fearing that there are demons descending into the world. So I'm going to Kunlun to subdue the demons and get rid of them. Chen Hao directly stretched out the international universal gesture, the middle finger. I believe you. You've read too many novels, right? Afterward, Chen Hao washed up, going downstairs. After arriving at the parking lot, Chen Hao boarded the Lamborghini Poison. Before starting the car, Chen Hao transferred $10 million to Zhou Lin's card. When he was developed, he couldn't treat this only good buddy poorly either. Zhou Lin's phone call immediately came over. Thank you, boss, for the overnight fee. Boss, do you want to stay another night? Give you a 20% discount. $8 million. Chen Hao, get lost. Zhou Lin, alright. Wish the boss to get rich. The boss gets rich so that I can get rich. Then there was the sound of Zhou Lin ha 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 laughing out a goose call. 15 minutes later, Chen Hao appeared at the entrance of the Pisan neighborhood.
Ling Yu was already looking forward to it. Today, she was dressed more formally,
wearing an exquisitely tailored black suit,
the slim design perfectly outlining her upright figure.
Inside was a shirt as white as snow, and the diamond pin on the neckline sparkled brightly,
just like her resolute gaze. On her left wrist, she wore a simple but luxurious watch, while her right hand gently held a small but exquisite handbag. The first time Chen Hao saw her,
he was able to feel the powerful aura emanating from her,
worthy of being a super elite who reigned over the financial sector of Mindu.
Is this your car? Ling Yu had seen this Lamborghini before, and the last time in the parking lot under the company.
Her assistant had almost crashed this one.
At that time, Ling Yu was still guessing what kind of person's car it could be. Chen Hao nodded his head and nodded. Yes, just bought it a few days ago.
Ling Yu was not an ordinary woman. Because of her work, she basically came into contact with people from the upper class, and had long heard from them that there were some supercars that were not something you could buy just because you had money. It was said that this one Lamborghini Poison was only 3 in the world.
It seems that I don't know enough about this kid.
It's possible that the strength he has shown is just the tip of the iceberg.
What exactly is this kid doing?
Ling Yu felt that she had already worked very hard,
and her achievements were quite good, but compared to Chen Hao, it was simply one heaven and one earth. With regards to Chen Hao, Ling Yu became more and more curious. Teacher Ling, I know I'm handsome,
but I'll be shy if you keep looking at me like this. Chen Hao slowly started the car, then said half-jokingly.
With one sentence, Ling Yu was amused. Brat, why didn't I realize that you were so stinky in the past? Teacher, I don't like to hear this from you. What do you mean by stinky? In the aspect of handsome, I, Chen Hao, have never disobeyed anyone.
Then feel your conscience and ask,
who is more handsome, me or your boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend.
Ling Yu sighed as she rested her hands behind her head. She was really too busy these past few years,
so busy that she didn't have time to fall in love.
When she had just started her freshman year of college, she had started preparing for the exam.
After successfully passing the exam,
she had to study while serving as Chen Hao's class guide,
which was quite busy.
When she graduated from graduate school, it was also the time she left the school.
After leaving school, she entered Hualong Capital, starting from a bottom-level investor. Her entire time was devoted to work.
There was no thought of a relationship at all.
No way, ever. The most beautiful teacher of Mindu University is not wanted? Chen Hao pained.
Are all the men under the sky blind? Such a beautiful,
gentle, and money-making woman is in front of them, but no one is chasing after her?
Ling Yu blankly glanced at Chen Hao. What do you mean no one is chasing after you?
It's me who doesn't want to talk about it, okay? Then wanted to explain. Result. Before she could even open her mouth,
Chen Hao's voice came over again.
Since you're not wanted by MS, Ling, why don't you do this? I'll reluctantly be your boyfriend? Chapter 040. What is the experience of driving a poison to a graduation ceremony? Ling Yu Qian jade hand point on top of Chen Hao's head. What are you talking about? I'm your teacher. If you're talking nonsense, I can't spare you.
Chen Hao does not agree with her words. You are my teacher and so what? The law does not stipulate that students cannot fall in love with their teachers.
Not to mention, you are no longer a teacher. And after today I also graduated. The point is, you're not that much older than me. Why not?
Don't look at the fact that Ling Yu was Chen Hao's teacher.
But the age difference between the two of them wasn't that big.
When Chen Hao was a freshman, she had just gotten into graduate school. There was only a difference of 3 or 4 years between the two.
Not if I say no. Ling Yu blankly glanced at Chen Hao. This topic was relatively sensitive and was not willing to talk about it anymore. The cell phone rang. As soon as Ling Yu saw the caller ID, she couldn't help but feel a thump in her heart.
Mom? Seeing that it was her mom calling, Ling Yu knew what she was looking for herself. Ling Yu first made a silent gesture to Chen Hao,
signaling Chen Hao not to speak. Only after seeing Chen Hao nod, did she pick up the phone? After picking up the phone, sure enough,
her mom asked her to go on a blind date again.
Little aunt has introduced you to a quality man. I've gone to counsel you. He's very nice. Education, doctorate, a director of a multinational company, high income too, age, early 30s. The person is quite spirited. You come home this weekend and the two of you meet.
Ling Yu really has a feeling of wanting to cry. This is already the third one this month, the 30th one this year,
right? It was really so annoying. Ling Yu, who was currently in the rising stage of her career, did not want to fall in love at all. Even more so, she didn't want to waste her time on blind dates. She knows very well, if she refuses, Mom and Dad will definitely kill the door to ask for punishment.
This kind of thing was not unheard of.
Last month, Ling Yu was really busy and couldn't find the time to go on a blind date. Guess what?
The two old men came straight to the door to arrest her.
They tied Ling Yu up. In the eyes of the two old men,
there was nothing more important than marrying off their daughter.
As for work, in the words of the two old men, it's not like we can't afford to feed you. If you don't work for the rest of your life, We can afford to support you. Mom, I won't go on the weekend. To tell you the truth, actually, I have a boyfriend.
Ling Yu had no choice but to make up a well-intentioned lie.
You, don't fool Mom. Mom is not that good at lying. Mom, I'm with him right now. Really or not?
Then why are you still calling?
Open the video. The phone hung up. Ling Yu immediately said to Chen Hao, Chen Hao, be my boyfriend. Chen Hao looked at Ling Yu in surprise.
The first reaction in his head was, women are so fickle.
Just now, she had refused. It's only been a few minutes. So proactive?
My mom urged me to go on a blind date.
I didn't want to go, so I looked for you. Looking for me as a shield, right?
Ling Yu nodded her head and nodded.
At this time, Mother Ling's video call had come through. Picking up, you, show me him. As soon as it was connected, a charmingly beautiful young woman appeared on the video screen.
I don't know if it was the effect of a beautiful face or what, but it was impossible to tell that it was an aunt who was close to 50 years old. Chen Hao slowly parked his car on the side of the road.
Auntie, how are you? My name is Chen Hao. It's Yu's boyfriend. Nice to meet you. Chen Hao smiled and greeted Ling's mother inside the video. Good guy. So handsome? Young again? Ling's mother's eyes lit up.
Her first glance at Chen Hao was very pleasing to the eye.
Young man, how are you? How did you and my family Yu meet?
Chen Hao was blunt. I am her student. She was my guide when she was teaching at Mindu University.
Ling's mother froze for a moment. A teacher and a student? That's a bit out of order, isn't it? Auntie, that's why Yu didn't dare to tell you that she has a boyfriend. Fearing that you can't accept it, so she's been hiding it. What's unacceptable? I'm not that feudalistic. Xiao Hao, are you free this weekend? Come back with Yu for a casual dinner. I'll ask Yu's father to cook you something delicious. Auntie, I'm free this weekend. See you on the weekend. See you on the weekend. Be sure to come. After saying this,
Chen Hao returned the cell phone to Ling Yu. Ling Yu briefly chatted with Mother Ling before hanging up the video.
Chen Hao, how can you promise my mom that you'll go over on the weekend?
Ling Yu had thought to take Chen Hao out as a shield and muddle through.
The result? There was also a whole sequel to this? If I don't promise, do you think Auntie will believe we're together? Auntie's life experience is placed there. Want to fool her? Not so easy. The best way is that I went to your home. Let them completely believe that I am your boyfriend. That way, they won't let you go on a blind date in the future.
Ling Yu thought about it and felt that what Chen Hao said was quite reasonable,
and stopped dwelling on it.
The car continued to start.
Right, Chen Hao, talk to you about business. It's the issue of your stock account. I've planned it out. With the current stock market,
the precious metals,
Chen Hao was Ling Yu's client. According to the rules,
Ling Yu was required to explain her investment direction to her client.
Chen Hao stopped her. You deliberately wanted to go to school with me just to talk to me about this?
Ling Yu nodded her head and nodded.
Investments and whatnot, you don't need to explain it to me. There is only one thing I ask for,
and that is to make $10 million at the fastest speed possible. Chen Hao had $500 million lying on his books. Earning $10 million would only be a 2% profit.
$10 million? Are your requirements really that low? Ling Yu was speechless. How could there be an investment of $500 million with a target of only $10 million? Ambition is also too small, right? Alright then, I'll arrange it then. I'll personally take care of your account, and if I'm manipulating, I'll let my most capable team operate. After saying that,
Ling Yu started calling to remotely control her team.
Mindu University. Today, it was the graduation ceremony, and the students who had interned for half a year were basically all back. There was an extremely eye-catching red Porsche parked on the side of the school entrance. Ka-ching! Ka-ching!
The youth was wearing sunglasses, standing in front of the car and posing as his classmates were taking pictures of him.
May I ask, what is the experience of driving a Porsche back to school for the graduation ceremony? Circle of friends. Jitterbug. Racer. Uniformly sent. Also attached to the above sentence is quite pretentious. The one who can drive a Porsche right after graduation is definitely a rare one.
Also caused a lot of sensation, especially in his own class,
but also become the object of envy.
Many girls in his class came over to watch, and this parking move of his also caused some congestion at the entrance. Chen Hao's car slowly drove over, and when he came to the entrance position he saw that the road was blocked.
So, it's someone who drove a Porsche back to act like a pussy?
The person who drove the Porsche Chen Hao recognized.
It was the rich second generation from the Chinese department's basketball team. Turning his head, he looked at Ling Yu who was sitting in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. MS. Ling, what do you think?
Driving a Lamborghini poison to a graduation ceremony.
And what kind of experience is that? Chapter 041, Grandmaster.
Please accept our worship. Ling Yu turned her head to look at Chen Hao.
Look at you getting carried away. Less of a stinker here.
What I can vouch for is that after today your Chen Hao's name will resonate throughout the entire Mindu University.
In the future, when someone mentions the finance department, there will definitely be someone who will say that there was once a student who drove a Lamborghini Poison to open the graduation ceremony. Isn't this feeling great? Chen Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Actually, I still like to keep a low profile. Ling Yu directly rolled her eyes. Low-key? You're low-key poop. Driving a Lamborghini Poison out, you say you're low-key? Lamborghini Poison. The appearance of such a windy supercar. It was impossible not to attract attention. As soon as it appeared, it caused a sensation. Good lord, what kind of car is this? My god, it's the Lamborghini Poison? It's the legendary Lamborghini Poison? This car is up to $70 or $80 million? Which tycoon is driving it? It's not another rich kid coming back for the graduation ceremony, is it? Compared to the multi-million-dollar Porsche in front, this Lamborghini Poison was obviously more popular. Soon, the area around the car was surrounded. Zhang Lingfeng was depressed. It was not easy to beg his dad to buy him a Porsche 918, wanting to take advantage of the graduation ceremony to fiercely pretend to be a wave of B. The result, killed out a Lamborghini Poison? In the face of Lamborghini Poison, Zhang Lingfeng is not dare to have a little temper. Buddy, can't you keep a low profile? How can you let me drive a sports car like this? Then, very consciously drove the Porsche away. Soon, the news that a Lamborghini Poison had appeared inside the campus spread. Have you heard? There's a Lamborghini Poison parked inside the parking lot? Is it real or fake? This kind of supercar that can only be seen in legends. How could it appear inside our Mindu's university? Why would I lie to you? Someone even took pictures. Look, pictures, pictures. Hey, this seems to be Chen Hao from the finance department. Isn't that woman the once most beautiful teacher? Ling Yu? I'll go. Chen Hao is doing so well now. Could it be that he's a hidden rich second generation, and now he's not pretending anymore and showing his cards? What rich second generation? Didn't you see who he came with? Ling Yu, once the most beautiful teacher, the rising star of Mindu's financial sector, engaged in finance, and at her level, her annual salary is at least tens of millions. You mean this car is Ling Yu's? Ling Yu let him drive it? Even if you use your ass to think about it, you know it's Ling Yu's. How could Chen Hao afford it? You have a point. Good guy. Old Chen. Haven't seen you in half a year. You really have changed a lot. You wouldn't have taken advantage of this half a year to go on a trip to the stick country for plastic surgery, right? When Chen Hao appeared in front of the class, almost everyone was stunned. Chen Hao was still the same Chen Hao, but it was also too handsome. Not only was his face value high, but his figure was also good. Before, he was 1 meter 6'8", not even 1 meter 7, and now at 1 meter 88, it was almost 1 meter 9, a very standard figure. Plus what Chen Hao is wearing now, clothes Prada, pants Versace, shoes are from Louis Vuitton, a brand name. Chen Hao in their memories was a different person. Compared to the change in face value, everyone was more concerned about the Lamborghini Poison, a $70 million supercar, as well as the gossip about Chen Hao and Mr. Ling. Old Chen, what's the experience of driving a Lamborghini Poison with the most beautiful teacher sitting beside you? Old Chen, just admit it, right? It's all about graduation. After today, the chances of everyone from the south of the world wanting to get together in are few and far between, so you'll just tell us, how much money does Ms. Ling give you every month? Chen Hao, who heard this, was confused. What does it mean to admit it? What did it mean by how much money did teacher Ling give him every month? Chen Hao couldn't understand what they were saying at all. Old Chen, pretending, just die pretending? When I was in the group yesterday, I had a feeling that something wasn't right between you and teacher Ling. Why did Ms. Ling favor you to pick her up and not Jiang Guanwei? Why is Ms. Ling's Lamborghini Poison such an expensive car that she is comfortable letting you drive? Why are you covered in designer labels now? In your state where you don't even have a job, can you afford it? Hearing this, Chen Hao already understood what they were talking about. Misunderstanding that he had been adopted by Ms. Ling, I guess. Old Chen, it's not that we're going to say you, it's just that we feel that being a man must rely on yourself. On others, especially a woman, can't be relied on. There will be a day when she gets tired of playing with you, and then kicks you out. I know. Ya's departure. The blow to you is very big. You are the only one who will degrade yourself to be adopted. It's not too late to get lost. Look at our big class president. After being exposed by Zhou Lin yesterday for being adopted by a rich woman, he doesn't even dare to come to school today. Do you want to follow in his footsteps as well? The more Chen Hao listened to these words, the more outrageous he felt. How did it turn into teaching himself a lesson? Giving himself a lesson? Even if Lao Zi was really adopted, that would still be Lao Zi's ability. What does it have to do with you? With your behavior and your looks? No rich woman will even look at you if you want to be adopted. Not everyone is qualified to be adopted by a rich woman. At this time, a commotion came from outside the class, and a heavenly beauty appeared in the corridor. she stepped over with light steps. Straight away, she arrived at the entrance of Chen Hao's class. After looking around for a moment, her eyes locked onto Chen Hao's body, spreading her face and revealing a sweet smile. Brother Chen Hao. The voice was sweet. The crowd turned their heads to take a look, and their eyes brightened up. The schoolflower. Xiang Ce, why are you here? Chen Hao smiled and walked over. You're bad. I didn't even know that you turned out to be from the same school as me. I still just saw the picture of you and Mr. Ling coming together, and only then did I realize that you turned out to be my senior. Bad. Lied to me for so long. Xiang Ci's small fist pounded on Chen Hao's chest. Where was it hitting? It was clearly being pampered? This scene fell in everyone's eyes. Confused. What is this situation? The school's flower, Xiang Ce, was being pampered in front of her? The crowd hadn't come to their senses yet. Chen Hao graciously introduced to everyone. Everyone, let me introduce to you. This is my girlfriend, Xiang Ce. Silence. Can you hear a pin drop? Everyone looked at Chen Hao, who was clasping his fingers, and Xiang Ce, who had a sweet smile on her face. They just couldn't figure it out. When did Chen Hao hook up with Xiang Ce, the school beauty? I'll go. Chen Hao even dared to go behind Teacher Ling's back and be with Xiang Ce? At this moment, Teacher Ling is here. Teacher Ling is coming to our class. Someone shouted at the door. Teacher Ling is here. This is a good show? One is an adopted rich woman. The other is a girlfriend. Bumping into each other. Chen Hao, let's see how you'll handle this one. He. What do you guys say? Will Xiang Ce fight with MS? Ling Yu separated from Chen Hao when she was in the school parking lot. She went to the principal's place. However, there was a temporary emergency at the company and she had to return to the company. Before she left, she still decided to come to the class to see her former classmates. Considering that there wasn't much time left, Ling Yu couldn't stay here too long. Simply exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Ling Yu walked towards Chen Hao. Ha, there's a good show. Teacher Ling will definitely dump Chen Hao when she sees him with Xiang Ce, right? However, what everyone really didn't expect was this. Ling Yu clearly looked at Chen Hao and Xiang Ce clasping their fingers together. Yet she didn't look angry in any way, and simply said, don't forget to meet my parents at the end of the week. After saying that, Ling Yu left, and the moment she exited this sentence, the collective exploded. No way. MS. Ling isn't even angry about this? All the way to the point where you have to meet your parents, and after seeing it with another woman, you're not even angry at all? MS. Ling is so generous to share her boyfriend with someone else? How on earth did Chen Hao manage to be able to have his foot in two boats and the two women are still able to coexist peacefully? Ancestor, please accept my obeisance. Chapter 042, Hualong capital in hand. I don't want to be convinced. The two women were able to stay together even after the publicity of the incident. Who else in the world could have this kind of ability? One Ling Yu already made everyone envious of Chen Hao. You have to know that this is the most beautiful teacher in the history of Mindu University. There were countless suitors. One didn't know how many boys inside the school were YY objects. If she was his girlfriend, he would be willing to break his ribs to make soup for her. And Xiang Ce? She's a junior in college, one of the 4 school beauties. To have a face value, to have a body with a body, not only can sing and dance, will also walk catwalk. It is said that also from the city held a modeling contest stood out. Will soon be the provincial competition. 2 women, different styles, a strong aura, wise and capable social elite. One can sing and dance well, and is one of the well-behaved and understanding schoolflowers. To be able to obtain any one of them would already be a blessing from the ancestors. And Chen Hao actually possessed both at the same time? I really envy him. The heavens earth send down a thunderbolt to kill him. After that, Chen Hao was completely left out by the group of boys. Isolated. This made Chen Hao truly realize what it meant to be so handsome that he had no friends. The boys isolating Chen Hao was envy and jealousy. But girls were different. Boys liked to find beautiful women. Girls liked to find handsome guys as well. In the face of Chen Hao's presence as a handsome man, especially with his unique temperament, the girls in the class all wanted to get close to him. Chen Hao instantly became the meat and potatoes among the girls. This scene continued until the end of the graduation ceremony. At noon, Chen Hao feasted on the entire class of girls to have lunch together. Yes, the girls. And the boys? Get lost. Go eat wherever you like. 18 girls, plus Chen Hao and Xiang Ce, a total of 20. Open 2 tables. The final check, $87,652. Perhaps this meal was the most expensive meal that any of them had ever eaten in their lives. After the meal, Chen Hao bid farewell to them one by one. After sending off the last person, Chen Hao and Xiang Ce had planned to go to Mindui Pin. We still have classes in the afternoon. Xiang Ce looked at the time on her wristwatch. It was already 1:30, and there was still an hour to go before class. Every time you're so long, an hour is definitely not enough. Chen Hao pretended to question. What time is so long? Xiang Xi's face turned red, pouting. Brother Chen Hao, you're bad, you know what I'm talking about. Chen Hao hemmed and hawed. He liked to see the shy look on her face. It's already too late to go back? Or else, play some new tricks? Xiang Xi asked doubtfully. What new tricks? At 25 minutes past 2, Chen Hao looked at her with a smile. Blame me for what? Xiang Xi's pretty face flushed, then fled. Kind of interesting. Chen Hao was happy. And at this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of earning $10 million in the stock market. Reward obtained, 100% equity in Hualong Capital. This mission was completed, triggering a special reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique of +10. With the sound of the system's voice, Chen Hao immediately felt that his entire body was filled with strength, as if he had been transformed. According to the system's description, a normal person's physique was 50. Anything below 50 was considered weak. Chen Hao's original physique was 55, and last time, he added 5 points to reach 60, and now it had reached 70. System, come out. What level is this 70 physique considered? The system explained. 50 is a normal level. Between 55 and 65 is considered an ordinary soldier's physique. Between 65 and 75, it is considered a special soldier's physique. Chen Hao was a bit excited. So, he had reached the level of a special soldier here? Ding! Mission released. Drive the Koenigsegg 1 to Yang Nini's theater group. Then have dinner with Yang Nini. After the mission is completed, obtain the fighting art, military-style boxing, proficient. Hualong Capital. Ling Yu stretched her back comfortably, sitting for a long period of time. Her waist was a bit sore from sitting. $10,062,000. Perfect. Looking at the extra 10 million or so in Chen Hao's capital account, Ling Yu revealed a satisfied smile in. Originally she wanted to make a call to Chen Hao, tell him that the $10 million task had been completed, whether she needed to proceed to the next step of cooperation. Her little assistant ran in a panic. Manager Ling, the general manager wants you to go to conference room 1. Ling Yu wondered, what was the general manager doing calling herself to the conference room for a good reason? She didn't dare to be slow, immediately rushed over. When she arrived at the conference room, there was a sea of people inside the conference room. The middle and high levels of each department were all there. After waiting for a while, the general manager arrived in a flurry, and then he announced an explosive news. Just now, the boss has sold the company. Changed the boss? Everyone was shocked. Sold to whom? The general manager shook his head. We haven't found out who the buyer is yet. Everyone, nothing is known about the new boss for now, but I'll try my best to find out, and I'll be the first to tell everyone once I have news. But listen up, you guys, during this period of time, no one can make the slightest mistake for me, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. After the meeting ended, Ling Yu also returned to her office. Her mood was incomparably apprehensive. This matter of changing bosses could definitely not be considered a good thing for her. She was able to become the manager of the investment department within just 2 years, and a large part of the reason was because she was valued by her boss. Now the boss had changed? Why am I, Ling Yu, so unlucky? Chapter 043, Can't Fight? You have to do it even if you have to do it the hard way. After sending Xiang Xi back to school, Chen Hao returned to Min Dui Pin, changed to Koenigsegg 1, and headed straight to the shooting base. Auntie Yang, I'm coming. This is the Nine Peaks Scenic Resort. The last few scenes of Yang Nini's new drama were filmed here. In the middle of the resort's courtyard, several security guards who had been punched down and were lying on the ground covered their stomachs and moaned in pain. Vases, furniture, and some equipment had been smashed, and the whole scene was a mess. A dozen or so rogue gangsters dressed as landlords had arrogant faces, either holding steel pipes or daggers. The surrounding group actors were all silent, not daring to utter a single breath. Yang Nini stood right in front of these hooligans with a cold and angry face. Man, this crew is great. The actors they hired have such realistic expressions. Those gangsters also acted quite well, almost exactly the same as the real thing. I don't know where these gangsters were hired from. This is what is called professionalism. Chen Hao wanted to go over, only to be stopped by 2 people. Chen Hao assumed that they were the security guards of the crew. This kind of filming site would be guarded to prevent passers-by from going in and disrupting the filming. There was a big rock next to it, so Chen Hao simply sat on it, felt out the Chinese cigarettes inside his pocket, lit one, and smoked it while leisurely watching. This was the first time Chen Hao had come to shoot a theater since he was so old. Interesting. Pa, what the hell are you? Just a moment ago, Yang Nini's little assistant blocked in front of Yang Nini, and the gangster leader slapped her face. This slap? The little assistant stomped back several steps. Good guy. A real fight. How could Chen Hao not be able to tell if it was a real fight or a fake fight? This little assistant is really dedicated. That big bald. The hand really hard. Shoot a movie only. The effect to achieve on the line. As for under such a heavy hand, this little assistant can definitely add a chicken leg at night. Lily, how are you? Yang Mimi immediately asked with concern.
The little assistant touched her swollen face and timidly said,
I'm fine.
Yang Mimi righteously looked at the gangster big bald head and snapped.
What exactly do you guys want?
The big bald man looked at Yang Mimi colorfully,
and his watery mouth almost flowed down. Obscenely said, I come to have no malice, just following orders. Want to invite Ms. Yang to dinner. Yang Mimi laughed coldly. No malice? If you don't have any malicious intent, you would have knocked down my security guards right away?
If there was no malice,
would you have swollen my little assistant's face? How could Yang Mimi not know that the dinner they invited was a hangman banquet set for herself?
There was no way she would go.
You die of this, there's no way I'm going.
The bald big brother laughed coldly. Ms.
Yang, don't pretend to be so noble. You think I don't understand that little bit of in your entertainment industry? Sleeping with this director today? Tomorrow you'll sleep with that producer? Isn't this a common occurrence? It's not a secret anymore. How come it's not okay with me? You have to be clear. This is Mindu, not Kyoto, nor is it the Magic City. You came here to shoot a movie, but you didn't even give me a single glance. And you want me to come to your door in person. You're treating me as if Bald Wu, don't exist, right? To tell you the truth, if you don't show up for the appointment tonight, then you definitely won't be able to get out of Mindu.
Chen Hao, who was watching with interest, the more he listened, the more wrong he felt.
How does this line sound like a script?
Rather, it was like a threat from a dark force at the door.
At this time,
Chen Hao realized the strange end.
Where is the camera? How was it smashed on the ground? Where are the lights? Where is the director? Chen Hao fiercely stood up from the stool and suddenly realized could it be that this is not a movie?
It wasn't uncommon for some stars to go to a movie or a show and then be pestered by local hooligans.
For example, back in the day,
the Lu Heavenly King went to perform somewhere in the eastern province, and was locked up for a long time by the local landlord and slapped several times,
and didn't even get the performance fee.
Sister Qiling from the Bei province,
traveling to Sichuan province, was taken to a tea house just after getting off the plane, entering the tea house at 7 o'clock and coming out only after 10 o'clock. Guess what was done during those 3 hours? There are too many examples of stars being bullied by landlords, and Nini Yang being a top stream.
She has the face value and the body.
I don't know how many turf hooligans were thinking about it,
and it was normal to encounter this kind of thing of being invited to dinner by turf hooligans.
Only,
these few landskins would not be speaking of martial virtues.
Invitation to dinner is not as excessive as smashing the other party's filming equipment. Chen Hao's phone, at this time, rang and realized that it was Su Rui's who had called. The last time he, along with Situ Rui and Fu Yichen,
helped Chen Hao drive the 3 cars back,
Chen Hao picked up the phone.
Brother Hao, a brother of mine saw the Koenigsegg coming in the direction of Nine Peaks Mountain.
I happen to be at Nine Peaks Mountain. Did you come to Nine Peaks Mountain for the drag race as well? As soon as the phone was connected, Su Rui said rather excitedly. For Chen Hao, he was quite an admirer.
The location where Chen Hao was located was the Nine Peaks Resort at the foot of Nine Peaks Mountain, and the Nine Peaks Ring Road was nearby.
Racing? I'm not interested. Chen Hao smiled. He still had a good impression of this Su Rui's.
The feeling came out that he didn't have much of a flowery mind, and the person was more sincere.
That's right, with Brother Hao's segment. How could you look at today's level of drag racing? Su Rui's dryly laughed a few times. By the way, Brother Hao,
I have a few brothers who want to catch a glimpse of the Koenigsegg now.
Where is your exact location now? I'll come over to find you.
I'm at the Nine Peaks Resort.
To the west. Resort, huh? I'm familiar there. I'm on the Nine Peaks Ring Road right now. I'll be there soon. After finishing the call, Chen Hao hung up the phone. As for Yang Mimi's side,
Chen Hao had no intention of helping at all.
Nonsense. There were a dozen people on the other side, and he was alone. They also had weapons. Chen Hao wasn't arrogant enough to be able to beat these dozen of people. Thinking in his heart, Yang Mimi being the top stream, and this being a public place, Uncle Hat should arrive soon, right? But then, Bald Wu obviously came prepared. Know the truth that the night is long. Don't dare to spend too much time here. He had someone drive the van over, and a few people were going to push Yang Mimi inside the car. This time Chen Hao became anxious. The task the system had given him was to have dinner with Yang Mimi after driving the Koenigsegg to the theater set. What's the point of having dinner if this person is taken away? For the sake of the system mission, spell it out. Chen Hao shouted, let her go. Let me do it. Then he stomped over amidst everyone's gazes. Chapter 044 Yang Mimi's Secret Feelings. At this moment, Yang Mimi has been scared of some panic. Although there are people who have been forcibly invited to dinner, but it is really the first time to encounter such violence. This is not like an invitation to dinner, obviously in the kidnapping. Chen Hao's appearance so that Yang Mimi's look for a shock. She is clear that Chen Hao should be to send the car. Luckily, he didn't see death.
Bald Wu narrowed his eyes and sized up Chen Hao. He saw that Chen Hao was unfamiliar and could be certain that he had never seen him before, but from the dress and temperament, he felt that he should be a rich second generation. As long as it wasn't one of those super rich kids, Bald Wu wasn't afraid. Bald Marshal brother frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a police officer," Chen Hao said with a cold face. Hearing that it was Uncle Hat, brother Bald Wu couldn't help but thump in his heart. Doing their thing, the thing he was most afraid of was encountering Uncle Hat, although he had a backstage and was able to help him out afterward. But also do not want to hat Uncle in public under the front conflict. Immediately show a smile. "Buddy, hello. I do not know Buddy is which bureau. Is this Nine Peaks police station? I and your director Wang can be familiar with it. The night before last also eat a snack together." "You are familiar with Director Wang?" Chen Hao faked a frown and put on a somewhat difficult look. Seeing this, the Bald Marshal brother immediately handed over a cigarette. Chen Hao took it. Bald Wu personally lit it for Chen Hao. Chen Hao inhaled a mouthful of smoke before saying, "Since you are familiar with Wang Shou, this is a bit of face that I still have to give. I'll pretend that what happened just now didn't happen. Take your brothers and leave now." The bald brother held back his laughter, but he still didn't hold it in. Directly, he spewed out in laughter. "Mard, you kid can really make up. I'm cooperating with you in acting. Grass, I tell you, there is no Nine Peaks police station. This is the jurisdiction of the City West branch, and that Director Wang is also what I made up. You don't even understand this, and still want to come to swindle me?" The first time the Bald Marshal brother saw Chen Hao, he saw that he was a rich second generation. As a result, he said to himself that he was a police officer. Bald Marshal brother at that time suspected his identity as a police officer, which there is a police officer wearing hundreds of thousands of dollars on his body, but also do not dare to determine in the end is not. What if it is a rich second generation as a police officer? So, there is the back of the test. As a result, a try on the gang. Yang Mimi saw the situation heart-thumped. Finished, gangster. She was now being held by one person, unable to move. Bald Wu's face completely sank at this time. Cold face, little b-boy. You really don't have a small amount of guts. Even my City West Balls things have to be managed. I see you are living. Before that last tired of living was finished, Chen Hao had already started to make a move. He took 2 steps back, and then struck a left hook above the right side of the face of the gangster who had grabbed on to young Mimi. With a thud, 4 or 5 bloody teeth directly popped out of that punk's mouth. "Good fellow, the power of my punch is so great." Chen Hao was stunned by the force of his punch. This increased physique was truly extraordinary. Chen Hao grabbed Yang Mimi's hand with his right hand and protected her behind him. While Yang Mimi was still shocked by Chen Hao's hands, she realized that her own hand was actually grabbed by Chen Hao. Originally, she was apprehensive, but she had an inexplicable sense of security. Looking at this big boy, who was even smaller than herself, and feeling the feeling of being protected by him, Yang Mimi's eyes gradually changed subtly as she looked at Chen Hao, and in the next second, Yang Mimi couldn't help but scream, "Chen Hao, be careful." A gangster held a hollow pipe and directly smashed it over at Chen Hao. These guys who dared to kidnap a top stream star in broad daylight and were reckless to such an extent. Naturally it was impossible for them to be merciful when they started to move. If the hollow pipe was smashed on the brain, the head would be broken and bloodied, or the head would be smashed into a vegetable. Chen Hao recalled a move that Zhou Lin had once taught him. If he was surrounded by people and couldn't beat them, then just kick him. Kick at that part. As long as the kick was accurate, it was guaranteed that he would lose his fighting ability on the spot. Teasing in Jedi kick. Chen Hao's powerful kick hit the crotch of the gangster. His hands were still up in the air as he grabbed the steel pipe, his legs together and clenched. The expression was twisted. In the next second, the punk howled wolfishly in pain. The other punks all surrounded over at this time, and a dozen of them surrounded Chen Hao and Yang Mimi in the center. Now this scene made Chen Hao nervous as well, facing so many ruthless gangsters. If the steel pipes, baseball bats and other weapons in their hands landed on them, even if their physique was comparable to that of a special forces soldier, I'm afraid that they would have to be beaten out of there under the messy sticks, right? At this time, Chen Hao wanted to miss someone very much. Zhou Lin, Universiade Wushu champion, National Wushu competition gold medalist. Chen Hao had seen Zhou Lin's skill. If she were here, in the past, she said many times that she would teach me a few moves for self-defense, but I refused to learn them. Chen Hao was now regretting it to death. With such a good master, why didn't he ask her to teach him a few moves in the first place? On the side of the bald martial arts brother, having lost 2 of his men in one go, Bald Wu was quite enraged. He didn't intend to talk nonsense with Chen Hao either. He would beat it up first. Mard, brat, you kid is looking for death. Bald martial brother waved his big hand. Just in the nick of time, quite suddenly, the low-engine roar came over. A row of supercars appeared at the corner of that path. The one in the lead had a cool shape, like a ghost on the move. It was the Ferrari Rafa that was priced as high as $25 million and was extremely rare even in Magic City or Kyoto. The supercars that follow behind the Rafa are also extremely expensive. Most of them cost more than $10 million. The only McLaren 720S that costs less than $10 million is also priced at $8 or $9 million. Lafayette was the first, parked in the outermost part of the crowd. After the car door was opened, walked down a little handsome youth. Originally thought to be able to once a glimpse of Koenigsegg-style Su Rui's mood is quite excited. The result? When he stepped out of the car, see the scene in front of him? Instantly frowned. In his own territory, How was actually bullied. In the next second, he was directly cursing. Marred. Dead bald. You move my brother how to try. Chapter 045, Mysterious Onbong Group. Marred. Why is this guy here? Baldwu felt tricky when he saw that the one who came was actually Su Rui's. If it was an ordinary rich second generation, Baldwu didn't give a damn. But this Su Rui's was not an ordinary rich second generation. Putting aside the fact that this guy's family controls 2 listed companies, just because he has almost no one dares to mess with the brother, Baldwu also have to weigh up. Immediately greeting him with a smile. Young Zay, what wind blew you here? Su Rui's pointed at the bald martial brother and cursed. Are you making things difficult for my ho brother? Zay Shao. Today this matter I hope you'd better stay out of it. It won't do you any good. What? You still want to threaten me? Threaten? How would I dare to threaten you? Young Zay? The bald martial brother smiled skinlessly. This guy called Chen Hao injured 2 of my brothers. Forget it, since he is your brother. The matter of injuring my brothers I can forget about it. But this young Mimi I have to take away today. How could Su Rui's not know what would happen to young Mimi if she was really beaten away? But he saw Chen Hao and young Mimi clasping their fingers together and misunderstood that they were a couple. Are you blind? Can't you see that young Mimi is my brother house girl? You want to take away brother house girl? You think that those of us who are brothers with brother Hao don't exist, don't you? Su Rui's arrogant attitude made the bald martial brother's heart suffocate, and he didn't dare to beat him up. Young Zay, to be honest with you, I'm also just doing a job for someone. As for who, I think you should be able to guess. Su Rui's of course knew clearly that bald martial brother was Chu Aofeng's horseman. So, the one who really wanted to invite young Mimi to dinner was Chu Aofeng? Rui's, you are more familiar with Chu Aofeng's style of doing things than I am. If you let him know that you are the one who is obstructing from this, I think he will be very unhappy. The bald martial brother still wanted to threaten. As a result, Su Rui's didn't even bother to listen to his nonsense, and slapped the bald martial brother's shiny head. Grass, I told you to get lost. Do you hear me? Baldwu was quite stifled. Su Rui's, we'll see. Bald martial brother puffed up and left. Marred, you're just waiting to meet Chu Shao's wrath. Walking to the entrance of the resort, bald martial brother immediately took out his cell phone and made a call out. Hey, Chu Shao, things went wrong. It was going well, but as a result, a guy named Chen Hao came out halfway and injured 2 of my men. Of course, Chen Hao is nothing. I was able to handle it. The point is, this Chen Hao is Su Rui's brother. Su Rui stepped in to protect Chen Hao. So are you going to come over personally? They're still at the resort. Well, I'll wait for you here, among the resort. Thanks, Rui Shao. Chen Hao expressed his gratitude. Honestly, without him just now, it would most likely have been a bloody battle. The point was, 9 times out of 10, Chen Hao had to lose. Brother Hao, you're being polite. It's just such a small bug. Even if I don't make a move, Brother Hao, you'll be able to take care of it yourself. How can it be worthwhile for you to make a move, Brother Hao, to dispatch such a bug? Su Zerui had always thought that Chen Hao's identity background was definitely big and scary. Not for anything else, just for those supercars. To be able to buy that level of supercars, or several of them, could definitely not be as simple as simply being a rich second generation. In Su Zerui's eyes, Chen Hao wanting to pinch bald martial brother was as simple as pinching an ant. Chen Hao, who is this one? Beside Chen Hao, young Mimi asked. Hello sister-in-law, I'm Su Rui's. Not even needing Chen Hao's introduction, Su Rui's took the initiative to introduce himself. The phrase sister-in-law caused young Mimi to blush a little. However, she still introduced herself graciously. Hello, I'm young Mimi. Hello sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Those who followed Su Rui's immediately greeted her with smiling faces. Sister-in-law is really good looking. Brother Hao is so happy. Everyone, thank you really for today. I'll be the host tonight and treat everyone to a dinner. Young Mimi issued an invitation. Sister-in-law's treat. We'll definitely go. But, sister-in-law, you're a foreigner. It's rare to come to Mindu. How can we let sister-in-law treat us? I have a restaurant at home. If sister-in-law doesn't mind, I'll be the host tonight. Su Rui's laughed. Don't refuse, sister-in-law. It's settled. On this side of the crew, after such a mess, it was impossible to continue filming today. By the way,
Sister-in-law, you're new to Mindu. You don't know this side of Mindu very well, Su Ruai said. To avoid a similar thing happening next time, I suggest that the next time you come to Mindu, it's best to hire a few bodyguards from Anbang Group. Yang Nini smiled bitterly. Bodyguards? I also have a security company that I know. Next time I come, I will bring a few bodyguards over. Sister-in-law, how many bodyguards you bring over can't compare to hiring two at the Anbang Group. Yang Nini thought to herself. Are the bodyguards of this Anbang Group so powerful? Can they fight 10 at a time? Su Ruai shook his head. The point is not that the bodyguards are powerful, but that Anbang Group is powerful. I can tell you very responsibly, if you had hired the bodyguards of Anbang Group today, Bald Wu would at best be treating you to dinner, and after you refused, he could only leave obediently, and would definitely not dare to forcefully take you away. Anbang Group is a talisman of possession. Yang Nini's eyes lit up. He understood what Su Ruai's meant. Is this Anbang Group so powerful? Su Ruai's nodded. Of course. Okay, next time I come, I'll contact Anbang Group first. After chatting for a while, Yang Nini issued an invitation, inviting them for dinner, and Su Ruai's refused on the spot. In his words, you're my brother house chick, how can you treat us? If you want to invite, it's also us, the hosts, who should treat. After that, it was agreed that they would wait at the entrance of the resort an hour later. The crew was tossed around so much, there was no way to start work today. Thankfully, those who were beaten and injured weren't very serious, and Yang Mimi wrapped a 5,000 red packet for each of them. 1 hour later, on the Koenigsegg, Chen Hao drove Nini Yang. She had already changed out of her performance clothes, wearing a duck-tongued cap on her head. On her body was a simple white medium-sleeved t-shirt with jeans. The jeans were relatively tight, perfectly outlining the contours of her well-proportioned legs while completely presenting the contours of her buttocks. There was a nice light perfume smell on her body. Su Ruai's as well as his friends followed behind, a total of 9 supercars hugely. Wherever they passed, the turnover rate can be said to be 100%. And just as the convoy was about to leave the resort, the main entrance of the resort was blocked. 3 Hummers side by side, horizontal in front of the gate, and at the back of the Hummers was a stretched Rolls-Royce. Around the body of the Rolls-Royce, 6 black-clad bodyguards stood, wearing sunglasses and suits, making it look like the Matrix. Chen Hao's car stopped. Mard, who was so unenlightened, even dare to block the door of the resort? Su Ruai's in the back stopped his car. Angrily, he pushed the door and got out of the car, came to the front of the 3 Hummers and was about to chide when he violently saw the extended version of the Rolls-Royce that was straddling the back of the Hummers. At once, his heart thumped. This guy finally came? Chapter 046, isn't this a coincidence? Su Ruai's walked back to the Koenigsegg while Chen Hao pushed the door to get out of the car. What's going on? It's Chu Ao Feng's car. He should be inside the car. Chen Hao felt out that Su Ruai's kind of scorn towards the person inside the car, as he no longer had the sharpness he had before. Chen Hao asked, who is Chu Ao Feng? Su Ruai's introduced, Chu Ao Feng, known as Chu Xiao. He is also from our Ultra Racing Club. Earlier, that bald brother Wu, he was the one who arranged for him to come. Brother Hao, this guy's background is too strong for me to handle. Su Ruai's had always thought that Chen Hao's background was ridiculously strong. Only, it was not known what the specific background was. On Chen Hao's side, as soon as he heard Su Ruai say that he couldn't handle it, his heart instantly went cold. You can't handle it? Martyr, then I can't handle it. I don't have any background. Yang Nini on the passenger seat heard their conversation. Her heart couldn't help but be anxious, because she knew very well that Chu Xiao was most likely coming towards herself. Chen Hao, you can't leave me behind at this time. Chen Hao was also anxious. What to do next? Brother Hao, do we need to get your family to step in? Su Ruai's asked again. Get your family? I'm an orphan. Where would I find my family? Chen Hao was helpless. When he was thinking about what to do next, Su Ruai's words turned things around. Mard, if it wasn't for the fact that my family's company still needs to rely on the financial support of Hualong Capital, I would have directly flipped out with him. Chen Hao asked suspiciously. Wait, what's the situation with Hualong Capital you're talking about? And what's the relationship with him? Brother Hao, this kid's old man is the current general manager of Hualong Capital. This Hualong Capital holds a large amount of money in his hands. It's all up to his old man. These years Hualong Capital has been expanding very rapidly, and already has the seedling of asking for the #1 capital operation company in Mindu. Because Hualong Capital has a huge amount of capital, the investments are all big businesses. Min all this side, there are a lot of enterprises, have shares, control of the company more. These companies have become his backstage, the strength of the natural strong. For example, Hualong Capital invested in a company. Once Chu Xiao accident, do not need Chu Xiao family members to take action. A company will also find a way to get it done for him. Hualong Capital has invested in at least dozens of such companies. Think about it. What kind of horrible network is this? Even my family has to look up to Hualong Capital now. Previously, Chen Hao was still wondering how to get through this. There was no way Yang Mimi would let him take her away, or else the system mission wouldn't be completed. As a result, you came to a son of the family of the general manager of Hualong Capital? Isn't this a coincidence? The entire Hualong Capital is mine. A general manager? Also the actual controller? I'll go. Still not working for me?
A single word can make you fall from the altar.
And at this time, the door of the Rolls-Royce was opened, and a graceful young man walked out of the car. He was around 1 meter 8 tall, a little bit handsome, but it gave off a very frivolous, dangling feeling. You're Chen Hao. Yang Mimi is your chick? Chu Ao Feng directly ignored Su Rui's. His gaze was on Chen Hao. Borrow it for a bit of fun. Just for one night. Tomorrow morning, return it to you in perfect condition. Look, is this something a human being would say? What if I say no? At this moment, Chen Hao looked at Chu Ao Feng's eyes as if he was looking at a jumping clown. It seems that you still don't know who I am. Chu Ao Feng lit a cigarette against the wind. Looking dangly, Hualong Capital heard of it. My dad is. Chen Hao was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Chu Ao Feng felt like he had heard a big joke. This person is right? My old man is the general manager of Hualong Capital. How many big businesses have to look up to my old man? You tell me to roll? What kind of thing are you? When he was about to say something, he saw that Chen Hao had already taken out his phone. What? Just start moving in for help? I'd like to see what you're able to find. Chen Hao picked up the phone. Hello, demon spirit? Someone is attempting to kidnap here. Do you care? There are pictures and videos. There is the truth. My current location is in front of the Nine Peaks Resort. You guys will be there right away. Ah, okay, I'll wait for you guys. Chu Ao Feng glared. Nima, call the police? So gutless? Okay, you kid give me weight. Chu Ao Feng is not stupid. Very clear. If Uncle Hat arrives, there will be some trouble. Although he is not afraid, even if he really went in, he would be able to come out in a minute. But, after all, there is some trouble, isn't it? We'll see. This thing is not over today. After Chu Ao Feng left, Su Rui's reminded, Brother Hao, this Chu Ao Feng is as cynical as he is vindictive. He will definitely continue to look for trouble from you. Let's see. You'd better go talk to your family? Chen Hao waved his hand. Not to say that there was no family. Even if there was, it was impossible to go find them. Looking at Chu Ao Feng's back as he left, it seems that a trip to Hualong Capital is necessary. The dinner was opened by Su Rui's, Chen Hao, Su Rui's, and his brothers, plus Yang Mimi, a large table. Chen Hao's drinking capacity was actually not that bad. Plus, with the increase in his physique, the amount of alcohol he could drink also increased together. However, Su Rui's and the others were too many. 8 or 9 people took turns to toast Chen Hao, but they couldn't handle it. Drunk unconscious. You guys just send him here. I'll help him upstairs. See you then, sister-in-law. After Su Rui's left, Yang Mimi was holding Chen Hao. Chen Hao's entire body was pressed against hers. So heavy. Oh, so tired. It took Yang Mimi a lot of effort to bring Chen Hao to the 30th floor, in front of Chen Hao's home. Only then did she realize, his home was a combination lock. Fingerprints were useless. There was no way out. Yang Mimi could only help Chen Hao to the 16th floor. Putting Chen Hao on the bed, Yang Mimi let out a long sigh of relief. It was really exhausting for her. So handsome. I don't know how many times more handsome than those fresh meat under my banner. Yang Mimi lay on the bed, her hands resting on her chin, quietly looking at the sleeping Chen Hao. The more she looked at him, the more handsome she felt, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt that his temperament was outstanding. Yang Mimi also drank. Although she didn't drink as much as Chen Hao, she was also 3 times drunk. Under the stimulation of alcohol gently kissed on Chen Hao's forehead, and at this time, Chen Hao rolled his body and subconsciously hugged Yang Mimi. Whoops, what are you doing? Yang Mimi was startled for a moment, and instinctively tried to go and push Chen Hao away. Result, Chen Hao's strength was too great, it couldn't be pushed away. Chapter 047, Double Your Return. Chen Hao had a dream, a wonderful dream, worthy of being an auntie. Not only does she have a high face value, good figure, even the technique was top-notch. Auntie is good, auntie is wonderful, auntie's skills are crooked. Chen Hao himself didn't even know how he could have such a dream. At some point, Chen Hao woke up. It was woken up by the sound of the shower. Chen Hao looked around with a bewildered expression. If he remembered correctly, he should have been drinking with Su Rui's and the others. But where was this? It wasn't like a hotel, nor was it his own home. The bathroom door of the room was left open, and the sound of drenching water was coming from inside, so it was obvious that someone was bathing inside. From this angle of Chen Hao's, he couldn't see exactly who was inside. I'm not going to be picked up by some woman, am I?
Chen Hao was startled in his heart. It was not uncommon to see things like being picked up.
In some hotels,
in front of nightclubs, there were people who specialized in such things.
Those guys, specializing in going after drunk girls, take them to the hotel. Then, that what?
Some of them would even take videos and post them on Color 5 Star's website in exchange for payment.
Otherwise, how come there are so many similar videos on those Color 5 Stars websites? Of course, usually the ones who were picked up were girls, very few are boys. How come in my case, being handsome is really unsafe sometimes? At this time, Chen Hao violently realized that he had nothing left on him. Yes, there was nothing. On the chest, there were still red lipstick marks. There were also on his neck. There were at least dozens of them all over his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk, which woman is this that is so rude to me? Without guessing, Chen Hao knew that his innocence was gone. It was just that he didn't know who the target was. In case it was a woman like Ruhua, then one's one life's honor could be completely surrendered. He glanced out the window. Curtains are pulled up. Set aside the curtains a crack. Looking outside, Chen Hao knows that this is a high-rise. The exact number of floors was unclear. If I were to be picked up by a woman like Ruhua, Laozi would rather jump from here. You're awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer? A familiar voice came. At this time, the woman showering inside the bathroom walked out while wiping her wet hair. Her body was merely wrapped in a simple white bath towel. The arms that were exposed to the air, as well as the snow-white and flawless slender legs, were enough to brighten one's eyes. It's you, Auntie Yang? Chen Hao was surprised. If it's not me, then who do you expect it to be? Above Yang Nini's cheeks, she didn't know if it was because the bath water was hot or something else, but it was slightly red. The whiteness and redness made it look more and more delicate. Skinny face is so beautiful, worthy of being the goddess in the hearts of thousands of boys. Was it her who sent me back last night and then brought me back to her house? After that, to me, immediately, the dream from last night came to mind. Was it not a dream? Yes, it must not have been a dream. Dreaming can't be this real. Marred. This woman took advantage of people. She's so hateful, damnable to the core. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. You didn't react like this last night. Yang Nini sat down in front of the makeup table and took out a hairdryer from a drawer. While blowing her hair, she said to Chen Hao as if nothing was wrong. I didn't intend to hide anything from you. Indeed, everything happened. You shouldn't make a fuss either. Don't worry. I don't need you to be responsible. Just treat it as a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. The past is the past. Chen Hao was instantly anxious, sitting up violently. What do you mean by misunderstanding? A misunderstanding can be misunderstood 3 times? In the dream, Chen Hao remembered a total of 3 times. Yang Nini giggled. Putting down the hairdryer, she walked to the side of the bed, her slender jade hand pointing at Chen Hao's brow. Aren't you drunk? How could I remember it was 3 times? Chen Hao was simply unable to cry. This woman? Too detestable. Taking advantage of the fact that she was drunk and then bullying herself 3 times. Losses. I've suffered a great loss. No way. I have to get this loss back. Chen Hao grabbed Yang Nini's wrist. What are you doing? Yang Nini was surprised. What you did to me last night, I'm going to do now. Dare to lay hands on me while I'm drunk? Bullied me 3 times? I'll double back. Yang Nini glared. Double? Doesn't that mean 6 times? The time lasted until noon. Little villain. You're really killing sister. Yang Nini was lying in Chen Hao's arms. Her entire body was drenched in fragrant sweat. At this time, she had long since lost the sharpness she had before the first few days, and was completely at odds with the image of a towering queen. She was very docile, also very good behavior. At noon, originally Yang Nini's assistant was going to come over. As a result, Yang Nini directly gave her a day off. The director called and asked when she would come to the set to shoot. Because of yesterday's half-day stop, the schedule has been delayed, and the shooting needs to be expedited. What was the result? Yang Nini only said 2 simple words, tomorrow. Directly hung up the phone. Sister, I don't want to do anything right now. I don't want to act in anything. Just want to be his woman for 1 day. During this day, none of you should bother me. In the evening, Chen Hao brought Yang Nini back to her home. She had a huge swimming pool here. The pool wasn't completely open air. It was covered, just like a convertible supercar. It could be raised and lowered. Normally, when Chen Hao swam by himself, he didn't care if the canopy was covered or not, so he wasn't afraid of prying eyes. But it was different when Nini Yang came. If she was seen and photographed, her career could be affected. Chen Hao covered the auto-lifting roof. I don't have the strength to swim anymore. Yang Nini had some difficulty walking now. And swimming? Although she wanted to swim, but really didn't have the strength. Chen Hao hugged Yang Nini from behind and whispered in her ear. I've only paid you back twice. This 3rd time, how about swimming together? Chapter 048, once you've taken off, you'll amaze the world. Who dares to compete with you? The next day, early in the morning, Yang Mimi, who was still sleeping, was awakened by the sound of the whistling wind. Yes, the wind! But where did the wind come from in this room? When she opened her eyes, she saw Chen Hao practicing punches and kicks in the living room. Sometimes punching, sometimes jumping and kicking. The movements are fierce, swift and ferocious. Every time he makes a move, it brings up the sound of wind. One could tell that he was a professional practitioner. Yang Mimi studied acting in college, and in order to facilitate her acting, she had learned martial arts. Of course, the martial arts she had learned were only applicable to performances. It couldn't be used in actual combat. However, after all, there is learned. At a glance, she was able to tell that the set of punches that Chen Hao was currently playing was definitely not flowery. This made her quite puzzled. The day before yesterday when she was on the set, she had seen Chen Hao strike. At that time, although Chen Hao's strength was large, his movements were rusty, and at a glance, she knew that he didn't usually fight much less be a practicing fighter. Just from the movements, comparing now with 2 days ago, it was a complete different person. After a set of punches, Chen Hao stopped the movements in his hands. A satisfied smile appeared. This military physique boxing has gathered the best of all martial arts, and after decades of improvement and decomplication, it is one of the most suitable boxing arts for close combat today. From this moment onwards, I, Chen Hao, am no longer handless. This military physique fist, proficient, had been rewarded by the system as early as the night before. Merely, at that time, Chen Hao was in a state of drunkenness. There was no sound of the system reward being heard. You're awake? Looking at Yang Mimi who was already sitting up, Chen Hao walked over, gently kissing her on the forehead. Did I wake you up? You can sleep a little longer. I'll go upstairs to practice boxing. Yang Mimi had been tossed around all day yesterday. Chen Hao knew that she was tired and wanted her to sleep a little longer and rest. Yang Mimi hugged Chen Hao's neck. Oh, I also want to give myself another day off. But, I've already been capricious for a whole day. I can't be capricious anymore. I have to go to the theater set today. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't we shoot tomorrow? I've only paid you back 4 times. What about the other 2? Yang Mimi looked at Chen Hao flirtatiously. I know what's going on inside your head right now, but it's absolutely not okay now. Sister, I've been tossed around by you for the whole day. My body bones are about to fall apart. If I continue for another day, sister will really put her life on the line. The remaining 2 times are owed first. Chen Hao revealed a bad smile. Oh, that's going to charge interest. Yang Mimi's luxuriant jade hand nudged at Chen Hao's brow. Really, little bad egg. After having breakfast together, Chen Hao personally sent Yang Mimi to the theater set. Today's shooting is the last few scenes of this drama. After filming, the entire drama would be finalized. The greeting banquet was scheduled for this evening. On the way, Yang Mimi told Chen Hao that the relationship between them must not be publicized, including his friends cannot reveal half, because she didn't want to spread gossip. If you don't say it, you don't have to say it. Chen Hao didn't care. After Chen Hao brought Nini Yang to the theater set, he didn't leave in a hurry. Yesterday's Koenigsegg's maneuver had yet to be filmed. Chen Hao planned to take Koenigsegg away after they finished filming Koenigsegg's maneuver. Chen Hao watched them shoot. At first, there was some freshness, but after watching for a while longer, it became tasteless. The scenes that were being filmed were not good at all. It was said that the scenery of this resort was quite good. Chen Hao strolled around, and when he passed by a small lake, a beautiful scenery attracted Chen Hao's attention. To be precise, it was a woman. She was wearing a white sleeveless cheongsam, which was slightly tight, and her concave and convex figure was completely set off. The fork of the cheongsam was not very high, and the hemline of the skirt swayed slightly between walks, revealing a section of snow-white calves. Dignified, atmospheric. This was Chen Hao's first impression of this sister, and when she turned around, Chen Hao got a good look at her face. Good guy. This chick is quite decent. It was impossible to tell her exact age. Chen Hao felt that she should be about the same age as Yang Mimi, or a few years older than him, but, because of the well-maintained reason, she was much younger than her actual age, and if she didn't try to distinguish carefully, she would definitely think that she was only in her early 30s. The beautiful young woman, on the other hand, looked at Chen Hao a few more times, and when Chen Hao's eyes looked over, she politely nodded. Smell of alcohol? When the beautiful young woman brushed past Chen Hao, the air left behind a nice scent of perfume. Among the perfume scent, there was also a faint smell of wine. Drinking in the morning? It seemed that this was a beautiful young woman with a story. For some reason, Chen Hao always had a familiar feeling when he looked at her. Inexplicably, there was a sense of affinity, like a sense of kinship. However, he is an orphan. Where would one find a relative? Are you Chen Hao? The beautiful young woman suddenly exited and called out to Chen Hao. Chen Hao looked at her with surprise. It was certain that this was the first time Chen Hao had met her, but how did she know herself? Chen Hao nodded. I'm Chen Hao. May I ask Auntie who you are? Auntie, do I look that old? The beautiful young woman smiled to herself and muttered darkly. That's right, by seniority, you should indeed call me Aunt. You can call me Aunt Feng. The beautiful young woman revealed a smile. Chen Hao nodded. Aunt Phoenix, have a cup of tea at my place? The beautiful young woman extended an invitation. Chen Hao was also bored right now. Sipping tea was a good choice. Plus Chen Hao could sense that this woman definitely had a story. He was also curious about her. He agreed to do so. Just as Chen Hao was planning to leave with her, Chen Hao's cell phone rang. It was Yang Nini calling. Chen Hao thought that the crew had finished using the car and informed him that he could drive away. But then, once the phone was connected, Yang Mimi told Chen Hao that something had happened. Chen Hao couldn't figure out what was going on and wasn't in the mood to drink tea. Aunt Feng, sorry, something came up temporarily, so I won't be able to drink tea with you. Some other time. Aunt Feng nodded. Go on. Business is important. Looking at Chen Hao's departing back, Aunt Feng's mouth revealed an intriguing smile. The submerged dragon emerges from the abyss and shakes the sky. The wind and clouds change color and proudly fly in the sky. Once he takes off, he will amaze the world. Who in the world dares to compete with? Miss, the male son has grown up. Right, Aunt Feng. Chen Hao, who had taken a few steps, remembered one thing, and that was how to contact her in the future. Chen Hao inexplicably felt a sense of affinity towards her. It was impossible for this feeling to be empty. Chen Hao intended to ask for her contact information to facilitate future contact, and slowly understand him. However, Chen Hao was surprised that when he turned around, Aunt Feng had disappeared. No one? Disappeared so quickly? Chapter 049, First Show of Hand. When Chen Hao returned to the crew had been forced to stop work. Bald Wu brought a dozen or so gangsters to cause trouble again. Compared to their brutality the day before, today was much milder. No vandalism or beating, but just won't let the shooting, obstructing the progress of filming. This action of theirs made the director and Mimi Yang furious. In this movie, Yang Mimi was the main star and the investor. Even the director was hired by her. Yang Mimi knew very well that if she didn't completely solve these people, then her filming would never be completed. Yang Mimi thought of calling the police, but what could Uncle Hat do when he came? He didn't hit anyone and didn't damage the equipment. Even if Uncle Hat came, he could only educate them and release them. Or before Uncle Hat came, they simply left. As soon as they left, they would come back again. Therefore, Yang Mimi knew very well that if she wanted to completely solve these people, she couldn't rely on Uncle Hat. And in Mindu, the only one who could help her was Chen Hao. It's you guys again? After Chen Hao came back, he saw that it was the bald martial brother from the day before. Still really lawless. No tears until you see the coffin, right? Little B-boy, you're still here? I'm warning you, you'd better stay out of this matter. Otherwise, Chu Xiao's anger is not something you can withstand. Chen Hao sneered. Chu Xiao? Laozi was able to make him go from heaven to the 18th layer of hell with a single sentence. Nor did he bother to talk nonsense with this fellow, grabbing his bald head and pressing his head downward. At the same time, his right leg bent, raised, and his knee went upward in a smooth motion. Bang! Chen Hao's knee came into close contact with the bridge of his nose. Bald martial brother only felt dizzy. The sky was full of twinkling stars. Damn! This guy even dared to make a move on me. Bald martial brother touched the bridge of his nose. The entire bridge of his nose had collapsed, and his nosebleed seemed to flow out as if it didn't need any money. Marred! Waste him for me. Bald brother Wu gave an order, and his men no longer restrained themselves, either holding steel pipes or machetes, swarming to pounce on him. This kid even dared to hit brother Wu. Simply tired of living. If we don't waste him today, how can we still get a foothold in the west of Mindu City in the future? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all startled. They have seen a lot of fights. However, this was the first time they had encountered this kind of real hacking incident. This handsome to the core little brother was really too impulsive. Didn't he know that these people were specialized in coming out to fight? Their methods, that is quite cruel. Facing so many people, even if they didn't die, they would have to be cut into serious injuries, right? No one thought Chen Hao would be able to benefit from the siege of a dozen people. Even Yang Nini thought Chen Hao was impulsive. Her heart was in her throat. My new man won't be cut down just like that, right? After the whole day yesterday, Yang Nini had already been completely conquered by Chen Hao. Inside her heart, she had already taken herself as Chen Hao's woman. She really didn't want to see that her man had been ruined just like that. However, whether it was the surrounding crowd or Yang Nini, their worries were clearly redundant. Chen Hao, in the face of so many people surrounding him, instead of seeing the slightest bit of timidity in him, instead, he even charged at these people. The two sides instantly fought together. As soon as Chen Hao struck, the person who had rushed to the front was directly kicked out by Chen Hao. Facing more than a dozen people, Chen Hao was like entering no man's land. Every time he threw a punch, one person fell. Every time he threw a kick, one person would be directly kicked away. In less than a minute,
all the punks were on the ground.
Only one person was standing. This tall guy was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The hand holding the machete was trembling.
How can he still have the courage to rush up?
Legs are scared soft. This kid, how can he fight so well?
When Chen Hao's eyes looked over, the tall man shivered in fear and immediately dropped his machete to the ground.
Not caring about any face, he very unrighteously pulled out his legs and fled. How is this possible? To Heo little brother actually won? Good guy, really good guy. One person fights a dozen people. Not only one, but also unharmed himself. If not seen with my own eyes, beat me to death and I don't believe it.
This handsome to a mess of little brother.
Fighting actually also so powerful, more than formidable. Simply a god. None of the surrounding people were shocked. Originally, they thought that even if Chen Hao didn't die, he would have to be seriously injured. But they really didn't expect that he would win?
Young Mimi let out a long sigh of relief.
Just now, it was really scaring her to death. Fortunately,
there was no danger.
Otherwise, if something really happened to her man, even if she spelled out all of her fortune, she would still have to come to a fight with Chu Xiao. Fortunately, this kid won. Really handsome. Not only is he handsome in looks, even his movements are very handsome. That last kick he did just now was simply cool. So man, handsome and cool. What is called a man? This is what is called a real man. A few girls in the crew. Women. There are always some beautiful women love heroes scenarios, and the more these girls looked at Chen Hao, the more handsome he became. It's no wonder that they would have a good feeling about Chen Hao. Just think about it. If you want to have face value, if you want to have money, even your hands are so good. He was already a perfect man of the world, wasn't he? What woman wouldn't like such a man? And just when these girls were foolish and wanted to go over to ask for Chen Hao's WeChat, they fiercely detected an overpowering murderous aura coming from their faces. Yang Mimi's one look scared these girls so much that they didn't dare to make any moves. They then remembered that it was this handsome to the core little brother who drove Sister Mimi along to the theater set in the morning in his Koenigsegg. Was this the little puppy that Sister Honey had? Whoa woo, being shortchanged? Chen Hao didn't bother with the shocked eyes of the people around him, and walked over to the bald martial brother whose nose was bleeding furiously. Chen Hao stomped on his chest position. Condescendingly, he glared at him. Remember, if there's a next time, you'll die an ugly death. Don't dare, never dare again. Bald Wu begged for mercy. If he had known that this guy was so capable of fighting, he wouldn't have come to trouble even if he was beaten to death. After that, Chen Hao raised his right foot violently, then it fell heavily. Just as he heard a click, Brother Bald Wu howled miserably. God damn it, this guy had actually stomped off his own hand? Chapter 050 MS. Ling, I'm here, don't be afraid. After Bald Wu left, the crew resumed filming. According to the progress of filming, all the filming will be completed today. After Yang Mimi went to filming, she didn't have time to take care of Chen Hao. Chen Hao was alone, and also tasteless, feeling bored. Thinking of the mysterious anti-foam that I met before, he went back to the place where he met her before, but he turned around several times without seeing her. Chen Hao always felt a sense of familiarity with Aunt Feng. Deja vu, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Chen Hao returned to Minduno. 1. Before returning, Yang Mimi told Chen Hao that the crew would hold a greening banquet tonight, specially inviting Chen Hao to participate. Chen Hao gladly agreed. Chen Hao had just returned to Minduno. 1. When he received a call from Lingyu. Seeing that it was her caller, Chen Hao immediately thought of one thing. The last time he posed as her boyfriend and talked to her family on the phone. During the call, Chen Hao had promised to go to her house on the weekend. Could it be that MS. Ling had come to say this? After picking up the phone, Chen Hao instantly heard the wrongness in MS. Ling's tone. Chen Hao, take your account back. The voice was low and lost. Teacher Ling, there's no need to take it back. I trust you, so you'll help me continue to trade. It doesn't matter if it's profitable or not. The last system mission required Chen Hao to earn enough for $10 million. Chen Hao had given her the funds account at that time. In just a day's time, the $10 million arrived. However, Chen Hao did not take the account back, but continued to stay with her. I've been sacked. There's no way I can be helping you run the business. You'd better find someone else, or I'll find a trusted colleague to run the account for you. Chen Hao frowned. How did he get sacked for good reason? A while ago, Chen Hao had also heard that Lingyu was the hot star of tomorrow in the financial sector of Mindu, and he didn't know how many securities companies were grabbing for her. It's only been a few days, and she was dismissed? Who did this? Mr. Ling, where are you now? I'll come over to find you. I'm at the coffee shop downstairs in Hualong Mansion. Alright, wait for me there. I'll come over. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao drove the Pagani Windchild and headed straight to Hualong Mansion. Chen Hao had only just left Minduno. 1 when the phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Chen Hao Chen? It was an imperial lady's voice, sweet and glutinous. Chen Hao replied back, yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Hello Mr. Chen.
I am the director of the chairman's office of Hualong Capital.
My surname is Ouyang, with a single name of Hui. May I ask you, when will you come to the company to visit and inspect?
The company had already changed bosses for several days, and there was no sign of the new boss.
The people inside the company were waiting a bit anxiously. So, let Ouyang Hui, the office director, make this call. It's Director Ouyang. I'll be at the company today. After saying that, Chen Hao directly hung up the phone. Ouyang Hui was ordered by General Manager Chu Minghui to make this call, and after Ouyang Hui hung up the phone, Chu Minghui immediately asked, how's it going? Has the chairman said anything yet? The chairman said that he will come to the company today. Then did he say when he would arrive? What time will he arrive? Ouyang Hui shook her head. Why don't you ask?
Chu Minghui complained.
I wanted to ask, but he already hung up. Ouyang Hui said. Inside the phone call, I felt as if the new boss was angry. Angry?
Chu Minghui felt that something big was not good.
To come to the company when he was angry, wouldn't he still be looking for us to take it out on us? However, no matter what, when the new boss came to the company for the first time, he couldn't be slowed down. He immediately made arrangements. He also called his son Chu Aofeng over. After Ling Yu was fired, it was Chu Aofeng who took her place. Chu Aofeng was already the manager of the investment department. Chen Hao arrived at the cafe and saw Ling Yu sitting in a window seat, from where she could see the main entrance of Hualong Capital.
Her eyes were red and swollen, and her mood was lost.
Originally, she taught at the university and had a very stable job. She would rather give up this job and come out to make a breakthrough. Just because she was not willing to live her life in such an ordinary way, she joined Hualong Capital and put all her energy into her work. After 2 years of hard work, she finally got the position of manager. She was honored as the rising star of the year by the industry, and anyone could have predicted that her future would be unlimited. However, who would have thought that she would be dismissed, simply because he hindered his son's future? Damn it! Ling Yu was unwilling. Very unwilling. Isn't it just having a good old dad? What's the big deal? If you don't have your old man, you are nothing. Ling Yu was getting angrier the more she thought about it, and the more she thought about it, the more unbalanced her heart became. Teacher Ling, what's going on here? Chen Hao asked. Half a year ago, Chu Aofeng was expelled from school because of fighting, which means that he didn't even graduate from university. And to enter our company, at the very least, you need to graduate with an undergraduate degree. He originally didn't even have the qualifications to join our company. As a result, his old man is the general manager of the company. The company is all up to him. Chu Minghui, in order to let his son have a good future, put Chu Aofeng into my department, because my department at that time performance is the best. Originally I thought that Chu Aofeng just came to my department to gild the lily, but I didn't think that I would be used as a stepping stone to climb up the ladder. Normally the appointment and dismissal of my position needs to be agreed by the boss. Chu Aofeng didn't even graduate from university. People with no performance at all are not qualified to be. Our company changed to a new boss. Chu Minghui was worried that after the new boss took office, his son would never have a chance again, because the new boss would definitely not agree. So, Chu Minghui took advantage of the fact that before the new boss took office, he let his son take the position of manager. Hearing this, Chen Hao finally did understand the cause. So, her dismissal was still related to herself? Ding! Mission released. Help Ling Yu rejoin Hualong Capital. After completing the mission, gain plus 30% of Ling Yu's favorability. Want me to pick up Ling Yu? Seeing that it was this reward, for the first time, Chen Hao felt that this system was really immodest. Don't worry, MS. Ling, with me here, no one will be able to fire you. Chen Hao revealed an intriguing smile. Chapter 051, Reward in Hand. Ling Yu's heart in secret. Ling Yu didn't believe Chen Hao's words. Chen Hao, I know that you want to help me, and I also know that you're now developed and rich, but then, even if you're capable of doing so, there's no way for you to put your hand inside the Hualong group, right? The waiter served the coffee that Chen Hao had ordered. Chen Hao drank a small mouthful, a little bitter, a little sour. Didn't he say that Peninsula coffee tasted very good? How come it didn't feel as good as Ruweixing? Mr. Ling, how about we make a bet? Chen Hao put down his coffee cup and looked at Ling Yu. I'm not in the mood to bet with you right now. If I were to say that I have a way to get you back into the Hualong group and still be able to get a promotion, would you believe me? Ling Yu felt as if Chen Hao was crazy. Does he really think that he is an omnipotent super boss? The one who fired me is the general manager of Hualong Capital. Without his nod, no one can do anything to intercede. Chen Hao, I know you mean well, but this is unrealistic. There's no way that Surname Chu will let me go back. Think about it. Firing me is because I want to pave the way for Chu Aofeng. If I go back, what will Chu Aofeng do? Teacher, just tell me, to gamble or not to gamble? Bet on it, you're bound to lose anyway. Chen Hao made a demand. Then what if you lose? You say, do what you want. Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, if you are able to return to Hualong Group and are successfully promoted, I want you. Speaking here, Chen Hao stood up. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, Teacher, I've been afraid of the dark since I was a child, so I was wondering if you could wear black silk to help me overcome my fear of the dark? Chen Hao had seen her wear white stockings and flesh-colored stockings, just hadn't seen her wear black silk. Black silk was the YYDS in Chen Hao's heart. Ah, bastard, you're looking for me to be happy, aren't you? Even I dare to molest my teacher? Ling Yu immediately glared at her. How could she not know that little bit of Chen Hao's mind? He wasn't a big man, but he had a lot of heart. Black silk? Teacher, I've never worn it before, okay? Chen Hao had a posture of not giving up. Teacher Ling, just say, bet or not, bet on it. Who's afraid of who? Chen Hao, I'm telling you, you're bound to lose. There was no way Ling Yu could believe that Chen Hao would be able to get herself back into the company, knowing that this was the general manager personally firing herself. No one's intercession would work well. Perhaps because she had drunk too much coffee, Ling Yu was a bit anxious to urinate, so she went to the bathroom. She had just left. Chen Hao's phone rang again. It was Director Ouyang calling, asking Chen Hao when he would be able to arrive at the company today. There's something temporary, so I won't be coming into the company today. You go and inform the manager of Investment Department 3. I want to take a look at the investment statement of Investment Department 3 for the past year. Send it to me within an hour or you're done. Also, in letting the manager of Investment Department 3, be prepared to give me a face-to-face report. After saying that, Chen Hao did not even allow the other party to answer and directly hung up the phone. Investment Department 3 was Ling Yu's previous department. Your father and son are arrogant? Let's see how I'm going to play you guys to death. After Director Ouyang heard Chen Hao's words, she was in turn anxious. Otherwise fire me? Good guy. You haven't even met yet and you are saying such harsh words? Who have I invited and pissed off? What? The new chairman isn't coming today, but he wants to look at the statements of the third investment department, and also the manager of investment department 3 to give him a report in person? When General Manager Ouyang told Chu Minghui this news, he was directly dumbfounded. The report, if he was given a little time, he would still be able to make it by finding someone. However, reporting in person? His own son, who didn't even graduate from university and wasn't even familiar with office software. How could he possibly report it in person? He understands. Chu Minghui knew very well that once Chu Aofeng reported in person, then his identity as a water carrier would definitely be exposed. At that time, the new boss will certainly suspect. How did he become the manager? And then a little question will be able to know. He is my son. At that time, he himself would have to suffer. Mr. Chu, the new boss has said that the statement has to be sent over within an hour, or else I have to get out as well. Ouyang Hui hugged Chu Minghui's neck and sat in his arms. It wasn't true that she was a company executive, but it was also Chu Minghui's lover. If it wasn't for Chu Minghui, she wouldn't have been able to sit in this position at all. As a matter of urgency, the only way is to invite Ling Yu back. She is the one who understands the Investment 3 department the most. Only she can stabilize the new boss. What a pity. I thought I had paved the way for my son, and then a new boss was killed out halfway. What bad luck. Chu Minghui immediately called the phone to Chu Aofeng. Son. The newly appointed boss named the manager of the Investment 3 department to go and make a report to him face to face. What? The new boss? Chu Aofeng was immediately anxious. Dad, if I go to make a report, what should I report? How do I make a report? I've never made a report to anyone before. Chu Minghui was immediately filled with black lines. You don't even know how to do a report? What a rotten mess. Son, this is what I think. This manager you first temporarily let out. Otherwise, you go to do the report will definitely wear out. When there is a chance I'll be looking for a good position for you. Chu Aofeng heard the words, although disappointed, but also not good to say anything. Dad, then who are you going to let in? No one is more familiar with the business of the Investment 3 department than Ling Yu, so I plan to bring Ling Yu back. Dad won't talk to you. The new boss needs to see the report within an hour. Time is tight and the task is heavy. That's it. After Chu Minghui hung up the phone, he immediately called Ling Yu. Mr. Chu, you want to invite me back? Ling Yu had just come out from the bathroom when she received a call from Chu Minghui. I'm really sorry. Mr. Chu, I've already found my next home. I have no intention of going back to Hualong, so please hire someone else. To be honest, with Ling Yu's talent, as well as her popularity in the financial sector, it was very easy to find a job. There were quite a few securities companies or financial companies that had issued invitations to Ling Yu before. Although Ling Yu still didn't know why Chu Minghui changed his mind and let himself go back. But when things go wrong, there must be a demon.
It was expected that something big had happened. Just go back? That's a joke. If you tell me to get lost, I have to get lost. And if you tell me to go back, I have to go back? What do you take me for? Manager Ling, there must be some kind of misunderstanding between you and I. On AO Feng's side, I've already asked him to give up his position. It's still you who is more suitable for the position of Investment Department 3 manager. In this way, if the salary, I will give you an increase of 10%, and the position of deputy director will be given to you within half a year. What do you think? The conditions that Chu Minghui had opened up were just too tantalizing. The focus is the position of deputy director. Although with an associate word, it was already among the top ranks of the company. Unlike the position of manager, which could only be considered as middle level, Ling Yu did not directly agree, but said, double the salary, increase the percentage of draw by 20%, and when I go back to the company, I have to see the appointment letter of the deputy director. When Chu Minghui heard Ling Yu open out this condition, he directly turned out Ling Yu's ancestors and cursed once. Salary and other things were fine. It was just a matter of his words. The focus was on the appointment letter of the deputy director. Mad. If I appoint you as the deputy director right now, how can I explain to the other employees? But after weighing it, Chu Minghui still decided to promise Ling Yu first. Stabilize her first, let her cope with the hurdle of the new boss, and then find an opportunity to fire her. Okay, I promise you. This time, it was Ling Yu's turn to be confused. To be honest, she hadn't even thought that Chu Minghui would be able to agree, because, even she herself felt that this request was excessive. But, he agreed? Manager Ling, then where are you now? I'll arrange for a car to pick you up and return you to the company. I have something to talk to you about. No need. I'm at the cafe across the street from the company. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yu's mood instantly brightened up, but she didn't realize that it was Chen Hao's help. It was really thought that it was the company that needed her. On Chen Hao's side, leisurely drinking tea, coffee was something he was really not used to, so he asked the waiter to get a cup of green tea. Ding! Mission completed. Reward obtained. Ling Yu favorability plus 30%. This mission triggers a special reward. 10 sets of commercial houses. Ding! The task is released. Please host complete. The task of collecting rent on 10 suites. After completing the task, you will receive a primary consumption double return card. The system's voice had just fallen when a soft and delicate body crashed into Chen Hao's arms. Chen Hao, I'll tell you a piece of heavenly good news. Just now, Hualong's general manager called and asked me to rejoin the company. Not only a pay raise, it also gave me a promotion. Oi, great. Chen Hao, on the other hand, looked at her in a serious manner and said, you, hugging me? Only then did Ling Yu realize how she had hugged Chen Hao's neck, and a flash of redness immediately surged above her stunningly beautiful pretty face. She quickly took a few steps back. She then wondered how she couldn't help but throw herself into his embrace just now. Also, how do I feel? I am interested in him. I'm not falling in love with him, am I? Realizing this, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, she was also shocked by this thought of her own. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is my student. How could I fall in love with my own student? Isn't this messing up the seniority? In her heart, she was really embarrassed and did not dare to face Chen Hao. Chen Hao, I'm going back to the company. Contact me when you have time. Ling Yu picked up her handbag, intending to leave. Chen Hao grabbed her hand. You seem to have forgotten something? Ling Yu was puzzled. What problem? Our bet. Ling Yu's face, instantly, turned incredibly red. The thought of wearing black silk in front of her student. This feeling? Embarrassing. Chapter 052, No More Pretending. Showdown. I'm the new boss of Hualong Capital. What's the matter? Don't want to honor our bet? You're trying to cheat? Teacher, this is your fault. When we were in school, you always cautioned us to be honest and keep our word. How come when it comes to yourself, you don't keep your word? Chen Hao skimmed his mouth. Who said I don't keep my word? Chen Hao, let me tell you, Ling Yu, am not the kind of person who is willing to gamble and not give in. Chen Hao was happy. That means you are willing to help me overcome my fear of darkness? Ling Yu looked at Chen Hao with a smirk and a dejected look. Have you forgotten what the bet between us was? The bet was for you to let me return to the company. Although I'm back in the company now, but it's not because of you, it's because your teacher my strength is here. The company won't turn away from me, so they invited me back again. Hey, don't have time to chat with you. Let's go first. You'd better go find someone else to help you overcome your fear of darkness. Teacher, I won't be accompanying you. Hearing this, Chen Hao became anxious. Hey, how can you be like this? Alright, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. Tell you the truth. I'm the new boss of Hualong Capital, and it's my intention to have you rejoin the company.
At those words, Ling Yu immediately froze in place. With an astonished expression, she looked at Chen Hao. In the next moment, she stretched out her hand and touched Chen Hao's forehead, and then touched her own. It wasn't hot. How can you talk nonsense without a fever? Come on, is this person crazy? How dare he say such things? Do you know how much money Hualong Capital controls? Close to $200 billion. A total of dozens of companies that it either owns or controls. The one that can buy Dragon Capital is definitely the existence of a supergiant. Just you. Although she had seen Chen Hao's financial strength, she didn't think that Chen Hao had the ability to be able to buy Dragon Capitals. She had heard long ago that the new boss had paid for it in a lump sum. That is to say, he bought it in full. Looking at the whole of China, how many people had such wealth? Ling Yu was too lazy to bother with Chen Hao, and when she returned to the company, not only was Chu Minghui at the door to greet her, it was the other executives of the company who were all waiting at the door. They applauded collectively. They gave Ling Yu enough face. The director of the personnel department even personally handed over a letter of appointment to Ling Yu's hands. Ling Yu took a glance at the appointment letter. It was indeed the deputy director position of the investment department. Only then did Ling Yu feel relieved. She was worried that Chu Minghui would not keep his promise and change his mind when he came. After some pleasantries, Chu Minghui then let the others disperse and then informed Ling Yu of the truth. The new boss named to see the statements of the third investment department, and to have the manager of investment department 3 personally go and make a report to him? No wonder he was in such a hurry to invite me back. How could that idiot Chu Ao Feng be able to report? To Ling Yu, this was definitely a trivial matter. Investment report? Inside her computer, all of them were recorded in detail. A little bit of organization and sending it over would be enough. As for reporting in person, it wasn't that difficult. She had been managing the third investment department for the past year. She was very familiar with it. It's just that she really didn't understand why the new boss only looked at the investment 3 department's reports alone. Why didn't he look at the other departments? And at this time, Ling Yu suddenly remembered what Chen Hao had said to her earlier. I'm the one who told you to go back to the company. Ling Yu wondered, how did he know that it was the new boss who wanted her to go back? Marred. What's the big deal? Grass. Looking at Ling Yu, who was being held in the heart of all the stars, Chu Ao Feng was quite uncomfortable. In the morning because he was promoted. As soon as he got it, he also wanted to invite the entire office for dinner at night. The result? This position has not even sat for 2 hours, and then he was laid off? This kind of feeling from heaven instantly to hell is really not good. Chu Ao Feng did not have the face to stay in the company, driving a sports car directly away, intending to go to a good hippie relieve the depressed mood, but also considering the pocket inside not much money. The phone call to his mom. His mom and his dad have been on bad terms, although not divorced, but have long been separated. Mom, the money is spent. Give me some money. Chen Hao, how did you know that it was the new boss who wanted me to return to the company? Chen Hao received a WeChat from Ling Yu. Replying, he said, as I said, I'm the new boss of your company, so of course I know? Ling Yu immediately rolled her eyes. You come less. Oh, I know. You must have a friend in Hualong Capital. Is it your girlfriend who works here? Which one is it? Tell me about it. I'll help you with your counseling. Teacher, why are you concerned about my private life? You're not jealous, are you? Jealous? How could that be? I am your teacher. How could I be jealous of you? Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. I'm busy. I still have to prepare the report to show to the new boss. I have to prepare it properly. I heard that the new boss's temper is not too good. I don't know whether he will be dissatisfied with my report or not. The new boss's temper can be good, and he is also handsome. How do you know? I said, I am the new boss. Scram. Ling Yu suddenly didn't want to talk to Chen Hao. This guy, how did he become so mouthy? Chen Hao put his cell phone away. Happy, a bit interesting. Garden neighborhood. Rent collection. Koenigsegg walked up. This garden neighborhood was located in the west of the city, and because it was a school district, house prices were also ridiculously high. A 100 square meter house, $8 million to hit the bottom. This is still the price of a rough house. When Chen Hao's car drove to the neighborhood, the security guard reached out and stopped him. Sorry, our neighborhood prohibits outside cars from entering. If you want to go in, please park your car outside the neighborhood. Even though Chen Hao was driving a tens of millions of dollars supercar, he was still stopped by the security guard. Yo, so dedicated? Chen Hao didn't make things difficult for them, and directly took out 10 housebooks. I'm the owner of this place, and came over to collect rent. The security guard took the house book and glanced at it. Good guy, really good guy. 10 suites? This total price has to be over 100 million? Raise the bar. Let's go. You go slowly. Chen Hao picked up a huazi from the passenger side. Here, smoke it for the brothers. The security guard was simply flattered. As a security guard for so many years, there were quite a few owners who distributed cigarettes for them to smoke. but they were all given one by one.
And there was also the occasional whole packet.
It is really the first time to receive a whole bar,
or they never want to buy hwazi. The security guard cheerfully took the cigarette, and then quite attentive trotted in front to lead the way.
Brother, this neighborhood is too big. Your first time, you will get lost. I'll take you there. Thanks then. No thanks. No thanks.
Chen Hao's car had only driven into the neighborhood for a short while when there was a traffic jam in front of him.
A black Maybach was parked on the aisle of the neighborhood.
Because the aisle was not spacious enough to pass two cars at the same time,
Chen Hao could only stop the car. The car is parked in the middle of the road. Is there any public morality?
Chen Hao pressed the horn a few times.
Soon, a beautiful woman came down from the driver's seat of the Maybach. She first held up her parasol,
then looked at the front tire.
The tire was flat. Good lord, a mature woman? Chen Hao couldn't tell her exact age,
as she was well maintained and appeared relatively young, wearing a white sleeveless tight one-piece dress.
Her bumpy figure was completely set off.
Chen Hao looked at her, cannot help but light up, and helped Chen Hao lead the way to the big brother of the security guard's eyeballs are looking straight. If this were my wife, I would be willing to break my ribs to make soup for her. But the security guard knew that he did not have that fortune, although this young woman and her husband do not get along.
Moved out to live alone.
Even though she is as young as a wolf. Even if she's lonely because she's been separated for a long time. It was also impossible to find a security guard.
At this time,
the beautiful young woman received a phone call.
Want money? Didn't I transfer $1 million to you a few days ago?
It's only been 2 days.
How come there's no money? Your mom. I don't run a bank. Go ask your dad for it. After saying that, the beautiful young woman hung up the phone in a huff.
The more she thought about it,
the angrier she got.
The more she thought about it,
the more fired up she became. Every day, you know how to womanize, when the wife, does not exist, right?
The reason why the young woman lives here alone is because she found out that her husband has been womanizing outside.
There's more than one. In a fit of rage,
she moved out of the house. I thought that if I moved out,
my husband would be able to change his ways.
But what the hell?
The more you let yourself go, the more you let yourself go.
The more she thought about it,
the more depressed she became.
And the more she thought about it, the more she felt at a disadvantage.
Why is it that you are able to find a little girl outside the womanizer? Why can't I go to find a little fresh meat? If you look for it, I'll look for it too.
And at this time, Chen Hao poked his head out of the car window.
When the beautiful young woman saw Chen Hao,
her eyes unconsciously lit up.
A good handsome young man. Chapter 053, the city set is deep. Brother, I want to go back to the countryside. So handsome? The beautiful young woman's eyes that were hidden under the sunglasses couldn't help but widen a bit.
She had seen a lot of fresh meat, but one as handsome as Chen Hao was really the first time she had seen him. Coming to the side of Chen Hao's car, because Chen Hao's car was a bit short, the beautiful young woman needed to bend down to be able to be at eye level with Chen Hao.
And when she bent down, looking right past Chen Hao, this woman was so bold,
the beautiful young woman didn't realize that she was already naked.
And with an apology, I'm really sorry, my car's front tire blew out, so I can't go. I'm really sorry for blocking your way.
I've already notified my driver for him to come and take care of it, but he'll be arriving in a while,
so it's better to ask you to take a detour.
It turned out that the beautiful young woman had come to apologize.
This polite and sincere attitude of hers made it really hard for Chen Hao to get angry. Forget it, a detour was fine. By the way, may I ask if you are going to the Western District?
From this road over,
it led to the Western District,
which was why the beautiful young woman asked this.
Chen Hao nodded. I live in the West District. Can I take your car to go there? This day is really hot. My whole body will be sweaty if I walk there. From a young age, teachers had taught Chen how to help others. When the other party was in trouble, they should step in when it was time. Anyway, it's on the way. Get in the car. The security guard standing on the side was so envious that his eyes were about to pop out. This is getting in the car? My goodness, is handsome really good for both young and old? The young woman spread a smile, then walked to the passenger seat and pulled open the car door. After sitting inside the car, she looked around. Trouble you. The beautiful young woman was very polite. While speaking, she pulled the seatbelt on her side and fastened it. Chen Hao took a detour and arrived at the Western District a few minutes later. West District, Building 3, stop. The beautiful young woman pointed at the building not far away and said, I live there. Oh, what a coincidence. My house is also here. Of the houses rewarded by the system, 2 out of the 10 sets were in this building, and a few more were in other districts. So you're here too? What a coincidence indeed. I live in 702. And you? The beautiful young woman felt really coincidental. Was this a chance that God had all arranged to give her? You live in 702? Chen Hao was happy to hear it. It's really too coincidental. I'm the landlord of 702. I'm here to collect rent. So you're surnamed Li? The beautiful young woman looked at Chen Hao with skepticism. Landlord? Wasn't her own landlord an old man? How did it turn into a young lad? Could it be that this guy was that old man's son? That's not right. With that old man's looks, how could he give birth to such a handsome son? This guy wouldn't be intentionally looking for a reason to strike up a conversation, right? Chen Hao didn't dawdle and took out the real estate certificates. There were 10 real estate certificates in total. Chen Hao flipped through it and found the one for 702 and handed it to the beautiful young woman. The real estate license just arrived. Take a look. The beautiful young woman looked at the house book in Chen Hao's hand and was truly stunned. 10 books, oh? This had to be hundreds of millions, right? It seemed that this young lad's family fortune was thicker than he had imagined. Chen Hao's properties in this building had a total of 2 sets, 702 and 701. This beautiful young woman lived in 702. So it's Mr. Landlord. In that case, my phone is dead, so I can't transfer money to you right now. How about this? You follow me upstairs. I have cash upstairs. Chen Hao thought to himself, cash is cash. And he still had to go to 701 to collect the rent, and he also had to go upstairs. So he went upstairs with her. 702. Please come in. The beautiful young woman appeared to be very hospitable, and specially fetched Chen Hao a pair of unused new slippers. This room of hers was a total of 120 square meters. The rent was $6,000 a month. Don't think that $6,000 a month is a lot. It's already a very fair price. You have to know that this is a high-grade neighborhood, and it's still well decorated. You sit for a while. I'll go back to my room to get the money. The beautiful young woman put down her handbag and cell phone and went to the bedroom. Chen Hao simply sat on the sofa and waited. But what made Chen Hao strange was that she entered the room for up to 10 minutes. Just go get the money. As to so slow not? Just as Chen Hao waited with some impatience, he discovered an even stranger thing. The cell phone that the young woman had left in the living room actually flashed. Isn't it electrified? Why did you lie to me earlier that the cell phone was out of power? And at this time, click, the door of the room was opened from inside, and the beautiful young woman who had changed her clothes slowly walked out. At this moment, she was wearing light pajamas. It was almost translucent. She was also holding a remote control in her hand. After gently pressing it, the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room were automatically closed. With the curtains pulled up, the originally bright room suddenly had some dimness. The beautiful young woman not only changed her clothes, but also sprayed perfume. Looking at the beautiful young woman's proud and colorful appearance at this moment, Chen Hao suddenly came to a sudden realization. This woman had lied to herself from the beginning? First, she found an excuse to let herself come back with her, then change this kind of clothes, and then pulling down the curtains, and spraying perfume with a mysterious flavor? City sets deep. Brother, I want to go back to the countryside. 2 hours later, Chen Hao came out of 702 and twisted his waist. Good guy. The waist was a bit sore. When young people go out, they must protect themselves. Chen Hao really didn't expect that this was only the first time he collected rent, and he had encountered such a thing. What about the other 4? What will they encounter? Chen Hao had obtained a total of 10 suites. 5 had been rented out, and there were still 5 that hadn't been rented out. The task given by the system is just to ask the 5 rented out to collect the rent. This building has a total of 2 sets, respectively, 701 and 702. Chen Hao raised his eyes and glanced at the door of 701. Knock knock, knock on the door. As a result, no one responded even after knocking for half a day. No one is there? Forget it, go to the next house first. Ding dong. At this time, the elevator door opened. From the inside came out a little handsome youth, with a cigarette in his mouth. He thought he was very dashing. The little youth who walked out of the elevator saw Chen Hao standing at the door of 701, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Mad. What a narrow road between enemies. If it wasn't for him, Yang Mimi would have gotten her hands on her long ago. Grass. Chen Hao also sighed. This world is really small. How did this kid appear here? Murphy? That young woman in 702 is not his lover, is she? Although it is said that 702 young woman is a bit older, more than 30-40 this way. But then, she's really hot. This kind of woman for sister control, or auntie control of the boys, absolutely has a super killing power. Take Mimi Yang for example. She's actually not that young, born in 1986. How old is she? But then, that didn't stop her from becoming the super goddess in the hearts of countless young men. And the same goes for 702 young women. I don't know how many men covet such an aunt. Therefore, even though there was a considerable age difference between the 702 young woman and Chu Aofeng, it wasn't strange for her to become one of his girlfriends, or lovers. However, Chen Hao had truly anticipated wrongly. Just as Chu Aofeng blared at Chen Hao, the door of 702 was suddenly opened from the inside. The young woman appeared in the doorway position. Mom! Chu Aofeng shouted. With a mom, the mineral water that Chen Hao had not been able to swallow in his mouth was directly sprayed out. My goodness! This young woman was actually his? This is also too much of a coincidence. Chapter 053, Entering the Entertainment Industry? The beautiful young woman is carrying a plastic bag in her hand. Inside the bag is loaded with stockings and pajamas that were just ripped off by Chenhao. This kid really know how to play, but also want to wear their own stockings. Thinking of the scene just now, the beautiful young woman could not help but blush, because broken cannot be worn, was going to let Chenhao bring down to throw away. Result, she saw Chenhao and Chu Aofeng standing in the corridor looking at each other. From their reactions, the beautiful young woman could sense that they should know each other. However, they definitely did not get along well. The beautiful young woman secretly celebrated in her heart. Fortunately, Chenhao had just gone out. Otherwise, being blocked inside the room would not be good. Why didn't this brat Aofeng say anything before he came? The beautiful young woman at this time didn't dare to identify herself with Chenhao and acted as if she didn't know him. Aofeng, why did you come? It's hot outside. Come in and talk. Chu Aofeng then glared at Chenhao and deliberately walked to Chenhao's front. Chenhao, destroying my good deed. I will let you know what happens when you offend me. Chu Aofeng. Chenhao, on the other hand, laughed coldly. Let your horse come if you have the ability. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the arena was tense to the extreme. The beautiful young woman realized that something was wrong and immediately came over to pull Chu Aofeng away and pulled him into the room. Chenhao left the 7th floor. Going downstairs, there is some helplessness and some incredulity. This kind of thing can be encountered. This world is really small. Continue. Collect the rent. The remaining 3 homes did not have anything special happen. When Chenhao came to the door and showed his identity, he successfully received the rent. Their contact information was also added. With the contact information, it would only be possible to directly ask them to transfer money in the future. It was just that the system task hadn't been completed yet. The 7011 is still not occupied. Come back tomorrow. There's no rush. Evening. Chenhao was on time for his appointment. The address chosen for the kill banquet was a rather luxurious hotel in Mindu, the Century Grand Hotel. This hotel was extremely famous in Mindu. Yang Nini dressed up and entered the banquet hall with Chenhao. For the entire cast and crew, today's protagonist should have been Yang Nini in the cast's male lead. But then, after the scene in the morning where Chenhao taught the bald martial arts brother a lesson, tonight's protagonist would be him. In addition to the fact that Chenhao was driving a tens of millions of dollars supercar. More importantly, his face value was there. Rich, handsome, and secure. What woman wouldn't like such a man? Therefore, from the moment Chenhao entered the banquet hall, countless warblers immediately surrounded him. The second female, third female, and supporting female in the drama. Even those minor characters who had only shown their faces a few times swarmed over. For them, if they were able to hug Chenhao's thigh, with his financial power, it shouldn't be difficult to promote themselves, right? With such a mindset, there wasn't a single female who didn't want to get close to her. How does it feel? Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around Chenhao, Yang Nini walked over to Chenhao's side with a red wine glass. Although she had already communicated deeply with Chenhao many times, yet, she still had to maintain a proper distance from Chenhao in public. Now that the filming had just finished and the new movie was about to be released, there couldn't be any gossip at this time of the year. How does what feel? Chenhao queried. The feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women. Just for such a short while, the WeChat of those young ladies that I added. There's a platoon without a company, isn't there? Chenhao hemmed and hawed. Am I to understand that you're jealous? Jealous? I don't have that free time to be jealous of you. Yang Nini drank a small mouthful of red wine and said, I just want to tell you, if you can join the entertainment industry, with your appearance, face value, plus my operation, I guarantee that in less than 2 years, you will be popular all over the north and south of the Yangtze River, and such a beautiful woman will be at your disposal. You want to sign me? Yang Nini nodded. That's right, how about it? Have you ever wanted to come over to the entertainment industry? Chenhao waved his hand. Forget it, I like to keep a low profile. I don't like to be known by everyone. Being a star or something, is not what I want. Yang Nini directly blanked Chenhao. You're low-key? You are low-key. If you were low-key, would you be driving a supercar with tens of millions of dollars out to blow up the streets all day long? You really don't want to think about it? I'm telling you, I know a lot of beautiful women in the entertainment industry. For example, Hotba. For example, Lu Cece. For example, Yuan, Li Ying. Much more. Can't even count them. Chenhao glared. These were all veritable great beauties she was talking about. How about it? Is your heart moved yet? My next movie is about to start shooting, and it's missing a male lead. Originally I was planning to find who to star in it, but I feel that you're more suitable. Chenhao moved his feet a bit, and Yang Nini drew a bit closer, and whispered, is there a bed scene? Put.
The red wine in Yang Nini's mouth directly sprayed out.
What was this guy thinking inside his head? There can be. Yang Nini nodded.
The initial script was that you and the female one were childhood friends.
And there was a kissing scene. Chen Hao waved his hand. Just a kiss scene? Forget it then. Really forget it? The female first is Hotba. Hotba?
Chen Hao's mind immediately conjured up that superstar with some mixed blood.
A childhood friend of hers? Having a kissing scene with her? Actually, I also want to taste what Hotba's delicate lips feel like. No, I want to taste what acting feels like.
Yang Nini covered her mouth and snickered. She knew that she wanted to get Chen Hao to agree to act. A beautiful woman as bait was the best choice. Seeing Chen Hao agree, a big stone in her heart finally fell. With him joining, the box office shouldn't be bad, right? Then let's wish us a happy cooperation early. Yang Nini picked up her wine glass. Chen Hao also picked up his wine glass, and the two gently clinked their glasses. Just as the two of them were talking happily, the director ran over in a panic. General Manager Yang, it's not good. Something's wrong. Director Wu, what is it? Speak clearly. Our investor, Yunjia Tianchang Limited, has withdrawn its capital. This news was definitely not good news for Nini Yang. Her movie was finished shooting though.
But then, it wasn't like there was no need to spend money once the shooting was finished. Post-production costs money, right? The actors have to be paid, right? More importantly, publicity costs money, right?
All these added up to at least tens of millions of dollars.
Yunjia Tiancheng, how can he withdraw his investment at this time? Is he adding to the chaos? Yang Nini was not only the female lead of this drama,
it was also one of the investors. She immediately called Yunjia Tiancheng on the phone.
The call was connected. Mr. Yun, it's not the first time we've worked together. We've always worked happily together before. What's going on this time? Why did you suddenly withdraw your investment? Boss Yang, I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can do to help this time. Mr. Yun, is there something wrong with your company? The company is in a situation. Boss Yang, to tell you the truth, Yun family Tianchang no longer belongs to me. Mr. Yun, what's going on?
And at this time, inside the banquet came an uninvited guest.
Chu Ao Feng walked straight to the front of Yang Nini. Boss Yang, let me tell you what's going on. 51% of the Yun family's Tianchang shares have been acquired by me, Hualong Capital. Now, I'm the biggest shareholder of Yun family Tianchang.
Chapter 054, have him roll over to meet me within 10 minutes.
Yang Nini angrily glared at Chu Ao Feng. Chu Ao Feng, what exactly do you want? Chu Ao Feng's gaze ruthlessly swept over Yang Nini's body,
especially that towering place.
It lingered for several seconds.
He had long coveted Yang Nini. Unfortunately, she stayed in Magic City or Kyoto all year round. Chu Ao Feng's hand was not yet able to reach there.
Now, finally, Yang Nini came to Mengdu to shoot a movie. What's the time to wait if you don't do it now? Originally,
he was planning to make Yang Nini fall in line through bald martial brother.
What happened? Martyr. A Chen Hao came out halfway. Chu Ao Feng knew clearly that if he didn't play some tricks, it was impossible for Yang Nini to obediently give in. She was not an ordinary actress. Ordinary actors are fixed with money, but this woman is top stream, or Boss Yang.
There was no shortage of money. Therefore, for this career-minded woman, causing trouble for her career was the best way to put her in her place. Therefore, he went out of his way to encourage his old man to spend a high price to acquire 51% of Yunjia Tiancheng's shares.
Yang Nini, what I want, you should know clearly. Chu Ao Feng lit a cigarette.
Thought he was very dashing as he spat out a smoke ring.
I have already opened a room upstairs, room 3401. Come or don't come, you decide for yourself. But I have to remind you, if you don't come, the consequences will be very serious. Chu Ao Feng, you just die this one heart. Yang Nini said righteously, if the Yun family withdraws their investment, then withdraw their investment. Isn't it just $70 million?
The big deal is that I'll pay for it myself.
With Yang Nini's family background, $70 million is still affordable. Chu Ao Feng seemed to have long anticipated this scene,
and did not see him have the slightest surprise, but faintly said,
Boss Yang,
I have to remind you that the negatives of this movie are all in the Yun family's Tianchang.
Hearing this, Yang Nini's face finally changed. Yunjia Tianchang was a movie post-production company, because Yunjia Tianchang was the investor of Yang Nini's new drama, so the post-production of the movie was given to Yunjia Tianchang. The negatives and everything were given to Yunjia Tianchang.
If Yunjia Tianchang didn't take out the negatives,
or simply deleted them,
Yang Nini's movie would have been shot in vain.
Yang Nini righteously said, Chu Ao Feng,
if Yunjia Tianchang doesn't return the negatives to me,
then we'll see you in court. Chu Ao Feng was not panicked at all. Court? Joke. The big deal is to shut down Yun family Tianchang and then claim that the negatives are gone. What can the court do to me? Yang Nini, don't struggle. Against you, I have 100 ways to make you obedient. It's just one night. It's not like you're missing out on anything. You're not losing out. 3401 I'll wait for you. Chu Ao phone looked like he was winning.
On one side was a movie negative that had already cost hundreds of millions of dollars to shoot, and on the other side was a night of companionship. Chu Ao phone believed that as long as she was a smart person, she must know what to choose. However, he still ignored Yang Nini's chaste nature and righteously refused. Chu Ao phone, listen carefully, Yang Nini, will never be able to agree to you, so just die. I don't believe that the laws of China can't cure you. See you in court. Chu Ao phone laughed. The smile was very bright. The smile was very arrogant. Court, you still want to sue me? In Magic City or Kyoto, there will still be some consideration for you, but don't forget, this is Mindu. This is my world. I don't think you know who my father is, do you? Let me tell you, my dad is Chu Minghui, the general manager of Hualong Capital. With one sentence of Chu Minghui, Yang Nini's face finally changed. Before this, Yang Mimi really didn't know what background Chu Ofeng had. She only knew that it was definitely not simple, but she also hadn't thought that it would be Chu Minghui's son. This is the general manager of Hualong Capital. In his hands, he was in control of close to $200 billion of capital, and this kind of character looked at the entire Mindu, and how many people dared to mess with it. The surrounding people were also impressed with Chu Ao Feng at this moment. My god, this unexpected guest is actually the son of the general manager of Hualong Capital? I heard that Hualong Capital controls close to $200 billion. Is that true? Of course it's true. Hualong Capital publishes its financial report every year. I remember that last year's capital size seemed to be $190 billion. Good lord. In front of Hualong Capital, our company is really too small. That's for sure. Our Jiaxing company only has a market capitalization of a few $billion. It really can't be compared. Boss Yang is really lucky. First he was spotted by Mr. Hao, and now by the even more powerful son of the general manager of Hualong Capital. How come I don't have this fate? What do you guys say? Will Boss Yang go with Young Chu? If it were me, I'd definitely go. It's just for one night. Not only can I get the negatives back, but I can also hold on to the leg of such a powerful son. So I'll be able to walk horizontally in the entertainment industry in the future. Won't I? If Boss Yang left with Mr. Chu, what about Mr. Hao's side? Even though Boss Yang and young Master Hao seem to respect each other on the surface, I always have the feeling that they're putting on a show for us. There's definitely something between them. You mean that Boss Yang is young Master Hao's chick? You can also understand that young Master Hao is Boss Yang's boy. Although Mr. Hao is also rich, I really feel that he can't compare to Mr. Chu. The surrounding voices of discussion were getting louder and louder. Everyone one-sidedly agreed that compared to Chen Hao, Chu Xiaoming was clearly much more powerful. This also made everyone worry about young Mimi. Was she going to go or not? If she went, there were at least 100 people in the banquet hall, and once word got out, her star would be completely finished. But if she does not go, the son of the general manager of Hualong Capital's family, will it be so good to offend? It was possible that she wouldn't be able to leave Mindu. Even Yang Nini felt that it was incredibly tricky. She was determined not to agree to go to 3401, but if she didn't go, what should she do next? And right at this moment, next to Yang Mimi, the seated Chen Hao slowly stood up. Xu Minghui, the general manager of Hualong Capital, is it very powerful? As he spoke, Chen Hao took out his cell phone from inside his pocket. He found the phone number of Ouyang Hui who had called him during the day. After connecting, Chen Hao directly said, "Tell Chu Minghui to get his ass over here to meet me within 10 minutes. Chapter 055 A Sentence of Boss. The whole room exploded. With the sentence "Let Chu Minghui roll over to meet me," the entire room instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at Chen Hao with wide eyes. This guy, is he having a brain fart? Letting Chu Minghui roll over? Do you have such a great ability? Chu Ao Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and after reacting, he couldn't help but spurt out in laughter. Letting my father roll over to meet you? Who do you think you are? Looking at the entire Mindu, how many people have the qualifications to let my dad roll over to meet you? Every year there are. Today there are especially many. This guy, either he's crazy or his head is caught in the door. Chu Ao Feng felt like he heard a big joke in the sky and said in a cold voice, "Even those officials in Mindu have to be courteous to my dad. But how can you be so virtuous as to ask my dad to roll over and meet you? You don't take a piss and look in the mirror to see what you're made of? Don't think that just because your family has a few dollars, you're able to flaunt yourself in front of my family. Chen Hao, let me tell you, you're not worthy." Chen Hao was simply too lazy to bother with this fellow. "When your old man comes, I'll see how you're going to end up." 15 minutes quickly passed while waiting. Chu Ao Feng sneered. "Chen Hao, slap in the face. You said 10 minutes, but as a result, it's now been 15 minutes, and my old man still hasn't come over? It's really hilarious."
and you told him to roll over to meet you, and as a result, he didn't even come? It's a slap in the face, isn't it? There's nothing to say.
The surrounding people waited for 15 minutes,
and they were getting a little impatient. Just now, when Du Kao called out, he really did look like a bit of a big brother. I actually believed that he had this ability to make Chu Minghui roll over. Just now, he really acted as if it was real. I also believed it.
Chu Minghui hasn't arrived yet.
Mr. How's pussy is missing out. I don't know how Du Kao is going to end up next. This face has been slapped off. Yang Nimi felt quite helpless. This guy, how dare he say anything? Who was Chu Minghui? Tell him to roll over and meet you? Such wild words, how dare you say them? Today's failure of pretending is a small matter, and when this thing once spread to Chu Minghui's ears, he can't deal with you. I'm afraid that even the family behind you will suffer. This kid is still too young. Yang Nini secretly shook her head. In her heart, she was still thinking about how to help Chen Hao get through this, when a commotion from outside the banquet hall attracted her attention. Above the corridor of the banquet hall, a group of a dozen people came in a hurry. All of them were dressed in suits, and at a glance, they knew that they were upper-class people, because they were really in a hurry. They were all drenched in sweat. The chubby middle-aged man at the front looked quite tense. Sweat had completely wet his back. Cold sweat was pouring out from his forehead and face. While jogging, he wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. Just now, when Yang Hui told him that the new boss wanted him to roll over to meet him, he almost scared his soul out of his body. The new boss is so angry? When did I offend the new boss? I didn't offend him? No, but why is he so angry? He told me to roll over and meet him? Chu Minghui hadn't even met the new boss, so where was the chance to offend him? Chu Minghui couldn't figure it out. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? He looked at the time on his watch again. 15 minutes had passed. The new boss had told himself to arrive in 10 minutes. Marred. Damn traffic jam Chu Minghui accelerated his steps. With apprehension, Chu Minghui entered the banquet hall. As soon as he entered he saw his son Chu Aofeng and a handsome to the core youth going toe-to-toe. Chu Minghui had seen Chen Hao's picture when the system rewarded Hualong Capital to Chen Hao. Chen Hao's photo as well as his contact number entered inside Hualong Capital's database. Office Director Yang Hui had seen it. General Manager Chu Minghui had also seen it. Therefore, he recognized at a glance that the youth who had gone toe-to-toe with his son was none other than the newly appointed boss. Finished. Was it this indisputable guy who had angered the new boss? In the banquet hall, they were surprised to see Chu Minghui arrive. Is this Chu Minghui, the general manager of Hualong Capital? Yes, that's him. I've seen his picture in one of the Fortune magazines. I'll go. Chu Minghui is really here. Ha, was it Du Kao's phone call that called him here? Or was it because he knew his son Chu Aofeng was here and was passing by? How come I don't feel like I'm passing by? On Chu Aofeng's side, after waiting for 10 minutes and not seeing his old man come, he had originally wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Chen Hao. The result, before he had the chance to utter a word of humiliation, Pops had actually come? What is the situation? Was old dad called by his phone? Thinking of this, Chu Aofeng's heart couldn't help but thump. If Pops was really called by his phone, then wouldn't he be finished? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of person is my father? He Chen Hao, what virtue and ability can let my old man come over? I really worry about nothing. While secretly breathing a sigh of relief in his heart, Chu Aofeng quickly walked over. Dad, why are you here? Pa. Without saying a word, Chu Minghui slapped him. Chu Minghui didn't know what happened before. No matter. Hit first. Attitude in front of the new boss should be put out first. This slap directly to Chu Aofeng to whip confused off. Covering his face without understanding, he looked at Chu Aofeng. What is he doing hitting himself for good reason? The surrounding people were even more confused. They really couldn't understand why the old man was hitting his son. Their shock hadn't completely fallen. Something even more unexpected happened to them. After Chu Minghui viciously slapped Chu Aofeng, he quickly walked to Chen Hao's front. Then in the midst of everyone's extremely shocked gazes, he respectfully bent his waist to Chen Hao, a 90-degree bow. Boss. With the phrase boss, the entire room directly exploded. Chu Minghui called Du Kao his boss? My god, Du Kao is actually the boss of Hualong Capital? Good guy, really good guy. Originally thought that Du Kao would fall into the wind. Didn't think that the reversal would come so swiftly. The general manager's son flaunts in front of the boss? Ha ha, imagining it in retrospect, how to look at him is like a jumping clown. Give Du Kao a nod. I give full marks for this wave of pussyfooting around. I said, how can Du Kao be able to afford tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars? It turns out, he is the real capital big brother. I'm curious now, how is this guy Chu Aofeng going to end up? Listening to the gloating whispers of the people around him, he looked at his old man who bowed to 90 degrees. Chu Aofeng's eyes widened. He was the new boss of Hualong Capital? Finished. I've offended the new boss? Chapter 056, What if I'm really in love with you?
Yang Mimi was so surprised that her mouth grew into an O shape.
Looking incredulously at the bland Chen Hao, he was the newly appointed boss of Hualong Capital? My goodness, what exactly does this kid's family do? Yang Mimi could sense from Chen Hao's luxury car and mansion that his identity must be extraordinary, but I didn't think that it would be so powerful. How old is Chen Hao? 22. This young?
The family will be close to $200 billion in market value of the industry to him to take care of.
That's right.
Yang Mimi thought that Hualong Capital was given by Chen Hao's family.
Think about it. What kind of family can come up with such a powerful industry and give it to a junior to manage? It's definitely a supergiant family, right?
Yang Mimi had traveled for so many years and had seen countless tycoons. She knew that there were some super families that usually did not show off, but the energy they possessed was super huge. Chen Hao should be from such a family, right?
Thinking of this,
Yang Mimi looked at Chen Hao with a subtle change in color.
This kid is hiding deep enough. In the future, you have to cover Sister Me a bit. Then the eyes that looked at Chu Aofeng had some teasing in them. She knew very well that the capital that Chu Aofeng was proud of was from his old man Chu Minghui. And Chu Minghui's awesome capital was because he was in the position of general manager of Hualong Capital. But now, who is not good to mess with, but to mess with his own boss? Isn't that like lighting a lamp in a latrine? Looking for? This is a good show. Chu Aofeng had already been scared out of his wits. Both legs were trembling a little, not knowing what to do. Brat, it's even if you're usually arrogant. You also don't take a look at what kind of person this one is today? Is it someone you can mess with?
Chu Minghui did not know what had happened, but it was clear that his own son had messed with the boss.
And this gave his old man how much trouble he had caused. Your kid is still standing stupidly for what?
But do not come over to apologize to the boss. Chu Minghui ferociously drank.
Then, grabbing Chu Aofeng's collar, he dragged him to Chen Hao. Chen Dong, I really didn't know that you were the new boss of Hualong Capital. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to snatch a woman from you even if I had lent me 10 guts. Chu Aofeng didn't even dare to look at Chen Hao's eyes. In his heart, he was thinking, you are a real dog. Even the boss of Hualong Capital, why do you still want to hide it? Playing me like a monkey, is it fun? At this time, Chu Aofeng remembered one thing, that is Ling Yu. Originally, he was already in the position of manager, but as a result, the new boss jumped out. It must be this guy who messed up. Chu Minghui accompanied a smiling face. Chen Dong, look, this brat, I have beaten and scolded. What else are you dissatisfied with? Just mention it. Chen Hao didn't even bother with Chu Minghui's father and son, not even bothering to look at them again. He looked towards the senior white-collar workers who had followed Chu Minghui.
These were all the executives above the director of Hualong Capital,
2 deputy general managers,
and the rest were all directors.
Has the director of the Human Resources Department come yet?
As soon as Chen Hao opened his mouth, a middle-aged woman wearing black-framed glasses immediately stepped out.
Good day, Chen Dong. I'm the director of the company's human resources. My name is Zhang Shuefeng.
The two of them are no longer my Hualong Capital's people from this moment onwards.
I want you to come out with an announcement within half an hour that they are fired.
Chen Hao's sentence was tantamount to a heavy bomb falling from the sky.
Then, it exploded, expelling Chu Aofeng. It's unjustifiable. After all, he offended you. But, Chu Minghui is also expelled? That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? He is the general manager,
in control of the company's large and small affairs.
To directly fire him without even handing him over. This is also an extremely not insignificant loss to the company. Right. What's more, he didn't offend you? Why did you just fire him?
This is not in line with the rules.
Right? The crowd murmured.
Chu Minghui had originally been holding back a wave of anger, and before Chen Hao's phone call to tell him to roll over and meet him, his heart was extremely uncomfortable.
In any case, I am the general manager. Looking at the entire financial world of Mindu as a dignified figure, although you are the boss, but also have to have a minimum of respect for me, right? Fine, I'll put up with it. My son and you have a conflict. Right and wrong I did not go to understand. I just beat my son. I've lowered my stance so low, and you still want to fire me? Since you've torn your face off, I won't blame you for being rude. I'll make you pay a price you can't afford. To be able to sit on the general manager of this position, Chu Minghui naturally cannot be generalized generation. The means can be smarted. This time also no longer polite. Chen Dong, fire me? You are the boss. To fire me is just a matter of words. However, the wind and water will turn. You take care of yourself. Aofeng, let's go. Chu Minghui intended to take Chu Aofeng away. However, he was stopped by Chen Hao. Just leave? How could there be such a cheap thing? What more do you want? You've already fired me. You think I'll be afraid?
When Chu Minghui said this, Chu Aofeng beside him suddenly screamed miserably. It was Chen Hao who kicked him right above his right knee.
Just as he heard a click, the kneecap of his right leg directly shattered. The pain caused Chu Aofeng to be unsteady, falling to the ground and howling continuously. The people around this scene were all staring with wide eyes. This new boss even hit someone? And he even kicked and broke his leg so cruelly? Aofeng, how are you doing? Chu Minghui asked with concern. Dad, my leg is broken. I'm in pain. Chen Hao. Chu Minghui angrily pointed at Chen Hao. You are deliberately hurting people, understand? I will make you pay. Chen Hao, however, simply ignored Chu Minghui, tugging on Chu Aofeng's collar. Condescending. When you had crooked thoughts about Mimi, you should have expected this scene to occur today. Just dismissing Chu Aofeng is enough? Don't be silly. Look at what he did to Mimi Young. Arranging a kidnapping directly at the theater. The rooms have all been opened upstairs. If you don't come, you can't leave Mindu. Is it as simple as just firing someone so arrogant and bossy to the extreme? Chen Hao is not a saintly mother. It was only his character to be vindictive. Each of the surrounding heard Chen Hao's words and were surprised. And then it was with a face of envy that they looked at young Mimi. Chen Hao had actually gone out of his way to waste Chu Aofeng for her sake? Woo woo. It really was so envious that Mimi had such a person who cared about her. On young Mimi's side, she was moved to the point of crying in the face of the sudden care. Mouthfuls of caring would be anyone's. That's not really caring. Caring was about giving real actions, just like Chen Hao was doing now. Brat, you're so good to me. What if I really fall in love with you? Chapter 057, Splash of Riches Falling on Heads. Although young Mimi and Chen Hao had a relationship, but to say it's love? Not really. At best, it is single for a long time, lonely under the needs of each only. But now, this brat suddenly engaged in this set of, is really unexpected, but also really pleasing to the eye. Wind and water turn. Chen Hao, we will see. Chu Minghui couldn't swallow this mouthful of bad anger. Originally, he wanted to call the police, but it was clear, it was simply useless. The boss of Hualong Capital was not something you could shut down just because you wanted to. Chen Hao looked at Chu Minghui with a bashful expression. Your son's matter has been resolved. Now, it's time to resolve your matter. Chu Minghui frowned. My matter? I've only formally met you for the first time. What matters can I have? And at this time, a breathtakingly beautiful and sexy woman walked in from outside the door of the banquet hall. She was wearing a short shirt and skirt, underneath which were long and slender legs wrapped under flesh-colored stockings. Her hair was in big waves. She was also wearing a pair of black frame glasses, which added a sensual beauty to her already sexy. Her appearance caused everyone to have a feeling of lightening up. Even the great beauty Yang Mimi couldn't help but be envious. This woman's body was even more powerful than her own, and younger than herself. She was holding a folder in her hand. Straight away, she came in front of Chu Minghui. The folder opened. Inside was the information Su Mazheng had found out. Chu Minghui, there are 7 properties in Magic City, 4 properties in Kyoto, and a quadrangle valued at over $400 million. There are 7 luxury cars under his name, with a total value of $110 million. The private controls 6 companies, totaling a market value of $176 billion. The market value of private stocks reaches $970 million. Other financial management exceeds $500 million. 3 days ago, he illegally acquired Yunjia Tianchang at a price 2 times higher than the market price, and received a kickback of $30 million from Yunjia Tianchang. Mr. Chu, am I right? Suemo Dai seemed to always be so enchanting, smiling at everyone, falling into a generous manner, using the most whiny voice, saying the most threatening words. You're talking nonsense. It's just nonsense. I don't even know what you're talking about. Chu Minghui couldn't be calm anymore and roared in anger. His salary was high, $50 million a year. Yet, even if it was so high, even if he didn't eat or drink, his fortune would only be a few hundred million. Yet, how much did Su Mazheng say some of those totaled? Billions of dollars. Income and wealth don't match. Little cutie. All understand what this means? Mr. Chu, is it nonsense? You know better than me. Su Mazheng still wore a harmless smile. Of course, I believe that this is not all you have. After Su Mazheng finished speaking, she no longer bothered about what Chu Minghui's reaction was. Straight away, she walked to Chen Hao's side. In a low voice, she said, Boss, how was my performance? Chen Hao's gaze swept around her body, especially on her stockings, lingering for several seconds. If one were to say, among the women Chen Hao knew, who was the most woeful, it was undoubtedly Su Mazheng, especially those long legs. Chen Hao lowered his voice. Your performance today, 80 points. 80 points? It made Su Mazheng a little hurt. The day before yesterday, Chen Hao asked her to check Chu Minghui. She had mobilized all her connections to find out these clues. These clues alone are enough to keep Chu Minghui inside the prison for the rest of his life. The result? I worked so hard to get 80 points? When she was about to inquire what else she wasn't satisfied with,
Chen Hao's voice once again came over. If you change into black silk, it would be perfect. Upon hearing this, Su Majin was instantly speechless. Ah, I asked about my workability? You are referring to my dress. Boss, can't you be a little more serious? By this kid's side, there's really no shortage of beautiful women. Su Majin's appearance caused young Mimi to inexplicably have a sense of crisis. But thinking about it, it was right. A rich second generation of Chen Hao's status. How could there be only one woman by his side? And the next thing was much simpler. Chu Minghui doesn't agree with some of what Su Majing said, but it doesn't matter. Whether it's true or not will be known once it's checked. Su Majing reported to the police. Chu Minghui, father and son, and his lover Ouyang Hui together were taken away. They would be handed over to the prosecutor's office and formally prosecuted under the name of job misappropriation. Chen Hao originally wanted to invite Su Majin to have a late dinner together, but because of the police report, she needed to cooperate with Uncle Hat to investigate Chu Minghui. So he followed Uncle Hat and left. With one strike, Chen Hao had wasted one of Chu Minghui's father and son and sent one in. This scared those executives of Hualong Capital. It seemed that this handsome to a fault seemingly harmless new boss was not as simple as he appeared. In the future, you can't mess around at work. Hualong Capital. After working for a day, Ling Yu was still working overtime. Right now, her position was the deputy director of the investment department. However, after all, it was with the word vice. It could only be considered as the middle level of the company. She didn't even have the qualifications to accompany Chu Minghui to meet the new boss. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Ling Yu's voice fell, and the office door was gently pushed open from outside. Then, a group of people came in from outside. Yes, a group of people. All of them were dressed in suits. Seeing this group of people, Ling Yu stood up from her stool in a flash. Good fellow, this group of bigwigs, how did they collectively come to their place? Did I do something wrong and have to come to ask for punishment? The group of people who had come were the executives of the Hualong Group who had returned from Chen Hao. There were the directors of each department. There are also 2 deputy general managers. Ling Yu's top boss, the director of the investment department, was also among them. Ling Yu was truly shocked for a moment. She had yet to figure out what the purpose of these bigwigs coming to her place was, and each of these bigwigs flattered her. Mr. Ling, congratulations on your high promotion. Mr. Ling, truly young and promising. You're the youngest general manager of our Hualong Capital after it was founded more than 20 years ago. Not only the youngest general manager of our company, but also the youngest general manager of the 3 major investment companies in the whole of Mindu. Mr. Ling, congratulations, congratulations. Under the leadership of Mr. Ling, Hualong Capital will surely be able to create another brilliant future. Ling Yu was directly confused when she heard this. What general manager? Ah, you've got it wrong. I was promoted to deputy director? Are you guys playing a prank? Mr. Ling, this is the case. The director of the personnel department immediately came over to explain. Chu Minghui and his son have been fired by the new boss, so the position of general manager has become vacant, and the new boss has specially appointed you as the company's new general manager. Take office immediately. Ling Yu's eyes widened. The new boss appointed me as the general manager? Why? I don't even know who the new boss is. Chapter 058, Deep in Love. First kiss gone? For Ling Yu, this was definitely good news that her ancestors' graves were smoking. Too unexpected. Too incredible. It was simply a pie in the sky that happened to fall on her head. The whole Ling Yu was not confident. Why would she not be confident? Because the seniority is too shallow. Ah, how long had she officially entered the financial industry? Just over 2 years. Now she was just the deputy director. Above there is the director, president, CEO, vice president. This only to the general manager. President and CEO and general manager are different positions. The positions from highest to lowest are general manager, CEO, and president. Ling Yu had crossed so many levels at once, so naturally, she would be a little unsure. However, she was even more curious as to why she was born. This was something that made no sense at all. Ah. She also asked everyone who the new boss actually was. The result, everyone looked at me and I looked at you. No one answered. The new boss wants to play a game of hide and seek with you. How can we spoil it? After the crowd left, the more Ling Yu thought about it, the more wrong it became. Although it was unexpected, but it was really exciting. As soon as everyone left, oi, I've become the general manager? I've finally realized my ideal. Ling Yu really had trouble suppressing the joy in her heart and jumped up in excitement. This joy she had to find someone to share it with. The first person that came to mind was surprisingly Chen Hao, and immediately dialed Chen Hao's phone. It kept ringing for 7 or 8 times before Chen Hao picked it up. Hey, what's going on? What took you so long to answer my call? Chen Hao's side replied. Don't look at my long, suave, jade-like appearance. Flowers bloom when I see them, and cars have flat tires when I see them, but my lifelong matters have yet to be settled. In order to continue the flame of my old Chen family. So, I am picking up girls now. As soon as the word picking up a girl left her mouth, Ling Yu couldn't help but spurt out in laughter. This guy, picking up a girl and saying it in such a grandiose manner? Since you are busy, I won't bother you. Don't forget to go to my house on the weekend. Chen Hao nodded. Haven't forgotten. See you on the weekend. Not being able to share with Chen Hao, Ling Yu inexplicably felt some loss in her heart. It was only at this time that she realized a problem. How come my first thought was to call in to share my joy? Packing up, getting off work. Chen Hao wasn't around, so she had to go celebrate herself. Ling Yu arrived at the underground garage, and just as she walked to her car, she realized that next to her car, there was a supercar parked. Lamborghini Poison? Wasn't this Chen Hao's car? At this moment, Chen Hao walked down from the car, looking at Ling Yu with a harmless, bright smile. Ling Yu was stunned. Then she quickly walked over. There was a color of excited joy on her stunningly beautiful face. Didn't you say that you were picking up girls for the continuation of the old Chen family's fragrance? Why are you here, little Yu? Because, I know that you, at this moment, need me very much. Chen Hao flirted. The moment Ling Yu heard Chen Hao actually call herself little Yu, she instantly exploded. Is little Yu what you call her? I am your teacher. Look at the fist. The small fist whacked over. Chen Hao reached out and grabbed her left hand. Ling Yu's right hand hammered over again. The result, her right hand was also grabbed by Chen Hao. Both hands were grabbed. It doesn't matter. I still have my legs. Look at the feet. Bend your knees and go up. How could Chen Hao let her hit? Her legs clamped down on her knees as soon as they came together. The scene now was, Ling Yu's left and right hands were both grabbed, and her right leg was clamped. Only her left leg was left to support her body. The point was, she was still wearing high heels. Originally walking in high heels was not very stable, not to mention being in a golden chicken standing position. One leg couldn't support the body at all. Unstable. Seeing that she was about to fall, Chen Hao immediately loosened his grip on her hand and reached out to directly grab her waist. With a smooth pull, he pulled her into his arms. So close, Chen Hao could not help but let out a sigh of relief. If he let her fall, this woman would most likely hold a grudge against him for the rest of his life, right? Although Ling Yu was 1.7 m, she was close to 1.8 m if she wore high heels. However, she was still half a head shorter than Chen Hao, who was close to 1.9 m, and raised her head to look at Chen Hao, who was close at hand. It's over. This kid is even more handsome. Chen Hao also looked at Ling Yu. Time seemed to be frozen in this moment. Chen Hao slowly kissed the delicate red lips lightly. Just when Chen Hao was planning to go further, the elevator door on one side opened and a middle-aged woman walked out. Stepping on high heels in this empty underground garage, the sound was particularly loud. Click, click, click. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she noticed that there was a man and a woman hugging next to the elevator. Such a monkey, don't know to go home and screw off, have no sense of public morality? The middle-aged snorted. She had been divorced for many years, single for many years, and had been in a lonely and cold stage. The thing she was most displeased with was someone showing love. Originally, she wanted to heckle a bit. As a result, it was violently realized that something was wrong. Isn't the woman Chief Ling? And the man? I'll go. The new boss? This middle-aged woman was the Human Resources Director, and Chen Hao had asked her to draft the official document to fire the Chu family's father and son when they went to the hotel earlier. Chen Hao's eyes glared over. I didn't see anything. You guys continue. Frightened, this director pulled her legs out and ran. Holy, disturbing the boss's good deed. I'm not going to get fired, am I? A good thing being disturbed just like that made Chen Hao a little depressed. Chen Hao, Auntie, I'm going to kill you. Ling Yu was truly angry. Her small fist pounded down once again. Chen Hao knew that this woman was truly angry. Pulling his leg, he ran. Nonsense. If you don't run, wait to be beaten. Ling Yu chased after her. Chen Hao, you returned my first kiss. Stop right there. I promise I won't beat you to death. Chen Hao cried out in injustice. Heaven and earth are kind. I thought you agreed. Ling Yu exploded with anger. Where did I agree? Whoops. Chen Hao, you asshole. Chen Hao was quite speechless. I didn't see you resisting just now. No resistance means default. Doesn't default mean consent? Ling Yu, when he kissed himself just now, did he not resist? Appearance. You really didn't resist? Why didn't I resist? Ling Yu herself felt strange. At this time she remembered. It was like her head was down at that moment. It was blank. My fault? Nope. It's all Chen Hao's fault. Ling Yu, Chen Hao, stop. I promise I won't beat you to death. Chen Hao, no, stand still. I'm not stupid. Ling Yu, stop. Chen Hao, no, stand still. Chapter 059, Saltable or Sweet, Cute or Fierce. This was a snack bar. The name was Yu Pang Snacks. This place specializes in all kinds of snacks in Minyu province, located in the university town, and used to come here often when Chen Hao was studying. Not only was the flavor good, the price was also fair. After realizing that Ling Yu hadn't even eaten dinner until now, Chen Hao brought her here. When the two of them stepped into the small store, they immediately caught the attention of quite a few people inside the restaurant. Eyes all looked over. Good guy, male handsome, the female is pretty, totally an enviable couple. Just, the woman seems to be older than the man. Really envious of the legendary sibling love? Without paying attention to the envious eyes of these people, Chen Hao found an empty table, and then called the waiter over. First, he ordered a flat meat swallow and a bun magnet from Xiaowu, Northern Fujian. Then, he ordered a Mindu fishball for Ling Yu, as well as Min Nan San tea noodles. Don't put scallions in the fishballs, less salt, no pepper, and focus on lightness. Ha, how did you know that I don't eat scallions and prefer light? Ling Yu, who was sitting opposite Chen Hao, had a curious look on her face. Seemingly, she hadn't said some of this to him, had she? Where did he know this from? Ling Yu sat opposite Chen Hao with a curious expression. Chen Hao smiled lightly, not bothering to explain. It was when he was in his freshman year of college, poor and downtrodden. Ling Yu, who was Chen Hao's counselor, had invited Chen Hao to dinner several times. At that time, Chen Hao had noticed her tastes. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't answer, Ling Yu didn't pursue the issue. Chen Hao, to tell you a very strange thing. You know, I don't even know who my boss is or what his name is, but he even appointed me as the general manager of Hualong Capital. Do you think this thing is strange? I don't know the reason even after thinking about it. Could the biggest possibility be that he has a crush on me? Is it one of my suitors? Ling Yu's face value was there, so naturally there would be no shortage of suitors. She was not related to the new boss, and there were many people in the company who were more senior than herself, so it was not her turn to be the general manager. Therefore, Ling Yu could only think in the direction of her crush. Chen Hao looked at her with a smile. Crush on you? I realized that you're also stinky. How is it stinky? There are plenty of people who have crushes on me. Ling Yu looked a little dejected. Chen Hao nodded his head. This was something he did not deny. It would be strange to say that the most beautiful teacher, Ling Yu, did not even have a crush. Little Yu. Actually, Ling Yu's eyes glared, directly interrupted him, called teacher. This guy, does he still know what it means to honor the teacher? Chen Hao, little Yu teacher. Ling Yu. Alright, this guy definitely did it on purpose. Chen Hao continued. Then if the new boss really has a crush on you, what would you do? Ling Yu thought for a moment. If it's someone who has a crush on me, if he's young, if he doesn't have a wife, I can consider it. Chen Hao still smiled. And I'm still saying if your new boss is me, then what would you do? You? Ling Yu shook her head. To be honest, Ling Yu had also thought about whether the new boss would be Chen Hao. After all, he had seen that Chen Hao had $500 million lying inside his money account. An ordinary rich second generation would not be able to get hold of such a large amount of funds. But then, even so, Ling Yu did not think that Chen Hao would have the strength to buy Hualong Capital. She had to know that Hualong Capital was close to $200 billion. Chen Hao was an orphan. His family couldn't give him any help. More than 2 years ago he was a poor student who was penniless and had to help himself to find a part-time job. It's only been more than 2 years. To be able to have several $100 million is already very scary. Therefore, Ling Yu did not believe that Chen Hao had that ability to be able to buy Hualong Capital. If it's you, then I'll agree to be the girlfriend. Chen Hao sniffed. There was a joy in his heart. Having come to this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. Standing up, little Yu, to tell you the truth. In fact, I'm the new boss of Hualong Capital, and appointing you as the general manager was my intention. Looking at Chen Hao who was spouting nonsense in a serious manner, Ling Yu held back her laughter. This guy, he really dared to make up too. Why don't you just say that you are the richest man in the world? In the one next to Chen Hao and Ling Yu, there were two Yus. Listening to Chen Hao and Ling Yu's conversation, one of them directly burst out in laughter. The owner of Hualong Capital? I'll top your lungs. Do you know how much Hualong Capital is worth? Just you? This little pussy is blowing too big a hole in his pocket. You're such a douchebag. You want to pick up girls like this? Pick up girls? I'm a professional. These days, you can't get girls by blowing your mind. It's all about strength. Let me show you how it's done. Hello, beauty. Do you want to feel the elegance of the Mercedes-Benz Big G? Come and have a drink. I'll take you for a ride after drinking. Mercedes-Benz Big G, a relatively hot model these years, because of its price up to 1 or 2 million, also relatively more favored by women. Many women had fantasized that their boyfriends should be very dignified if they drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G. As early as the moment Chen Hao and Ling Yu walked into this small store, this rich second generation had already paid attention to Ling Yu. He also had a girlfriend. She was still good looking, and if she was placed in a nightclub,
there would definitely be a lot of flies flocking to her. However, if compared to Lingyu, it was simply a heaven and a earth. There was absolutely no comparison. Coupled with the fact that Lingyu was wearing a pair of glasses, it added a sense of intellectual beauty. Just by looking at Lingyu, his restless heart couldn't hold back. He must take her. Therefore, this youth was a king bomb as soon as he made his move. The keys to the Mercedes Big G were all flung at his fingertips. This trick he tried time and time again. In the nightclub, do not know how many women have taken. Even the current girlfriend, is that he used this trick to fool come? In his eyes, which woman can withstand the temptation of Mercedes-Benz Big G? However, she was wrong. Not every woman is interested in the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Hello your sister the Mercedes-Benz Big G is great? Just a couple $1 million. If you have the ability to get a Lamborghini Poison, can't afford it. If you can't afford it, don't come here to make a fool of yourself. To everyone's surprise, this super beautiful woman who looked knowledgeable and gentle and skillful suddenly stood up and then directly burst into foul language. Even Chen Hao was startled for a moment, wide-eyed and extremely surprised. He looked at the fuming Lingyu. Is this still the teacher Ling I know? Then Chen Hao silently gave her a thumbs up, salty or sweet, cute or fierce, simply too valiant, perfect. Chapter 060, someone who definitely shouldn't be here. Li Shun, you can't even handle a woman. That's too lame. The rich second generation's companion let out a mocking voice. Originally, this rich second generation was already feeling disgraced after being scolded by Lingyu. Being taunted by his companion like this made him even more irritated. He was unable to swallow this breath. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, to no one's surprise, Chen Hao, who had been silent all this time, snapped and pulled something out of his pocket and slapped it on the table. The sound attracted everyone's attention. This is a Lamborghini car key? I'll go. This handsome to the core little brother is actually a supercar owner? No wonder this woman is so arrogant. So she has a powerful boyfriend? The surrounding people were all shocked. The eyes of the rich second generation likewise fell on Chen Hao's string of car keys. Lamborghini? I'll go. It's actually a Lamborghini Poison? Again, it was a Lamborghini, and the car keys for each model were slightly different. There are only a few Lamborghini Poisons in the world. The design of the key is also different from other Lamborghinis. The rich second generation and his companion are supercar lovers, and immediately recognized that this is Lamborghini Poison. His friends were not calm anymore and stood up with a prancing movement. The eyes were shocked. They had heard a few days ago that a Lamborghini Poison had appeared in Mindu, and at this time, there was a popping sound. Another set of car keys was thrown on the table. The two rich daughters fixed their eyes on it. It was a Bugatti Veyron. Good guy. Really good guy. To be able to have two of these luxury cars at the same time. A name appeared in these two guys' minds almost simultaneously. Brother Hao. They have friends in the luxury car club. They had long since learned from his friend's mouth that a super powerful character had appeared in the Mindu supercar circle. Brother Hao. This was a super existence that even the vice president of the Ultra Racing Association, Dang Rue de Xiao, had to politely call out brother. He is Brother Hao? Grass. 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 How dare he molest his girlfriend in front of Brother Hua? Isn't this like lighting a lamp in a latrine pit? Looking for? I'm sorry, Brother Hao. It's because we didn't recognize him. Brother Hao. This meal is on us brother. We won't bother you and your sister-in-law for dinner. We'll get out of here. The two rich second-generation men immediately swept up $500 before running off without looking back. After they left, Lingyu looked at Chen Hao curiously. They called you Brother Hao. Do they know each other? Chen Hao shook his head. Don't know them. If you don't know each other, then how did they call out your name? Chen Hao pondered with an inscrutable look. Maybe I'm too handsome and have become so handsome that everyone knows me. Lingyu stifled her laughter. Hold it in. Not allowed to laugh. But, really can't hold it in. Ha 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 ha. Chen Hao, you're too narcissistic, aren't you? Lingyu hilariously laughed. It took a while to stop laughing, pointing to the two strings of car keys on the desktop. Do you always carry two car keys when you go out? Are you tired? In Lingyu's impression, one would bring the car keys for whatever car one drove. There was no reason to carry two car keys at the same time. There was no way to drive two cars at the same time. Isn't it redundant? What Lingyu truly did not expect was that Chen Hao silently pulled out two more car keys. A total of 4 car keys were placed in front of her. Lingyu froze. As for that, bringing so many car keys out, aren't you tired? Chen Hao shook his head. Not tired. This is a godly tool for pretending. More is better. Alright, to be serious with you, when we go to my house on the weekend, don't drive these cars of yours. Chen Hao and Lingyu had long agreed that they would follow Lingyu home this weekend, posing as her boyfriend. Chen Hao didn't understand. Disgusted that my car is embarrassing? Where are you thinking? Lingyu smiled bitterly. It's not disgraceful, but it's too eye-catching. My family is just a small county, and with the appearance of this kind of luxury car, it won't cause a stir. and my family might think that I'm evening out the money by then.
I don't want to be put on the title of a big spender.
Upon hearing this, Chen Hao understood Ling Yu's intentions. This was to ask herself to keep a low profile. However, thinking about it, it was also right. The 4 cars he owned were indeed too eye-catching. It was inappropriate to drive those 4 cars. However, one couldn't be too low-key. If it was too low-key, Ling Yu would not have face when she went back. For example, if you want to drive 100,000 car back, Ling Yu's 7 aunts and aunts will take a look. This grade, good guy, the son-in-law of the Ling family is this class? The Ling family is underestimated.
He himself was also underestimated.
So, it's not good to keep a low profile. You have to maintain a degree. Don't be too flashy, and don't be too low-key. Be moderate.
I'll use tea instead of wine to congratulate my little Yu on her high promotion.
From now on, the sea is wide enough for the fish to leap. The sky is high enough for the birds to fly. It's time for you to show off your skills.
Ling Yu immediately picked up the teacup.
At the same time,
she clenched her fists, giving herself a boost of encouragement. Reigning in the financial world was a dream that Ling Yu had started after she went to college.
Now,
the platform to exert herself was already there. The rest would depend on herself.
Chen Hao, thank you
for your blessings.
Thank you for being able to come and share the joy with me. The 2 people's teacups gently clinked. Tea instead of wine. 1 drink was consumed. After that, the 2 chatted quite a bit. It was mainly Ling Yu who was telling. For the future general manager's job, she already had a preliminary idea. It wasn't until 10 in the evening that Chen Hao sent her back home. Just send it here. I'm going upstairs. You drive slower. Chen Hao nodded and sat in the car, watching Ling Yu leave, until her figure completely disappeared from Chen Hao's line of sight. She finally let out a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. The favor had been returned. Thinking back to the moment when he had just started college, Chen Hao was really difficult. No family, no income, not only have to find their own way to get together tuition, he also had to solve the problem of living expenses by himself. At that time, it was good that Ling Yu extended a helping hand to him, helping Chen Hao find a part-time job. She also invited Chen Hao to dinner from time to time. Only then did Chen Hao get through the difficult times. Chen Hao remembered this love in his heart for many years. Now, it has finally been repaid. Chen Hao let out a sigh of relief. Just as Chen Hao was about to restart the car and leave, a stretch Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Chen Hao's car. Mard, how do you drive? Grass.
Almost crashing into it,
Chen Hao cursed out loud.
The door of the Rolls-Royce was opened. From the car came down 2 people who definitely shouldn't be here at this time.
Chu Minghui, Chu Ao Feng. Seeing these 2 people, Chen Hao's pupils instantly shrunk into the most dangerous pinprick shape. Shouldn't they be inside the bureau at this time? How did they come out? Chapter 061, What can you do to me?
Chen Hao's cell phone rang. It was Su Majin who called.
Chen Hao picked up the phone.
Boss, I just got the news that the Chu family's father and son have been bailed out.
Chen Hao asked. What's going on? Who has such great energy to bail them out? Chen Hao's reason for having Su Majin sue Chu Minghui.
It was to find out that Chu Minghui's assets did not match his income.
This was an economic crime. Unsurprisingly,
it would be prosecuted for the crime of job misappropriation.
Su Mo Dai replied. I also only just got the news, so I'll give you a call. Who bailed him out? I'm still checking. However, what is certain is that this person's energy is definitely very huge.
Chu Minghui's assets that had been found out amounted to billions of dollars.
If he wanted to bail him out,
he had to explain the origin of these billions to Uncle Hat. Otherwise it would be impossible to release him even if the god of heaven came.
Okay, I know. Chen Hao hung up the phone. Because, the Chu family's father and son had already walked over. If nothing else,
the mastermind behind the scenes was in the Rolls-Royce's car. Chu Ao Feng had one of his legs broken by Chen Hao, and was already in a cast and on crutches.
Chen Hao pushed the door and stepped out of the car. Chen Hao, didn't expect it. I came out so quickly. Fighting me, you're still a bit young.
Chu Minghui looked at Chen Hao with a cold smile. The corners of Chu Ao Feng's mouth also hung a mocking-like smile, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to taunt Chen Hao.
This kid's strikes were really ruthless. He didn't want to have a foot wasted again. Chen Hao, however, didn't bother with these 2 people at all. In Chen Hao's eyes,
they were no different from clowns.
He completely ignored them. His eyes were on the Rolls-Royce car. He was very curious. Who exactly was it? He wanted to go against himself.
From the Rolls-Royce at one time,
a person got down. It was a middle-aged man, suit and tie on a hot day.
He was about 30 years old.
Are you Chen Hao?
My young master
asked me to tell you that you've gone too far in your arrogance lately.
The middle-aged man in the tie had an air of superiority about him, and had opened his mouth with threatening words. My young master said that although the Chu family father and son have done you wrong, Chu Minghui was expelled by you from Hualong capital, and Chu Ao Feng had his leg broken by you.
Both sides are considered even. The grudge is written off, and in the future, Well, water does not offend river water. Chen Hao really disliked this condescending attitude. He had thought that this guy was some kind of big shot. It turned out to be just a messenger. Getting even? How hilarious. Are your young master's words an imperial decree? He can just write it off when he says it's written off? The middle-aged man in the tie frowned a bit. Underestimating my young master? I'm afraid you still don't know who my young master is, right? The Fuqua Group knows a bit about it. My young master is the young master of the Fuqua Group. Chen Hao studied finance at university, so he naturally knew about the Fuqua Group, which was one of the 3 major capital operation companies in Mindu. This Fuqua Group was one of the 3 major capital operation companies. It had a market capitalization of over $300 billion. The volume is twice that of Hualong Capital. However, unlike Hualong Capital only had one shareholder, Chen Hao. The number of shareholders in the Fuqua Group, on the other hand, was dozens of them. Among them, the Fu family accounted for the most. It was as high as 21%. The young master in the Thai middle-aged man's mouth was the eldest young master of the Fu family, Fu Kongxiong. He was known as Young Master Fu. Chen Hao. From this moment onwards, the Chu family father and son are my young master's people. For you to move them is tantamount to going against my young master, and pissing off my young master won't do your Hualong Capital any favors. Chen Hao sneered. What if I prefer to move? Then with a casual hand, he slapped Chu Minghui's face, and with great force Chu Minghui's teeth flew out twice. This directly made the Thai middle-aged man angry. I've already told you that the Chu family's father and son are the young master's people. How dare you? I beat him up. So what can you do to me? Chen Hao sneered. For the Thai middle-aged man, Chen Hao's action was undoubtedly the greatest provocation to him. Chen Hao, you. Chen Hao didn't let him continue. Tell your young master that this beam is knotted. A mere errand boy. Chen Hao was too lazy to continue dwelling with him, turning around and leaving. Form a liang with my family's young master? Chen Hao, do you not know how the word death is written? My young master has said that this matter is written off, and has no intention of bothering you, and as a result, you're still not happy about it. An ant trying to shake a tree. Also don't take a piss and look at it. At this time, Chen Hao violently turned around. At the same time, his right leg flew up. With a smooth twist of the waist, the right leg was flung out as if it were a steel whip. There was a bang. The Thai middle-aged man was directly kicked out 5 or 6 meters away, crashing into the window of their Rolls-Royce. Noisy. Originally didn't even intend to beat you up, but as a result, you still stomped on your nose. So who will I beat up if I don't beat you up? What the hell? Without even bothering to look at the Thai middle-aged man who was kicked off, Chen Hao straightly boarded the Lamborghini Poison. In the Thai middle-aged man and the Chu family father and son that resentful gaze in the long away. Chen Hao's car had only just driven out not long before his cell phone rang again. Picking up the phone to take a look, Li Ailian, the young woman Chen Hao had met when he was collecting rent. She had another identity. Xu Minghui's wife, Xu Outyan's mom. This woman was unmarried and pregnant at the age of 18, now 39, not much older than Yang Mimi. What is she doing calling over at this time? Oh, you forgot to take the rent when you left. I'm ready. The voice was fluffy and imperial. How could Chen Hao not know her intentions? Was this lonely again? It was said that 30 tigers, 40 wolves. This saying was indeed true to its name. Xu Minghui. Sorry, I'll wear this hat for you. Not long after, Chen Hao came to 702. Once you are back, you are familiar with it. Li Ailian was already waiting in a sexy nightgown. 3,000 words are omitted here. Early in the morning the next day, Chen Hao, who was still sleeping, received a call from Lingyu. Yesterday, Chen Hao had agreed with her to go shopping at the mall today. Tomorrow was the weekend. It was time to go to Lingyu's house. Chen Hao couldn't possibly go empty-handed, right? Chen Hao stretched his waist. He sat up, next to the pillow. Li Ailian was sleeping heavily. Chen Hao did not wake her up, got up, washed up, and left 702. After leaving 702, he came to the door of 701. Knock knock knock. Knocked on the door. The system mission was just short of the 701's rent, and if it wasn't collected, the mission couldn't be completed. Who is it? Slamming the door early in the morning. Still letting people sleep? After Chen Hao knocked on the door a few times, a woman's very impatient voice came from inside the room. A few seconds later, click, the door to the room was opened. A young girl wearing loose pajamas with sparse sleepy eyes appeared in front of Chen Hao, still rubbing her eyes, clearly a look of not having woken up from sleep. She was angry now, very angry. Last night, she had live-streamed until very late, and had only gone to bed at 3 in the morning. It was only 7 in the morning. Didn't sleep enough at all. Okay. However, when she saw Chen Hao standing at the door, she couldn't get angry anymore. Wasn't this brother to Hao? It's you? It's you? Chen Hao and Shen Mengqi almost shouted out at the same time. Chen Hao was happy. I didn't expect it to be an acquaintance. little anchor. How are you? Chen Hao greeted with a smile. The phrase little anchor viciously stabbed Chen Mengqi's young heart. It was very hurtful. Can you remove that little word in front of anchor? Brother Tu Hao, why are you here? Did you come specifically to find me? Chen Mengqi couldn't help but get excited. Brother Taheo came to look for himself specially? Why did he come to look for himself? He can't be looking at me, right? Excited. If he confesses to me, will I say yes, or will I say yes? Chen Mengqi's heart was still in the midst of infinite YY, when Chen Hao's sentence was like a pot of cold water pouring down. I came to collect the rent. This set of house you live in was bought by me. Yesterday I came to a trip, knocked on the door for half a day. The result is that you are not at home. Chen Mengqi instantly yame-daddied. Not to confess? It was to collect rent? Well, I'm not going to be able to get away with this. I'm not here to collect rent. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. P.S. Did not join the bookshelf to help add a plus. 5-star praise to go a wave. Urging more help point a little. Chapter 062. What are you? A dog lackey. Interjecting when the Lord is speaking? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the collect rent mission and obtaining a consumption return card. Primary. When Chen Mengyao transferred the rent to Chen Hao, the system's voice in Chen Hao's brain rang out. After that, Chen Hao inquired about how to use this rebate card. Because it was primary, there was a limit to this card. The upper limit of cumulative spending was $100 million. In other words, after your cumulative spending exceeded 100 million yuan, this card was used up. The percentage of return is equal return. For example, if you spend $10,000, the system will return $10,000 to you. It's equivalent to something arriving, and there's an equivalent amount of money credited. Of course you can only spend 100 million. If you reach the intermediate consumption card, it would be awesome. The upper limit of spending is 1 billion, a twofold return. That is to say, after spending a billion, one was able to receive a reward of 2 billion. The advanced card was even more powerful. With a consumption limit of 10 billion, it was able to obtain 3 times the rewards. Ding! Found that the host still has 5 suites vacant, hereby releasing a rental task. Rent out one of the suites at will and obtain a supercar. Seeing this mission, Chen Hao was instantly happy. Wasn't this a bonus question? Rent a suite of houses only. This is simple. Chen Hao directly made a phone call to Su Ma Zheng. This kind of small things of renting a room, naturally looking for this little honey to get it done. Chen Hao came downstairs just as a Maybach drove into the garage. Chu Ao Feng is to visit his mom. His car into the garage in the middle. Saw Chen Hao's a Lamborghini Poison. He is the only one in the province who has this model. Looking at that slowly start, and then gradually disappeared in the line of sight of Chen Hao. Chu Ao Feng was puzzled. How is it that every time he comes to this neighborhood, he is able to run into him? What exactly was he doing here? Leaving from here early in the morning. He should have spent the night here, right? Is his woman here? Who could it be? Chu Ao Feng got out of the car, instructed the driver to wait here. I was on crutches to 702, and when her mom saw that he had his leg broken, she was quite distraught. But the good thing is, there was nothing else going on. Mom, do you know what Chen Hao came to this neighborhood for? Marred. He must be hiding a woman here. I must find out and see what the woman he has his eye on is like. When Li Ailian heard this, she immediately panicked a bit. If this is known to you, what's going to happen? Son, this is his private matter. There is no need for us to care. Mom, right. I'll go back with Chen Hao tomorrow. Drive yourself. I'll be able to get there before noon. We'll be safe on the road. Don't worry. Ling Yu was on the phone with her old mom as she came out from the entrance of the neighborhood. I'm not working today. Chen Hao and I agreed to go to the mall together. Right. Mom, after I go back, I have a happy event to tell you guys. I'm sure you guys will be happy for me when you find out. Ling Yu had become the general manager of Hualong Capital. This was definitely a good thing to honor the family. The family was also in business. In the future, with the support of Hualong Capital, the family's business would not say soar, but a qualitative leap would definitely not be a problem. This good news, Ling Yu hadn't told her family yet. She was waiting to announce it in front of her parents, so that they could also be happy for her achievement. You're expecting? Don't I have a grandson to hold? Great. It's best to give birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix tires out. I'll hold one, and your father will hold one. Mother Ling's first reaction was that Ling Yu was expecting. A look of excitement was revealed. Chen Hao, this kid can do it. My daughter has such a high opinion of women, and you've managed to get rid of them. You're really capable. Mom, where are you going with this? The happy event I'm talking about doesn't mean that I'm pregnant. I'm still a virgin, okay? Ling Yu was helpless. Why is it that when you say happy event, you think of pregnancy? What kind of thinking is this? Not pregnant? Mother Ling was a little disappointed. I still want to hold a grandchild. No, You said it's still a yellow flower girl? You've been with Chen Hao for so long too, doesn't it mean that Chen Hao the kid can't do it either? Ling Yu covered her mouth and snickered. Whether Chen Hao is good or not, I really don't know right now. Mom, Chen Hao is here. I won't talk to you anymore. See you tomorrow. Chen Hao slowly parked the car beside Ling Yu. He also specially opened the passenger door for her. She was wearing a black slim-fitting dress today, perfectly outlining the curves of her concave and convex figure. Chen Hao was a bit dumbfounded by the sight. From the bottom of his heart, he said, "Little Yu, you are so beautiful today." Ling Yu Qianyu's hand then pointed at Chen Hao's brow. "So I'm not beautiful yesterday, but not the day before? You know that's not what I'm talking about." Poor mouth. Ling Yu guffawed. In her heart, she did enjoy Chen Hao's compliments. "Princess, please get on." Chen Hao even made an inviting gesture. Ling Yu joyfully sat in the passenger seat and looked around the interior. "Chen Hao, what kind of car is this? How come it doesn't feel any worse than yesterday's Poison?" Yesterday Chen Hao drove a Lamborghini Poison. Today, he was driving a Koenigsegg one. The price? Well, the Koenigsegg is still a bit more expensive. Ooh, so tired. This shopping is simply more tiring than going to work. Walking out from the mall, Chen Hao and Ling Yu were both carrying large bags of stuff in their hands. Ling Yu had bought a few sets of clothes. She had become the general manager. A general manager should have the appearance of a general manager, so she bought clothes that looked competent and unassuming. There was also the fact that she was going home tomorrow. It was impossible to go back empty-handed, and Chen Hao bought even more. Going to Ling Yu's house for the first time. Of course it was impossible to go back empty-handed. With more than 20 members of Ling Yu's family, it was almost a handful. It's so tiring. Chen Hao was also somewhat helpless. This was the first time he had bought so many things at once. It was time for the meal. The two put the things on the car, ready to go to the opposite restaurant to eat. The result was just out of the parking lot. The face is to drive over 3 luxury cars. The head and tail are Big Ben. The middle is a Maybach. Traveling are 3 luxury cars. The identity of the other party is definitely not rich or noble. The caravan came to a stop in front of Chen Hao. Then from the back row position of the middle Maybach, down came a gorgeous woman wearing a black cheongsam, more than 1.7 meters in height, wearing exquisite makeup, stepping on high heels, not wearing stockings. This gorgeous woman came straight to Chen Hao's front. A fragrant breeze came. Smilingly, she looked at Chen Hao while extending her right hand. "Hello Mr. Chen. First time meeting, please take care of me." Chen Hao looked at her doubtfully. "And you are?" Chen Hao could be certain that he had definitely not seen her before. "To introduce myself, my name is Wu Wanqing. I'm Xiao Fu's personal assistant." As Zhang Fei spoke, she always looked at Chen Hao's eyes with a smile. Her eyes were as if they were capable of seducing people's souls, with flirtation and tenderness. The first time Chen Hao looked at her, the word used to describe this kind of woman immediately surfaced in his mind: vixen. "Fu Xiao? Fu Kangxiong?" Wu Wanqing nodded her head and nodded. "That's right. It's young Master Fu Kangxiong. It's like this. Young Master Fu asked me to come and ask you to come over for a visit. And I also asked Mr. Chen to get on the car with me. What is he looking for me for? Because of the Chu family father and son matter? The Chu family's father and son were the ones who were bailed out by Fu Kangxiong. As for what method he used to bail them out, Chen Hao was still unclear for the time being. The person I'm going to deal with. You're going to bail them out? This beam was considered a knot. Wu Wanqing nodded once more. "Boss Chen, you are a smart person. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. My young master asked you to go over there because he wants to resolve the hatred between you and the Chu family's father and son." Chen Hao sneered. "Defuse? Joke. If you want to resolve the grudge, you can. First send the Chu family father and son to prison, and I can pretend that nothing has happened." Previously, Wu Wanqing had always been pleasant, but now she was a little unhappy. "Mr. Chen, do you think that just because you are the boss of Hualong Capital, you have the qualifications to call my young master's bluff? I can tell you that you are thinking too naively." Ling Yu, who was on the side, heard the words and instantly brought saucer to a halt. The boss of Hualong Capital? He was the boss of Hualong Capital? Good for you, Chen Hao. How dare you hide this from me? Ling Yu had wanted to ask if it was true, but before she had the chance to speak, the bodyguard who had followed Wu Wanqing suddenly shouted in a cold voice, "Surname Chen, what are you? Do you know what Fu Xiao is? He asked you to go over, and you're still putting up a fight. Do you want to?" This bodyguard didn't even have time to say the last word die. He suddenly flew out upside down. It was Chen Hao who kicked out, kicking him to the ground. After landing, a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out. When he was about to stand up, Chen Hao stepped on his face with one foot and said indifferently, "The Lord is speaking. What are you, a dog slave?" Interrupting? Chapter 063, Chen Hao is angry. "I'm going to blow up your breasts." Today's Chen Hao was no longer someone who was helpless and at the mercy of others. His physique had reached 70.
This was a physique that surpassed that of a special forces soldier, coupled with the military physical fist proficiency. With his stature today, it was simply a piece of cake to deal with this kind of little Karami. Wu Wanqing's beautiful eyes narrowed into the most dangerous needle on shape.
This guy even made a move?
This was really not putting Fu Xiao in his eyes. The bodyguard she brought with her wasn't just one person.
Her initial thought was simple.
Rights first, then troops. If she could get Chen Hao to obediently follow her, then there was no need to get rough. But if he was stubborn, it would not be too late to make a move. However, she really didn't expect that Chen Hao was more than stubborn, but that he simply didn't put Fu Xiao in his eyes.
This can't be tolerated. I heard that you are very capable of fighting. I would like to see if the legend is true.
A few days ago, Chen Hao taught a lesson to Bald Wu's group of people on the movie set.
Not many people knew about it,
but Wu Wanqing knows about it.
But then,
in Wu Wanqing's eyes, these people are just a group of street punks who have not received formal training and do not have much combat power on the stage.
Waved his hand.
Those bodyguards who were still standing beside the Mercedes-Benz and didn't follow them over,
immediately swarmed over. Wang Chen, Li Shan, be gentle with your hands, just don't kill them. A light smile hung at the corner of Wu Wanqing's mouth. As her voice fell, two black-clothed bodyguards walked out from the crowd.
These two men were both over 1 meter 8 in height. Their bodies were burly,
giving off a very tough feeling. They were able to be arranged by Wu Wanqing to come out to play the lead. And look at Wu Wanqing's confident appearance. They were definitely the best among the bodyguards. Two people, one on the left and one on the right, attacked Chen Hao. Military-style fist?
From their starting styles, Chen Hao could tell that these two people were using military-style fist.
Retired?
It was common for retired ones to come as bodyguards, and it was nothing to be alarmed about.
Normally, when two people join forces, it would not be a problem to deal with 5 or 6 ordinary bodyguards. But today, they encountered Chen Hao,
who had practiced military physical fist to the point of mastery. As soon as they threw their punches, Chen Hao knew where their flaws were. With a slight side of his body, he dodged their attacks.
The two men landed an empty blow.
Chen Hao did not give them a chance to strike a second time. Before the two guys could retrieve their punches,
Chen Hao was already leaping up in the air.
The person was in mid-air. The waist twisted smoothly, and with the force from the twisting of the waist, the right leg that was stretched out was thrown out as if it was a steel whip. Then there were two thuds, sweeping above their cheeks. The two bodyguards were directly kicked out,
unconscious on the spot. Silence, a needle could be heard. Almost everyone was dumbstruck as they watched the scene. Even Ling Yu was stunned. Originally, when Ling Yu saw that so many people from Wu Wanqing were planning to take Chen Hao away by force, she was extremely nervous. The cell phone was already in her hand. If they really took Chen Hao away by force, then she would call the police at the first opportunity. Kidnapping was a felony. Uncle Hat couldn't possibly not care. Now, Chen Hao had once again overturned Ling Yu's perception of Chen Hao. When did this kid become so capable of fighting? How many other things are you hiding from me? How many things do I not know? As for Wu Wanqing, without her previous confident expression, her beautiful eyes once again narrowed into the most dangerous needle-dazed shape. Missed the mark. This kid was more powerful than he expected. One move, defeating 2 of my men?
Wu Wanqing lit a slender cigarette against the wind,
spat out a smoke ring, and slowly said, I just don't know. How long does it take to deal with 10 people?
The remaining 10 bodyguards behind her walked out in unison.
Each one was over 1 meter 75 in height.
Even Chen Hao felt an invisible pressure.
It seemed like a big battle was inevitable. Then, subconsciously, he protected Ling Yu behind him. Seeing that the fight was about to start, behind the crowd of onlookers, a group of young men rushed out.
Grass.
More than people? More people bullying less people. Wu Wanqing, can you still be a little bit outstanding?
Among this group of young men, the leading one pointed at Wu Wanqing's nose and cursed furiously.
That's all you've got? Have the ability to fight one-on-one?
As soon as Chen Hao saw this group of young men,
happy,
the one who was now pointing at Wu Wanqing's nose and cursing was Sita Rue.
He was known as Big Young Rue. In addition, Fu Yichen and Su Rui's were both there. There were also all members of the Ultra Racing Club as well, some of whom they had met with Su Rui's the last time they were on Nini Yang's set, some hadn't met at all. Tonight, they had a race. Before the race, naturally, the cars had to be tested, and the place where they tested the cars was nearby. It was all fine. Turns out someone told them they saw a Koenigsegg one at the mall. That's Hao's car. So, came over en masse to pay a visit. And what happened? Mud. You saw Ho being bullied? And 10 of them beat one? Isn't this bullying? You are treating us, brother Hao's brothers, as if we don't exist, right? When Wu Wanqing saw that it was Sita Rue, she immediately felt quite helpless. If it is an ordinary rich second generation, Wu Wanqing directly stepped on it. But this Sita Rue is not an ordinary rich second generation. On the family power is not inferior to the young master of the family. There are two vice presidents of the supercar club. One is Situ Rue, and the other is Fu Kangxiong. You don't like me, I don't like you, I don't like you either, but neither can do anything about the other. Young Master Rue, this is a feud between my family's Fu Xiao and Chen Hao. I advise you to stay out of it. Wu Wanqing's tone towards Situ Rue was clearly different from Chen Hao's. Brother Hao's business is my business. Move Brother Hao. I just won't agree.
Not to mention that Situ Rue treated Chen Hao as an idol.
Even if he was a stranger,
he would still have to intervene when he met him.
Who told him to look at Fu Kangxiong is just not good. Chen Hao didn't expect from Rue de Xiao to defend himself so much. There were some small touches, but then, this was his own matter. Chen Hao really didn't want to drag Situ Rue and the others into it. Patting him on the shoulder, Rue de Xiao, I'll do it myself. Help me keep an eye on Lingyu. Chen Hao walked towards Wu Wanqing. Go back and tell Fu Kangxiong. What's the point of sending a woman out? If you're capable, do it yourself. Are you looking down on women? As Wu Wanqing's voice fell, she flexed her fingers and the slender cigarette in her hand, still sparking, shot straight towards Chen Hao. A sudden scene. Fortunately, Chen Hao's physique had reached 70, and his reaction ability was more than double that of a normal person. With his upper body flanked to the right, the cigarette brushed against his cheek. So close, Chen Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. And at this moment, the sharp sound of breaking wind came over, which caused Chen Hao, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, to be startled in his heart. What a fast speed! Dodging was already too late. Chen Hao instinctively blocked with both hands. A bang came. Chen Hao only felt as if his arms had been hit by a hammer. Pain. True pain. It was Wu Wanqing who had struck. Wrong. Is out of the foot. Just now, when a whip leg swept over, Chen Hao barely even managed to parry it. The speed of her moves was very fast. A whip leg followed by another. Chen Hao was caught off guard and blocked with his arm at one point. Bang! Another strike was as if it had been smashed by a steel whip. It really hurts. After the second leg, the third leg followed. This leg was surprisingly fast. So fast that Chen Hao couldn't even block in time before she kicked her in the chest position. Thumping glare. Under the force, Chen Hao could not help but take several steps back. A sharp pain came from his chest. Marred. Kicking my chest? Chen Hao glared at Wu Wanqing. You kicked me in the chest. I'm going to burst your chest. P.S. The new book begs for support. Did not join the bookshelf to help join the bookshelf. Urging more help. Point a little. 5-star praise to a wave. Thank you. Chapter 064. Be honest. Say blow up when you blow up. At this moment, Situ Rue's expression was as weird as it was said to be. Looking at Wu Wanqing as if he was looking at a monster. He had known Wu Wanqing for years. Every time he had seen her, he had watched her follow Fu Kangxiong around, thinking that she was just a vase. And now to think? Marred. This woman is surprisingly so good with her hands, deceiving me for several years. Hiding is really deep. Chen Hao felt that this woman was a complete and utter liar. His mind couldn't help but think of someone. It was from an old Mr. Jin's novel titled Leaning on Heaven to Slaughter the Dragon. The main character's old mother, before she died, told the main character the following sentence. Child, when you grow up, beware of women cheating you. The better looking a woman is, the better she is at cheating. Previously, Chen Hao did not believe this sentence. Human nature is good. This is still divided into beauty and ugliness, but now is really believe. From the beginning, this beautiful to a mess of Wu Wanqing showed a weak look. Where does she look like she can fight? It was clearly a weak woman with no hands. Okay, but what? This woman is not weak at all? Definitely a martial arts master. It can be said that she is currently the second strongest woman Chen Hao has ever encountered. The first is undoubtedly Zhou Lin. This woman has taken all the martial arts championships she can. Chen Hao really couldn't figure out how strong she was. While Chen Hao was surprised by Wu Wanqing's skill, Wu Wanqing was equally surprised by Chen Hao's skill. There really weren't many people who could block this whirlwind triple kick of hers when looking at Mindu. I really underestimated you too. Although Wu Wanqing was surprised by Chen Hao's strength, she was still full of confidence. I'll ask you one last time now. Follow me or not to see my young master. Chen Hao rubbed the left side of his chest. There had just been kicked hard by her. To realize that this woman was wearing high heels, under great force, coupled with the sharp high heel soles, even with a physique of 75, it was quite painful. It was like being stabbed by iron nails. It really hurts. Chen Hao swept his gaze over Wu Wanqing's towering waves. Grr lousy. Kick my chest. I am going to burst your chest. If you want me to go back with you, beat me first. Chen Hao fumed in his heart and charged over like a wild beast in a rage. Cluck. Still coming? Brother, just you? Can't beat me. Wu Wanqing looked confident, with a slight teasing look in her eyes. The cyclone triple kick against Chen Hao just now was just a test for her against Chen Hao. Although she failed to kick Chen Hao down, she already had a rough idea of Chen Hao's strength in her heart.
it was not enough to be feared. As expected, Chen Hao only attacked strongly for 5 moves, and the situation was reversed. Wu Wanqing saw the opportunity to turn defense into offense. After 2 moves, Chen Hao had fallen behind. Strength, speed, you are too weak. After a short exchange of blows, Wu Wanqing had already seen where Chen Hao's strengths and weaknesses lay. His weaknesses were strength and speed. Both were a bit inferior to himself. Whereas, Chen Hao's strength was in his utilization of the military physique fist, which had already reached the point of pure perfection. If it wasn't for the skillful use of the military physical fist, I believe Chen Hao would have been defeated long ago. However, Wu Wanqing was not in a hurry. There's no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you're always walking by the river. I'll see how long you'll be able to keep it up. Why do I feel that Brother Hao is going to lose? Situ Rue and the others who had been watching the battle. Situ Rue also practiced boxing and learned free sparring. Therefore, he saw it at a glance. Chen Hao seems to be losing. Brother Hao was beaten by Fukang Xiong's honey. If this spreads out, where does Brother Hao's face go? Brothers, if Brother Hao loses later, you guys will come with me and beat up this woman in a group. At that moment, someone was puzzled. Rue de Xiao. We are so many people to beat a woman. She is so powerful, and there are so many bodyguards. I'm afraid, can't beat it. Situ Rue spat out a mouthful of saliva. Grass. You have to fight even if you can't. The more Ling Yu watched, the more disturbed she became. Even she, a layman, could see that Chen Hao couldn't beat that woman. On Chen Hao's side, the more he fought, the more depressed he became, and the more he felt overwhelmed. He also realized his disadvantage. His speed was not as fast as hers. His strength wasn't as good as hers. The only reason why he himself hadn't collapsed yet was because he was relying on military-style fist. However, Chen Hao knew very well that at this rate, he would be defeated sooner or later. Thinking of this, Chen Hao could not help but get anxious. Ding! It was detected that the host completed the house for rent mission, obtaining a supercar Bugatti Dragon, which has been placed in the garage of Min Dui Pin. This mission triggered a special reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bonus physique plus 10. This special reward, Chen Hao was instantly excited. It had come at too timely a time. Chen Hao's mission this time was to rent out a house, and he had 5 houses that had yet to be rented out. The system required that renting out a house at will was considered mission completion. The system had already given the task of renting out the houses to Su Xiaomei to take care of. This woman's efficiency was indeed fast, and at this time, Chen Hao violently realized that his body had unprecedented changes. The body had become lighter, not to mention, the strength was also a qualitative leap. Chen Hao's previous physique was 75, now it had jumped to 85. Chen Hao, admit defeat. You can't beat me, lest you suffer in flesh and blood. It's better to obediently bind your hands. Sister, I can still be lenient with you. Wu Wanqing was confident. Chen Hao once again looked at Wu Wanqing. An intriguing smile sketched at the corner of his mouth. Wu Wanqing, ready or not? Your brother, I'm coming. This time your brother, I will definitely burst your chest. Cluck. Just you? It's not that I'm underestimating you. My sister is right here. With that ability, you come to burst. Looking at the confident and teasing Wu Wanqing, Chen Hao stopped talking nonsense and violently made a forward dash, his speed steeply surging. What a fast speed. Chen Hao's change in speed caused Wu Wanqing to be violently startled. Just now, in terms of speed, Wu Wanqing had suppressed Chen Hao to death, but now Chen Hao's speed that had erupted was completely beyond Wu Wanqing's expectations. But this was not all. Hoo! Chen Hao threw 2 punches in a row. The first punch, although Wu Wanqing blocked it, the power in Chen Hao's punch caused her to take several steps back. She hadn't even stabilized herself yet. The second punch had already come. With this punch, Wu Wanqing was unable to defend herself in time. There was a bang. Chen Hao's fist blasted on top of her left chest, and as this punch went down, what was originally the envy and pride of even Ling Yu when she looked at it, suddenly deflated. What should have exploded exploded, and what shouldn't have exploded also exploded. In the next second, what seemed like man-eating eyes glared at Chen Hao, tearing his heart out and roaring, Chen Hao, are you for real? Chen Hao, on the other hand, bristled. My teacher taught me that being a man is about integrity, so if I say I'm going to pop yours, then I'm going to do it. Chapter 065, how arrogant before, now crying how sad. Situ Rue faced dumbfounded look at Wu Wanqing that hold down half, cannot help but inhale a mouthful of cool air, tyrannical so big directly hold down. Brother Hao, you still really under the hand This is a woman's most valuable place, the man's most beloved toy. If it's gone like this, won't his man have one less toy? Ling Yu looked at Wu Wanqing's big and small. She was crying and laughing. This should be very painful, right? Chen Hao's hand was too hard, right? Just like that, you've exploded. How a little compassionate consciousness are not. And then looked down at his own. I told you to fool around earlier. This time, it's smaller than your own, right?
Chen Hao, I will kill you.
Wu Wanqing was already in an exasperated state,
glaring at Chen Hao, almost as if she wanted to eat someone. Is it easy for me?
It's not easy for me to cultivate it for 24 years to cultivate it to be this big.
Now it's good. One punch and I'm busted. Woo, Chen Hao, I will kill you.
Wu Wanqing is really crying here.
It was just a fight. Was there a need to hit so hard? Then, without looking back, she left.
She now had to immediately rush to the hospital to see if she could be treated to return to her original state.
If it can't be cured, in the future, a big small, how to come out to see people. Goddamned. I have not married? If you can't get married in the future, you marry me? Chen Hao, you 8 generations of ancestors. You wait for me. I will come back to find you. After Wu Wanqing left, Situ Rui and the others gave Chen Hao a thumbs up. Brother Hao. Awesome. Brother Hao. What's the name of that last move? One punch blowout? That move was awesome. Isn't it called exploding milk dragon gripper? Teach us. Situ Rui used to worship Chen Hao.
That was because he was completely convinced by Chen Hao's car skills, but now that he had seen Chen Hao's hands,
finished, worshipped even more. Brother Hao. Tonight,
it's our Ultra Racing Club's semi-annual event, held at the Pan Long Highway in Nine Peaks Mountain.
Is there any interest in coming along? Situ Rui issued an invitation. Last time,
after Situ Rui lost to Chen Hao at the Pan Long Highway,
the news of the defeat was then sent to the Ultra Running Group. Some people believed it.
There were also people who thought that Rui de Xiao was blowing off the power. Rui de Xiao's car skills they understand. Even he lost the other party for tens of seconds.
Unless the other party is a professional racer, it is simply impossible. This can make Rui de Xiao get furious. Okay, don't believe it.
I'll let Brother Hao show you what is called Brother Hao style.
Today is the semi-annual tournament.
If Chen Hao was able to participate and then show his hands,
it would definitely plug their mouths.
Chen Hao had originally planned to reject Situ Rui.
Racing? There was no point. If I have that kind of time, I might as well go find my top flow Mimi. This woman drama has finished shooting. Immediately have to leave Mengdu to go to the Magic City. He still owes her 2 times, have to hurry to return it. But the system voice sounded at this time. Ding, task released.
Agree to Situ Rui's request to participate in the semi-annual Panshan Road Race and successfully win the championship.
Upon completion of the mission, you will obtain divine financial analysis skills. Chen Hao couldn't help but glare. Financial analysis skills? Good guy. Really good guy. If one were to obtain this ability, wouldn't reigning over the financial world be out of the question? Chen Hao agreed. Alright, I happen to be free at night. Seeing Chen Hao agree, Situ Rui could be happy. Turning his head again, he looked at Ling Yu with a smile. Good day, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is also coming with Brother Hao at night. Ling Yu's face instantly blushed. Don't call me that. Who is your sister-in-law? Ling Yu spoke out to clarify. Don't you call me nonsense. I'm Chen Hao's teacher. Situ Rui hemmed and hawed. Teacher. Student? I get it. I get it. Good teacher. Situ Rui called out like this.
Those rich kids who came with him also shouted in unison.
Good teacher.
The whole thing made Ling Yu uncomfortable.
Chen Hao, on the other hand, gave them a blank look. What do you know? Brother Hao, have you eaten yet? Brother, my family's restaurant is nearby. Let's have a meal together. This was Fu Yichen's second meeting with Chen Hao. The last time with Situ Rui also helped Chen Hao drive the supercar home.
He had always wanted to get closer to Chen Hao, but there was no opportunity. Today, it was finally a chance encounter, and it was time for him to perform. What he didn't expect was that before Chen Hao even had a chance to make a statement, Situ Rui slapped him on the back of the head. It jerked Fu Yichen into a daze. What's the point of hitting me? Is Brother Hao someone who lacks that meal of yours? Haven't you seen Brother Hao and sister-in-law together? Situ Rui scolded. Not even a little bit of eyesight. They want to live a 2-person world. What the hell are you getting involved in? Being reminded by Situ Rui, Fu Yichen immediately shrunk his neck. Right. I don't give a damn. Ling Yu expressed her helplessness. I've said that Chen Hao and I don't have a relationship.
We're just teachers and students. Why don't you guys believe me? After Situ Rui and the others left,
Chen Hao and Ling Yu found a nearby restaurant to have lunch.
After that, Chen Hao sent Ling Yu back home. Chen Hao had sent Ling Yu home before, but every time, he sent her downstairs and left. This time, because there were more things to buy, Chen Hao helped carry things. This was Chen Hao's first time coming to Ling Yu's home. The house wasn't very big. It should be just 70 to 80 square meters. Although it was small, it was exquisitely decorated. Something to drink? Coffee? Or tea? Mineral water? Alright, then wait a moment. Ling Yu took out a bottle of Evian mineral water from inside the refrigerator, while she herself brewed a cup of coffee. Then she sat down in front of Chen Hao, her gaze unblinking as she looked at Chen Hao. Looking at Chen Hao, who was not a little embarrassed. I know I'm handsome, but I'll be shy even if you look at me like this. Ling Yu was very serious. Chen Hao, stop being poor. Let me ask you, why did you lie to me? Chen Hao was confused. When did I lie to you? Not admitting it, huh? Then let me ask you, you're the new boss of Hualong Capital. Why didn't you tell me? Ling Yu felt really cheated by this guy. The entire company knew. Only himself, the general manager, didn't know. Chen Hao, playing me like this, is it fun? Chen Hao cried out in injustice. Little you, ask yourself with your own conscience. Have I ever told you that I am the new boss of Hualong Capital? Ling Yu thought about it. Seemingly, he had really said it, and he had said it more than once. It was just that after Chen Hao said it, Ling Yu did not believe it. Chen Hao cried out in injustice. You're the one who didn't believe it, and now you're blaming me instead? Can you be reasonable for a second? Right, I remembered something. Do you still remember when you were fired by Chu Minghui and I said that if I let you come back to the company, you would promise me one condition? Back when Ling Yu was fired, Chen Hao helped her get back into the company behind her back. At that time, the condition Chen Hao said was to help Chen Hao overcome his fear of the darkness for a bit. It was just that Ling Yu did not think that it was Chen Hao who allowed her to rejoin the company at that time. Then she didn't fulfill that promise. This was just something that happened a few days ago. Of course Ling Yu remembered it. Wearing black silk. Ha, shy. Chen Hao suddenly walloped Ling Yu and whispered in her ear. Teacher, I still have a great fear of darkness. Help me heal it. Chapter 066 The Feeling of Heartbeat. Growing up so big, Ling Yu for the first time to be given a wall thud. Close at hand. Shyness. Cheeks slightly red. Don't know why. The small heart actually fluttered and accelerated. Is this the feeling of a heartbeat? No way. How could I have a heartbeat feeling for him? Could it be that I? No way. Absolutely impossible. How could I have feelings for a student who is younger than me and still my student? It must be an illusion. It must be. Chen Hao, I'm your teacher. If you're like this, I'm going to get angry. Although he said hard words, his voice was soft. There wasn't the slightest hint of underlying energy. Chen Hao hooked her chin, so that the two people's eyes met. You used to be my teacher. But which law stipulates that a teacher can't like a student, and a student can't like a teacher? And, don't forget, now you're already my girlfriend. Ling Yu was anxious on the spot. How did I become your girlfriend? I said I would impersonate you when I go to my house tomorrow. I'm not yet. Chen Hao, don't talk nonsense, okay? And at this time, Chen Hao unexpectedly took out his cell phone and played a recording, which was something that happened yesterday. In the recording, Chen Hao asked, so what if? I say what if? What if new boss really has a crush on you? What would you do? Ling Yu replied, if it's someone who has a crush on me, if he's young, if he doesn't have a wife, I can consider it. Chen Hao continued to ask, if, and I'm still saying if your new boss was me, then what would you do? Ling Yu replied, if it was you, then I'll agree to be the girlfriend. A recording was played. Gah! Ling Yu was petrified on the spot. Okay, did I really say that? There were recordings as evidence. Ling Yu couldn't rely on them even if she wanted to. Just as Chen Hao thought that you should obediently given this time, or underestimated the fickleness of women. Chen Hao, so, from the beginning you set me up? No, you're being a rascal. You don't count. Chen Hao sniffed and became anxious. There was a recording. There was the truth. Can it still not count? Who had taught us to be honest? Who taught us that being a man is about keeping our promises? And who taught us that if we promise something, we must keep it? It was you. It was you. It's still you. But how come you've changed your mind? You can't be such a scoundrel. Since you're a scoundrel, don't blame me. Chen Hao kissed her without hesitation. Ling Yu really didn't expect that she would be forcibly kissed by Chen Hao again, and instinctively wanted to push Chen Hao away. However, after pushing several times in a row, she was not able to push away. Gradually, do not push, froze and let Chen Hao do whatever he wanted. Chen Hao, stop it. Chen Hao was reminded by Ling Yu, and only then did he wake up a bit. Just now, he had actually finished. She was definitely getting angry. Chen Hao had thought that this time, Ling Yu would definitely get angry, and even if she didn't slap herself hard, she would have to loudly reprimand herself a few times. As a result, Ling Yu, whose cheeks were already red, softly said, don't you want me to help you overcome your fear of darkness? I'll help you overcome it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was so excited that he stood up. This one could be had. Wait for me. I'll go back to my room and change. Chen Hao nodded his head and nodded. Excited. Excited. Only, there was one thing Chen Hao didn't understand anymore. Before she was still 100 times reluctant. Now it was surprising that she had agreed. In between waiting for Ling Yu to return to her room, Chen Hao realized that WeChat was dripping nonstop. Taking out his cell phone, he realized that he had been pulled into a group by Sita Rue. The name of the group was Min Metropolis Ultra Running Association. Chen Hao's big name had spread in the Ultra Running Association a few days ago. This was a bull that even Rue Deschao's admired. As soon as he entered the group, the diving ones were blown out, and the originally quiet group instantly boiled up. Holy, Brother How is here. Ho has finally found an organization. Brother How owns the Bugatti Veyron, Pagani Windchild, Lamborghini Poison, Koenigsegg 1. These 4 divine cars. It's simply 6 over the sky. Please accept the knees of my little brother. Brother How is on top. Please accept my little brother's knee. Brother How still lacks a bag carrier. Little sister, I not only know how to carry a bag, I also know how to call. Shy expression. Brother Hua, is there room on your thigh? I'm begging for a hug. For limited edition supercars. Grandma, if I could have one, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Brother How, you're my idol. Swiped the screen, envious to the core. Red-eyed, licking furiously. This group of rich second generation, the value of at least $1 billion to start with. Lower cannot even enter. Even the family of 100 billion have, such as Kan and Fu Kong Xiong to compete with the Rue de Xiao. Who said that the second generation of rich people will not lick people? Mad. Licking up people to come in. Simply unattainable. 6 to fly up. Situ Rue jumped out. All quiet. Listen to me. I want to announce a news. The group instantly fell silent. Situ Rue, everyone, I have good news for you. Tonight Brother How will participate in the 9 Peaks Panglong Mountain Tournament, and then you will be able to catch a glimpse of Brother How. Instant boiling. Brother How is coming. Finally I'll be able to catch a glimpse of Brother How. Brother How, which car will come at night? Drive Poison. I've never seen Poison before. Take the Koenigsegg one. The Wind is not as expensive as the Koenigsegg or the Poison, but its performance is not inferior to theirs. Brother Ho, let's drive the Wind. Bugatti Veyron is also good. Let me support the test of the latest model of the Veyron is what style. Everyone has a favorite car in their minds, but Chen Hao can only drive a car too. Chen Hao returned a message. Thank you for Rue Dajiao's invitation. Tonight I will be on time to participate in the 9 Peaks Mountain Tournament. As for what car to drive it, just got a new car. Intend to drive over to feel. The system had just rewarded a Bugatti Berserker Dragon, said to be the only one in the world. A new car? Brother How bought a new car again? Brand? Model? Brother How, is the new car as powerful as the 4 divine cars? Situ Rue, Brother How's cars are more powerful than one another. I dare to make a guarantee that the new car is definitely more powerful than the 4 divine cars. Sito Rue also at Chen Hao, Brother How, reveal it, the new car is the brand. Model? Chen Hao replied, Bugatti Wild Dragon. A Bugatti Wild Dragon. The whole group instantly quieted down. Then, exploded. I lost Mad Dragon? Bugatti took 3 years to build. 100 kilometers accelerated less than 1.6 seconds of that one super sick god car? Only one Bugatti Berserk Dragon in the world, with a price tag of over $200 million? Ho, how did you get it? Chapter 067, if you want to fight, then let's fight. A supercar of more than $200 million. Although the price was frighteningly high and able to deter the majority of rich second generation, not all rich second generation could not afford it. For example, Situ Rue, such as Fu Yichen and Su Rui's. The problem is, this car is not something you can buy just because you have money. As Bugatti company 3 years to create such a car, according to common sense are owned by the world's famous royals, or Forbes on the super big shot. And how did Hao get it? Situ Rue already knew that Chen Hao was the boss behind Hualong Capital, but just by virtue of this layer of identity, there was no way to grab this car with those royals and bigwigs on Forbes, but it was still obtained by Brother Hao. Then the identity of Brother Hao. Thinking about this, Situ Rue couldn't help but be alarmed. It seems that Brother Hao's family background is far more powerful than he imagined. Could it be the people of those legendary hidden families that don't show themselves, but have extremely powerful energy? After chatting with these rich second-generation people in the group for a while, Chen Hao excused himself to have something to exit. Everyone, I have to go beforehand. See you tonight. Greetings Brother Hao. Brother Hao. Take care. Brother Hao. See you tonight. All rise to see off Big Brother. Each and every one of them was so good at licking that if he didn't know about it beforehand, Chen Hao suspected that he had entered a licking dog group. Click. Just after exiting the chat group, the door to Ling Yu's room was opened, and Chen Hao looked over with anticipation. Expectation. Anticipation. For several years now, one had always fantasized about the scene where Ling Yu helped him overcome his fear of darkness. Now, it could finally be realized. Expecting. However, flesh-colored? Didn't change it? What's the situation? Ling Yu looked a bit hurried as she walked over quickly. Chen Hao, the company called just now to say that something has happened to the company, and now all the executives above the director level are in the conference room waiting for me to go back. I have to rush back to the company. By the way, I shouldn't be able to make it to the 9 Peaks Mountain Tournament at night, so say sorry to those friends of yours for me. After saying that, Ling Yu picked up her handbag from the sofa and left. Looking at the departing Ling Yu, Chen Hao's hands shivered with anger. Who is it? Who called over at this time, destroying my good deed? I'm going to fire him. Chen Hao was depressed. Carefully planned for so long, looking at the success, but the result is still a lost cause? God, not long for eyes. Chen Hao could not cry. Forget it. There will be a long time to come. Ling Yu rushed to the company as fast as she could, and inside the office, the executives above the director level from all the major departments had long been waiting in anticipation. General Manager Ling. Everyone stood up. Ling Yu sat at the top position. No polite words, directly opened the door. Who will say? What happened? The director of the Investment 3 department stood up. Originally, Ling Yu was in the 3rd Department of Investment. She was the deputy director at that time, and this person was originally Ling Yu's top boss. Century Energy's project has been cut off. The director of the 3rd department reported. The Century Energy project was originally Ling Yu's responsibility, so she knew more about this project than anyone else. Century Energy's main business was wind energy projects. The current market capitalization was over $1 billion. Don't look at the small size of the company now, but the future prospects are unlimited. Hualong Capital has been talking about the acquisition of Century Energy. Once the acquisition is successful, it will start its IPO. Plans to go public in 2 years. Once listed, will definitely be a more than 20 billion market value of the enterprise. Once listed, it would definitely be an enterprise with a market capitalization of more than 20 billion. At that time, Hualong Capital would realize its equity, and it would be able to earn a lot of money. Originally, Ling Yu had already talked to the other company and was only waiting to sign. How come she was cut off? It was the Fuqua Group who did it. They offered $300 million more than us, and promised to keep the Century Energy brand. Hearing that it was the Fuqua Group, Ling Yu couldn't help but frown. Fuqua Group and Hualong Capital were both capital operation companies. The difference was that the two companies invested in different fields. Fuqua Group focused on medical, real estate, chemical and financial industries, while Hualong Capital focuses more on the emerging energy sector. The two companies have always been well-water. In the past, they have always been at peace with each other. And now Fortune Group has even reached out to Hualong Capital's side? That's not all. Next, one of the deputy general managers reported that they had gotten word that the Fortune Group had begun contacting Green Energy Pioneer. Green Energy Pioneer was also a company that Hualong Capital was about to acquire. Mr. Ling, in the past, we've always stayed out of the water with the Fuqua Group, and it's obvious that they're doing this on purpose now. Yes, they are deliberately targeting us. The Fuqua Group is clearly waging war against us. Ling Yu frowned. We and Green Energy Pioneer have been negotiating in secret. How did the Fuqua side know about this? Who leaked it? The vice president reported. It must be the Chu family father and son. They have joined the Fuqua Group. Ling Yu's face sank. The Chu family? You guys are really thieves. Ling Yu dissolved the meeting and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the endless flow of the road below, her hands embracing her chest in a posture of determination. Want to go to war? Let's do it. Am I, Ling Yu, still afraid of you? Of course. Ling Yu was clear that the Fuqua Group's sudden declaration of war against Hualong Capital was not caused by the conflict between Chen Hao and Fu Xiao. You caused trouble, and you want me to wipe your ass for you? Bastard. As soon as I came on stage, you gave me such a big trouble. Chen Hao didn't know anything about what happened at Hualong Capital, and even if he did, it was useless. Even if he knew, it would be useless. The current him has no ability to manage at all. He couldn't help. After leaving Ling Yu's house, Chen Hao made a call to Xiang Si. Since the last time they parted ways at school, they hadn't seen each other for a few days. It was strange to miss her. Chapter 068. Although the young woman is good, but there is a husband. Do not touch it. Xiang Si is not in school now. A few days ago she was admitted by Chen Hao. Now as long as there is free time, we'll go to the Star Dream Edge company part-time, modeling for the company's products and shooting some promotional advertisements. After finishing the hour-long shoot, during the break, Su Majin walked over. She had been watching Xiang Si shoot for 10 minutes and was very satisfied. Whether it was her temperament or her body, Xiang Si was definitely a good choice for modeling. The boss really has a unique vision. Xiang Si was specially recruited by Chen Hao. Looking at her performance today, Su Majin had to admire Chen Hao's vision. This is indeed a piece of material to be a model. See, tired. Have a sip of water. Su Majin handed over a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Sister Mo Yen. Xiang Si received the mineral water and took a small sip. Sister Mo Dai, why are you free to come over? Just happened to be passing by. Su Mo Dai where is just passing by, is purely to find Xiang Si. Chen Hao fancy people, as his secretary, naturally have to take care of it for him. Sister Mo Yen, what do you say? How about I go to this? Xiang Si first put the mineral water bottle aside, then took out her cell phone and flipped out a photo of a promotional poster for the World Modeling Contest.
Xiangxi had a dream since she was a child. That was to stand on the catwalk that was all under the spotlight and become a globally renowned model.
Oh, having this idea? Not bad. Oh, Sumo Dai all had some surprises. Going to participate in this kind of competition, it takes more than just strength, but also the courage to dare to go on stage. Take the simplest example. Do you dare to appear on camera? Do you dare to show your face live? You have to meet the eyes of the whole school, teachers and students. Have the courage to go on stage alone to perform the program? I believe that many people do not dare, let alone getting on the catwalk that was all under the spotlight. Since you have this idea, then work hard to realize it. Sister Mo Yan will support you with all her might. But, Xiangxi was a little hesitant.
Su Majing instantly saw through Xiangxi's small mind.
What? Scared? So little confidence in yourself. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in your boss's vision. My boss? Chen Hao. Could it be that she already knew about her relationship with Chen Hao? Shyness ing. Sister Mo Yan, you know all about it, ah?
Xiangxi's cheeks were slightly red.
Somewhat shy, Su Emojin just smiled and didn't say anything. How could she not see through that little bit of Chen Hao's mind that specially recruited you in?
It's just that she didn't expect that Chen Hao's movements would be so fast.
This was already taken down, right?
Su Majin encouraged.
Go ahead. How will you know if you can do it if you don't try? Whether it's spiritually or financially. You Sister Mo Yan, I will strongly support you. Sister Mo Dai, you are so good to me. Xiangxi affectionately hugged Xiangxi's arm. By the way, Sister Mo Dai, you are not afraid that if I fail, the money you supported will go down the drain, ah? Sumo Zai laughed. What about if you succeed? Then won't I have a world-famous model, sister?
Xiangxi nodded her head and nodded.
Sister Mo Dai, I've decided to go ahead and enroll. Thank you for your encouragement. I will definitely cheer. Silly girl. Su Majing laughed.
From Xiangxi's body, she saw the self that once struggled for life.
I still have work to do, so I won't chat with you.
I'll go downstairs first. Not long after Su Majing left,
Xiangxi's phone rang. It was Chen Hao calling. Picking it up. Now. But, I'm at work. Taking a vacation? You approved? Well then, I'll wait in front of the office. I happen to have a happy event to tell you too.
Xiangxi had just come out from the company, when she saw a wildly cool and dazzling supercar parked on the side of the road in front of the entrance. Xiangxi thought it was Chen Hao's.
As a result, walked over to realize that it is not.
The person in the car to see over, immediately pushed the door out of the car. There was also a large bouquet of flowers in his hand.
How is it him? How did he find his way here? This person Xiangxi knew. From the same school as him, once in the same class as Chen Hao, repeating a year,
and now in the same class as Xiangxi. His name was Li Dongsheng. His family was rich and thievery,
and he was a very famous rich second generation in the whole school.
His most classic feat is that a year ago in a bar outside the campus shouted out the whole scene by Mr.
Li to pay the bill. His attitude is extremely arrogant. Swipe the card is extremely generous. As a result, when he went home, he was scolded by his old man for being a loser and almost beat him into a paraplegic. After this incident, he is completely famous in the whole school. At last year's school celebration party, Xiangxi performed a dance that was simply stunning and amazing, conquering the hearts of countless young men, including Li Dongsheng.
Since then Li Dongsheng started to pursue her, always pursued her, but never chased her.
"Ce, this flower is for you."
Li Dongsheng handed over the flowers in his hand.
Xiangxi didn't take it and righteously said, "Li Dongsheng, please don't waste your time on me. I already have a boyfriend."
Li Dongsheng had been rejected not once or twice.
His face could be considered a thief. Completely disbelieving Xiangxi's words. Lying about me having a boyfriend again? You think I will believe it? Taking a step back. Even if you have a boyfriend, what can you do? Don't say have boyfriend. Even have husband's woman I have screwed. Isn't this our Mr. Li?
Hearing a voice from behind him, Li Dongsheng turned his head to look over and saw a guy who was so handsome that he was bubbly walking over. Chen Hao's car was parked on the opposite side of the road.
Seeing someone pestering Xiangxi, he came over. You are Chen Hao.
Li Dongsheng was a little afraid to recognize this old classmate.
This change was too big, right? I really didn't expect that you still remember me. Old classmate? How is the third leg?
Chen Hao looked at him with a smile. This guy was completely an animal that thought with his lower body. When he was in high school, he had the constraints of his family and was still considered disciplined. But after moving out to live in college, he completely let himself go, completely indulged in the female sex, and the creed of his life is, die under the peony flower. Do ghosts also flow? However, if you are always walking by the river, there is no such thing as a wet shoe. Once screwed a married woman. After the incident, was her man gambled in the hotel? The third leg was directly broken. For treatment, he had to take a year off from school. This was also why he used to be in the same class as Chen Hao. and now he would be in the same session as Xiang Si.
Chen Hao's sentence caused Li Dongqing's adrenaline to instantly surge.
This was the pain of his entire life.
Can we not mention this? Li Dongqing felt a loss of face. Chen Hao, what do you mean? Are you?
Chen Hao didn't let him continue and interrupted him by patting his shoulder.
Old classmate, although young women are good, but don't touch the ones who have husbands, because not only is it easy to get beaten up,
there's also the possibility of getting your third leg broken.
Put.
These words were like a knife plunged into his heart.
Li Dongqing was on fire. Chen Hao, you count as A.
Before he could finish his words, Chen Hao disliked him and said the most embarrassing words with the most smiling expression.
Is there anything wrong with what I said?
Your third leg has indeed been broken.
Put. Another cut. Don't look at me with that look. Are you going to deny that the third leg was broken? Another slash. Li Dongqing was going crazy. Chen Hao, can you not mention this in front of CE? Why don't you mention it?
What I said is the truth.
Your third leg was indeed broken. Right. Is it healed now? Blast. For Li Dongqing, this was tantamount to a 100,000 times bludgeon. Brother, can we talk properly and not mention the third leg? Li Dongqing was about to cry. Chapter 069. The girl is not active enough? No, that is your money is not enough. In fact, Tasi has long heard of the third leg of Li Dongqing. This kind of thing is not very hurtful. Insulting is indeed extremely strong. So she has been holding back her laughter, for fear of completely hurting his self-esteem. Hold it in, not allowed to laugh. However, she really couldn't hold it in. Still, she couldn't hold back her laughter and spewed out. Chen Hao, you stop. My stomach hurts from laughing. Originally, Li Dongqing was on the verge of crying from Chen Hao's dislike, and he was still thinking of how to respond to Chen Hao. But when Xiang Si laughed like that, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The defense was broken. The defense was completely broken. Under the sky, what else could be more miserable than being so humiliated in front of one's own goddess? If there was, it was definitely the goddess who was still laughing at herself with this matter. Li Dongqing felt that he had no face to see others. He left without looking back. Accurately said is fled. He has no face to see. Chen Hao's car was parked on the opposite side of the road, and at this moment, there were already several girls gathered in front of the car to take pictures. The car unlocked, startling these few girls for a moment. Turning their heads to look, they saw a handsome to the core little brother walking over. Little brother, is this car yours? It's so beautiful. Can I go in and have a seat? Little brother, what kind of car is this? I've never seen it before. It's simply cool. Little brother, I want to get to know you. These few young ladies were not very old, wearing delicate makeup and OL outfits. They should be working in a nearby office building or shopping mall. Handsome brother, WeChat add a chant. Little brother, it's so hot outside. Can I sit in your car and blow the air conditioning once? It is said that girls do not take the initiative? No, that's because you don't have enough money. I don't believe it. You see, for these women, Chen Hao was completely ignored. Seeing this, Xiang Si was a bit helpless. Chen Hao is good at everything, but he's just too attractive. He is still around. There are so many warblers and swallows swarming over. If there is no female companion around, what's wrong with that? Then she quickly walked a few steps in front of these women, took the initiative to pick up Chen Hao's arm to declare their own hostess status. At the same time eyes glared over, issued a warning. These few girls, only then did they leave resentfully. Chen Hao how can't see. Xiang Si this is jealous, just smiled, did not say anything, sitting in the car. Wow, what kind of car is this? Did you buy it new? Haven't seen it before. Xiang Si had seen Chen Hao's 4 divine cars, and this one in front of her was definitely the first time she had seen it. Compared to the previous 4, whether it was the modeling or the lines of the body had never been better. Newly bought. This car must be very expensive, right? Not expensive. Just over 200 million. Xiang Si almost spat out the mineral water in her mouth that she hadn't had time to swallow. More than $200 million. Still not expensive? Most people would never think of earning this much money in 10 lifetimes. Chen Hao, how many mines do you have at home? Right, didn't you say that you have something to say to me? Chen Hao changed the topic. Xiang Si took out her cell phone and took out the promotional posters of the World Modeling Contest stored inside her phone to show Chen Hao. You're planning to participate in it? Xiang Si nodded her head and nodded. Originally, I was still undecided, but now I've decided that I must go, and I'm going to come back with a championship. Xiang Si decided to go to the modeling competition not only because she wanted to prove herself. There was another layer of reason. It was because of Chen Hao. Chen Hao was too good. There was definitely no shortage of women around him. Just for example, just now, there were women casually coming over on the road to strike up a conversation. And what do you have? Besides a good-looking skin, what else is there? She didn't want to just be a vase next to Chen Hao. Sooner or later,
A vase will get tired of looking at it.
It will break, becoming the world's top model, so that she would be able to be worthy of him, right? Not bad. I'm optimistic about you. If you want to go for it, go for it. I will support you with all my might. Xiang Xi's face was happy. First looked around at no one, then turned sideways and hugged Chen Hao's arm. Chen Hao, this little girl, so proactive now? In fact, the Ultra Running Club had races almost every week. However, they were all just small races. The one that could truly be called a bloom was the semi-annual once-in-a-lifetime Nine Peaks Mountain Pan Long Race. Originally, there was no track here. In the past, the races were all held on the main road. The main road. There are many cars and many hats. The risk factor is extremely high. After several traffic accidents, the Ultra Racing Association decided to build a track of their own. After 2 years of construction, Nine Peaks Panlong Raceway was born, and it has become the cradle of the Min City racers. And whenever it comes across this kind of supercar race, it becomes a must-open place for netizens and anchors. Early in the morning, many netizens and anchors gathered here, grabbed a good position, set up filming equipment, including many big anchors from various live broadcasting platforms. And the purpose of those celebrities coming here was quite pure. Looking for prey? And which place could have more rich daughters than here? Catch a rich kid. Don't designer clothes come with it? These women are all well dressed. Some are sultry, some are pure, some are as passionate as fire, some are gentle and virtuous. There are all shapes and sizes, all kinds of women. They shuttled between the rich second generation, their eyes venomously searching for prey. So many people? I've long heard about the hotness of the Nine Peaks Mountain Panglong tournament, but I didn't expect it to be this hot. What an eye-opener. On the passenger seat, looking at so many people in front of him, his expression had a slight color of excitement. In the future, if you want to come, I'll bring you anytime. Chen Hao smiled. Then, slowly parked the car on the side of the road. And with the appearance of this Bugatti Berserker Dragon of Chen Hao, the eyes of the entire scene were attracted over. Good lord, what kind of car is this? Haven't seen it before? Bugatti's car label, but I don't know which one it is. Even some well-known anchors failed to recognize this car of Chen Hao's in the first place. Knowing that this Bugatti Berserker Dragon of Chen Hao's was the only one in the world, there was basically no advertising. Only real supercar enthusiasts would know about it. And at this time, something unexpected happened. The rich second-generation people who were originally gathered around and laughing, all stopped their hands and then ran over in unison. Brother Hao, you finally came? Brother Hao, we waited so hard. Bugatti Berserk Dragon. Really is Bugatti Berserk Dragon. Brother Hao honestly does not deceive me. Really is Bugatti Berserk Dragon. Awesome, my brother. Chapter 070, Super Lowly. Mysterious Chairman. What's going on here? What are all these rich kids going for? Even Rui Deshao is rushing over. What kind of big shot is here? The anchors who were broadcasting live were curious when they saw such a large group of rich daughters all running over towards a guy who was so handsome that he was bubbling over. What kind of person is coming? Especially when they saw Sita Rui all attentively running over, they became even more curious. They were very clear about the identity of Big Junior Rui. Looking at the entire Magic City's rich second-generation circle, there was no one who deserved to be greeted so attentively by him. You guys don't know yet, do you? At this time, the rich second generation who was originally being interviewed by the anchor was laughing. The person who came is called Brother Hao. The most powerful few supercars in the entire Mindu are in his hands. Last time you weren't asking who owns the 3 luxury cars parked in Yida Plaza? Tell you, it's his. Dust Young. Isn't it true? Those 3 luxury cars belong to the same person? The anchor was surprised. Originally, he thought that those 3 luxury cars belonged to 3 people. When have I ever lied to you? I have some friendship with Brother Hao. Let's go. I'll take you to get acquainted. The anchor nodded repeatedly. Excited. To be able to know such a powerful person. It was better than knowing 10 or 8 ordinary rich second generation. In a short span of a few dozen seconds, 20 to 30 rich second generation people had gathered around Chen Hao. And those celebrities and netizens were not to be outdone. The moment Chen Hao appeared, each of their eyes lit up. They had come here for the purpose of catching kaiju. And Chen Hao, his face value was heavenly. His body proportion was first class. Of course, this wasn't the point. The point was that so many rich second generation rushed to trickle in to offer their great attentions. Then his identity was definitely extraordinary. Such a man, there is no reason not to catch a fish. So it is. Immediately, there were countless netizens and celebrities flocking to Chen Hao. When Li Dongxing arrived here, he was targeted by 2 celebrities. One innocent with a flirtatious look, and one flirtatious with an innocent look. Their voices were so sweet, and can coax people? Coaxing Li Dongxing is the heart of flowers. The point is, also be able to let embrace waist, touch thighs. Li Dongxing is difficult to resist the attentiveness of these 2 beauties. On the spot to them online shopping 2 LV bags. We are not bad money. Is arbitrary.
Just when he fantasized about where to go after the end of this place to double the pleasure,
these two beauties even excused themselves to leave. A beautiful woman said, Li Xiao, excuse me for a moment, I go to the restroom.
The other beauty also said, I'll accompany her. Thus, the two beauties ran away at a fast pace.
At first, Li Dongxing thought that the two beauties really went to the restroom, but looking at the direction they went, Nima, isn't that Chen Hao? At this moment, Chen Hao has been surrounded by the rich second generation, and those warblers, Li Dongxing's two beauties went a little late, and is desperately trying to squeeze inside. They left me behind and lied to me that they were going to the toilet, but they ended up rushing towards Chen Hao. Chen Hao, how come you are everywhere? Marred, is not just a drop of handsome, what's the big deal?
Xiangxi really did not think that Chen Hao was so popular, facing the warblers that surrounded her.
Xiangxi immediately hugged Chen Hao's arm, chest out, head up, a rather confident look.
The powerful aura that Xiangxi displayed at this moment immediately deterred the warblers that swarmed over.
Compared to Xiangxi,
these warblers had no comparison at all, and all of them were ashamed of themselves,
and gradually dispersed without the courage to come forward to talk to each other. Brother Hao, there are some people you don't recognize yet. They are all my brothers. Let me introduce them to you.
There were more than 20 people with Situ Rue. All of them were members of the Ultra Racing Club.
Some of them were seen during the daytime,
and some of them were new faces.
Situ Rue introduced them one by one. Brother Hao, first time meeting, a small gift is no honor.
This is the gold card of my hotel.
Holding this gold card can enjoy 70% discount. This is my family's hotel's VIP card.
Brother Hua will come to my family to consume in the future.
All 50% off.
Brother Hua, the senior VIP card of the sauna center.
You keep it. After the introduction was finished, one by one,
the gifts were sent over.
This time,
the whole Chen Hao was a little difficult. It was not good to accept it, and it was not good to not accept it.
Situ Rue smiled and said, Brother Hao, in fact,
the Jianghu is all about human feelings. Our original intention of organizing the luxury car club is also all about human feelings.
Accept it, otherwise it will chill the hearts of the brothers. Do you really think that these rich dudes set up this supercar association for fun? Of course, some of the dudes did come here for fun, but more than that, it was for the sake of integrating into the circle, also known as the circle culture. This is like the entertainment circle.
There is the Hong Kong circle, there is the Northwest circle, there is the Magic City circle, there is the Beijing circle.
It's socializing, it's paving the way for business. Being reminded by Situ Rue like this,
Chen Hao sort of understands.
Human feelings? I understand. Also no longer refuse,
and collect all these cards.
Situ Rue saw Chen Hao accept it, then yelled and announced, from this moment on,
Brother Hao is a member of our club members. In order to celebrate Brother Hao's joining our luxury car club,
I announce that all consumption today will be paid for by me. Situ Rue,
everyone drink with an open stomach and play to your heart's content,
all on my Situ Rue's account. The people who came up here today,
at least 300 to 500 of them,
but it's a hefty expense. But for Situ Rue, it's really a piece of cake. Immediately,
it caused a sound of applause.
Rue Di Xiao is mighty. Rue Di Xiao is domineering. However, there were also discordant voices that came from the crowd. Surname C, how come I haven't seen you being so generous before? The last time I asked you to buy me a drink you didn't even agree.
A little girl drilled out from inside the crowd,
only 8 or 9 years old. But then,
the figure is not at all like 8 or 9 years old.
Girls,
as long as they are well nourished,
their growth is on the mature side. Fat face, a little baby fat, very cute, dressed in a pink princess dress. The hem of the dress is embellished with countless lace,
with her steps gently swaying, as if it were a butterfly dancing in the flowers.
Little Lori?
Chen Hao looked at her. Such a cute little girl.
My surname is Situ, not C.
What did your language teacher teach you? As soon as Situ Rue heard this voice, he expected that this little girl was still holding a grudge against him. There was a time last year when Situ Rue won the championship in racing.
A bottle of champagne was opened to celebrate.
The little girl was also present at the time, very curious about what's so good about champagne, so she wanted to taste what it tasted like.
But the result was that Situ Rue refused to agree.
Not that Situ Rue was petty, but that although this champagne is not of a high degree,
in the final analysis, it is also wine. If you let her sister know,
she gave her less than 10-year-old sister to drink.
This will still not be beaten out of awe.
Thinking of her sister's terror,
Situ Rue couldn't help but shiver.
If it is said that in the entire Ultra Running Association,
there is still someone who makes Situ Rue respected and afraid,
it is definitely not the other vice president Fu Kangxiong who is the same name as him, but the president who is a god who can't be seen and can't be seen twice a year, but who can't budge her position.
Chapter 071 Arrogant President. Split Supercar Club.
Chen Hao looked at this little girl, and for some reason, there was always a sense of familiarity, feeling so similar to her good buddy Zhou Lin.
Are you Chen Hao?
The little girl walked up to Chen Hao. She was about 1 meter 4 tall. She could only look up. Chen Hao squatted down so that the two were almost the same height.
I'm Chen Hao. You recognize me?
The little girl shook her head and shook her head,
then nodded her head and nodded again.
Chen Hao, this was a bit incomprehensible.
How to shake her head and nod her head again? How many meanings? I've never seen you, but I've seen your picture. Brother Chen Hao,
you're even more handsome than in the picture.
What's your name? My name is Smiley. You call me Smiley. Chen Hao smiled. Xiao Xiao. And with the appearance of Xiao Xiao, the atmosphere was once again lively. Xiao Xiao,
I haven't seen you in a few months.
You've grown taller again. Come, let your sister give you a kiss. Xiao Xiao.
Where's your sister?
When is she arriving? Xiao Xiao's sister was the president of the Ultra Running Association,
and no one could shake her position.
Take Situ Rui and Fukang Xiong, two people. The two people who are not convinced, who want to suppress each other ahead. But the two vice presidents fight to the death, head to head, but never thought to shake her president status. Smiley said, my sister is not coming. Ah, not coming again? Last time, she didn't come, and this time she even didn't come? This president is really laid back and relaxed.
Everyone looked at each other with helpless expressions.
However, they were also used to it. The president has always been a god.
Wanting to see her in person is really hard, but Smiley often runs here. In her words, it's crowded and lively.
There were also snacks to eat,
and her brothers and sisters were so nice to her.
After a long time, she got acquainted.
Plus she was cute,
well-behaved, and understood things, so she had already become the favorite of the group here. Xiao Xiao, why didn't your sister come again this time? Situ Rui asked. My sister said, you guys are too good. Racing with you guys is no fun, no challenge at all. Don't want to play with you guys. Situ Rui. If someone else said this, Situ Rui 100 not convinced.
Surely want to roll up the sleeves and ruthlessly divide it into a high and low cannot.
But this is what she said. Well, there's nothing to say. Boom boom boom. At this moment,
a low engine sound like the roar of a wild beast came,
and everyone looked over with sideways glances.
They saw a line of over a dozen supercars driving over in a long line.
There were McLaren Elva, Koenigsegg Jesko, Bentley Mulliner Bacala, Hennessy Venom F5.
Each car cost more than $10 million.
The leader was the white Aston Martin Valkyrie,
which was worth a lot of money, more than $25 million.
And even if it was placed in the supercar club, it was still considered expensive.
After the car stopped, a group of rich kids came down from the car. Li Dongxing saw these people immediately revealed a joyful color.
His own brother finally came,
and quickly stepped to welcome him.
Brother Hao.
These are Fukang Xiong's people,
Situ Rui introduced. On the surface, the Ultra Running Association looked peaceful, but in reality,
it was internally divided into two factions.
One faction was led by Situ Rui.
The other faction was led by Fukang Xiong. Both sides have a long history of grudges.
Both look at the other side.
Both want to suppress each other head. And in the past there were often fights and brawls.
Later, the fight was so hard that it drove the president to the brink. Want to fight? Can.
Then see the real skill on the field. Who dares to do it in private?
Then it is and she is not good. With the president's deterrent.
Whether it is Situ Rui or Fukang Xiong, two sides of the people are really honest. A lot
did not occur in the bloodshed of the incident. However,
there are grudges that must be resolved.
The semi-annual Nine Peaks Panglong Mountain Race was birthed. The one who came down from the Aston Martin Valkyrie is Fukang Xiong? Chen Hao asked.
Don't look at the fact that Chen Hao had clashed with Fukang Xiong a few times, but he had never really seen Fukang Xiong's.
Thinking that the one leading was the one, Situ Rui shook his head. No, Fukang Xiong hasn't arrived yet. The leading one is called Zhuichun, Fukang Xiong's right-hand man as well as his most loyal follower. This guy is arrogant and horny. Chen Hao, a group of pigs? That's a good name for a. One doesn't know what his old man was thinking. Zhuichun had already brought his followers over, each with a chick. You can resent the rich second generation, but you definitely can't deny their vision, whether it was their looks or temperament.
These chicks were incomparable to those heavily made-up bar girls.
Li Dongsheng also followed behind Zhuichun. Before, when Zhuichun didn't come,
Li Dongsheng was too weak to get close to him,
but he could only hide far away, and didn't dare to let out a single fart. And now, the organization came, to have someone to back up, bold up, walking with head held high, dragged into 2.5 million like, looked at the eyes of Chen Hao was full of teasing color. Zhuichun brought people over,
and he was at the front,
while on Situ Rui's side,
Chen Hao stood at the front. The two sides men were less than 2 meters apart. As the two sides men met, the atmosphere in the arena solidified in vain.
A strong smell of gunpowder filled the entire arena. a look of a fight about to start at any moment. Is Kun Xiao here? Kun Xiao drove a new car. Good guy. This is Aston Martin Valkyrie. He even got this one. Marvelous. This car is expensive. Conservatively estimated to be $25 million. $25 million. Indeed expensive. However, and Mr. How's 200 million Bugatti Wild Dragon is no comparison. Mr. How is destined to be the most beautiful boy tonight. However, how do I feel? The two sides do not get along. Look at them now. As if they want to start a fight. Look, this is something you don't know, right? The Supercar Association isn't as calm as the outside world sees it. No way. Could it be that there are conflicts between them? They have accumulated deep grudges. In the final analysis, this contradiction is still caused by the current president and the previous president. I know the current president is Devil Lin. Who was the last president? Let me tell you, the previous president was the one known as the first young master of Mindu, Prince Hui. Hearing that it was Prince Hui, all the people around were in an uproar. The first young master. How was he ousted by Devil Lin and gave up his position as chairman? What kind of person is the current president? Devil Lin? I don't know what to say. The first is a new one, and the second is a new one, and the third is a new one. P.S. Bookshelf help to add a plus. Urge to help point a little. 5-star praise to a wave. Chapter 072 can't stand it anymore. The chick I brought in kneels down to lick Chen Hao. Shuichun looked up and down at Chen Hao. Chen Hao's name he has long heard. Rumor has it that this guy is more handsome than Panin. Now a C. Male Gobi old man if the long so handsome. The girl is not actively pounced on my arms. The family of Zhuichun is rich. The first time I saw him, I was very happy to see him, but the long really is not good. Only 1 meter 6 height is close to 200 pounds. You think about what this concept, that body fat and pig-like, is not in his name is very match. Therefore, for long handsome people, he was born with a wave of hostility. But Chen Hao is handsome to the dregs of the kind, coupled with this guy and the boss and do not deal with. Zhu Yichun adhering to the belief that the boss's enemy is his own enemy, did not put Chen Hao in his eyes at all, and the moment he exited, he was in a superior posture. You are Chen Hao? I heard that you've been very arrogant lately. It's your grandfather me. Good grandson. What's wrong? For Fukong Xion's follower, Chen Hao naturally couldn't possibly give him a good face and looked at him playfully. Put. The surrounding people burst out laughing. Situ Rue, ha, good grandson. This is your grandfather. Brother Hao. Fuichen, brother Hao. When did your old man have such a big grandson? How come we don't know? Su Rui's grandson. Why don't you come and pay your respects to your grandfather? Zhang Lingfeng, we are all brothers of brother Hao. Grandson, come and call out second grandfather to hear. One by one, they all burst into laughter. Even Xiang Si didn't hold back and laughed. This Chen Hao was really something. Where would one call someone a grandson as soon as they meet? This was also too much of a lack of regard for the other party, wasn't it? Indeed, Chen Hao really didn't put him in his eyes, leaving aside the fact that he is Fukong Xion's follower. As soon as he came up, he was posing in a superior position, obviously wanting to step on himself in front of the crowd. Such a person Chen Hao naturally could not give him a good face. This time, the people on Zhu Yichun's side were not happy. Asterisk. Keep your mouth clean. Chen Hao, what kind of a thing are you, daring to talk about our Kun Sha like that? Brat, who are you? The group was agitated. Zhu Yichun originally wanted to overwhelm Chen Hao's side in terms of momentum, to establish an authority, but he didn't expect that Chen Hao's one sentence would reverse the situation, and in turn, he became the laughingstock of the crowd. This made Zhu Yichun very embarrassed, especially losing face in front of his goddess. This was something he could not tolerate. Zhu Yichun, this guy's greatest good love in life. Woman. He had his eye on a female netizen with 1 million fans, spent a heavy amount of money and stayed on the top of the list for a full month before he asked Lin Xiaodian, a famous netizen in Mindu, out tonight. Now Lin Xiao Demon can be on his side. It had to be said that this was worthy of being a female net red with millions of fans, whether it was her body or her face value, especially a pair of big watery eyes, as if she was able to seduce people's souls. She was wearing a black one-piece tight dress, slightly tight while making her waist look especially thin. The Chonsam's fork was quite high. There were no stockings worn inside, and the hemline of the dress gently swayed as she walked, extremely appealing to the eyes. This was indeed a beautiful woman. This was Lin Xiao Demon's first time being asked out. She hasn't even had her hand touched yet, let alone been put to bed. Zhu Yichun brought her here because he wanted to let her feel his might, and play a wave of 13 in front of the goddess. But what happened? As soon as he appeared on the scene, he was shouted at by the other party as a grandson so embarrassing. Favoring Lin Xiaodian was still snickering. Even more infuriating is that he noticed that Lin Xiaodian looked at Chen Hao from time to time. That look. Marred. This is discharging electricity. You're the chick I brought in. Okay, even though you haven't gotten your hands on her yourself yet. But, you shouldn't be so blatant in front of me. Zhu Yichun immediately had the feeling of being cuckolded.
It always felt like Lin Xiao Demon was going to do something with Chun Hao behind his back.
Is it because he's handsome? Does being handsome really mean you can do whatever you want? Zhu Yichun couldn't tolerate it.
He had to get back at once and raise his eyebrows in front of the goddess, and said coldly,
Chun Hao,
what's the use of just being smart? Do you have the guts to run a lap with my brothers? Situ Rui and the others saw that Zhu Yichun had actually issued a challenge to Chun Hao.
Each and every one of them were happy. Then, as if looking at Zhu Yichun, this pig actually challenged Brother Hao. This is sending his face over to fight. Who wouldn't you challenge but Brother Hao? Don't you know that even Rui de Xiao is willing to bow down? Isn't this lighting a lamp in a latrine pit? Looking for?
Chen Hao is what kind of car skills?
Sito Rui has personally seen.
Even his own loss of conviction.
You Zhu Yichun, even my car taillights cannot see the people still come to challenge him?
Zhu Yichun is not aware of Chen Hao car skills.
Not to mention Zhu Yichun, and he came with those rich second generation also do not know.
When Sito Rui shared Chen Hao's car skills, he did so in their own WeChat group.
Because the two sides did not get along,
it was naturally impossible to stay in a group. The Ultra Racing Club group had long since split into two. The group that Chen Hao joined was built by Sito Rui.
Zhu Yichun and the others were not in it.
They had their own group.
To them Chen Hao was just a rookie. Want to compete with me? Fine. I promise you. How to compare? You tell me.
Chen Hao agreed without hesitation. The main match hadn't started yet, so consider it a warm-up first.
Young Zhu, how about letting me have this chance to compete with Chen Hao?
To tell you the truth, the chick beside Chen Hao was originally the one I had my eye on, but it turned out that he got there first.
Li Dongsheng whispered in Zhu Yichun's ear.
Zhu Yichun had actually noticed Xiang Si a long time ago, and he had to say that Chen Hao's vision was just poisonous. Whether it was her looks or her temperament, she was a bit higher than his own Lin Xiao Demon.
You come? The opportunity is yours. Zhu Yichun promised Li Dongsheng, not because he was kind, but because, honestly, Zhu Yichun's car skills are not good. He was a 200-pound fat man.
His physique was placed there. One more point of weight. The car's load is one more point.
Have you ever seen which racer is fat?
Plus his reaction speed is also a beat slower than others. So his car skills can only be considered the existence of the bottom when looking at the entire club. Just like earlier when he issued a challenge to Chun Hao. All he said was, dare to compare with my brother.
Instead of saying, and I then. And the opposite look at Li Dongsheng. This guy although lewd some, but have to admit, his car skills are really powerful. Even Sito Rui are not packing his confidence. During the conversation between Li Dongsheng and Zhu Yichun, something unexpected happened to Zhu Yichun. He saw that Lin Xiao Demon, whom he had spent a lot of effort to invite, even walked straight towards Chen Hao in front of everyone, extending his hand with a bright smile. Hello, my name is Lin Xiao Demon. I want to get to know you. Zhu Yichun instantly widened his eyes. His heart wowed cold. It felt like the top of his head was green.